In the office of the director at Tianji Technology Research Institute, a young man in a wheelchair glared angrily at the woman before him. "Morong Shui, do you have any idea what you've done?" The woman replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it just that I leaked the news of your critical illness? The investors have already withdrawn their funding. Without money, the lab can't even pay next month's salaries. The project leader is critically ill. It's only natural for investors to avoid risk and withdraw funding. Besides, can you really live until next month with your condition?" Ye Feng gripped the armrests of his wheelchair so tightly that he nearly crushed the wooden handles. Indeed, his physical condition had deteriorated to the point where it threatened his very life. A congenital genetic defect made his body as fragile as porcelain, with illness haunting him relentlessly. But that was no reason for Morong Shui to leak the secret. The project was in its final stage. With just a few more experiments, he could leave a brilliant mark on the history of science. Yet all was destroyed at this final step. Now the news of his severe illness had spread throughout the entire circle. No one would lend money to a dying man, and no investor would fund a research project led by someone on the brink of death. "Ye Feng, you didn't really think I fought to become your assistant because I admired your talent or loved you, did you?" the woman suddenly said to him. Ye Feng frowned, but said nothing. "Fine, I'll let you die with clarity." Morong Shui tossed a contract onto the desk, as if giving alms. The signature on the contract belonged to Morong Shui and another tech development company. With just one glance, Ye Feng understood what she intended. She wanted to claim all his years of research as her own. Overwhelmed by rage, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Ye Feng's lips. "Anger is bad for your health, director," Morong Shui said hypocritically. "Get out." Ye Feng roared furiously. "I'll attend your funeral." Morong Shui retrieved her contract, left a resignation letter, and exited the office like a proud peacock wearing a victor's smile. Ye Feng wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve. He hated his physical defects, hated his misjudgment of people, hated that heaven had taken not only his health, but also his life's work. At the peak of this emotional turmoil, a blood vessel burst inside Ye Feng's skull. A violent headache attacked his nerves. Blood trickled from his nose like a small snake, staining his clothes. The life sign monitor on his wrist emitted a loud alarm. Ye Feng knew this was a sign of a brain hemorrhage, but the nurse who stayed with him, 247, had been sent away by Morong Shui earlier. Ye Feng fell from his wheelchair, writhing in agony on the floor, just as he thought he would die in such a humiliating manner. A voice appeared in Ye Feng's mind. Detected that the host has successfully entered a near-death state. 100 times civilization technology system activated. Detected that the host's current civilization level is 0. 8. Level 1 civilization data issued. Instantly, countless formulas and blueprints appeared in Ye Feng's mind. Among them was even the technology for controlled nuclear fusion, which the world regarded as the highest priority. Also included was the technology for humanoid mechs, previously only seen in sci-fi films. A wave of coolness repaired the broken blood vessels in his brain and cleared all the internal bleeding. Ye Feng struggled to his feet, rushed to the desk like a madman, grabbed a pen, and began to calculate feverishly. Only when the entire desk was covered in his writing did he stop, dazed. It was real, it was all real. The formulas, theories, and blueprints that appeared in his mind were all completely feasible. A system that only existed in legends had actually materialized. In less than half a minute, he went from grief to ecstasy, almost causing his fragile cranial blood vessels to burst again. Ye Feng took some sedatives from a drawer and swallowed them. He began to plan his next steps. Ye Feng turned on his computer and pulled up a document, the culmination of his years of painstaking effort. Neural link technology. It was designed to create high-precision prosthetics that could connect directly to the nervous system, allowing artificial limbs to simulate even touch and pain. Its purpose was to benefit the 10% of the world's population living with disabilities, Ye Feng himself included, and within it lay an enormous commercial opportunity. What Morong Shui had schemed so hard to obtain was precisely this set of data. Yet at this moment it no longer held the same weight for Ye Feng, for within his mind, he carried an upgraded version of the technology, Compendium of Biomechanical Evolution. It contained not only more advanced prosthetic designs, but also mechanical organs, and even epoch-making technology for uploading human brain data. Several hours later, a paper titled "The Practical Feasibility of Mechanical Prosthetics" appeared on the renowned Nature Forum. It caused a minor sensation. At that time, numerous research institutes around the globe were already pursuing projects on mechanical prosthetics. Modern mechanical prosthetics were still limited to restoring basic human functions. The idea of shattering a concrete wall with a single punch, as in a science fiction film, was utterly impossible. Yet this paper proposed the very concept of militarizing prosthetics, and even embedded within it fragments of core technology. That changed everything. The main reason prosthetic research had progressed so slowly was that their practicality remained poor, far inferior to natural human limbs. But if there came a day when prosthetics surpassed the human body in both function and durability, it could trigger a revolution in human society. A fully mechanized populace. In that era, humans fitted with prosthetics would be called the new humans. They would not fall ill, would not be injured, might not even age, surpassing ordinary people in every respect. Those who had never undergone modification would be labeled the old humans, still shackled by birth, aging, sickness, and death, frail and vulnerable. The paper drew the attention of many research institutes and financial magnates. But when they saw the author's name, sighs rippled through the crowd. So it's Ye Feng from Huagua. Is this his last desperate struggle? Truly pitiful. Several Americans remarked among themselves. We await news of his death. While people were still arguing, another paper of similar scope appeared on the Nature Forum, this one bearing the name unmatched. Professor Ye Feng has published a paper. A flustered researcher had just rushed into an elderly man's office to report and even disclosed a small portion of the core technology of his project. Ye Feng, the old man sighed. He had such promise. It is a pity he contracted that illness. Professor, should we not at least respond in some way? And what could we possibly do? His disease is congenital. Modern medicine cannot cure it. What about funding? He is a man on the verge of death. Do you truly expect him to embark on research? If he dies halfway through, who will bear the subsequent losses? Amid the ongoing controversy, the second similar paper surfaced on the Nature Forum, authored by unmatched. Compared with Ye Feng's work, unmatched's paper was more complete and more grounded in practical application. It even included an attached video of a disabled person deftly performing a flourish of hand movements with a prosthetic limb. Clearly, her technology possessed greater commercial appeal. In an instant, every gaze that had been fixed on Ye Feng shifted toward her. She intended to sever his last and only remaining hope. Ye Feng sat quietly in the laboratory, manipulating two mechanical arms through buttons, assembling a pair of mechanical legs inside a glass box. In the 5 hours following the submission of his paper, not a single phone call came in. He felt like a child abandoned by the entire world, waiting alone for death in the dark space. Under the spotlight, unmatched successfully took everything from him. The whole world knew that Ye Feng was a man marked for death, and a dying researcher was by sheer chance the least valuable. 2 days later, the items were almost complete. Though they were still prototypes, and their durability remained to be seen, their functions were all intact. Ye Feng then dialed a phone number, marking the beginning of a revolution and a counterattack. On the other end of the line, the sound of gunfire echoed, and even through the signal, he could feel the shock waves of shells striking the ground alongside the hoarse shouts of soldiers. It was a battlefield. A black general answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" "I am Ye Feng," he replied. "I need your help. I require a soldier with disabilities in both legs as experimental material, preferably around 1.8 meters tall and weighing about 75 kilograms. Mister, my soldiers are not goods to be traded, and I am currently on the battlefield. This is not a place for business." $100,000, Ye Feng said calmly. "Deal." The general agreed readily, and that night a flight from the Middle East to Huagua carried a soldier whose legs had been blown off by landmines. In the hospital under Ye Feng's direction, the two mutilated limbs were completely removed by the doctors. After the bleeding was controlled, two gleaming mechanical legs were brought into the operating room. Amidst the doctors' faces filled with disbelief, the mechanical legs were attached to the severed stumps. The electronic nerves and artificial blood vessels extended from these mechanical constructs, as if they possessed their own life, connecting to all the wounds. They appeared to be one with the body, as if these legs had originally grown from him. This is a miracle. Has science and technology developed to this extent? Are orthopedic surgeons going to be out of work now? All the doctors were in disbelief, not even noticing when a scalpel fell to the ground. To this, Ye Feng merely smiled slightly. Oh, anyone would be astonished in the face of such epoch-making technology. Surely Faraday must have had a similar experience when manipulating lightning. Wake him from the anesthesia and remember to give him another dose of morphine. Minutes later, the black soldier born in the Middle East suddenly awoke, sitting up abruptly from the bed. After glancing around, he spoke a long string of languages they could not understand. Upon realizing that his legs had turned into steel, he erupted in a panic-fueled roar, crazily jumping from the hospital bed and crashing through a window, jumping 6 stories down. The scene descended into chaos, everyone unprepared for how events would unfold. "That's the 6th floor, he will die," a nurse cried out in terror. Yet Ye Feng maintained a faint smile. As the creator of these prosthetics, only he knew how powerful these mechanical limbs truly were. Boom. With a loud crash, the black man landed without a scratch, creating a large dent in the concrete floor. But he himself was unharmed. Everything that transpired was recorded by cameras Ye Feng had secretly placed ready to serve as primary experimental material. Before other security personnel could gather around, the black man began to run wildly, crushing a car underfoot, leaping 10 meters high in a single bound and vaulting over the hospital's wall. He sprinted down the road, reaching speeds that at times exceeded 80 kilometers per hour. Such a shocking phenomenon naturally caused chaos among the citizens, and even the police rushed to the scene. After the farce had continued for 20 minutes, Ye Feng deemed that he had collected enough primary experimental material and remotely shut down the power to the prosthetics. The originally agile and speed-enhancing prosthetics suddenly turned into two heavy iron lumps, and the disoriented black man was subsequently captured. During this chaos, the black man's figure was captured by numerous citizens with cameras, and the video quickly spread across the internet. In the footage, the black man moved through the city with his silver metallic legs like a lightning bolt, jumping 5 meters high, leaving everyone in awe. Just as the entire internet was debating whether the video was real or fake, a more complete version appeared on YouTube. The video spanned 20 minutes from the installation of the prosthetics to the black man's rampage. The uploader was none other than Ye Feng. 100,000, 300,000, 10 million, 17 million. The view count surged like a rolling snowball, increasing by tens of thousands with every refresh. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, who had just applied for a Huawei account less than half an hour ago, saw his follower count surge from 0 to 100,000. Is this really true? If prosthetics can achieve such speed, I would rather give up my own legs. Technology is truly incredible. Ye Feng's private phone buzzed incessantly, as if it had exploded with calls non-stop, and his inbox overflowing with letters from various organizations and institutions. At that moment, he was a guest at the National Security Bureau. After the Silver Lightning event occurred, the police immediately investigated him. As a leading scientist in the country, although he worked for a private research institute and was not a state employee, he still had a notable reputation in the field. Recently, the news about his critical illness had caused quite a stir. As a result, the authorities did not dare to delay and sent the highest-ranking investigator to make contact with him. Did you create those prosthetics? The investigator pondered. He had learned from the research department that the technology of those prosthetics far surpassed the most advanced technology in the world. This young man before him was undoubtedly a national treasure-level scientific talent. Yes. Do you realize the chaos your experiment caused? I can compensate for all the damages I caused. The investigator was taken aback. Are wealthy people really this bold? This is not a matter of money. I know you want my technology, so I can submit it to the state. Ye Feng said. The investigator was left speechless and could only report the current situation to his superiors. The order received was to release Ye Feng without charge, while the African-American man who had received the prosthetics was sent to the laboratory for disturbing public safety. As soon as he left the National Security Bureau, Ye Feng was surrounded by a group of reporters who had come at the first hint of news. Mr. Ye, is it true that you manufactured those prosthetics? Professor Ye, what are your plans for the future applications of prosthetics? Mr. Ye, are you still single? Finally, with the escort of the military, Ye Feng managed to escape from the frenzy of reporters and return to his research institute. The soldiers then surrounded Ye Feng's laboratory, establishing it as a no-go zone, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Now, Ye Feng had been classified as level secret. Anyone with a bit of insight could see what the technology behind these prosthetics represented. This could be a revolution. The landscape of the world might be disrupted by the emergence of this technology. The influence of those two silver prosthetics could rival that of nuclear weapons in the 20th century. Imagine if every soldier on the battlefield were equipped with such powerful mechanical prosthetics. It would be equivalent to having countless super soldiers, each capable of fighting 100, allowing a small force to tear a massive opening in the enemy's defenses. They could even accomplish tasks that only superheroes could complete, fundamentally altering the nature of modern warfare. He actually perfected that technology. Wasn't it said that funding for subsequent experiments had been cut off? How did he manage it? Murong Shui angrily smashed everything in her office. Looking at the experimental data, she had painstakingly obtained it, now seemed to her no different from toilet paper. Do we need to assassinate him? He won't live much longer. There's no need for that. This technology will be his final legacy. What about the information on this technology? Find a way to steal it. It may determine the landscape of the world 50 years from now. Several elders in a certain country's parliament looked at the images on the projection screen and spoke solemnly. I didn't expect that our Huawei would produce such talent. An elder from the Chinese Academy of Sciences put down the drawings in his hand and burst into laughter. Even heaven is favoring our Huawei. Only you have successors now. What? He has a genetically inherited disease. The doctors say he won't live for more than 2 months. Treat him. Do whatever it takes to save him. We cannot let such a genius perish. Returning to the laboratory, Ye Feng promptly sent the complete technical documentation of the mechanical prosthetic limb to the National Security Bureau and also requested them to assist him in applying for a patent. At this moment, the world was chanting one name: Ye Feng, a groundbreaking genius in technology. The author, in a rush to edit, began writing his inspirational biography, preparing to publish it in tomorrow's newspaper. Merchants cartoonized his image, printing it on sweatshirts for sale. In this information age, a technological breakthrough had transformed into a nationwide celebration. Yet as the initiator of this celebration, he did not partake in it, because he could die at any moment due to his own ailments. What should he do at this moment? Engage in self-reflection, contemplate the rights and wrongs of his life. Certainly not, for such thoughts are reserved for those on the brink of death. Although he was paralyzed from the waist down and had countless surgical stitches on his body, that did not mean he had to resign himself to death. What he needed to do was be reborn. Now that the flames of rebirth had been ignited, what he needed to do next was to add fuel to the fire. Thus, the next day, shocking news was published on YouTube. I will establish my own technology company, and I will personally hold 90% of the shares. The remaining 10% you can divide among yourselves. The comments section erupted in chaos. Such a domineering declaration had never been seen before. Generally, possessing 51% of a company's shares is sufficient to control it. Even for those sufficiently confident in their technology, it is rare to exceed 60%. Yet Ye Feng had opened with 90%. The 10% he cast away felt less like a partnership and more like a charity or pity. Nevertheless, several well-known investors on the internet still left their names in the comments. Microsoft, Google, even Tencent. Meanwhile, the experimental video he published had already reached 300 million views. His YouTube subscriber count also surpassed 10 million. Numerous laboratories were sleeplessly analyzing the footage from the video and making preliminary estimates of the experimental data. They aimed to decipher a fragment of the secret technology through this method. The paper previously published by Ye Feng on the forum had also become a hot commodity, eagerly read by countless individuals. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of Ye Feng's laboratory. It was a group of elderly men with gray hair. Ye Feng knew that the laboratory was under military lockdown. Given such a significant incident, it would undoubtedly stir international tensions. He realized he had likely become a thorn in the side of other nations. Although in previous exchanges his relationship with them had been strained. In his youth he had been arrogant and offended many. This was also the main reason why Ye Feng rarely traveled abroad. The circle was simply too small, and only in Huagua could he find a sense of security. With the help of his assistant, Ye Feng arrived at the reception room, and upon looking around he saw that it was almost entirely filled with leading figures from the domestic scientific community, many of whom he could even see in textbooks. If someone were to drop a bomb in this building now, the research level of Huagua would surely regress by 20 years. Even Ye Feng, accustomed to grand scenes, felt somewhat at a loss upon witnessing this. Why have you all come? Don't be nervous, young comrade. The elder leader stood up and addressed Ye Feng. We have all heard about your situation. We will not make things difficult for you. We have come to see what the future and hope of Huagua look like. And we are here to offer you a bit of small assistance. The elders succinctly conveyed the purpose of their visit. Your blood sample has already been sent nationwide for matching. It won't be long before a compatible organ can be found. Ye Feng was stunned. In fact, his condition was not entirely hopeless, although it was caused by genetic defects leading to various ailments. He could suffer from pulmonary edema, renal failure, liver cirrhosis, myocardial infarction, and cerebral hemorrhage. However, if there were healthy organs available for him to replace continuously, his physical condition could be maintained. Although he would still be in a wheelchair taking medication daily, he would ultimately not die. Yet the cost of such a solution was incredibly high. Even if a healthy organ were transplanted into his body, it would not last more than 3 years before needing replacement. This was akin to extending his life using someone else's life. The elder held Ye Feng's hand and spoke in a tone befitting his age. This is not only our intention, but also that of the higher-ups. This was an attempt to leverage the entire nation to keep him alive. Ye Feng felt a mix of emotions, unsure of what to say. The elders seemed to see through his thoughts, and after finishing their explanations left together. Outside the laboratory, military personnel stood guard, preventing intrusion by spies and assassins from other countries. Returning alone to his room, Ye Feng gazed at the design blueprints on the table, deep in thought. It seemed that his plans needed to be expedited. The next day, a company named Tianji was successfully registered in Huagua. Ye Feng sold 10% of the shares of this newly registered, entirely empty shell company on the market. That day, not only Wall Street, but financial experts and traders worldwide witnessed what terror truly meant. This 10% of shares was divided into 1,000 portions, equating to 0.01%. The price of this 0.01% share skyrocketed to $89 million. Everyone went mad. Investors went mad, bankers went mad, even traders went mad. What price was this? Just for 10% of the shares it sold for $890 billion. This equated to an estimated total value of nearly $900 billion for this newly registered shell company. What does this concept entail? It is worth noting that Tencent, as a long-standing company established for decades, is considered a giant on the international stage, yet its total market value has yet to reach 700 billion. Yet a company that had just been established for a day was valued at 900 billion. Furthermore, the money in the stock market might be a bubble and illusion. However, the 890 billion that flowed into Ye Feng's bank account was entirely real. Even Ye Feng did not anticipate this outcome. Just days ago, he was agonizing over the lack of research funding, and now in the blink of an eye, he found himself on the Forbes list. On the other side, Ye Feng had successfully monetized the blueprints etched in his mind, fabricating mechanical organs in the real world. His plan was steadily coming together. However, not long after a phone call interrupted Ye Feng's research. His work phone was already turned off, and few knew this private number of his. Ye Feng glanced at the caller ID. It was his father. It wasn't that his father treated him poorly, but their relationship was peculiar, unlike that of ordinary father and son. Ye Feng's father was named Lan Fenghua, a successful businessman. How successful? He had emigrated overseas, purchased a grand mansion, and fathered over 20 children with different women. Ye Feng ranked 16th among them. His father adopted a centralized education system for all his children, having them study and live together with a clear reward and punishment mechanism in place. Those who excelled in life and studies received rewards and their father's affection. Those who underperformed got nothing and even faced punishment. Ye Feng had been exceptionally bright since childhood. Though his frail body prevented him from participating in physical tests whenever intellect was required, he always left his siblings far behind. Thus, even with a mediocre average score, he remained his father's favorite. From a young age, the medicines essential for his survival had cost millions, and the expensive electronic ocular implants were funded by his father. He once cherished this life as he could always obtain everything he desired. But when he turned 19, his mother passed away. On her deathbed, she said to him, "I'm sorry. My greatest regret in life is not giving you a healthy body." Ye Feng, who had never cried, even when pain rendered him speechless during surgery, wept. From then on, he seemed to finally understand something. He left that home. By then, he had already earned a master's degree and made some achievements in the scientific community, easily joining a research institute. Thereafter, he continued to grow, securing funding and establishing his own research institute. Though Lan Fenghua repeatedly tried to bring Ye Feng back, each attempt ended in failure. Ye Feng had even suspected that his critical illness report was orchestrated by his father, a ploy to corner him into submission. It wasn't until Murong Shui revealed herself that he dismissed those suspicions. Ultimately, Ye Feng answered the call, but instead of his father's voice, a stranger's voice came through. Ye Feng frowned. Had they become this shameless? His father's residence was in the most prestigious villa district of Silicon Valley, where even the most elite thieves couldn't infiltrate the security. The only possibility for his family's kidnapping was that it had been sanctioned and tacitly approved by the authorities. "Professor Ye, your father and sister are in our hands. Release them," Ye Feng said. "I think you know what we want. The address will be uploaded to your computer shortly." The kidnapper then hung up. When Ye Feng tried to call back, the phone was already switched off. Clearly, these people were professionals. The call lasted less than 10 seconds, denying Ye Feng any chance to trace them. Ye Feng felt a headache coming on. He should have brought them back to the country earlier, then this wouldn't have happened. But regret was futile. Since the problem had arisen, it had to be solved. He couldn't afford to be distracted now, as parts and machinery still required his assembly. For now, he had to leave this matter to the National Security Bureau. Ye Feng dialed the number he had saved from his last contact with the bureau, briefly explained the situation, and then resumed his welding work. The mechanical kinetic heart before him was already half assembled. Once the remaining half was complete, it could replace his own gradually failing and atrophying heart. Time ticked by. At Ye Feng's request, a large team of researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences was dispatched to his lab to assist with menial tasks. They were tasked with manufacturing and assembling less critical components, yet even they were astounded by the blueprints Ye Feng presented. The complexity and precision of these plans rivaled those of aerospace engineering. What was even more unbelievable was that these designs came from a young man in his 20s. These researchers in their 30s and 40s could only lament how they had wasted their years. At his age, they were still flirting on campus, while this young man had already achieved so much. The construction took nearly half a month. During this time, Ye Feng periodically updated experimental materials online to boost his influence and popularity. These followers and traffic would prove invaluable later. The Tianji Corporation remained a shell company, yet no one dared to rush Ye Feng. Compared to their paltry shares of less than 1%, Ye Feng, holding 90%, was the true boss. On the night of July 13th, having completed all component construction, Ye Feng finally began his rebirth. Under the operation of doctors and pre-programmed robotic arms, Ye Feng lay down in the operating chamber. He allowed scalpels and mechanical limbs to dismantle his broken body and install vibrant mechanical organs. When he regained consciousness, over 70% of his body had been modified. His fragile ventricles had become a burning kinetic core that would never cease to pulse. The moment he stepped out of the chamber, he was no longer merely human. He was the first new human in history. He was the world's first new human, but certainly not the last. Yet outwardly there was no discernible difference. His skin remained warm and soft. Flexible metals and high molecular synthetic skin perfectly restored his former appearance, while granting him abilities far beyond ordinary imagination. For instance, punching a 10-centimeter thick iron door in the lab to pieces or sprinting at 120 km/h on the ground with his bare body. With jet boosters installed, he could even achieve flight. Regardless, he now needed to test the capabilities of his new body. At that moment, the National Security Bureau delivered timely news. After several confrontations, they had successfully located the kidnappers. However, since the kidnappers were within U.S. territory, intervention was difficult, and the situation had reached a stalemate. But the Chinese Academy of Sciences was not idle. Over the past half-month, they had replicated the black man's metallic prosthetic technology and based on it transformed a group of disabled soldiers into super soldiers. Comrade, what brings you here? When Liangong, a world-renowned physicist and academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was reemployed as a technical advisor by the National Security Bureau after retirement. I am going to the United States to say hello to you. Ye Feng stated his intentions directly. What? This? When Liangong panicked, grabbing Ye Feng's hand and earnestly saying, Comrade, Ye Feng, please trust our motherland. I understand your situation and the higher-ups are aware as well. The boss has already issued orders to spare no effort in ensuring the safety of your family. Fearing that Ye Feng would be worried, when Liangong even broke the rules to show him a document. Look, based on the technology you provided, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has preliminarily achieved mass production of superpowered mechanical prosthetics. In less than 3 days, we can create a squad of 10 super soldiers, and by then. Ye Feng gazed out the window, deliberately avoiding the red-headed document, then interrupted when Liangong, Old one, how do you think I got here? When Liangong's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, how did he get in? This was the National Security Bureau building. In terms of security, this building was only slightly less secure than that place, and he had entered without a sound. Seeing that when Liangong remained silent, Ye Feng continued, There's something else I need to tell you. I no longer need you to find matching organs for me. Hearing Ye Feng's words, when Liangong instinctively wanted to refute, but before he could speak, he noticed that Ye Feng, who should have been in a wheelchair, was standing right in front of him. This proved he had also undergone modifications, and successfully. The old man's hands trembled, tears welling up in his eyes as he murmured, There is hope. This time there is really hope. As long as you remain healthy, Chinese technology will eventually surpass that of the Western countries. At that time, the national humiliation from a century ago will surely be avenged. Influenced by the old man's emotions, Ye Feng also became serious. Although Ye Feng had lived in Silicon Valley for many years, he had been deeply influenced by his mother since childhood and always remembered that he was a descendant of Yin and Huang, a child of Huaxia. Otherwise, when he left the United States at the age of 19, he wouldn't have endured so much pressure to return to Huaxia, a country looked down upon by the Western nations. The two remained silent for a long time before when Liangong suddenly wiped away his tears. He looked earnestly into Ye Feng's eyes and said, Regardless of what the higher-ups think, I will not allow you to go to the United States. You should know your importance, and you should also understand how many eyes abroad are watching you. While you are in Huaxia, we can still guarantee your safety. But no matter what means you use to enter the United States, they will definitely detain you under the baseless charges. When Liangong's words were left unfinished, but Ye Feng already understood his meaning. If he were illegally detained in the United States, the relationship between Huaxia and the United States would undoubtedly strain. Americans are shameless. This is the consensus of the world's people, Ye Feng said with a smile. But this time I will not give them the opportunity to be shameless. As he spoke, Ye Feng placed a box from the floor onto the table. His hand swept over the surface of the box, and the seemingly ordinary silver suitcase quickly changed color. One side of the box transformed into a touchscreen displaying over 300 irregular and chaotic special symbols. After Ye Feng input a 26-digit password according to the predetermined algorithm, a rounded protrusion suddenly emerged from one side of the box. Ye Feng slightly bent down and leaned in closer. A red laser shot out from the protrusion, scanning his right eye's iris. With a click, the box opened. Before coming to see you, I made some preparations. Ye Feng took out items from within the box one by one. This is a changeable face printed using 4D semi-hypermodel technology, which can be altered to resemble anyone after wearing it. This is a micro-RA pen that can alter my fingerprints, palm prints, and skin texture. This is a voice changer similar to that used by the Death God primary school student. However, mine can be installed deep in the throat, making it invisible to the naked eye, and due to the special materials used in its production, undetectable by X-rays. But the most crucial item is this. Ye Feng pointed to a small translucent chip the size of a fingertip in the box, introducing it to Wen Liangong. This is something I just developed, and the name hasn't been decided yet. As long as I input another person's complete information into it, and then implant this chip in the back of my head, I can mimic that person's demeanor, tone, expressions, micro-expressions, and walking posture, etc. The highest imitation rate can reach 99.3. In other words, I would be him. Wow. Wen Liangong, who had never cursed in his life, suddenly sighed and collapsed into his chair. At that moment, the word awesome was no longer sufficient to describe Ye Feng in Wen Liangong's eyes. 4D semi-hypermodel printing. The domestic market's 3D printing technology had not been fully implemented, and 4D was just a theoretical concept. How could you suddenly come up with 4D semi-hypermodel technology and even manage to create the items? And what about that RA ray? I've spent 58 years in scientific research and have never even heard of such a thing. Finally, when Liangong's gaze fell on the chip. If this thing is indeed as Ye Feng described, it must be reported to the leaders of the National Security Bureau as soon as possible. Ordinary people might feel that this item is nothing special, but imagine if this item were to fall into the hands of a spy. Ye Feng sensed Wen Liangong's thoughts and took out a 5-level secure USB drive from the box, saying voluntarily, "This contains the core technology of these items, and I am willing to donate it to the country without charge." Wen Liangong was pleased in his heart, but after hesitating for a while he shook his head. "I am also an old revolutionary. Do not use such sugar-coated shells on me. I will absolutely not agree to your entry into the United States. I have already made up my mind to go." Ye Feng said decisively, "Please inform the higher-ups, old one." You. Faced with Ye Feng, who was both capable and strong-willed, Wen Liangong wanted to reprimand him. But being who he was, having held a high position for so long, he had long forgotten how to argue. The old man, feeling upset, hunched over, hands clasped behind his back, and began to pace back and forth in the small office. After walking around Ye Feng 3 times, he finally realized something was off. "You want me to report to the higher-ups? With your capabilities, why bother with reports? Just head straight to the United States." Realizing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Wen Liangong's mouth. "Good lad, waiting for me here." Pointing at the chip in the box, he continued, "You want the higher-ups to arrange an absolutely secure identity for you, right? The fewer people who know about this matter, the better." Ye Feng was indirectly admitting it. The chip in front of him was the key to his entry into the United States. And to successfully use it, at least one complete piece of information from another person needed to be inputted. Ye Feng was unable to make a decision regarding the candidate whose information had been recorded in such a short time. Thus, he chose to trust the country. Given his current level of importance, those in power would surely make a sound decision. Sigh. Wen Liangong let out a breath, ultimately unable to resist Ye Feng. "In that case, I will consult with the higher-ups for their opinion. That way you can fully let go of your worries." The call was quickly connected, and after Wen Liangong finished explaining the situation and demands from Ye Feng's side, the other party fell silent for a long time. "This matter is too significant. I cannot make a decision alone. Shaowen, please wait a moment. We will hold a meeting and give you an answer within 10 minutes. Ye Feng, whose body had been modified, naturally had enhanced hearing. He asked Wen Liangong, "Who is this person? Their voice sounds so familiar." Wen Liangong covered the microphone and mouthed, "General Yang. General Yang Wentian, the undisputed god of war of Hua country." He was also Ye Feng's idol. 10 minutes quickly passed, and the other party finally replied with just 2 words, "Not allowed." Ye Feng was mentally prepared for this answer. He did not harbor any resentment. After all, the country had its own considerations. But he still had to go to the United States. Ye Feng silently packed his voice changer ray pen and other equipment into a briefcase and turned to leave. "Comrade Ye Feng, what is your attitude?" Wen Liangong finally shouted out, not for any other reason, but because he feared that this hope of Hua country would create friction with the higher-ups. Rather than that, it was better to let Ye Feng blame him. Wen Liangong adopted a senior's demeanor, grasped Ye Feng's hand, and took away his briefcase, saying earnestly, "You must obey the organization's arrangements." Before he could finish his sentence, the phone behind the two suddenly rang. Wen Liangong had 3 phones on his office desk. One was an external line, one was an internal line, and the last one was the boss' private line. Wen Liangong dared not neglect it and hurried to answer the call. "Yes, yes, yes." After hanging up, Ye Feng finally smiled. But Wen Liangong's face was filled with helplessness. The boss said 3 things in total. 1. Comrade Ye Feng is a good comrade. 2. The country and the people respect and support Comrade Ye Feng's decision. 3. When necessary, all courier companies within Hua country will spring into action. Having received that approval, when Liangong finally stopped trying to dissuade Ye Feng and even took the initiative to help him formulate a more detailed plan. Half an hour later, Ye Feng left with a special pass issued by Wen Liangong and the leaders of the National Security Bureau, the First Army Military Academy. A lieutenant officer led Ye Feng to the third basement level of a certain teaching building. After knocking on the door of an office, the officer nodded to Ye Feng and then turned to leave. Mr. Ye, you have finally arrived. The person who opened the door was exceptionally enthusiastic, shaking Ye Feng's hand. As soon as they met, academician, one has already briefed me, let's go inside to talk. My name is Zhong Zizai, you can call me Old Zhong. Zhong Zizai was a robust man taller than Ye Feng by half a head. Looking at his military rank, he should be quite old, yet he had a baby-faced appearance and spoke with a soft accent from the waterside region. Thus Ye Feng referred to him as Brother Zhong. Brother Zhong, you are aware of academician, one's plan, right? Ye Feng asked. When it came to serious matters, Zhong Zizai instantly withdrew his smile, nodding seriously. In recent days, the Shanghai Research Institute and the Chinese Academy of Sciences have developed a total of 14 mechanical prosthetics, but only 6 soldiers can perfectly control the prosthetics. This situation had been mentioned to Ye Feng by Wen Liangong before he came. To be honest, 6 people was already quite a lot. Based on the destructive power of that black man from a few days ago, it was no less than the Hulk from the movies. One Hulk would be enough to trouble the United States, let alone deploying 6 at once. Ye Feng had confidence in his technology. Pausing for a moment, Zhong Zizai continued, according to the original plan, these 6 individuals will be divided into 2 groups, with the 5-member group having set out a quarter of an hour ago. Indeed, even with only 6 people they had to split up. Ye Feng's equipment could evade security checks in various countries, but these soldiers' mechanical prosthetics could not. Did they really think that the security checks and defense departments of the United States were just for show? Ye Feng nodded. Continue. This is the information on the soldier who will be in your group. Please burn it in front of me after you read it. Zhong Zizai handed over an envelope. Those who could quickly master mechanical prosthetics in a short time were certainly the elite among the military. Indeed, as Ye Feng casually flipped through 2 pages, he saw titles like Martial Arts Competition War King and Outstanding Contribution, among others. Finally, after glancing at the soldier's photo, Ye Feng crumpled the envelope into a ball. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and a deep indigo flame suddenly erupted from the tip of his middle finger. The flame approached the envelope, and in an instant the half-centimeter thick leather paper turned to ashes. Ye Feng's move left Zhong Zizai momentarily stunned. Chuckling, Ye Feng said, now let's get to the most important point. Oh, this time Zhong Zizai finally regained his senses and handed over a USB flash drive, saying, this is a list of 20 people I personally selected after receiving orders from the leaders of the National Security Bureau. You can input their information at any time and place and disguise yourself as any of them. Ye Feng first checked the USB drive and, confirming there were no issues, nodded, thoughtful. Even you don't know which of these 20 people I will disguise myself as, so those Americans won't figure it out either. Zhong Zizai nodded in agreement and added, if you are ready, Mr. Ye, we can set off now. 40 minutes later, at Tianlu Airport. After personally driving Ye Feng to the airport, Zhong Zizai discreetly left. In the car, Ye Feng, in front of Zhong Zizai, personally transformed into an overseas student named Zhou Xiaoyang. But as soon as he got out of the car, Ye Feng avoided the crowd and cameras, changing into a young businessman named Lenin. With the lives of his entire family at stake, Ye Feng had to be cautious. At the airport counter, Ye Feng presented the fake information he had prepared in advance. Please change my flight DL-128 to the United States to a flight to Sakura country. The sooner the better. Sure, sir, I will take care of it right away. 5 minutes later, Ye Feng successfully obtained his boarding pass, and the flight was scheduled to take off in 20 minutes. He canceled the direct flight to the United States and planned to first go to Sakura country, then transfer to another flight from there to the United States. This was the only way to ensure absolute safety, to truly disappear into the sea of people. Meanwhile, in Hua country, the National Security Bureau received the latest top-secret telegram. The higher-ups of Hua country were instantly shaken. Half an hour later, Tianlu Airport was put under full lockdown, and the nearest military forces surrounded the airport. All flights were banned. There must be no mistakes. 8,000 feet in the air. Ye Feng sat in first class, his eyes occasionally glancing at the young woman seated beside him. The young woman had delicate features, her long black hair cascading down like a waterfall to her waist, and a perfectly shaped face embodying the essence of beauty. Having switched to the role of Lin and a businessman, Ye Feng's lecherous nature was laid bare, and he couldn't help but admire the beautiful woman. The beauty also noticed Ye Feng's gaze upon her, feeling a tinge of confusion. She was well aware that she did not know this man. Do we know each other, sir? The beauty couldn't hold back and softly asked. If the young lady does not mind, I would be delighted to get to know you. I am Lin and the owner of a small company. May I ask for your name? Ye Feng said with a slight smile, exuding gentlemanly charm. How can you stare at someone you don't even know, you rogue? The beauty, however, did not appreciate his advances, clearly uninterested in getting acquainted with Ye Feng. My dear lady, that is quite unkind. I merely admire beautiful things. Is it not permissible for me to gaze a little longer at someone as lovely as you? Ye Feng was undeterred, attempting to flirt with the beauty. However, she wore a look of mild disdain and turned her head away, engrossed in the magazine she held. She treated Ye Feng as though he were invisible. While he flirted with the beauty on the plane, he was unaware that a storm was brewing due to his actions. In the United States, at a secret CIA base in the office of the Director of Intelligence. This is the latest information from Hua country. Take a look. A black man respectfully handed a folder to a white man sitting at the desk sipping coffee. The white man set his coffee down and began to read the document seriously. This is indeed interesting. Inform the others to increase personnel and expand the patrol area. In the words of Hua country, let's wait to catch the rabbit. The white man set the document down, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful grin. In Hua country, the sudden disappearance of Ye Feng sent shockwaves through the higher-ups. In the director's office, Director Zhang Jun paced back and forth like an ant on a hot stove. Shortly, the door was knocked, and worried when Liang Ong entered, looking at Zhang Jun and asking what happened. Director, is there a major issue? Old one, can you contact Ye Feng right now? Zhang Jun's tone was urgent. Ye Feng, that kid has already gone to the United States, hasn't he? Zhang Jun thought that as the first person to contact Ye Feng, when Liang Ong would know some details. Seeing Wen Liangong's expression, it seemed he too was unaware that Ye Feng had changed identities and vanished from everyone's sight. What exactly does Comrade Ye Feng intend to do? Sighing, Zhang Jun's tone was filled with worry, followed by a deep breath. No, Director Ye Feng. Comrade Ye Feng has canceled his flight to the United States and is now missing. Most importantly, we don't know how the news leaked, but Comrade Ye Feng is likely under the watch of the CIA. Now, several professors from the Academy of Sciences have jointly demanded that we spare no effort to locate Comrade Ye Feng. Because of this matter, all airports, high-speed rail stations, train stations, and ports in the city have been ordered to halt all departures. The joint police force and local military were conducting thorough inspections, but an hour passed with no sign of Ye Feng. They even included all of Ye Feng's 20 false identities in the investigation, examining each one, yet still found no trace of him. This indicated that Ye Feng likely left before their actions commenced. They could only widen the search to cover all travel routes Ye Feng might have taken before he left. What? Wen Liangong, usually composed, couldn't help but exclaim. Ye Feng's information is classified, though only a handful of us know about it. That's why the higher-ups have ordered us to investigate one by one. Old one, as the leader, it's my responsibility if classified information leaks. Oh, I have already been harshly reprimanded. I have been dismissed for investigation, and this matter is of great importance. For now, you must take charge and ensure that person is apprehended. Ye Feng could never have imagined that due to a small action of his, an upheaval would occur throughout Hua country, leading to the investigation of someone at the level of the leader. An hour later, the plane landed in Sakura country's capital, Jianghu International Airport. As Ye Feng disembarked from the plane and stepped out of the airport through the glass doors, he keenly noticed several pairs of eyes watching him. He decided to change his route and headed toward the airport restroom to confirm if it was just his imagination. Sure enough, just as he moved a few steps, two men stealthily followed him, tracking him right after he landed in Sakura country. It seemed the CIA in the United States was indeed thorough. Ye Feng had underestimated them. Inside the restroom, the two men opened the door, but saw no sign of Ye Feng. Where is he? One man exclaimed, looking at the empty restroom in shock. Not good, we've been discovered. Let's go. The other man felt an ominous premonition arise. The two men immediately tensed up, preparing to retreat. Bang! With a loud crash, before they could react, one of them collapsed, his knife slipping from his hand just as it was about to hit the ground. A hand seemed to appear out of nowhere, gripping the knife and pressing it against the neck of the other man. Don't make a sound, or I can't guarantee that my hand won't shake. Ye Feng teased the man before him. The man's eyes were filled with fear, his mouth agape in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. The restroom wall had been shattered by a single punch. He knew without a doubt that this feat was the work of the man behind him. What do you want? The man, still reeling from shock, found it hard to regain his composure. It wasn't until Ye Feng pressed the dagger forward slightly that he felt a chill at his throat. This is an order from above. The man hurriedly replied in halting Chinese, fearing that if he hesitated, he would become a corpse. What is the content of the order? It seemed that news of Ye Feng had already reached Sakura country from the United States. Sakura country had always been a pro-U.S. nation, treating the U.S. as their big brother. As a subordinate, they naturally had to obey their elders' instructions. Understanding this, Ye Feng realized why he was being followed the moment he disembarked, but he wondered how they knew he had changed identities. So he asked again, what is the content of the order? The higher-ups ordered us to a team to monitor all the males on this plane. Keep an eye on them. If anything unusual happens, report immediately. The man seemed to have expended all his strength just to utter those words. So that was it. For Ye Feng's sake, the Sakura country had gone to great lengths. Since they didn't know what identity Ye Feng had assumed, they resorted to such a clumsy method, monitoring every male who disembarked from the plane. It seems my scientific research achievements are quite alluring, Ye Feng muttered to himself. His research achievements. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering. You are. Ye Feng. Aren't you supposed to be nearly? The man was stunned again, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an entire steamed bun. Nearly dead, right? Ye Feng flashed a sinister smile. Many people wish for my death, but unfortunately, I'm alive and well. The man sensed the murderous intent in Ye Feng's smile and knew that today he would meet his glorious end for his country. He closed his eyes in despair, awaiting death, then darkness engulfed him. Is this the end? When the man opened his eyes again, everything was pitch black. He thought this was the underworld looking around. He found himself in a dimly lit room filled with strange equipment. Indeed, this was an abandoned laboratory in the Sakura country. Ye Feng had gone to great lengths to find it. As for why he came here, Ye Feng had his own plans. After opening his eyes, the man instinctively tried to move his body, only to find himself lying flat, bound to a bed. He could move nothing except his head. He turned his head and saw his companion lying beside him. Turning back, he saw Ye Feng's face, harmless yet terrifying. The man broke down, his psychological defenses completely shattered. An overwhelming fear surged within him as he screamed like a madman. Don't come near me. I'm already dead. What more do you want? Ye Feng remained expressionless. Holding a scalpel in his hand, he said, Don't be nervous. The pain will pass soon, and you will be reborn. Your companion too. Stop. What are you doing? Just give me a quick death. Screams like a slaughtered pig echoed through the dim room, but Ye Feng paid no heed, engrossed in his work. First he disassembled the arms, then the legs. The man had stopped screaming, fainting again from the excruciating pain. Ye Feng was performing a prosthetic modification on them. Half an hour later, Ye Feng implanted a chip into both of their brains, a neural control technology he obtained from the system. With this technology, Ye Feng had developed 2 mental control chips. Once implanted in the brain, the master chip in Ye Feng's hand could receive all information from the slave chips. Like mind reading, those implanted with the chips had no secrets before Ye Feng. More terrifyingly, Ye Feng could cause their death at any time. After obtaining the 1.0 civilization data, Ye Feng had conducted some experiments. The mental control chip was just one of them. He never expected it to come in handy so soon. He did this not merely to control these 2 men. For Ye Feng possessing the system and being an outstanding scientist himself, his scientific research had already attracted envy even before he acquired the system. Now that Ye Feng had mastered level 1 civilization, it would inevitably draw even more attention. Mo Rongxue was one example. The current actions of the U.S. and Sakura country were another. Ye Feng needed a force to protect himself and his family. Wake up. After finishing everything, Ye Feng called out softly to the 2 lying men. Sure enough, they opened their eyes instantly, and with a sudden jerk snapped the hemp ropes binding them like noodles. Breaking free, they both knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully to Ye Feng. We pay homage to our master. The 2 had now been transformed by Ye Feng into primary warriors with chips implanted in their brains, granting them clear access to much information. They harbored no resentment toward Ye Feng. Instead, they were immensely excited, feeling honored to serve such a powerful figure. Rise, Ye Feng said calmly. Yes. From now on, you 2 are the first members of my team. Forget your former identities, forget the past. You only need to remember you are Ye Feng's warriors who fight only for me. Understood? As you command. Master. They knelt again on one knee, answering respectfully. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. All right, hey race, your first mission, go back to where you came from and retrieve all the national secrets of the Sakura country for me. As you command, master. With that, the 2 turned around and with a loud bang punched a hole through the wall of the abandoned laboratory, letting a sliver of light into the dim room. Meanwhile, a few hours after Ye Feng's departure, traffic in Tianlu City returned to normal. A plane took off from Tianlu Airport, also heading to the Sakura country. On the plane, Mo Rongxue was furiously typing on her phone. Already airborne. Mo Rongxue's trip to the Sakura country was to find investors intending to sell the research achievements she had taken from Ye Feng. Back home, she had planned to sell these items to a powerful tech company, but their offer was less than satisfactory. A company in the Sakura country was interested in her research results and willing to pay a high price. At Jianghu International Airport in the Sakura country, a fleet of luxury cars parked at the terminal. Several middle-aged men in suits stepped out, as if to welcome some VIP. Sure enough, after a moment, a black Toyota pulled up, and an elderly, portly man got out. The suited men approached, standing respectfully behind him. This astonished passing locals. Look, isn't that Yamamoto Yoji, the chairman of Yamamoto Technology Group? Yes, he's a big shot in our Sakura country. We usually only see him on TV. With such a grand reception, is he here to welcome the Prime Minister? Passers-by speculated. Meanwhile, Mo Rongshu's plane had landed. Mo Rongshu stepped out in high heels, striding with an arrogant gait. Yamamoto Yoji and his entourage greeted her with smiles. Miss Mo Rongshu, how do you do? How do you do, Mr. Yamamoto? I'm truly honored that you came to greet me in person. They shook hands with smiles and got into the car. After transforming the two from Sakura country, Ye Feng turned them into his own spies. He then returned to the airport, intending to purchase a ticket to America to rescue his family. When Ye Feng reappeared at the airport, he had assumed a new identity, that of an ordinary man, named Li Hua, who was merely an office worker in Huaxia country. Good day, sir. It is a pleasure to serve you. At the ticket counter, a stewardess spoke in fluent Japanese, her face adorned with a smile. As an eminent scientist, Ye Feng naturally understood Japanese. However, to match his assumed identity, he feigned confusion. Seeing his perplexed expression, the stewardess inquired cautiously, "Are you from Goryeo?" "I am from Huaxia. Please book me a ticket to Washington, America." "Thank you." "Certainly, sir." Just then, the synthetic electronic voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, the system has detected a 0-9-level civilization archive at the host's current location. Would the host like to view it? Ye Feng was taken aback. The civilization level of Blue Star was 0-8. How could a groundbreaking archive of 0-9 level suddenly appear? Without hesitation, Ye Feng commanded, "View." As the archive materialized in his mind, he was stunned once more. Isn't this my own research achievements from all these years? He had never anticipated that his scientific research would be classified as a 0-9-level civilization technology by the system. This alone was a testament to Ye Feng's extraordinary prowess. Even without the system given enough time, Ye Feng might have truly elevated the civilization level of Blue Star to 0-9. However, these matters held little significance for Ye Feng now. From the moment he acquired the system, he had set his sights on far greater goals. System, this archive of mine has existed for a long time. Why has it only been detected now? The system is currently in its nascent stage with a limited detection range. It can only detect targets when it is in close proximity to them. Close proximity. Ye Feng instantly realized the implication. A name surfaced in his mind, Mo Rongshu. This woman who had coveted Ye Feng's research for years had even stooped to using her charms to get close to him, only to steal his achievements a few days ago. Now that the system had detected the archive, it meant that Mo Rongshu was also in Sakura country and likely near the airport. The fact that she was here with the stolen technology and that the system had detected it pointed to only one conclusion. Mo Rongshu intended to sell the research which Ye Feng had painstakingly developed over a decade to Sakura country. This realization ignited a blazing fury within Ye Feng. Even if his technology was only at the 0-9 level, he would never allow it to fall into the hands of another nation. With this thought, Ye Feng turned and strode away. Sir, your ticket." After processing Ye Feng's booking, the stewardess turned around only to see him hurrying off. She called out urgently, but Ye Feng did not respond. Although Ye Feng was anxious to rescue his family, his urgency to exact revenge and prevent his research from falling into foreign hands was even greater. This woman had nearly caused his death, and now, for a paltry sum of money, she was prepared to become a traitor to her nation. The mission to save his family would have to be postponed. Ye Feng rushed out of the airport, his gaze sweeping the surroundings meticulously. "System, can you detect it now?" "No. The detection range is limited." "Has Mo Rongshu already left?" Ye Feng muttered softly, staring into the distance. Closing his eyes, Ye Feng attempted to contact the primary chip of the mental control chip, reaching out to the number 1 and number 2 subchips, the newly transformed basic warriors. Ye Feng was uncertain of the effective range of the chips, as this was his first time putting them to practical use. Now was the perfect opportunity to test them. At the Jianghu Premium Club, a private establishment owned by Yamamoto Yuji, it was reserved exclusively for entertaining important guests. The perimeter was patrolled by military personnel, among whom were Ye Feng's number 1 and number 2 basic warriors. Despite the club's vast and luxurious expanse, only a second-floor private room was bustling with activity. A large round table was surrounded by a crowd of people. They conversed in hushed tones. Among them were several high-ranking officials of Sakura Country and senior researchers from the Sakura Country National Science and Technology Research Center, veritable national treasures. At the head of the table sat Yamamoto Yuji with Mo Rongshu by his side. Number 1 and number 2, originally agents of the Sakura Country Intelligence Center, had been transformed by Ye Feng into his personal warriors and spies. Mo Rongshu's intention to sell the technology had elated the Sakura Country High Command, prompting them to have the prominent Yamamoto Yuji personally oversee the meeting. To ensure the transaction proceeded smoothly, the Intelligence Center and the military were deployed to secure the venue. As members of the Intelligence Center Number 1 and Number 2 were naturally present. However, while they were patrolling with the main force, a strange sensation suddenly surged in their minds, followed by Ye Feng's voice echoing in their consciousness. Number 1, Number 2, can you sense me, eh? Ye Feng's mental control chip not only exerted control, but also facilitated information transmission, albeit with a distance limitation. Fortunately, the club was not far from the airport. Hearing Ye Feng's voice, the two were visibly startled. Their reaction was transmitted back to Ye Feng via the chip. Sensing their response, Ye Feng instructed, "Don't be nervous. Where are you now?" The two reported their situation to Ye Feng in detail. They certainly work fast. Your mission now is to disrupt their transaction immediately. If an opportunity arises, retrieve the item. Remember, do not reveal your identities. As you command, Master. Distracted by Ye Feng's message, the two had fallen behind. The patrol squad leader noticed this and scowled. "Baka, what are you two doing?" The squad leader barked, and when they failed to respond, he resorted to physical action. He raised his hand to strike Number 1, but his hand froze midair. Number 1 had seized his wrist in an iron grip. "Baka, do you too want a rebel?" This squad leader was accustomed to bullying his subordinates, often disciplining them without cause. If not for his connections, Number 1 and Number 2 would have taught him a lesson long ago. Now, however, they were no longer the men they once were. They had no more reservations. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" The squad leader barked at the others. The others were initially shocked by Number 1's reaction. He had never dared to talk back before, let alone fight back. At the squad leader's command, they dared not hesitate and quickly surrounded the two. Number 2, who had remained silent, suddenly moved. With a single swift step, he threw a simple punch. The immense force of the blow sent the man in front of him, along with several others nearby, flying backward. They didn't even have time to cry out in pain. The squad leader stared in disbelief. You're not." "No." One sneered coldly, picking up where the squad leader had left off. "You were about to say we are not Kudo Shinichi and Sato Shueichu." He watched the squad leader's face fill with disbelief. "No." One paused for a moment, then added, "I am still Kudo Shinichi, and he is still Sato Shueichu. However, we now have another identity. The masters know. 1 and no. 2 warriors. No." One spoke with a look of pride. In the span of just a few sentences from no. 1 no. 2 had already taken down the entire dozen-man patrol, leaving them scattered and unconscious on the ground. All was silent. Only then did the squad leader realize the gravity of the situation. His face turned deathly pale, and his gaze at the two men was filled with terror. Trembling, he stammered, "Satosen Kuda-san, please don't kill me. Don't kill me. So, even you know the day when you'd beg us for mercy?" "No." One sneered coldly. "No." One to dispose of him quickly and clean up the scene. The transaction over there might have already started. Don't keep the master waiting. "No." 2 was hauling the bodies on the ground, tossing them into the nearby woods, as if they were nothing but trash, then said, "No." 1 nodded, then with lightning speed his other hand shot out and gripped the man's neck, twisting it gently. A crisp crack. "Farewell, Higawasan." Having done all this, the two men took less than 2 minutes from start to finish, then sped off toward the clubhouse. To avoid revealing their identities, the two wore hoods. Ye Feng had actually planned to have them remain in their original units to steal some crucial intelligence. Plans could not keep up with changes. Although this utterly unrefined method might very well be discovered by Sakura Country afterward, for now at least, they could not blatantly expose themselves before everyone's eyes. The outer patrol was handled by the Intelligence Center's personnel, and closer to the clubhouse, it was guarded by the military, all elite units of Sakura Country's self-defense forces. The two concealed themselves behind a rockery to observe the situation. They had no knowledge of the specific arrangements inside. They were only responsible for the outer patrol. No. One took a look at the situation. Over a dozen fully armed soldiers stood at the clubhouse entrance, one posted every few meters. Such a defense was impenetrable. If one spot was compromised, it would be immediately noticed by the adjacent guards. Unless an equal number of men were deployed to simultaneously eliminate all these sentries, it was nearly impossible to slip into the clubhouse undetected. No choice. We'll have to storm in. Move fast. No. One withdrew his gaze and said in a low voice. Then the two men split left and right, stepped out from behind the rockery, and charged straight toward the clubhouse entrance. At a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, they reached the door in the blink of an eye. They swiftly neutralized the two guards at the door. At the same time, the adjacent guard spotted them and shouted, "Enemy attack." As he shouted, he raised his rifle to fire at One did not give him the chance. After the enhancement, not only had his physical strength been terrifyingly amplified, but his combat instincts had also sharpened considerably. He lunged forward in a single stride, grabbed the man's gun. Pushing the muzzle aside, the bullet struck the wall. After the gunshot, the shooter fell to the ground. The surrounding men immediately closed in. Because of the gunfire, not only the dozen or so Sakura soldiers nearby converged. The rest of the main force swarmed in like bees, and even the outer patrol rushed over. Seeing that dozens of men had quickly surrounded them, No. 1 made a swift decision. No. 2 break through immediately. The mission assigned by the master must succeed, no room for failure. Leave this place to me. No. 2 nodded in response, then pushed off the ground with all his strength. His feet seemed to be fitted with springs. With one leap, he cleared the encirclement, and using the wall for extra momentum, effortlessly reached a window on the second floor. All this happened so fast, and seemed almost surreal that everyone stood frozen in place. Is this some kind of sci-fi movie? When they snapped out of it, they released the safety catches and aimed at No. 2 on the second floor. No. 1 was not idle either. Seeing that No. 2 had safely broken through, he went on a rampage. After his body had been enhanced, he felt he possessed an inexhaustible well of strength. He channeled all his power to the utmost, charging into the crowd like a tiger into a flock of sheep. No. 2 wasted no time, either smashing the bulletproof glass before him with a single punch. A thunderous crash startled everyone in the second-floor private room, who had been conversing animatedly. They involuntarily turned to look out the window. Yamamoto Yoji reacted first. Guard. Guard. As Yamamoto Yoji's words fell, fully armed soldiers rushed in from the door, shielding Yamamoto Yoji and the others behind them. The originally spacious private room instantly became cramped. Because everyone inside were key figures from Sakura country, the soldiers who entered did not dare open fire immediately. Instead, they opted for close-quarters combat. A few soldiers were tasked with protecting Yamamoto Yoji and the others. The rest swarmed toward No. 2. Seeing this, No. 2 did not hesitate, vaulting directly into the room and meeting the charging soldiers with a punch. With a loud bang, the foremost soldier flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Another bang followed as the flying man crashed into several of Sakura country's senior researchers who were still in shock, as well as the soldiers in front. The immense impact killed 2 of them on the spot. This scene instantly threw the room into panic. Mo Rongshue cast a deep glance at No. 2, her face a mix of disbelief and a peculiar expression. She muttered to herself, is this a prosthetic limb? Having been with Ye Feng for many years, Mo Rongshue was quite familiar with his prosthetic technology. Wasn't this kind of explosive power exactly what Ye Feng's prosthetic limbs could achieve? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wasn't Ye Feng supposed to be on the verge of death? While Mo Rongshue was lost in thought, Yamamoto Yoji pulled her and the person beside him, and under the protection of several soldiers, they left the private room. They quickly descended the stairs and, surrounded by a contingent of soldiers, got into a car and sped away. Because the enemy was simply too numerous, even though each one was just a single punch for No. 2. He could not break through in the short term. The situation for No. 1 was also growing worse as more enemies arrived. With no restraints here, they crazily opened fire at him. No. 1 could only dodge, looking somewhat battered. With no other option, he seized an opportunity to leap up to the second floor and join No. 2. Is the mission accomplished? Once up, No. 1 stood back-to-back with No. 2, dealing with the oncoming attackers while asking, I didn't expect the private room to be heavily guarded too. Too many people, too small a space. She slipped away. No. 2 replied grimly. Through the mental control chip, Ye Feng kept a close watch on the situation of number 1 and number 2. From the feedback transmitted via the chip, he learned that Mo Rongshue had already escaped. He felt a twinge of regret. Then through the chip, he said to number 1 and number 2, I am already aware of your situation. The 2 who were fully focused on their enemies were startled once more when the voice echoed in their minds. How does the master know? The thought had barely surfaced in number 1's mind when the chip relayed it back to Ye Feng. They knew the chip in their minds was extraordinary, but they had never imagined it to be this miraculous. Naturally, I know whatever you think. Enough, since the main lead has slipped away, let the supporting characters pay the price. As you command, master. With Ye Feng's order, the few high-ranking researchers and 2 senior officials from Sakura country who had not yet managed to retreat met their end. The club was utterly wrecked, strewn with corpses all around. An outsider might have mistaken the scene for the aftermath of an earthquake triggered by tectonic shifts in Sakura country. Although number 1 and number 2 had gone on a killing spree, they were also covered in wounds. Their bodies had been modified by Ye Feng, their limbs replaced with powerful prosthetics, but other parts had been struck by bullets. Yet they paid it no mind, simply wrapping bandages around the wounds to stop the bleeding without so much as a frown. They carved a bloody path through over 100 members of the Sakura self-defense forces and intelligence agents, successfully making their escape. As for Mo Rongshue, Yamamoto Yoji took her directly to the barracks of the Sakura self-defense forces. Everyone wore expressions of relief at having survived a calamity. Miss Mo, as you can see, these items are ticking time bombs in your hands. Better to hand them over to us at the original price. Rest assured you'll get the full 10 billion US dollars, not a cent less. At the same time, Sakura Country will guarantee your safety. Isn't this a good deal? Just moments ago, Mo Rongshua had delayed handing over the items solely to drive up the price. She was well aware of the value of what she held. Had it not been for the incident, she was confident she could have raised the price by another 5 billion. Blinded by greed, she had forgotten who she was and the consequences of selling the items. But now she realized she had no retreat left. Hua Country could no longer harbor her, and her only remaining refuge was Sakura Country. Having made up her mind, Mo Rongshua spoke. Agreed, but I have one additional condition. Please state it, Miss Mo. As long as it's reasonable, we will agree to it all. I want Sakura Country citizenship. This was the only way to ensure her safety now. Yamamoto Yoji and everyone present were taken aback. That's certainly possible. Sakura Country warmly welcomes talents like Miss Mo. After a moment's pause, Yamamoto Yoji nodded in agreement. Once he had the items, he arranged for Mo Rongshua to be settled and then rushed off to another location without delay. At the cabinet office of Sakura Country in the conference room, Prime Minister Yamamoto Shinzo sat at the head seat listening to work reports from the ministries of General Affairs, Justice, Foreign Affairs, Finance, and others. Suddenly, the director of Sakura Country's intelligence center glanced at his phone, his expression shifting drastically. He leaned in and whispered to Yamamoto Shinzo. After a few words, Yamamoto Shinzo, who had been in good spirits listening to the reports, erupted in fury, slamming his palm onto the desk before him. The thunderous bang startled the assembled high-ranking officials. The Minister of General Affairs cautiously asked, Prime Minister, what has happened to provoke such rage? What has made you so furious? Yamamoto Shinzo realized he had lost his composure and strove to suppress his simmering anger. Just now, under our very noses, a major incident occurred at the Jianghu High-End Club. As you all know, the news that came from the United States some time ago. The attendees nodded, speculating. Is this related to that matter? Exactly. It's about that. I had our country's renowned entrepreneur, my own brother, personally handle the meeting with the Hua Country representative. Today, two unidentified terrorists suddenly burst in attempting to thwart the transaction. Fortunately, I had arranged for security, but even so, we lost several key researchers. And, as he spoke, Yamamoto Shinzo grew more agitated, his voice beginning to tremble. And these terrorists slaughtered our soldiers, over 100 of them, almost to the last man. The words exploded like a bomb in the room, causing an uproar. What? This must be the work of that Ye Feng. Even if not, he is undoubtedly involved. Yes, only someone with such terrifying power could be him. He developed the prosthetic technology, and he must have passed it to Hua Country, enabling them to create soldiers with prosthetics. Prime Minister, we cannot let this slide. Several ministers chimed in. They were no fools, they had all seen the video circulating in Hua Country recently. Only those modified with prosthetic technology could possess such destructive force. Just then, Yamamoto Yoji hurried into the conference room, clutching a USB drive. Prime Minister, I have obtained the items. Haha, excellent. Immediately take this drive to the research center. Instruct the scientists to work day and night, if necessary, to fully master this technology within 3 days. This was not arrogance on Yamamoto Shinzo's part. Sakura Country had the capability. Where is the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Present. Draft a statement immediately and send a protest to Hua Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs strongly condemning this act and demanding compensation for our losses. Minutes later, a protest letter drafted by Sakura Country was sent to Hua Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the office of the foreign minister, upon seeing the email on his computer, he slammed his teacup onto the desk in fury. I have never seen such shameless people. Only Sakura Country could stoop so low. The foreign minister, known for his humility and restraint, rarely lost his temper. This unusual outburst made his secretary frown. Minister, what's wrong? See for yourself. Damn, these Japanese are truly brazen. The secretary couldn't help but curse after reading it. Xiaozhang, mind your words. If a dog bites you, do you bite back? We are a nation of propriety. Maintain our image. Yes, Minister. Prepare the car immediately. I need to see the leader. In Huagua, in the know. One office, the leader sat calmly in the main seat listening to the report from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sakura Nation has gone a bit too far this time. The Minister of Foreign Affairs wore an expression of indignation. The leader, however, remained calm even after hearing the report from the minister and spoke in a gentle tone. Is this our first time dealing with Sakura Nation? Their little antics are deliberate. Immediately send a reply that we will not agree to any of the demands proposed by your country. Advise them to put away these petty tricks to avoid harming the goodwill between our two nations. The Minister of Foreign Affairs promptly sent the reply. However, Sakura Valley did not take it lying down, deliberately fabricating facts and escalating the situation, severely condemning Huagua in the world media. Instantly, this matter stirred up a huge uproar internationally. Huahua, unwilling to back down, exposed the truth, and also harshly condemned Sakura Nation's actions of stealing from themselves. Moreover, it was declared that Huahua has always been a nation of etiquette. We do not seek trouble, but that does not mean we fear it. If Sakura continues to be obstinate, we too will take corresponding measures. We hope Sakura will behave wisely. This statement, released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, caused another wave of sensation, spreading globally within a day. In various military, political, and technology forums, both domestically and internationally, opinions about this matter varied widely. Huahua is simply too despicable. Scientific research knows no borders, yet they keep preaching about a community of shared future for mankind. If it is a community, shouldn't technology be shared? Exactly, since it's a community of shared future, why don't you share your girlfriend with everyone? I think Sakura Nation's predicament is self-inflicted. After several days of escalation, the tensions between the two countries intensified, and on the third day, Sakura Nation suddenly released a video. The video showcased Ye Feng's prosthetic technology, and Sakura Nation, having substantial capability, quickly mastered the technology within just 3 days based on the information obtained from Mo Rongxue. From the data presented in their video, it was evident that they had even upgraded the technology. Initially, Ye Feng's prosthetic soldiers could only reach a speed of 80 km/h. However, their prosthetic soldiers astonishingly reached 90 km/h. Ye Feng's research achievement originally had a level of 0.9. The fastest soldiers modified with Ye Feng's prosthetic technology could only manage 80 km/h, while Sakura Nation had reached 85 km/h, indicating that the technology they now possessed had surpassed 0.9, approaching level 1.0. This was truly bad news for Huahua and for Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng was on a plane from Sakura Nation to the United States, looking at the news on his phone with a somewhat unhappy expression. However, he quickly regained his composure. Even if Sakura Nation had reached level 1.0 or even surpassed it, Ye Feng was not afraid. They had merely mastered the prosthetic technology. The level 1.0 civilization data provided by the system encompassed mecha technology, fighter technology, aircraft carrier technology, medical technology, and hundreds of other fields related to research. Turning off his phone screen, Subai coldly smiled and said, "Sakura Nation and the United States, if you want to play, then Ye Feng will gladly accompany you, letting you frogs at the bottom of the well see what true science is." Then he closed his eyes to rest and contemplated the urgent task at hand, rescuing his loved ones. After disembarking from the plane, Ye Feng immediately rushed to the restroom, changing identities at each location. He was meticulous in his actions. Otherwise, he would not have become an outstanding young scientist. Exiting the restroom, Ye Feng followed the signs out of the airport. The Prime Minister of the United States, Washington, truly deserved its reputation as the financial center of the world. Airports are generally located in the suburbs, yet not far outside the airport were tall buildings that hardly resembled a suburban area. As it was already night, Ye Feng planned to find a nearby hotel to stay in and carefully think about his action plan. The bright streetlights illuminated the surroundings. Even at night, the streets were as bright as day, devoid of the darkness of night. Ye Feng walked alone on the road. Occasionally looking up along the way, Ye Feng saw many hotels, none of which suited his taste, mainly because they were too close to the street and somewhat noisy. Ye Feng preferred a quieter environment. After walking for about 10 minutes, the area noticeably quieted down, with only a few passers-by on the street. Spotting a hotel, Ye Feng decided to head over. Suddenly, Ye Feng stopped in his tracks. With his keen hearing, he had sensed someone following him all the way from the bustling area. It was too crowded to make a move. Now that he was here where there were almost no people, it was just right to deal with the trouble behind him. Being followed in Sakura Nation and now in the United States as well, haven't I already got what I wanted? Why are you still following me? Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. He then turned to the empty street and shouted, "You've come out, haven't you? Aren't you tired from following me all the way?" As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, several people emerged from around the corner. He hardly glanced at them. After a long day, he had only one thought in mind: to resolve this quickly and get back to sleep. Then he would wait for the next day to rescue his loved ones and return to the embrace of Zhuguo. Without any hesitation, upon seeing the figures, Ye Feng moved. Instantly transforming into a shadow of the night, the distance of over 10 meters seemed like a blink of an eye to Ye Feng. Ye Feng swung his fist, aiming to strike the leading man. In a flash, that person reacted swiftly and dodged backward. If you were to slow down the footage with a high-definition camera, you would see that Ye Feng's fist was mere centimeters away from striking that man. Ye Feng was taken aback. Although he had not used his full strength, this punch was not something an ordinary person could evade, which made Ye Feng take the situation more seriously. To be able to evade my attack, it seems you are not ordinary people. Is Sakura Nation's efficiency so high? Ye Feng said, preparing to strike again. The faces of the people opposite him changed dramatically with fear. The leader hurriedly said, "Professor Yi, we were sent by the commander to find you. We are not your enemies." This person spoke fluent Huaxia. It turned out these individuals were soldiers modified using Ye Feng's prosthetic technology by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. After Ye Feng seemingly vanished without a trace, the high-ranking officials of Huaguo were shocked and exhausted great efforts to trace his whereabouts. They then dispatched these prosthetic soldiers to find Ye Feng and ensure his safe return to the country. Hearing the pure Huaxiao language, Ye Feng finally waved his hand and asked the group, "How did you know it was me?" It is important to note that Ye Feng had assumed several identities along the way, and now that he had just arrived in the United States, he had already been found. It seems he had underestimated the power of the nation. The leader sighed in relief upon seeing Ye Feng wave his hand. He had truly felt the force of the previous punch. Had he been hit, it would have been the end for him. "Professor Ye, after you disappeared at Tianlu Airport, the authorities sealed off all city traffic and prohibited anyone from leaving conducting thorough checks, yet they found no trace of you. Later they speculated that you had already left before that. Thus they began to investigate previous flights and cross-reference them with the 20 fake identities given to you, which led them to finally discover your whereabouts." Ye Feng smiled wryly upon hearing this. He had only wanted to avoid causing too much trouble for the nation, and it was his eagerness to save others that led to his actions. Unexpectedly, the nation did not blame him, but instead actively sought him out and even sent people to protect him, filling his heart with warmth. This showed the nation's regard for him, and Ye Feng felt he could not let them down, so he waved his hand and said, "All right, then you can accompany me. Let's head to the hotel in front and check in first." Ye Feng turned around first, but after taking a few steps he noticed that several people were still standing there. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." The leader looked troubled and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Professor Ye, our orders are to take you back as soon as we find you. As for other matters, the authorities will definitely resolve them for you." This was the reason for their dilemma. Ye Feng was simply too important to Huaguo, and the higher-ups were afraid of any mishaps occurring with him. Ye Feng understood the higher-ups' intentions, but now that he had arrived in the United States and was about to rescue his family, how could he give up halfway? That would not align with the spirit of a scientist. "Oh, by the way, how should I address you, brother?" In response to Professor Ye, "My name is Zhang Ming, a former member of the South China Tiger Assault Team. You can just call me Mengzi." This is Wu Hao, a former member of the Red Blood Cell Special Operations Group, and everyone likes to call him Wu Ritian. This is Li Hua. This is... Hearing Ye Feng's inquiry, Zhang Ming quickly introduced each of them to Ye Feng, as they would be spending some time together, and having names would make it easier for everyone to address each other. "A comrade Zhang Ming, if you are here to take me back, please come back in a couple of days. I need to finish my business before I can return with you. Don't worry, the higher-ups won't blame you for anything. Just say that I insisted on staying." Ye Feng's tone was firm. Zhang Ming and the others wore expressions of helplessness. If it were any other target, given their personalities as elite soldiers, they would have forcibly taken Ye Feng back. But unfortunately, the target was Ye Feng. Perhaps they only knew him as a fellow Huaguo person without knowing anything else about him. However, now they were all soldiers who had suffered disabilities while carrying out combat missions for the country and the people. Thanks to Ye Feng's prosthetic technology, they were not only able to stand again, but could also continue to serve their country. Such powerful technology and a remarkable scientist, they could not help but recognize and respect him. Seeing Ye Feng so determined, they had no choice but to relent. Returning was no longer an option. They could only follow Ye Feng and ensure his safety. Then everyone followed Ye Feng to the hotel, where they booked several double rooms. Zhang Ming stayed with Ye Feng, responsible for close protection. How about I just get a single room? It feels a bit awkward for two grown men to share a room." But Zhang Ming replied earnestly, "Professor Ye, our mission is to ensure your safety, and we cannot allow any accidents to happen. I hope you understand." "All right." However, Zhang Ming did not intend to share a room with Ye Feng. After entering, he stood upright at the door, seemingly ready to guard Ye Feng. "What are you doing?" Ye Feng asked. In response to Professor Ye, "You should rest early. I will stand guard for you, as we are in a foreign country, and I worry that something unexpected might happen at night." "Aren't you going to rest?" Ye Feng asked again. "Don't worry, Professor Ye. The other comrades will take turns standing guard." Ye Feng did not respond, but handed Zhang Ming a small object that resembled a miniature camera about the size of a grain of rice. "Take this and install these devices outside our rooms, or just stick them on." Zhang Ming took the object, feeling puzzled, but since it was arranged by Ye Feng, he only needed to follow through. After a while, Zhang Ming returned to the room. "Professor Ye, it's all set." After saying this, he planned to continue standing guard. "No need, lie down and rest assured. That little gadget was something I developed in my spare time. I consider it an alarm device. It can not only detect when someone approaches, but also scan their brains. If anyone harbors malicious intent towards us, it will send an alert to me, so you don't need to worry. Inform the others that they can sleep peacefully." Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned. This thing sounded very high-tech. He thought, no wonder it's Professor Ye. With this device in place, Zhang Meng felt reassured, notified the other comrades, and then washed up and went to rest. A night without incident. The next morning, when Ye Feng got up, Zhang Meng was already awake, not only neatly folding the blankets, but also having prepared breakfast on the table. The other few also rose one after another, standing straight at the door alongside Zhang Meng. You all woke up so early. It's a habit from the military. When the time comes, we naturally wake up. Upon hearing Ye Feng's question, Zhang Meng turned halfway towards Ye Feng with a smile and replied, Truly, Huagua soldiers are well-trained and disciplined, which is why they have risen to become a major power in such a short time. This is the demeanor that a soldier from a great nation should have. After finishing breakfast, Ye Feng led everyone out with the target set on the CIA base in the United States. Prior to their arrival, Huagua had already obtained relevant intelligence, and the updated information was brought by Zhang Meng and the others. Zhang Meng and his companions were indeed the most elite special forces soldiers in France. Even though they retired due to injuries, their reconnaissance abilities remained strong. Based on the intelligence, it didn't take long for them to confirm the location of the CIA base in the United States. In a dense forest in Washington, United States, several shadows darted through the woods like leopards. Even with the complex terrain, it did not affect their speed in the slightest. Deep in the jungle was a CIA base where a white man sat in a concealed office holding a cup of coffee. Why are you arresting me? What right do you have to arrest me? I will report you. A middle-aged man dressed in a suit and exuding the demeanor of a successful businessman was bound hand and foot to a chair, his face contorted with fury. He roared at the white man across from him. This man was none other than Ye Feng's father. Oh, Mr. Li, you're deafening me. If you continue like this, I won't hesitate to ensure you never speak again. The white man took a sip of coffee, his expression displeased, and issued a threat. Professor Yi, we've arrived. It's just ahead. Meanwhile, the group, having advanced rapidly through the jungle, halted not far from the base, using the dense trees to conceal their presence. Zhang Meng, the leader, reported. Ye Feng looked up. Due to the extensive modification of his Botus organs, his eyes now functioned like telescopes, allowing him to see clearly even from 100 meters away. He could distinctly observe the patrolling soldiers. Truly the CIA's work. The defense was so tight that not even a fly could get through. But that was only for ordinary people. We'll split into 3 groups. Meng, take a team in from the left. Wu Hao, you take the right. They'll go through the middle. Here are photos of my family. Try not to engage until we find them. Once located, bring them here to regroup as quickly as possible. Understood. Don't worry, Professor Yi. The group was eager and itching to test the capabilities of their new bodies, each brimming with confidence. Ye Feng distributed the photos, and they split up, sneaking in silently. The men, all of elite soldier caliber, found stealth infiltration a trivial task. With their enhancements, the patrolling guards were as good as invisible to them. They silently neutralized the guards at the entrance, changed into their uniforms, and entered the base. Ye Feng, for his part, had come fully prepared. His scientific rigor ensured he never fought an unprepared battle. Ye Feng hid behind a large tree. A few meters away, several soldiers patrolled. He placed a device resembling a set-top box at the tree's base. Then he pressed a red button and swiftly retreated into the grass behind him. A crackling electrical sound immediately rang out. The patrolling soldiers, hearing the noise, warily scanned their surroundings. What's that sound? It's coming from the jungle over there. Mike, James, hold position. The rest of you follow me to check it out. The speaker, judging by the patch on his shoulder, appeared to be the squad leader. The others obeyed. The 2 soldiers at the rear immediately raised their weapons, maintaining vigilance, while the rest followed the leader cautiously toward the jungle. As they reached the tree, the electrical sound grew louder. The squad leader made a gesture, and the soldiers raised their rifles to their chests. Their muzzles aimed at the area behind the tree. The leader signaled again. 2 men nodded, flanked the tree, one on each side, rifles ready. What's this? Just a black box, sir. Seeing the object, the 2 relaxed their taut nerves and picked up the black box from the ground. The group, observing the item in Mike's hand, also let down their guard. The leader took the box and examined it closely. Why is this thing here? But at that moment, Ye Feng emerged from the grass with a sinister smile, slowly rising to his feet. It's just an ordinary box, nothing special. But don't underestimate it. Ye Feng's voice reached their ears, instantly putting them back on alert. However, as they turned, Ye Feng lunged forward, snatched the box from the leader's hand, and pressed the button again. The black box emitted a far more intense electromagnetic wave than before. The soldiers were immediately struck by a splitting headache and collapsed one by one. Ye Feng then produced mind control chips and implanted them directly into their brains. After finishing, he sat quietly nearby, waiting. The mind control chip would take effect in just half a minute. Ye Feng had planned this from the start. The CIA base was no joke. Even if he could enter easily, he knew nothing of its interior. Searching blindly like a headless fly was impractical. So he decided to control a few CIA agents, allowing him free rein over the entire base. As for why he also sent Zhang Meng and the others in it was for added security and to divert some attention. When the soldiers awoke, they were no longer CIA operatives. They had only one identity: warriors utterly loyal to Ye Feng. Greetings, my esteemed master. Greetings, my revered master. James pays homage. Greetings, my revered master Howard. As expected, the moment they opened their eyes, they knelt on one knee, hands over their hearts, and greeted Ye Feng with the reverence of praying to God. Ye Feng stretched lazily and stood up. Rise. As you command, my esteemed master. Do you know about a man named Lan Fenghua who was recently captured? My revered master, I know about that. I personally escorted him in that day, Howard replied. Howard was the squad leader of the patrol. With Ye Feng's chip implanted, they knew their lives hung by a thread under his will. It seems fate is on my side. Ye Feng chuckled softly. He had only asked casually, expecting that even with these men under his control, finding his father would take some effort. He hadn't expected it to be so smooth. Could take me there immediately. As you command, my master. Under Howard's guidance, Ye Feng entered the base with ease. It was quite expansive. Howard led Ye Feng to a square, likely the parking lot for CIA personnel. Following Howard, they got into a vehicle and drove deeper into the base. All of this went unnoticed by the CIA. Back in that hidden office, Ye Feng's father, having heard the white man's threat, had managed to control his emotions. I'm the president of the Washington Chamber of Commerce. Aren't you afraid of the U.S. government for kidnapping me? Seeing Lan Fenghua's softened tone, the white man smiled. President Feng, now that's the proper etiquette for a successful businessman. Then, carrying a cup of coffee, he walked over and handed it to Lan Fenghua. Care for some coffee, President? Oh, look at my memory. I forgot I had you tied up. Never mind, I'll enjoy this coffee myself. The white man let out a mocking laugh. What exactly do you want? After dealing with Chamber of Commerce matters, Lan Fenghua returned home and rested. However, while he was fast asleep, agents of the CIA silently abducted him and brought him to this dimly lit office. They left him alone for hours. No matter how much he shouted, there was no response. If not for his years of navigating the treacherous business world and weathering countless storms with a resilient mindset, he might have been driven mad by such an environment. Finally, someone arrived, made a phone call using his own phone, and then sat at the desk without uttering a single word. This led to the scene moments ago. Now, having calmed down, he needed to understand the situation. We don't want anything drastic, just your full cooperation. Rest assured, we won't easily harm the president of our city's Chamber of Commerce. He paused, then continued. But if you refuse to cooperate, we wouldn't mind replacing the president. Hey, raise my ID. Take a look and see if we have the capability. He placed the credentials before Lan Fenghua. Gazing at the glaringly bold words on the ID, Director of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency Tristan, Lan Fenghua's expression gradually turned grave. The CIA's status in the U.S. was akin to that of China's National Security Bureau. This department wielded extraordinary power, and even a mere Chamber of Commerce president like him, or even a state governor, had to tread carefully. Now, Mr. Fenghua, may I have your cooperation? Observing Lan Fenghua's expression, Tristan smiled and withdrew the ID. For a humble Chamber of Commerce president like me to receive such treatment from Mr. Tristan is indeed an honor. May I ask what you require my cooperation for? Simple. Just call your precious son and hand over what we want. Lan Fenghua was taken aback. How could this involve his son? He had many sons, but surely none would catch the CIA's attention. He asked in confusion, my son. I nearly forgot you have over 20 sons, Mr. Fenghua. Lan Fenghua caught the sarcasm in the remark. Though displeased, he knew he had to bow his head when under someone else's roof. It's your son in China, Ye Feng. Ye Feng. Lan Fenghua was startled again. He knew this son was exceptionally talented, but he had been frail and sickly since childhood. What could he have done to provoke such a massive operation by the CIA? Lan Fenghua sank into deep thought. Mr. Fenghua, this is no time for other considerations. I need you to make the call immediately and follow my instructions. Under pressure, Lan Fenghua finally nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to call Ye Feng, a flurry of urgent footsteps sounded from outside. A soldier rushed in hastily. Director Tristan, the base is under attack by several unidentified individuals. Patrol soldiers have suffered heavy losses. Requesting military support. What? It must be the Chinese side trying to rescue someone. Notify the outer patrol immediately for backup. They'll contact the military right away. With that, Tristan and the soldier hurried out. Is it really you? Have you already grown to such an outstanding level? After Tristan left, Lan Fenghua was alone in the dim room. He stared ahead, lost in thought, then let out a deep sigh. A mix of surprise, pride, and guilt flickered across his face. He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, led by Howard, had arrived at this concealed office. It was hidden because it was built underground. Exiting the elevator, they encountered Tristan, who was on the phone and walking briskly. Howard, Mike, and the others were already poised for battle. At Ye Feng's command, they would strike without hesitation, even against their former director whom they had never dared to defy. Tristan hurriedly spoke a few words into the phone, then looked up and noticed the group just stepping off the elevator. To avoid suspicion, Ye Feng had changed into a patrol uniform. Thus, Tristan didn't immediately recognize him. "Howard, what are you doing here?" Just as Howard was about to act, Tristan continued, "Never mind. We'll deal with you later. Follow me now." Through the chip, Ye Feng instantly relayed the order to follow Tristan. Simultaneously, Ye Feng silently retreated to the back of the line. Mike's tall frame completely concealed him. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng slipped sideways and hid beside the elevator. Due to the dim underground lighting, Ye Feng remained undetected. Once the elevator doors closed, he emerged from his hiding spot and walked deeper inside. It was unclear if Tristan had made too many enemies and feared assassination, but he had not only set up his office underground, but also created several empty decoy offices. Subai searched through several rooms before finding the one where Lan Fenghua was held. Lan Fenghua leaned back in his chair, seemingly asleep, but was actually deep in thought. The empty office held only Lan Fenghua bound to his chair, so Ye Feng's footsteps echoed distinctly. Seeing the man before him, Ye Feng felt a tumult of emotions surging like ocean waves. Hearing the footsteps, Lan Fenghua didn't open his eyes, but spoke to himself. "Mr. Tristan, whatever you seek, let me tell you. There's an old Chinese saying, a vicious tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. I want to cooperate with you. Give up." Ye Feng was taken aback by these words, his expression growing even more complex. After a few seconds of silence, he pulled a black cloth from his pocket and covered his face. Then he spoke. "Mr. Lan Fenghua, I am not Tristan." Ye Feng not only masked his face, but deliberately altered his voice to avoid being recognized. Hearing the perfect Mandarin, Lan Fenghua snapped his eyes open and stared at the masked man. You are. Who I am doesn't matter. All you need to know is that I'm here to rescue you. Let me untie you now and follow me." As Ye Feng spoke, he untied Lan Fenghua. "I know you must be sent by him. How is he?" Lan Fenghua stood up, concern evident in his tone. Ye Feng remained silent, leading the way. Despite being father and son, years of separation and a complicated family situation left him unsure of what to say, so he chose to stay quiet. Seeing Ye Feng not respond, Lan Fenghua continued, "Alas, I never expected that as a father I would need my son to worry about my safety. I don't even know my son's situation. How shameful." This statement seemed directed at Ye Feng, yet it also sounded like self-talk. "He is fine. He is doing well. You need not worry." His condition. "Our primary task now is to find a way out of here. We can discuss other matters once we're outside." With that, Ye Feng stepped into the elevator first. Once upstairs, he walked towards the car that Howard had just arrived in, following the same route to start the vehicle and drive away. Meanwhile, Ye Feng signaled Zhang Meng and the others to retreat, instructing them to gather at the prearranged location, while also notifying Howard and the others to provide assistance discreetly. The success of Ye Feng's plan became apparent. The commotion caused by Zhang Meng and his team attracted most of the CIA personnel, allowing Ye Feng to move almost unimpeded. As the vehicle approached the base entrance, only a small number of guards stood by. However, Lan Fenghua felt a bit anxious upon seeing the few CIA soldiers at the entrance. There were only 2 of them, and his instincts sensed something amiss. "There are people at the entrance. Should we get out and see if there are any alternate routes?" Ye Feng, however, remained calm, continuing to drive. When the soldiers saw the approaching vehicle, one immediately stepped into the road and signaled Ye Feng's car to stop, indicating for Ye Feng to halt and submit to inspection. Ye Feng stopped the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and stepped out. "Please present your entry documents." Ye Feng scanned the surroundings. There were 7 soldiers in total, and it took him only a few seconds. "Do you know who I am? Are you really going to check my documents?" Even Director Tristan would have to. Just as the soldier began to answer, Ye Feng moved. He accelerated to 120 km/h, instantly becoming a blur. The soldiers barely registered the flash of movement before losing consciousness. After dispatching them, Ye Feng pressed a button and the gate opened. Ye Feng casually returned to the vehicle. However, Lan Fenghua felt a surge of tension as he saw Ye Feng exit the car, and before he could fully process his worry, he witnessed Ye Feng effortlessly deal with the guard soldiers. Am I seeing things? It wasn't until Ye Feng started the car again and drove out of the CIA base that Lan Fenghua finally reacted. Did we just get out of the CIA in America? Meanwhile, Zhang Meng, Wu Hao, and the others found themselves surrounded by nearly a whole company of soldiers inside a large building, which was a top combat unit of the American elite forces. Additionally, there were over 100 CIA patrol officers, and logically a few against hundreds should have been a situation easily resolved. But looking at the many CIA soldiers lying on the ground around them made it clear that things were not as simple as they seemed. Tristan, observing the battle from several hundred meters away with his tactical binoculars, couldn't help but curse, "Shit. God, are you joking with me?" Why are so many of our troops just standing around in front of them? Director Tristan, I believe these must be cyborgs. The adjutant beside him said with a grave expression. Yes, it must be Ye Feng's cyborg technology. It seems the president's decision was correct. If China masters this technology, America will lose its position as the center of the world. Immediately contact the polar bear unit and have them rush for support. We must not let these Chinese cyborg warriors escape. Understood. Zhang Meng and Wu Hao's teams had already merged during the battle and planned to retreat after receiving Ye Feng's orders. However, they were being firmly suppressed by enemy fire and could only temporarily hide in the building. Even though they were all enhanced soldiers with formidable combat capabilities, facing so many opponents and heavy weaponry ultimately made it impossible for them to match strength against numbers. Howard's squad was also in the encirclement. Upon hearing Ye Feng's voice in his mind, he quietly led a few men into the building. Those damn Americans. Wu Hao cursed loudly as he looked outside at the dense mass of American soldiers brandishing their weapons. Zhang Meng, who was the vice-captain of the South China Tiger Commando before his retirement, remained remarkably calm in the face of such a situation. Wu Hao, you take the others and break through from the flank. They'll stay back to draw fire. Wu Hao, already enraged, turned even more sullen upon hearing Zhang Meng's words. A real man fears nothing in life or death. How could I let you stay behind alone? They'll stay with you, and the others will break through from the flank now. Damn it. Since the day I enlisted, I never planned to think about survival. I've already died once. It wouldn't matter to die again. Yes, we want retreat. Well, fight to the death. Let's make it a chaotic battle. With resolute expressions, they decisively rejected Zhang Meng's suggestion. Zhang Meng shook his head helplessly. He knew the spirit of the Chinese soldiers all too well. Fine then, let's charge out together. Remember, even in death, we must not leave behind complete corpses. The things we carry on us must not be exposed. Just as everyone was resolved to fight the American troops outside to the death, Howard's squad finally found them at the staircase on the 3rd floor. Seeing Howard and the others, Zhang Meng reacted first and threw a punch towards Howard, who also responded quickly. They both struck without holding back, the tremendous force of their punches causing the air around them to ripple. The impact was evenly matched. This surprised Zhang Meng and the others. They were enhanced soldiers whose punches could easily turn an ordinary person to dust, yet this American managed to catch it. A terrifying thought immediately flashed in Zhang Meng's mind. Could this person also be a cyborg? Didn't only we in China master this technology? The others behind him also realized the gravity of the situation and were ready to engage Howard and the others. Howard quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Oh dear friend, we are not enemies. It is the esteemed Lord who has sent us to help you escape." As the elite special forces of the Huan nation, aside from their daily combat training, mastering the languages of various countries is also a mandatory part of their training. Naturally, they can understand English, the global lingua franca. Lord. Everyone looked puzzled. The esteemed Lord is none other than Master Ye Feng. Upon hearing Howard's response, Zhang Meng and the others understood, but they hadn't expected that even upon arriving at the CIA in the United States, Ye Feng had already developed his own spies. This is simply unbelievable. Friend's director has ordered us to assist you in your evacuation. Please follow me. Howard led everyone down to the basement level of the building and pointed towards a dark tunnel, slightly embarrassed as he spoke. Friends, you may have to endure a bit. This is the sewer. Follow this sewer, and you will be able to escape. This is the best solution I could think of. Howard thought Zhang Meng and the others might hesitate, and if so, he would have to lead a forceful assault, but that would surely expose his identity. However, Zhang Meng and the others showed no hesitation and plunged headfirst into the pitch-black sewer. Oh heavens, if it were me, I would never want to go through here. Watching everyone disappear into the sewer, Mike couldn't help but sigh. Task accomplished. Howard conveyed the information to Ye Feng through a chip and then stealthily returned to the main force with Mike and the others. When the Polar Bear Strike Team of the United States arrived, Tristan finally ordered everyone to launch a full-scale attack, but by then Zhang Meng and the others had already exited through the sewer. The Americans rushed into the building like a swarm, turning it upside down, yet not even a hair of Zhang Meng and the others was found. Who can tell me what is going on here? Tristan was furious, having suffered such significant losses only to find no trace of Zhang Meng and the others. Anyone would be angry in his position. Could it be that the Huan nation truly possesses the ability to disappear without a trace? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Can you tell me why these Hua people vanished? Speak up, everyone. Tristan could only vent his frustration at those nearby, feeling sorry for the soldiers who bore the brunt of his anger. Investigate. I refuse to believe that the Hua people simply vanished into thin air. With that, Tristan stormed off angrily. However, when he returned to his office and found that Lan Fenghua had also vanished, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah God, what have I, Tristan, done to deserve such punishment? His voice mixed with endless fury echoed in the empty room. At this moment, Ye Feng and Zhang Meng had already reunited. Here, although Tristan was reluctant to report what had happened at the CIA to his superiors, he had no choice. Paper cannot contain fire. In the White House of the United States, Tristan anxiously looked at the group of congressmen in the meeting room, knowing that his tenure as director had come to an end. The President of the United States sat at the head of the table gazing at the CIA director he had personally promoted, remaining silent and expressionless, leaving everyone wondering what he was thinking. Mr. President, after discussions among our congressmen, we recommend that Mr. Tristan no longer serve as director of the CIA from now on. Furthermore, we should immediately take measures against those responsible for this attack, sealing off all of Washington and deploying troops for a carpet search. We must make these criminals pay a heavy price. Additionally, we should immediately take control of Lan Fenghua's family and the corporation associated with the Chamber of Commerce. The president simply nodded in agreement after hearing this, except for the first proposal, which he found unacceptable. The others aligned with his thoughts. Due to the unique political system of the United States with its separation of powers and checks and balances, the president had finally gained control of the CIA, only to have to relinquish it before he even had a chance to settle in. How could he not be angry? Then an order was issued. The entire city of Washington was to be locked down immediately, allowing entry but not exit, and all the corporations of the Washington Chamber of Commerce were to be temporarily assigned to the legislature. Then the military stationed in Washington and nearby began to move out, launching a carpet search from the CIA base. Various helicopters, fighter jets, and reconnaissance planes swarmed over the skies of Washington, adding a certain liveliness to the city. Ye Feng and his group had returned to the hotel. Watching the aircraft flying back and forth outside the window, Ye Feng made a decisive decision and left the hotel with everyone. Before leaving, he also ordered Zhang Meng and the others to destroy several surveillance cameras in the hotel. Just as Ye Feng had left, a large group of American troops stormed into the hotel, turning it upside down. Suburbs of Washington. In a dense forest, Ye Feng and his group were hiding within. Zhang Meng and Wu Hao emerged from a thicket to meet Ye Feng, seemingly returning from gathering intel. Professor Ye, all the exits have been heavily guarded by the American military. Now the entire city is in lockdown. Moreover, we have also learned some news. At this point, Zhang Meng cast a glance at Lan Fenghua, deliberately or not. In fact, without Zhang Meng needing to say anything, Ye Feng had already guessed the situation, and Lan Fenghua was no fool. He naturally noticed Zhang Meng's gesture. If I'm not mistaken, my Chamber of Commerce and my family must have been taken under military control by now, right? When Lan Fenghua spoke these words, he seemed to age decades, in an instant collapsing onto the ground. At this moment, he had lost everything. What he had worked so hard for his entire life had vanished overnight. Even his family. How could anyone bear this? Ye Feng watched all of this unfold. After remaining silent for a long time, he finally spoke to Lan Fenghua. Don't worry, I will find a way to rescue them. After hearing Ye Feng's words, Lan Fenghua looked at him with gratitude, and then slowly replied, It's already a lot of trouble to rescue me. If we now also go to save my family, I can't imagine what kind of dangerous situation we would fall into, so I cannot be so selfish. However, Ye Feng did not respond directly to Lan Fenghua, but instructed Zhang Meng and the others. Wu Hao, take the remaining people and find a way to rescue the hostages. Save as many as you can, but remember to act according to your capabilities. After rescuing the hostages, don't wait for us. Find your own way back home. Zhang Meng, take someone with you and follow me. The ultimate goal of the United States is prosthetic technology. We need to turn back immediately and head to the CIA. Is that clear? Yes, Professor Ye. Lan Fenghua wanted to say something, but upon seeing the determined expressions on the soldiers' faces, he felt a deep sense of shame. Initially, he had done everything possible to immigrate to the United States, but now he was treated like this by his own country's people, while the very country he once looked down upon was stepped up when he needed it the most. Thinking of this, Lan Fenghua wished he could find a hole to hide in. The group split up, with Wu Hao leading Lan Fenghua and the other prosthetic warriors to Washington to rescue Ye Feng's siblings. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, along with Zhang Meng and a prosthetic warrior, headed to the CIA to meet with Team Howard, creating a sufficient distraction for the United States military with their team of several prosthetic warriors, giving Wu Hao and the others a chance to escape. Team Howard's assistance in Zhang Meng's escape would inevitably be exposed, but they could take this opportunity to bring the prosthetic warriors back to their country. Outside the CIA base, Ye Feng had already sent instructions to Team Howard via chip. After receiving the message, Howard and his team immediately headed to the location designated by Ye Feng. Are we really just leaving like this? Mike stepped out of the base, glancing back with reluctance, his tone melancholic. What else can we do? Following the master, I have a feeling we're about to experience an incredibly exciting life. Staying here, just collecting a few $1,000s a month, and living in a daze is far worse than following the master to carve out a splendid life. Let's go, Mike, don't keep the master waiting. I believe you won't regret today's decision. Ye Feng could naturally sense the thoughts of the people around him. In truth, forcibly turning Howard and the others into his prosthetic warriors was a last resort. Once they safely returned to their country, Ye Feng would consider granting freedom to someone like Mike who was not entirely willing in his heart. Ye Feng disliked forcing people, and if someone did not genuinely want to follow him, even if they were modified, their combat effectiveness would be limited. A few minutes later, everyone regrouped. We pay our respects to the master. Upon seeing Ye Feng team, Howard all knelt on one knee in salute, which left Zhang Meng and those behind him astonished. A strong sense of admiration welled up within them, for they saw the reverence on Howard and the others' faces. In just a few days, Ye Feng had silently plunged a dagger into the heart of the enemy. All right, everyone rise. Ye Feng nodded slightly, and then asked, Howard, do you know if there are any laboratories nearby? Laboratories? Although Howard did not know why Ye Feng was asking about laboratories, he answered without hesitation. Your Excellency, the largest scientific research institute in Washington is not far ahead. Good, lead the way immediately. I need to borrow their laboratory. Ye Feng smiled widely, his eyes filled with a faint chill. At the Washington Scientific Research Institute, Ye Feng and the others quietly infiltrated, led by Howard, and smoothly entered. At the entrance of the laboratory, several American scientists were conducting an experiment inside when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. The last thing these scientists wanted was to be disturbed while conducting their experiments. An old white man put down the test tube in his hand and shouted, Who is it? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, you know the consequences. The old man opened the door with an annoyed expression, but he did not recognize anyone standing outside. Who are you? Before he could finish saying this, here, Howard punched him to the ground. Then everyone rushed into the laboratory and dealt with the other scientists who were still diligently conducting their experiments, clearing the laboratory. In the vast laboratory, only Ye Feng and his group remained. You all stay at the door and guard it. No one is allowed to enter. Yes, Professor Yi. Understood, Your Excellency. Ye Feng first checked the laboratory's surveillance equipment, destroyed it all, and then began his work. Now Ye Feng was facing tens of thousands of soldiers and various weapons from the United States. If he didn't come up with something to protect himself, Ye Feng might truly be on a one-way trip. He summoned the Level 1 civilization data from the system in his mind and began to develop various advanced black technology weapons to deal with the current predicament. An afternoon quickly passed. Many people approached the laboratory during this time, but they were all taken care of by Howard and the others outside. Finally, the laboratory door opened, and Ye Feng emerged with a black backpack filled with the fruits of his hard work from the afternoon. After coming out, Ye Feng opened the backpack and handed something to everyone. The group looked at the small package in their hands, full of confusion. Put this on. Ye Feng's next words left everyone even more puzzled. What is this thing? How do we wear it? In front of everyone, Ye Feng opened the item, revealing its true form. Is this a bulletproof vest? Zhang Meng exclaimed in disbelief. It turned out that this item was foldable and surprisingly thin. No wonder it was just a small packet when folded. Once opened, it looked like gauze and seemed so fragile that a finger could poke through it. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Ye Feng picked up Howard's Scar assault rifle and sprayed the bulletproof vest with a barrage of fire. Even the most advanced bulletproof vests in the world could not withstand such a close-range onslaught, but this gauze-like bulletproof vest remained unscathed. Oh my God, are my eyes deceiving me? Is this alien technology? Everyone was dumbfounded. Ye Feng simply nodded, satisfied, and said, Looks like the effect is quite good. Everyone cherished the bulletproof vests and quickly put them on. Ye Feng then took out several weapons from the bag, looking similar in size to pistols, but with slightly different barrel designs and no magazines. This is a laser gun. Its use is similar to that of an ordinary handgun, but it does not shoot bullets. Laser guns are classified as laser weapons. The direct damage from laser weapons comes from high-temperature burns, which currently have limited effectiveness against large targets and require high-power laser emitters for instantaneous damage. The degree of miniaturization and militarization is still quite low. However, Ye Feng's laser gun came from Level 1 civilization data, thus it naturally surpassed these limitations. It could be said that as long as it was fired, piercing through tanks and planes would not be a problem. However, the laser gun that Ye Feng has modified is a smaller version. It couldn't be helped, he had to follow the materials provided by the system, and there were some special materials that he couldn't find in the laboratory. Thus, he came up with this compromise and temporarily created this laser gun. Although its power has diminished, it is still beyond the capabilities of current technology in the world. Looking at this newly designed weapon, everyone was filled with curiosity. Zhang Meng took the laser gun from Ye Feng's hands and examined it closely. Professor Su, how powerful is this thing? Zhang Meng's question was what everyone wanted to ask. Hearing his inquiry, they all turned to look at Ye Feng. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Ye Feng simply smiled and replied, "You'll know how powerful it is if you give it a try." Zhang Ming nodded. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. To know its power, firing a shot would reveal everything. After receiving Ye Feng's nod, the crowd gathered behind Zhang Ming. Then Zhang Ming lifted the laser gun and aimed it at the steel door of the laboratory, casually firing a shot. Bayou, a faint sound echoed. This was the sound of the laser gun firing, followed by a sudden burst of laser emerging from the muzzle. The laser flashed past, and when everyone looked at the laboratory door, their mouths dropped open in disbelief. The several centimeters thick steel door was instantly penetrated, as if slicing through a block of tofu with ease. "Oh my God, what did I just see? Ah, is this not a weapon created by God?" The Howard team was utterly stunned, each marveling silently, though Ye Feng was well aware of their thoughts. With a faint smile, Ye Feng felt that the results were somewhat below his expectations, but achieving such an effect was enough to resolve the current dilemma. Haha, with a genius scientist like Professor Yi, how can our great country prosper? I believe it won't be long before our great country stands at the pinnacle of the world. Not to mention the others. Zhang Ming, the one who fired the shot, was the most astonished. This laser gun not only had immense power, but also had minimal recoil, almost negligible, and it was lighter in hand than an ordinary handgun. Isn't such a weapon akin to a cheat in a battle royale game? So how does it feel? Ye Feng asked. Strong. It can only be described as a divine artifact, Zhang Ming replied with an extremely excited expression. This was not Ye Feng's boasting. Although he was the creator of the gun, the functionality of the weapon was something that a military professional like Zhang Ming had the authority to comment on. Ye Feng was a scientist, certainly possessing a rigorous scientific attitude. If this laser gun proved to be very effective, he wouldn't recommend mass production to enhance the military strength of Huagua. Upon discovering the power of the laser gun, the crowd couldn't get enough of it. Everyone, let's fire a few shots to familiarize ourselves with this new weapon. Seeing everyone in such a state, Ye Feng instructed while he rummaged through his bag for something. Others also took the laser guns and fired a few shots at the laboratory door, instantly turning what was once a perfectly good steel door into a sieve. Having satisfied themselves, they put away the laser guns and turned back to Ye Feng, who had pulled out something new. "Oh my lord, you are truly thoughtful. There are new shoes to wear. These are shoes modified with rocket propulsion. I haven't decided on a name yet, but wearing these shoes allows for short-distance flight." Ye Feng's words hit the crowd like a bombshell. Short-distance flight. Professor Yi, how far can they fly? According to my calculations, it should be around several dozen kilometers. The exact data will depend on actual usage. What? Several dozen kilometers is still short distance. Zhang Ming, who was originally a specially trained soldier with first-rate psychological quality, felt that all his years of psychological training were in vain after hearing Ye Feng's inventions today. It should be known that although today's technological level has achieved the dream of flying and even ventured into spaceman spaceflight technology, is becoming increasingly mature. However, all of this is done with large equipment. A pair of shoes that can fly and for dozens of kilometers currently exists only in those science fiction novels. Rockets apply the principle of conservation of momentum. It's important to note that the internal energy of the system is different before and after launch. The added internal energy comes from the combustion of rocket fuel. The system's internal energy increases, and the mass of the expelled material per unit time is relatively low, but its speed is high, so under the conservation of momentum principle, the rocket can accelerate. To achieve such complex tasks, the workspace required is also quite large, making it difficult to implement a propulsion function in a pair of shoes with such limited area. Yet Ye Feng accomplished it. Such a scientific breakthrough is practically miraculous. How could it not astonish everyone? After hearing Ye Feng's introduction, everyone was eager to give it a try. So under Howard's lead, they all went to the rooftop. Ye Feng briefly explained the usage of the shoes, which essentially involved a button on the sole. Pressing it would activate the jet installed in the sole. After hearing Ye Feng's explanation, Zhang Ming couldn't wait to try it out. After pressing the button, the jet would take 3 seconds to activate. This design was to give the user time to react. Indeed, 3 seconds later, Zhang Ming felt a slight warmth under his feet, and a tremendous force lifted him off the ground, propelling him into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters in the sky. As it was his first experience with such cutting-edge technology, Zhang Ming felt somewhat uncoordinated, flying haphazardly like a drunken eagle. This scene made the enthusiastic onlookers a bit hesitant. This was no joke. If one wasn't careful and fell from such a height, even Ye Feng's prosthetic technology might not be able to save them. Seeing this, Ye Feng quickly put on a pair of shoes himself. As the creator of the device, he was familiar with it, allowing him to handle the experience much better than Zhang Ming, even if it was his first time. He took off into the air and intercepted the flailing Zhang Ming, bringing him back down to the ground. However, Zhang Ming showed no sign of panic or fear. Rather, he appeared to be still yearning for more. Back on solid ground, Zhang Ming sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Well, it was my first time using it, so I wasn't very familiar. I hope I didn't embarrass everyone." Through the recent incident with Zhang Ming, Ye Feng once again explained the principle behind these shoes to the group in an easy-to-understand manner, giving them a general understanding of the footwear. This made them more adept at using the equipment. After about half an hour of familiarization, Ye Feng gathered everyone. "Everyone, a fierce battle lies ahead. One careless move could shatter us to pieces. You must be mentally prepared. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, I won't stop you, especially those from the CIA. Given the special circumstances, I had to resort to unconventional methods. Ye Feng, do not force anyone's hand." Ye Feng glanced at the crowd and spoke calmly. Zhang Ming and the other Chinese soldier showed no sign of retreat. As the elite warriors of China, they had weathered countless storms of bullets, and such scenes would never shake their resolve. As for the CIA agents transformed by Ye Feng, had he not demonstrated these futuristic black technologies beforehand, they would have harbored considerable resistance. If not for the power of his mind control chip, they would never have betrayed their country. Now, having witnessed these groundbreaking advancements and the changes in their own bodies, they were no fools. Following Ye Feng might be perilous, even brushing against death. But risk and opportunity coexisted. High risks promised high rewards. They understood that if they turned back now, they might lose a chance to touch a higher realm of existence. "Howard is willing to follow my esteemed master for life." Howard, with his keen sense of priority, knew how to weigh the situation. After Howard's declaration, 2 others followed. "Jacob will also follow the master's steps for life. I, Williams, am willing too." The remaining few, however, sank into deep thought, visibly hesitant. "They'll give you 1 minute to decide. If you haven't spoken up by then, I'll assume you wish to withdraw. I'll remove the mind control chip from your brains and grant you freedom. However, from then on, unless faced with mortal danger, you shall not use the power of the prosthetics. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I will personally end you. Don't doubt my strength." As he spoke, Ye Feng stomped the ground, and instantly cracks spidered across the ceiling as if an earthquake had struck. A chill ran down everyone's spines. Though they too could damage floors, achieving such an effect required multiple people exerting their full strength. Yet Ye Feng had done it with a casual step. Seeing that his display had achieved the desired intimidation, Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. The choice had been presented, the decision was theirs to make. "In 1 minute, those who stay will follow me to show certain people in America the consequences of angering Ye Feng." Meanwhile, at an American research institute, someone discovered the laboratory door destroyed several experts dead under mysterious circumstances and equipment left running. They immediately reported to their superiors. The U.S. military promptly ordered nearby troops searching for Ye Feng to converge on the institute. A regiment equipped with tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter jets swiftly mobilized. Elsewhere, Wu Hao, along with Lan Fenghua and other modified soldiers, was halted at a checkpoint. Beyond it lay the residence of Lan Fenghua's children, an area under U.S. military control. They were racking their brains on how to proceed. Forcing their way through was well within their capabilities, but Wu Hao feared it would alert the enemy. If the U.S. military realized they were here to rescue hostages, they would surely relocate the captives, complicating the mission unnecessarily. Thus, they halted, searching for a flawless strategy. Just then, the soldiers manning the checkpoint received orders from their radios, swiftly assembled boarded armored vehicles, and sped away. "Look, the soldiers are leaving," a voice whispered, snapping Wu Hao from his thoughts. He looked up and saw the troops boarding the vehicles and departing in haste. Could Professor Yi have already initiated his move? Wu Hao speculated. Just as he prepared to advance, several more armored vehicles emerged from inside, heading in the same direction as the previous ones. This solidified Wu Hao's guess. "Everyone, Professor Yi seems to have begun his actions. These soldiers are likely being deployed to reinforce. We must not fall behind. Professor Su is risking himself to draw the enemy away, so this rescue mission must succeed. No room for failure." "Understood. Understood. I can't wait to teach those arrogant Americans a lesson." Such sentiments were understandable. To maintain its global dominance, the U.S. had long suppressed China in every aspect, striving to keep it underfoot. Any Chinese would relish the chance to humble these Americans who always bullied the weak and preyed on the small. Yet Lan Fenghua felt a pang of worry, murmuring into the distance, "I hope they all come back safe." "Huh, Mr. Lan, rest assured. With Professor Ye Feng's intelligence and abilities, unless these Americans shamelessly deploy their entire military against him, capturing him is impossible." Lan Fenghua felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going blank. Staring at Wu Hao, he stammered, "You said, Professor Ye Feng?" "Yes. Isn't Mr. Lan Fenghua Professor?" "Yes, father." Seeing his reaction, Wu Hao asked in confusion, I am his father, but is the Professor Ye Feng you speak of the masked youth who rescued me?" Wu Hao was even more bewildered. Indeed. Didn't you know, Mr. Lan? I. Lan Fenghua fell silent, lowering his head, his heart awash with emotions. Perplexity, joy, shame, and a touch of absurdity. His own son had stood before him, and he hadn't recognized him. Time was of the essence. Wu Hao set aside his thoughts, leaving Lan Fenghua with a guard, while leading the rest at 80 km toward the rescue. After a long moment, Lan Fenghua emerged from his emotional turmoil. Turning to the prosthetic warrior guarding him, he said, "Brother, you don't need to protect me. I should be safe here alone. Go help your comrades." The man was momentarily stunned. Then he spoke, "Mr. Lan, are you sure you can handle this alone? Most of the main forces have gone to my son. At first I didn't understand why I was captured, but now it seems their target is still my son. Capturing me is merely a threat." Lan Fenghua's expression was complex. "So what need do they have to go to such lengths to capture me now? I want to help you, but I fear being a burden. They'll wait nearby for you. You should go assist them." Seeing Lan Fenghua's insistence, and given his own displeasure towards the Americans, he had long wanted to give them a good beating, so he gave a few instructions to Lan Fenghua, and then pursued onward. Indeed, the American military that originally surrounded this villa area has already withdrawn most of their personnel. Now only about 100 troops remain. Living in the villa is Ye Feng's younger sister. As for the other siblings, it is not that Ye Feng does not want to rescue them, but there are not enough people, and not all of them are in this place. Ye Feng could only focus on Lan Ling. When he was young, his physique was weak, and his other siblings looked down on him, but only his sister, Ye Ling, respected him greatly. She treated Ye Feng like an elder brother. Out of sentiment and reason, Ye Feng should rescue Ye Ling, so before leaving he specifically instructed Zhang Meng that if there was an opportunity they should rescue others, but if not they must ensure the safety of Ye Ling and Lan Fenghua and bring them back safely to Huagua. Zhang Meng and the others had already arrived at the entrance of the villa area. Indeed, this is a place only the wealthy can reside, with grand and luxurious villas standing tall. Surrounding them were lush green trees and artificially planted flowers and plants, making it quite beautiful. At the villa entrance, a squad of American soldiers was already guarding. To enter the villa area, one must pass through here. Previously, even if Ye Feng had come in person facing several companies of troops, it would have been quite challenging to rescue Lan Ling. But now with such a small number of people, Zhang Meng and the others could easily handle it. However, Zhang Meng did not let his guard down. "Li Hua, Tang Kai," Zhang Meng called to the three behind him. "Present. You two sneak in from this wall and that wall. Once inside, Tang Kai, find Miss Lan Ling's villa immediately. Li Hua, you are responsible for disabling all enemy communication devices. We must not let any information leak from here, and move quickly. The rest will follow me to take out the guards at the entrance and attract the main forces over. Once Tang Kai finds Miss Lan Ling, quickly converge on her. No lingering battles." "Understood." The two responded and headed towards the directions Zhang Meng pointed to. In front of them was a wall about 4 meters high, which would deter ordinary people. But for these prosthetic warriors, it was just a slightly high fence. The two were a few meters away from the wall, took a running start, and easily leaped over, without needing Ye Feng's high-tech shoes. Seeing the figures of the two vanish over the wall, Zhang Meng focused his gaze on the sentry in front, and no longer concealed his presence, boldly walking towards the sentry with the remaining men. The sentry soldiers noticed the group and raised their rifles at Zhang Meng and the others. One of them shouted a warning, "Stop. No admittance here." This meant they were warning everyone to halt. Entry was not permitted. Zhang Meng naturally understood, but he had no intention of stopping, striding forward. "If it moves, well, shoot." Seeing Zhang Meng and the others getting closer, the American soldiers had already released their safety catches, waiting for the command to shoot without hesitation. But Zhang Meng would not give them that opportunity. "Do it." Zhang Meng charged forward, dodged, and appeared before the American soldier, who had just spoken, looking incredulous. He smiled faintly. "You can clock out now." Then he delivered a punch that knocked the opponent out. The others were just about to pull the trigger. However, how could they compete with the prosthetic warriors? In front of them, they had no chance to even shoot. A well-equipped team of 20 had been reduced to just one, who looked at Zhang Meng and the others in sheer terror. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Hey, that American, hurry and call for backup inside. I haven't even warmed up against just these few people." One of the prosthetic warriors, looking unsatisfied, said in English, clearly wanting to fight more. The soldier was also dumbfounded. "Oh, what kind of monsters are these?" They boldly came in, took out their men, and even asked him to call for backup. The American soldier quickly regained his senses and pulled out his radio to call for reinforcements. "That's more like it. Call more people. Why won't even be warmed up with so few?" The reason for keeping this one soldier alive was to lure out the snake from its hole. According to Huagua military strategy, the 36 stratagems, they were enough to play these Americans around in circles. Meanwhile, the two inside were acting quickly. Li Hua destroyed all military vehicles and communication equipment stationed in the villa area. Tang Kai was also searching villa by villa. These Americans were quite cunning, guessing that someone might come to rescue Lan Ling, so they deliberately set up several empty villas for soldiers to guard. Fortunately, Tang Kai was cautious, otherwise once they acted they might not only return empty-handed, but also alert the snake. After checking a few empty villas guarded by soldiers, Tang Kai did not find Lan Ling's figure. Looking at the time, several minutes had already passed, and he felt a bit anxious. Just then he noticed that the soldiers from the empty villas had started running towards the guard booth at the entrance of the villa area. Without a doubt, Zhang Ming must have engaged them. He did not dare to delay. After all, she was Ye Feng's relative. If he couldn't even find her, he might disappoint Zhang Ming and Ye Feng's trust in him. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he continued searching villa by villa. It must be said that Zhang Ming was very foresight. The Americans knew that someone might come to rescue the hostage, so they specially set up several empty villas to confuse their sight. The commotion at the entrance would undoubtedly attract most of their forces. This plan fell apart on its own. Now soldiers were arranged to guard Lan Ling's villa and a few other siblings. The others had long since run towards the entrance. This way the search target area was greatly reduced. Following his speed, he quickly located the villa where Lan Ling was. Tang Kai effortlessly subdued the few soldiers at the entrance before entering the villa. On the second floor, within an exquisitely appointed room, Lan Ling sat helplessly on the bed, as she had planned to go out with friends this morning. Yet inexplicably, several soldiers had broken into her home, placing her under strict surveillance. She had intended to call her father for help, but to her astonishment, her phone was completely useless. How could a pampered young lady like her endure such a predicament? It was a situation where heaven wouldn't answer and earth remained silent. Suddenly, she heard footsteps at the door. Driven by instinctive fear, she clutched a broom tightly in her hands, her gaze fixed on the entrance. The door swung open. Tang Kai entered, his years of combat experience alerting him to danger. In a flash, he sidestepped, evading Lan Ling's sudden strike. Seeing that the intruder was not an American soldier, but a Chinese face, Lan Ling asked in bewilderment, "Who are you?" Tang Kai had seen her photo before and recognized her as Lan Ling. He immediately notified Zhang Ming before replying, "Miss Lan, don't be alarmed. I'm here to rescue you. You must come with me now." But Lan Ling was no fool. She wouldn't leave with Tang Kai based on mere words. She eyed him warily and said, "I don't know you. I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait for my daddy to save me." This left Tang Kai momentarily at a loss, but he found it understandable. He patiently explained, "Miss Lan, your father is waiting outside for you. And your brother, Professor Ye Feng, has been negotiating with the U.S. military since early morning to secure your release." Hey, race a photo from Professor Ye Feng. Now do you believe me? There's no time to waste. If the U.S. military reacts, they'll send a large force to intercept us. Seeing Tang Kai's sincere and anxious expression, Lan Ling was torn with indecision. Just then gunfire erupted outside, startling Lan Ling and draining the color from her face. Tang Kai pulled back the curtain to see Zhang Ming and his team approaching with U.S. soldiers in hot pursuit. "Miss Lan, we're out of time. Come with me now." Terrified, Lan Ling hesitated, and Tang Kai had no choice but to act. "Forgive me, Miss Lan." He scooped up the stunned Lan Ling in his arms, bypassed the stairs, and leaped from the window of the room, landing in the garden before setting her down. Between the gunfire and the jump, Lan Ling had never experienced such chaos in her life. She was rendered speechless with shock. Tang Kai landed in the villa's garden, directly facing Zhang Ming and his team. Spotting Tang Kai, Zhang Ming and the others rushed over in quick strides. Looking at the relentless American soldiers behind them, no mere 100, but at least 500, Tang Kai wondered, how does the U.S. military still have so many men? As Zhang Ming approached, Tang Kai asked him, "The Americans aren't easy to fool. They've hidden a reserve force in ambush. We need to change our plan," Zhang Ming said in a low voice. "It seems we can only rescue Miss Lan first, rendezvous with Mr. Lan and find a way back to China. We'll have to leave the others behind." Li Hua added, "Miss Lan, hurry, come with us." Zhang Ming urged, his face etched with urgency. But Lan Ling was still reeling from the shock. Now faced with a group of strangers and pursued by countless American soldiers, she was utterly lost. Zhang Ming understood her feelings. "Tang Kai, you and Li Hua take Miss Lan to meet Mr. Lan. The rest of us will hold the rear. If we all go together, we're too conspicuous and won't make it." Given the dire situation, and with Lan Ling in tow, Tang Kai and Li Hua, despite their reluctance, had to comply. This mission was different. Their task was to ensure Lan Ling and Lan Feng was safe escape. This was no time for recklessness. Zhang Ming, sensing Tang Kai's concern, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we'll find a way out. Remember, we still have the secret weapon Professor Ye Feng gave us." Tang Kai and Li Hua nodded, then pulled the dazed Lan Ling away. Zhang Ming watched their retreating figures and smiled faintly. "Brothers, now we have no worries. Let's go all out. Let these Americans see our faces and remember them well. Fight." Zhang Ming led the charge. Meanwhile, Ye Feng leading Howard's squad weaved through the dense jungle. Behind them, gunfire crackled like firecrackers, bullets whizzed past, but never hit their mark. Using his high-tech shoes, Ye Feng had led the team to break out from the rooftop of the Washington Science Research Institute. Overwhelmed by the enemy's sheer numbers and firepower, Ye Feng adopted a strategy of fighting while retreating, luring the main U.S. military force into the jungle. The dense forest would obscure the view of enemy fighter jets and reconnaissance planes. The towering trees provided excellent cover, and the mountainous terrain would hinder enemy tanks. Most importantly, forests are vital natural resources. As a technologically advanced nation, the U.S. would not underestimate their importance. If such a vast forest were to be destroyed by fire, the air quality and ecological environment of entire Washington would suffer severe damage. Ye Feng exploited this fact, ensuring that even in a perilous situation, he wasn't completely at a disadvantage. Shit, those cunning Chinese monkeys. On an armored vehicle behind them, a U.S. officer peered through binoculars at Ye Feng's distant figure and cursed. Sir, if we don't use heavy weapons to intercept once they cross this forest, we'll lose track of them. After crossing the forest, they'll leave Washington, D.C. and enter the territory of Gold State. Nonsense, Durand, I'm not blind. I can see that. I don't need your reminder. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot use heavy weapons. Destroying the ecological environment of this forest would be a huge loss for the U.S. Understand? Damn, it is God on their side, the officer muttered to himself. Order the fighters and reconnaissance planes to keep them locked on target 247. Command the forward mobile units to pursue at full speed and report to higher-ups to have a group of Gold State's military intercept them ahead, trapping them in a pincer. I don't believe they can sprout wings and fly away. Yes, sir. On Ye Feng's side, they had already left the pursuing U.S. forward mobile units far behind. Move at full speed. Cross this forest as quickly as possible, Ye Feng ordered. In the United States, in the office of the commander of the Golden State Military District, the direct line phone on Alex's desk rang. Damn it, that bastard chose this moment to call me. Though he cursed under his breath, he still answered the call, feeling quite displeased, which was reflected in his tone. Hello. What's the matter? Alex, have you lost your mind? Watch your tone. If you don't want to continue working, you can apply to go home and retire immediately. A harsh voice echoed from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this voice, Alex's expression drastically changed, for it belonged to his superior, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, the highest military authority in the country. He was not someone a mere district commander like Alex could compare to. Quickly changing his tone to one of utmost respect, he said, Dear esteemed leader, I have been suffering from a headache and just woke up from a nap. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. All right, I don't care about your headache. Immediately mobilize all elite troops of the Golden State Military District to intercept the enemy at the designated location. If you fail to gather the troops within the time I specified, I won't hesitate to treat your headache personally. These words sent a chill down Alex's spine, and he quickly nodded and bowed, saying, Yes, yes, I will gather the troops right away. After the call ended with a beeping sound, Alex hurriedly made several calls to assemble the troops, planning to lead them himself. The female soldier, noticing Alex's demeanor, understood there was an urgent matter and sensibly dressed quickly before quietly exiting the office. The entire Golden State Military District sprang into action with a large number of U.S. soldiers assembling in the camp square, while armored vehicles, tanks, and planes rolled out of the military base. Their direction was towards the forest where Ye Feng was located. It must be said that the reason the United States could become the world's leading power was not without strength. In just 5 minutes, all elite troops were assembled. The modern weaponry also took to the battlefield first, showcasing the advancements in technology. This reaction speed was still slightly lacking compared to Huagua. At this time, Ye Feng and the others were already nearing the edge of the forest at full speed, and the pursuing U.S. soldiers had long since vanished from sight. Howard, how far is it to cross this forest? Ye Feng asked as he led the way and turned to Howard, who was closely following him. Howard looked around and then at the map in his hand. To answer your esteemed lord, we still have 32 kilometers to traverse this forest. Ye Feng glanced up at the reconnaissance aircraft closely following them, then suddenly stopped quickly, finding a small hill, and said, Let's move everyone towards that hill. Using the surrounding flowers and trees for cover, no one should act rashly without my command. Upon receiving the order, everyone headed towards the hill Ye Feng pointed at, while the reconnaissance aircraft in the sky noticed their movements and turned around. However, most of the area was composed of coniferous forests and shrubbery, as the United States placed great importance on ecological preservation, leading to very dense vegetation. In order to pursue Ye Feng, the U.S. brought out its best expertise, employing the Global Hawk drone and U-2 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft to dynamically track from the air. The RC-135U, RC-135W, and E-8 Joint Star were responsible for monitoring communications and radar waves. One could say that even with the geographical advantage, Ye Feng would have nowhere to hide. As a prominent young scientist from Huagua, he naturally understood these matters. On this small hill, there was a weathered stone cave that could avoid the sight of the plains. Ye Feng led everyone into the cave, swiftly retrieving a small object from his backpack. This item resembled a bee in size and shape. This was a drone modified by sublight. Don't underestimate this small device, as it was fully functional. One could say this drone could rival a swarm of U.S. reconnaissance aircraft in the sky. Seeing Ye Feng pull out another item, everyone grew curious. Dear esteemed lord, what new weapon is this? Howard couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with surprise and expectation, but Ye Feng did not answer directly. Instead, he took out his phone. He quickly connected to the Wi-Fi and linked up with the bee drone. The drone powered on and swiftly flew out of Ye Feng's palm, heading in another direction. Calling F-22, this is the Global Hawk Command Center. Please respond if you hear me. Beep beep. F-22 here, go ahead. What's the situation? Why has our Global Hawk suddenly lost target information? Beep beep. I'm not sure what's going on. I was conducting low-altitude tracking when they suddenly changed direction into the dense forest, blocking my line of sight. Oh God. Could it be that our equipment has malfunctioned? The F-22 pilot's words left the command center puzzled. Their reconnaissance equipment was well-maintained and checked daily at the base, so such a situation was unlikely. In truth, it wasn't that the U.S. reconnaissance aircraft had broken down, rather their radar signals had already been disrupted by Ye Feng. Ye Feng never engaged in a war without confidence. Years of scientific experimentation had cultivated in Ye Feng the habit of being thoroughly prepared, so, when deciding to engage in a game of wits with the U.S. military, he had already anticipated his situation. With the help of the laboratory, Ye Feng had prepared many advanced technologies to counter modern U.S. weaponry. This bee drone was one of them. The moment it flew out, it emitted powerful jamming signals, rendering the Global Hawk and other reconnaissance aircraft ineffective. However, just when the personnel at the U.S. command center were puzzled, the Global Hawk and other reconnaissance aircraft returned to normal and successfully regained information on Ye Feng and the others. Without having time to think further, perhaps due to overconfidence in their technology, the command center directly reported to their superiors about Ye Feng's sudden change in escape direction. Thus, the Global Hawk, along with numerous reconnaissance aircraft and F-22s, immediately headed towards the direction the bee drone had flown. In the cave, Howard peeked out and saw the plane flying away, filled with confusion. Why aren't they pursuing us? Ye Feng smiled meaningfully and said, all right, let's go. We've been escaping for a while now, it's time to stretch our limbs. Although everyone was also puzzled as to why the American plane suddenly flew away, they had to follow Ye Feng's orders and turn back. Noble master, where are we going? Howard couldn't help but ask as Ye Feng led them back. Considering that there were pursuers behind them, wasn't this throwing themselves into the net? However, Ye Feng remained calm. If I'm not mistaken, if we continue forward, the American side has already notified the troops in the Golden State Military District to intercept us. Howard, tell me which military district has more personnel, yours in Washington or the one in Golden State? Howard suddenly realized, and admiration for Ye Feng surged in his heart. He was truly a godlike man. Howard even began to suspect whether Ye Feng was an alien. Although this thought flashed by, it was still captured by Ye Feng under the influence of the mental control chip. Laughing, he said, all right, I'm not an alien, I'm a genuine citizen of Huagua. In fact, Ye Feng had already planned everything. From the moment they were pursued by the Washington military, he knew that if they wanted to leave the United States safely, they couldn't confront them head-on. With Ye Feng's group at a disadvantage in numbers, he had to think of some unexpected methods to attack when the enemy was unprepared, especially since they had already been chased into the jungle. Ye Feng simply created the illusion of fleeing towards the Golden State through the jungle, which would inevitably lead the American military to dispatch troops from the Golden State to intercept them, thus forming a deadlock of encirclement. What Ye Feng wanted was exactly this effect. Once this happened, the Washington military pursuing them would subconsciously assume that Ye Feng was fleeing towards the Golden State and let their guard down. At this moment, Ye Feng would strike unexpectedly, taking advantage of the unpreparedness of the enemy. Even though they were outnumbered, with the help of advanced technological weapons and the extraordinary abilities of the cyborg soldiers, they would be able to catch the opponent off guard. More importantly, the drone bee that had just flown out was also a step ahead. The American military would certainly notify the troops in the Golden State to pursue immediately. Since there was only more than 30 kilometers to the Golden State, according to the flying speed of the bee drone, it would be sufficient to lead the Golden State military more than 100 miles away. Thus, even if the American military came back to their senses later and wanted to unite the two military forces against Ye Feng, it would be impossible to accomplish, allowing Ye Feng to focus on dealing with the Washington military. To stall for time, Ye Feng ordered the team to travel at a leisurely pace. According to the marching speed of the Washington military, it would take at least another hour before they could encounter Ye Feng and the others. While fleeing, Ye Feng also observed the surrounding terrain and had already discovered a slope that was easy to defend and difficult to attack on the way in. Half an hour later, Ye Feng brought everyone to the spot. Ye Feng then began to set up the battlefield using the weak to defeat the strong, which had always been a specialty of Huaguo people. Decades ago, during the war against the Cherry Blossom Country and later during the anti-American aid to Korea, they fought under extremely disadvantaged conditions. Since childhood, apart from his passion for scientific research, Ye Feng also enjoyed reading especially books about warfare, so he was well versed in the tactics of his predecessors. Ye Feng hadn't anticipated that a pastime he indulged in out of boredom would play a crucial role at such a critical moment. First, he had everyone bury the landmines he had modified. The advanced feature of these landmines was that they were small in size, easy to bury, and had a greater power than any current landmines. Moreover, they broke through the traditional detonation methods and did not require wiring. Within a radius of several kilometers, the landmines could be detonated via voice control, and it had to be Ye Feng's voice. In other words, only Ye Feng could detonate these mines. These technologies were all acquired from the Level 1 civilization data in Ye Feng's system. Any of them, if exposed, would be enough to shake the entire world. The cyborg technology was the best example. The members of Howard's team had already regarded Ye Feng as a deity accustomed to the endless stream of advanced technologies, simply following his instructions and working diligently. After setting up the landmines, Ye Feng checked the time. It had only been about 10 minutes, and they still had more than 40 minutes before the Washington military would catch up. They had not eaten or drunk anything for almost a day and a night. Ye Feng then took out a natural hot pot from his backpack, which he had acquired from the American Academy of Sciences. In scientific research, it was not uncommon for an experiment to take 10 days or half a month, so preparing some food in the laboratory was quite normal. Ye Feng was that kind of person. Ye Feng took out the natural pot from his backpack, and Howard didn't pay attention to what Ye Feng was holding. He just turned to bury it in the ground. Ye Feng quickly stopped him. "Howard, what are you doing?" "Burying the mine." Howard replied as if it were obvious, which made Ye Feng both amused and exasperated. "Take a good look at what you're holding." Howard instinctively looked at what he was holding, and an awkward moment ensued. The others couldn't help but laugh. Then everyone gathered around, opened the box, poured in some mineral water, and waited patiently. A few minutes later, they feasted heartily. In such an environment, still having the mood to eat the natural hot pot was truly remarkable. Ye Feng's experiences since childhood had long made his heart strong enough, so he could be considered a normal, yet mad individual. As for the others, ever since they followed Ye Feng, their mindsets had gradually changed, and they had slowly gotten used to these unexpected behaviors. After finishing their meal in less than 10 minutes, there was still half an hour left. "Howard, take 3 people to the northern slope, occupy a favorable position, and you go over there. The rest stay with me in place. Now that everyone is wealthed, it's time to get to work." "Understood." The group dispersed to their designated positions, waiting silently for the enemy to arrive. The Washington military, due to the terrain, was indeed somewhat affected in their marching speed. In the command vehicle, the commander of the Washington military sat looking at the latest reports from the command center. Damn it. The chief of staff cautiously asked nearby, "Respected commander, what's wrong?" "Damn those Huaguo monkeys, they are too cunning. Just received word that they suddenly changed their escape direction. Order the troops to change course." The chief of staff glanced at the map. "But commander, if we change direction now, we will have to take a detour, which will definitely waste some unnecessary time." "Then what do you suggest?" He, a commander of the Washington Military District, had mobilized over 1,000 elite troops from the Washington Military District. If he couldn't even stop a few people, what would he say if this got out? He was itching to capture Ye Feng and others immediately to give them a good torment. The chief of staff knew that his commander was impatient and did not dare to delay. He quickly analyzed the best route, which was to have the troops advance 30 kilometers before turning back. This way they could save time and catch up with Ye Feng and the others sooner. However, they were unaware that a disaster was waiting for them to walk into the trap. "Commander, the troops need to continue advancing 30 kilometers before turning back. This is the optimal route I've found." "All right, let's do as you say." Then the Washington military also accelerated their march. Originally, there were still more than 20 minutes of distance, but under the commander's urging, they advanced 10 minutes early. The reconnaissance personnel spotted a large force from the U.S. Washington military from a distance and immediately reported to Ye Feng, after which everyone entered a state of combat readiness. The vanguard of the U.S. Washington military had already entered the minefield set by Ye Feng. This unit was the elite team of the Washington military, the Arctic Wolves, commanded by Alfredo. Alfredo could be considered one of the best in the U.S. military and was also the head of the most famous Special Forces training school in the U.S. His personal leadership in this mission showed the military's determination to capture Ye Feng. Upon entering the slope, Alfredo had an uneasy feeling he couldn't quite pinpoint. He ordered the troops to rest on the spot and planned to send a small team to scout ahead. However, under the repeated urging of their commander, they could only brace themselves and proceed. "Everyone be careful, I have a bad feeling," Alfredo warned the U.S. soldiers following him. "Oh, Commander, are you overthinking this? The terrain of this slope clearly isn't suitable for laying mines. Even if there are ambushes, we've already entered the ambush range, and nothing has happened so far." A soldier behind him analyzed, not knowing where his courage came from. Was it the courage from hearing Wagwo's Liang Jingru? Alfredo looked at this young soldier in his 20s and shook his head helplessly. This soldier was the commander's youngest son, and he didn't want to lose his temper. If it were anyone else speaking like this, they would have already been scolded. "Peter, do not let your guard down. Although your analysis is correct, combat is unpredictable and you do not understand Huagua. They love to strike from unexpected places." Alfredo could only patiently persuade him, fearing that this young master would harbor resentment as his future depended on this person. However, the young man named Peter looked back with a mocking expression. "Commander, I think you are just too indecisive. There are only a few of them, and even if there are ambushes, what storm can they stir up?" Alfredo was left speechless, knowing he could not reason with this young master. If they were incapable, they would not have been able to escape from their encirclement. After exchanging a few words, most of the U.S. soldiers had already entered Ye Feng's minefield. Ye Feng had excellent hearing, and he could clearly hear their conversation. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He signaled to Howard and others, then shouted, "Explode! My ground mushroom cloud." Ye Feng shouted, his voice booming like a lion's roar, causing the landmines to detonate in response to his sound waves. The powerful shockwave made the U.S. troops think an earthquake had occurred, followed by a series of earth-shattering explosions. Then came the flying sand and stones. The debris from the explosions seemed to have a mind of its own as it rained down on the U.S. soldiers. The surrounding trees and flowers also suffered breaking and falling down. These U.S. soldiers, like the fallen trees, had no time to react before collapsing. Although Alfredo had known beforehand that this area was not safe and had remained vigilant, he could never understand how these Huagua soldiers had laid mines in such terrain without him noticing. With these doubts, Alfredo met his fate. Perhaps God would give him the answers. The illustrious elite forces of Washington were renowned in the world. Just like that, without even firing a shot, they had lost more than half of their forces. The people in the rear looked at the tragic scene with expressions of disbelief. When they came to their senses, they saw that a basin roughly 10 kilometers in diameter had suddenly appeared on the ground. Such power from just a few small landmines. Indeed, it was worthy of the black technology from the 1.0 civilization data. Ye Feng looked at the masterpiece he had personally arranged on the ground, quite satisfied. Howard and the other cyborg soldiers excitedly exclaimed, "Nice. Well done. Oh, this is the consequence of opposing our master." Before the U.S. military could react, Ye Feng ordered a proactive attack. Like tigers descending the mountain, they charged into the enemy ranks, every part of their bodies becoming lethal weapons, and wherever they went, a U.S. soldier fell. The elite vanguard of the U.S. military was completely routed and had no power to fight back. Those who could run fled, while Ye Feng's first wave of attack was a resounding success. Exciting, simply exhilarating. "I love this feeling," Howard exclaimed, completely forgetting that he had once been a part of the U.S. "No need to chase, conserve your strength." One of the cyborg soldiers in a blood frenzy planned to pursue the fleeing enemies now that there were no targets left to strike. Fortunately, Ye Feng's mental control chip relayed this information back to him immediately. Otherwise, given the current state of these cyborg soldiers, they surely would have continued to chase. "Understood, Master." "Haha, esteemed Master, since this small mine has such great power, let's bury more. Even if they have thousands of troops, it won't be enough for us to handle. If it were truly possible, why would I not want it? The terrifying power of such weapons, if there were enough of them, would ensure that no matter how many adversaries came, they would all meet their end here." However, due to the limited time and materials, Ye Feng could only modify a few, and they have now all been used up. "Howard, it seems you are oversimplifying the issue. If I had enough landmines, why would I go through so much trouble? Moreover, those Americans are not fools. After suffering a loss once, they will surely become cautious. As an old saying in China goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope." Howard was merely speaking in excitement and did not think much of it. Upon hearing Ye Feng's explanation, he nodded. Then he added, "My lord, what should we do next? I suggest we take the initiative to strike." Ye Feng did not rush to respond. After pondering for a moment, he said, "No, there's no need to hurry. Perhaps if we take the initiative now, we may achieve an unexpected effect. However, the enemy has a significant numerical advantage and is well equipped. Those heavy weapons are no trivial matter. The enemy has refrained from using them out of caution, but if we pursue recklessly, there is a possibility they may bomb us without hesitation. If that is the case, it would be difficult for us to return alive," Ye Feng analyzed. Upon hearing this, Howard also felt a wave of fear. They were currently blinded by their bloodlust, not considering the consequences. After listening to Ye Feng's analysis, he couldn't help but feel alarmed. However, the pursuit is still necessary. Ye Feng suddenly turned the tide, leaving everyone uncertain about the situation. Howard, take 2 men and pursue them immediately. Remember, ignore the scattered soldiers. You can only engage when you encounter the main force. Moreover, you must wait until they are back in formation before striking. Do not get entangled in battle. Your mission is merely to lure the main force over. Understood? The rest will lay in ambush. Remember, once Howard draws them in, you must strike, while retreating, while also keeping your distance to prevent them from using heavy weapons. Yes. With that, Ye Feng crouched down, found a relatively intact corpse, copied its information, and transformed into the appearance of the American soldier, then followed. The others were nearly petrified upon seeing Ye Feng transform into another person, their admiration for him overwhelming. Oh my God, our Lord must be a deity. Indeed, he is almost omnipotent. Sigh, I feel some pity for my former country. I wonder what they are thinking. Why provoke someone who is a god? The crowd sighed in unison. Ye Feng's plan was simple. To escape the encirclement of the American military, one could not confront them heathen. Back in the day, the Red Army of China had also broken out of a heavy encirclement that far outnumbered them. Later, they became a force that shocked the world, known as the People's Liberation Army of China. Ye Feng aimed to emulate his predecessors, using feints and real movements to confuse the enemy about his intentions. To put it simply, he would let them know he intended to escape while keeping them in the dark about his actual direction. Ye Feng's current plan was to disrupt the enemy's formation and then strike when the opportunity arose. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. What Ye Feng intended to execute was a decapitation strike. Leaving the remaining mechanized soldiers was merely to create an illusion. As long as he controlled the head of the Washington military, the American army would fall apart without a fight. Meanwhile, the commander's armored vehicle was several kilometers behind the troops. Such a huge commotion would naturally attract attention. Why is there such a huge noise? What exactly happened up ahead? The commander asked in a deep voice. The chief of staff hastily contacted Alfredo via satellite phone. Hello, Alfredo, what happened up front? Crackle. But all he received in response was a crackling sound. The satellite phone of the polar bear unit had turned to scrap in the recent explosion. The chief of staff's face changed dramatically. Such a situation could only mean one thing: the satellite phone was damaged. He had absolute confidence in his equipment. It was impossible for the satellite phone to be damaged unless combat had occurred. Sir, we can't contact the polar bear unit, the chief of staff said weakly. What? The commander became anxious immediately. He was not a fool. Such a situation could only mean one possibility. Are you sure? Yet he still did not want to believe this fact. The chief of staff handed him the satellite phone. Hello? Hello? He shouted a couple of times, but the response was still that crackling noise. Damn it, give the order to investigate immediately. The commander exploded in anger, smashing the satellite phone against the bottom of the armored vehicle, which produced a violent crashing sound. It must be said that the quality of American satellite phones is excellent. Even after such a violent impact, they remained intact. However, before the chief of staff could issue an order, someone outside came to report. Stop. I have important information to report. An American soldier blocked the armored vehicle. The chief of staff immediately opened the door, hurriedly asking what is happening. Re-reporting chief of staff, the advance unit polar bear. The soldier's face was full of disbelief as he seemed hesitant to continue. Speak quickly, the chief of staff nearly shouted. The polar bear unit, we don't know what happened, but they have nearly been annihilated. What? What do you mean you don't know what happened? You need to clarify. The commander had gotten out of the vehicle and upon hearing the soldier's report stepped forward to grab the soldier by the collar and questioned loudly. The soldier stuttered, Commander, we really have no idea what happened. We only saw a few from the polar bear unit running back shouting for help. They seemed completely panicked, and after asking for a long time, we only learned this much. Their exact words were boom, and then nearly everyone died. The sudden explosion and the power of the landmine had indeed shocked the American soldiers greatly. Those fortunate enough to survive upon witnessing the situation fled in panic back to the main force. Some even didn't know where they ran off to. Order the troops to advance at full speed. I must make those Chinese monkeys pay a heavy price. The commander, upon hearing this, could not help but shout in anger, his demeanor resembling that of a mad dog. He had every reason to be furious as his own son was among that unit. Assemble all troops, advance at full speed. I will flay that monkey from Huashao alive. The commander's furious voice echoed through the forests, startling the birds into flight. Ye Feng, who had been swiftly traversing the jungle, halted abruptly. He pricked up his ears, listened intently, then curled a sinister smile. Flay me alive, eh? Heh, not a bad suggestion you've made. Ye Feng muttered to himself before pressing onward, covering several kilometers in mere breaths. Grief-stricken by the loss of his beloved son, the Washington Military District Commander seemed to have lost his sanity, issuing an order to tear Ye Feng limb from limb at any cost. Howard and two other prosthetic warriors had already drawn near the Washington forces. Following Ye Feng's instructions, they first observed from a distance, granting the enemy a brief respite. But now it seemed the Washington military no longer needed it. Tanks, armored vehicles, cannons, heavy machine guns, and artillery, originally stationed at the rear, were now being dragged to the forefront of the formation. It appeared they were truly determined to grind Ye Feng to dust at any cost. Little did they know Ye Feng had already slipped silently into their midst. How would they feel if they discovered that? Captain, how much longer must we wait? If we delay any further, their heavy weaponry will be fully deployed, and we'll have no chance to fight back. One of the accompanying prosthetic warriors gazed at the rows of armored vehicles and heavy machine guns, his expression turning grim. Ye Feng hadn't anticipated that the son of the commander would be within the Arctic Bear forces. If not for that, his plan would have been flawless. But now, strike. Take out the lead armored vehicle first, then retreat, quickly fighting as we go. Indeed, if they allowed the Washington military to fully prepare, they would be trapped in a death spiral. At Howard's command, the other two raised their laser rifles, taking aim at the foremost armored vehicle. With a few crisp shots, several laser beams blazed through the jungle. Even in broad daylight, the dazzling brilliance of the laser fire was unmistakable. Then came a thunderous explosion. The armored vehicle had been obliterated by the laser rifles. Nice. Well done. Their smiles lasted barely 2 seconds before Howard's voice rang out, retreat. But it was too late. The roar of artillery and the rattle of Gatling guns filled the air. The Washington military had finally unleashed their heavy weapons. In an instant, the spot where the two had fired was reduced to rubble, surrounding trees turned to ash. Had Howard not warned them in time, even those prosthetic warriors might have met their end. Though they narrowly escaped the fatal blow, the immense shockwave still left them injured. Without Ye Feng's modified bulletproof vests, they would have been immobilized. You all right? Howard asked with concern. Both men wiped a trace of crimson from their lips and shook their heads. We're fine. Moved. The three of them pushed their speed to the limit, putting a safe distance between themselves and the enemy. Shit. After them. Those bastards are fast. The heavy weapons commander of the Washington forces cursed as he watched the trio vanish into the distance. The battle erupted. Following Ye Feng's orders, the three fought a retreating battle. Learning from their earlier mistake, they managed to lure the Washington forces back to the designated position. As the Washington army arrived at the site of the Arctic Bear, annihilation flashes erupted from all directions, followed by explosions. Several of their artillery pieces were destroyed. Reacting swiftly, the Washington forces unleashed a full counterattack in every direction. Within seconds, a large number of their soldiers lay dead. Concentrate fire on the northern high ground. The commander had a flash of insight, realizing their earlier dispersed fire had cost them dearly. The tactic proved effective. The concentrated barrage left the prosthetic warrior on the northern ridge with no escape. Even with their 80 km/h speed, they couldn't outrun the relentless bombardment. The two fell there, but their deaths were not in vain. They took a host of Washington soldiers with them. Karen, Kate. Howard's men cried out in fury. Shit, they'll send you all to the grave with my brothers. One of the prosthetic warriors, his face twisted with grief and rage, had been as close as a brother to Kate. Seeing Kate fall, the fire in his heart blazed uncontrollably. Bill, get back here. Howard shouted, but it was too late. The warrior named Bill had already charged forward, laser rifle in hand. Go to hell, all of you. As he charged, he fired several shots, destroying more of the Washington heavy weaponry. When he closed the distance, Bill smashed his laser rifle and plunged into the enemy ranks. A tiger among sheep, screams rose and fell. The sudden assault caught the Washington soldiers off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, Bill had already slaughtered dozens. Engaged in close combat, they refrained from firing, at first opting for hand-to-hand fighting. But they were no match for Bill. A few cowardly soldiers opened fire, plunging the scene into chaos. A hail of bullets followed friendly fire, claiming dozens more Washington soldiers. Bill took several hits before finally collapsing. 3 prosthetic warriors had fallen in succession, but they had inflicted heavy losses on the Washington forces. In a squad at the rear, Ye Feng sensed the loss of connection from several subships and knew his warriors were dead. Ye Feng's face remained impassive, but a fire of rage kindled within him. Though the loss of a few prosthetic warriors was not a great setback, he could always modify more. Ye Feng was human after all. Over the days of their companionship, bonds had formed. They had died for him. His gaze locked onto the armored vehicle surrounded by a cluster of soldiers, the commander's vehicle. Ye Feng crept closer. It's time to end this. He would not let another prosthetic warrior die for him. Commander! Commander! Ye Feng shouted as he sprinted toward the armored vehicle. His frantic demeanor suggested something truly momentous had occurred, so the other soldiers did not hinder him, fearing they might delay an important piece of intelligence. The commander was still in a rage. What's all this shouting about? The chief of staff descended from the vehicle, fixing his gaze on Ye Feng. Since this was a decapitation strike, Ye Feng's target was naturally the commander. Seeing that it was not the commander who had descended, Ye Feng quickly resumed his look of extreme urgency. This matter is of grave importance. Oh, I must speak directly with the commander. This statement displeased the chief of staff. Was his own rank insufficient? Speak your piece. Do you not recognize me? His tone carried a clear note of displeasure. Of course I know you, the esteemed Mr. Leonov, our military district's chief of staff, former instructor of the SEALs. Your glorious military career is a model for us American soldiers. How could I not recognize you? Ye Feng's tone was supremely respectful, heaping lavish praise upon Leonov. In truth, Ye Feng had already ascertained that Leonov was exceedingly fond of flattery. As expected, Leonov's face immediately brightened with joy upon hearing this. Though his expression remained stern, his heart had already warmed towards Ye Feng due to the flattery. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng made a swift pivot. But esteemed Mr. Leonov, this matter is of such great consequence that I must report it to the commander. Leonov, seeing Ye Feng's sincerity, replied, Very well, I will inform the commander at once. Wait here. His tone had also softened considerably. The commander, still seething with rage and grief over his son's misfortune, felt a throbbing headache. He leaned back in his chair, resting his eyes, his mind conjuring scenes of Ye Feng being drawn and quartered. Commander! Commander! Leonov called out cautiously. The commander opened his eyes, looking weary. What is it? Is there news from those Chinese monkeys? Commander, a soldier claims to have vital intelligence to report to you personally. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be a soldier from the front lines. Send him over. The commander closed his eyes again. Leonov went back to Ye Feng and said, Go ahead. The commander is in the vehicle. Yes, sir. Ye Feng even saluted Leonov. This soldier is quite good, very polite. I like him. Leonov was very pleased with Ye Feng's performance. As Ye Feng approached, he saw the commander resting with his eyes closed against the car seat. The door was open. When Ye Feng drew near, the commander did not open his eyes, but spoke with them closed. Soldier, speak. What situation do you have to report? Esteemed commander, I believe this matter must be discussed inside the vehicle. My. The commander opened his eyes, scrutinizing Ye Feng as if trying to see through him. Truly worthy of a commander, his vigilance was sharp. What matter is so secret? There are no outsiders here, no spies. The commander asked in a deep voice. He sensed something amiss. Ye Feng, as if anticipating this, spoke again. It concerns news of your son and that Chinese man. Currently, nothing concerned him more than his son's condition. Since the polar bear unit had not been completely annihilated, and some had returned, he still clung to a sliver of hope. Secondly, he yearned to kill Ye Feng to make him pay a bloody and grievous price. And here was Ye Feng claiming to have news on both matters. Naturally, he became agitated. You had better have the news you speak of, or you will learn the consequences. Get in. After Ye Feng entered the vehicle, he glanced at the open door and indicated it should be closed. The moment the door shut, the commander felt a sudden chill down his spine. But before he could cry out, his mouth was firmly clamped shut by Ye Feng. A gleaming dagger pressed against his neck, and he felt one foot already stepping into the abyss of death. If you wish to die, I wouldn't mind sending you to meet your god. But if not, cooperate well. Otherwise, I can't guarantee my hand won't tremble. Ye Feng taunted. Life is but once, any normal person cherishes it. When death truly looms, that icy sensation throughout the body is terrifying indeed. Sure enough, when Ye Feng slowly removed his hand, the commander did not shout or scream. He knew well that would be an unwise decision. You? Who are you? The commander asked, bewildered. Who am I? Ye Feng felt an urge to laugh. You dispatch Washington's most elite troops to deal with me, and yet you ask who I am. It's like going to the toilet only to realize halfway through it's not a toilet. Isn't that ridiculous, esteemed commander? You are that Chinese mon. Ye Feng. The commander started to say, but feeling the pressure on his neck, he quickly corrected himself. How is this possible? He stared at the man before him, clearly an American face. How could he be that Chinese monkey? Commander, don't play these petty tricks with me. If a military district commander has only this much wit, then America is not far from ruin. Don't think to use these boring questions to buy time. I have no time to answer your questions. The commander, seeing his ploy exposed, was not surprised. From the moment Ye Feng drew the dagger and pressed it to his throat, he knew this man was definitely not American. His feigned ignorance was merely a stalling tactic. Outside were all his men. If the time stretched even a little longer, they would surely notice something was wrong. Give the order. Withdraw the frontline troops. You have 5 seconds to decide. Ye Feng's goal was to pull the frontline forces back, ensuring the safety of the other prosthetic warriors. Otherwise, even if he returned safely to his country, he would never be able to live with the guilt. Stepping over the corpses of others to survive was not Ye Feng's way. As for the men outside, Ye Feng was confident he could escape unscathed as most of the soldiers had already been drawn away by Howard's squad. 5432. He'll give it. He'll give the order immediately. The fear of death was too overwhelming. The Washington commander relented, swiftly grabbing the satellite phone to command the frontline forces to withdraw at once. In truth, he harbored another intention to bring the main force back, trapping Ye Feng with no escape. But he knew far too little about Ye Feng. Once the order was given, Ye Feng did not linger. He dispatched the commander with a single stroke and exited the vehicle with the utmost speed. The commander died without ever understanding how Ye Feng dared to do it. Shouldn't he have kept him alive to ensure his own safe retreat? Indeed, for an ordinary person, holding the commander's life hostage and then withdrawing unscathed would be the optimal strategy. But was Ye Feng ordinary? Not in the slightest. 3 prosthetic warriors had died for him, men who revered him as their sovereign lord. Did he not owe them an answer? To eliminate the enemy's highest commander, that was his answer to them, and to himself. After stepping out of the armored vehicle, Ye Feng wore a faint smile, though his objective had been achieved. "Report complete?" asked Leonov. Ye Feng nodded with a quiet smile. The chief of staff had originally intended to recruit Ye Feng onto his own staff, until he glimpsed the commander slumped motionless in his seat inside the armored vehicle. Blood still seeped from fresh wounds. For a moment, he stood frozen in disbelief. "Thank you for so effortlessly allowing me to approach your commanding officer. I shall cherish the memory, Honorable Mr. Leonov, esteemed Chief of Staff of the United States." As he spoke, Ye Feng raised a playful farewell gesture. Leonov, ex-SEAL team member, recovered instantly from his brief lapse, his instincts snapping back into place. Recalling Ye Feng's earlier conduct inconsistencies now surged vividly into focus. Yet he had not only overlooked them, but had even accepted flattery at face value. A crushing sense of humiliation flooded Leonov's chest, the visceral sting of having been made a fool. "Oh, damn you, I don't care who you are. You will pay with your life." With that, Leonov drew his sidearm in one fluid motion. Bang! But Ye Feng had already reacted, diverting sideways with explosive force the instant Leonov's hand moved. The bullet tore through empty air. How is this possible? Is he even human? At the gunshot, nearby soldiers froze, then stared stunned as their commanding officer leveled his weapon at Ye Feng. They instinctively assumed combat stances. Ye Feng granted Leonov no time to recover. The moment he evaded the shot, he lunged forward, swift as lightning cleaving the sky. In the next breath, Ye Feng's fingers locked around Leonov's throat. A suffocating pressure seized Leonov's windpipe. He felt death's cold embrace drawing near. In desperate survival instinct, he shook his head violently, silently pleading, "Don't kill me." Ye Feng lifted Leonov clean off his feet, throttling him aloft. "Is this your plea for mercy?" Surrounding soldiers, witnessing their commander's subjugation, dared not act, merely encircled Ye Feng in tense silence. Strangled beyond speech, Leonov could only blink frantically. Yet Ye Feng met his gaze with indifference, shaking his head in quiet lament. "You and your commander both assumed I'd spare your life and slip away unharmed from your encirclement. You vastly overestimated yourselves. I harbor no such intention. One commander fallen, now a chief of staff. Only one remains, and that too shall be my reckoning." Without another word, Ye Feng tightened his grip. Leonov's legs jerked once, then went slack. As Ye Feng discarded the corpse like refuse, the soldiers finally opened fire. Ye Feng rolled sideways, simultaneously pressing a button. His boot-mounted thrusters required 3 seconds to ignite. Meanwhile, bullets screamed past. The soldiers instinctively ceased firing, convinced that even steel plating would have been riddled with holes under such concentrated fire. Is he dead? No way he survived that barrage, unless he's Superman. Such was the collective thought surging through their minds. Yet as dust settled, Ye Feng stood untouched, unscathed, unmarred, and before their disbelieving eyes unfolded a sight none would ever forget. He hovered, levitating like a cinematic demigod. Then like a launched rocket he ascended skyward, leaving behind hundreds of gaping silent mouths. My God, what manner of being did command send us to confront? No, he is no man. He is a god. That single spectacle shattered the American unit's morale. How could they fight an adversary impervious to bullets, silent, lethal, capable of decapitating their leadership, yet vanishing without trace? They watched helplessly, paralyzed, powerless to act. Were they not soldiers bound by duty, most would have cast aside armor and fled. Ye Feng departed as quietly as dust swept from a sleeve, yet his feet alongside the prosthetic warriors soared across borders and echoed worldwide. After all, this was no minor detachment in elite U.S. military district, each soldier individually capable of toppling a small nation, had suffered humiliating defeat at Ye Feng's hands. Casualties were catastrophic, their supreme commander executed. Such seismic news resonated globally with the same magnitude as China's first atomic detonation decades prior. On a foreign military forum, an anonymous post summarizing Ye Feng's operation ignited instantaneous global attention. Comments proliferated like wildfire. OP, how credible is this account? Please don't fabricate for clout. I simply cannot believe such an event occurred. Months ago, China's breakthrough in prosthetic technology surfaced. I sensed its profundity. Only prosthetic warriors could achieve such extraordinary feats. No one else comes close. China, truly, no wonder it has endured millennia. Most of us gravely underestimated this nation. Has the mysterious Eastern Lion awakened once more? The world order will shift. This is no mere tremor. It is an earthquake. Domestically, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued an immediate, deliberately ambiguous statement, neither confirming nor denying the incident. Those attuned to diplomatic nuance understood it was a masterclass in graceful ambiguity, tactful enough to avoid offense yet elegant enough to command admiration. Perhaps therein lies the timeless power of Chinese rhetoric. Domestic military forums erupted, mirroring the frenzy following the earlier prosthetic tech disclosure. Within minutes of the MFA's announcement, shares and comments multiplied like spring bamboo shoots. Unyielding strength, magnificent. Those who dare offend Great Hua shall be punished, no matter how distant. Proudly I declare to the world I am a descendant of Yin and Huang, a citizen of Great Hua. Great Hua's ascent is imminent. Ancestors, do you see? This prosperous age fulfills your deepest hopes. Across platforms, identical sentiments bloomed, not dissecting facts, but pouring forth pure, unfiltered emotion. In the United States, the protagonist of this event has also become the center of controversy. This is the first time since the U.S. has dominated the world that it faces such humiliation where an elite military unit has only managed to take down 3 opponents. The blow to their pride is so severe that the top figure in the U.S. wishes he could find a crack in the ground to hide. Upon receiving the news, an emergency meeting was convened at the very first moment to discuss how to handle the situation, ultimately deciding to eliminate Ye Feng at all costs to regain face. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, the main character, had already vanished with his team. The military in Gold State pursued him with drones for 3 full days and nights, only to eventually lose track when Ye Feng's drones ran out of battery. Otherwise, it would be uncertain how long it would take to catch up. The commander of the Gold State military personally led the troops in pursuit, resulting in nothing but a lonely chase, which turned into a topic of gossip for the people of Huagua during their leisure time. Ye Feng has unwittingly allowed the world to once again recognize the mysterious eastern nation of Huagua. He and his team traversed mountains and valleys utilizing Ye Feng's high-tech flying boots to take unconventional routes. Their path included remote forest swamps with the highest animal mortality rates, and even areas so treacherous that animals would avoid them, yet these were the routes Ye Feng and his team had to take. During this time, the United States dispatched its cutting-edge reconnaissance drones scouring the mountains and valleys for traces of Ye Feng. However, this time the U.S. learned from its mistakes, realizing that the military no longer posed a significant threat to Ye Feng, and that continued deployment of troops would incur excessive costs. Even for a strong nation like the U.S., it cannot afford many losses like those suffered by the Washington military, so they primarily dispatched fighter jets and reconnaissance aircraft. Of course, Ye Feng was no easy target either. Without a large-scale military pursuit, he found it relatively easy to escape. These reconnaissance drones did manage to discover Ye Feng's whereabouts and dispatched bombers and fighter jets to intercept him, but each time, Ye Feng successfully evaded them using the complex terrain. Although Ye Feng and his companions narrowly escaped, each time everyone except Ye Feng sustained injuries of varying severity. To avoid suffering such inhumane bombardments again, Ye Feng personally robbed a relatively powerful tech company in the U.S., modifying a device known as a magnetic field converter. This 1.0 technology, as the name suggests, can alter the magnetic field strength within a radius of several kilometers around Ye Feng. Essentially, Ye Feng can use this device to create a personal Bermuda Triangle, disrupting the signals of reconnaissance drones and the radar of fighter jets. With this in place, drones, fighter jets, and bombers would be utterly helpless against Ye Feng. One could say that even if Ye Feng walked right under U.S. aircraft, they would not notice him. After days of fruitless reconnaissance, the U.S. had no choice but to shift its focus to various borderlines, especially those countries that could directly reach Huagua. 10 days later, Ye Feng received word that Zhang Ming and others had safely arrived in Huagua with their father and sister, and they were personally received and settled by national security personnel. This eased the burden on Ye Feng's heart. They had reached the border. In the United States, Guan Island is the closest territory to China and is a point heavily guarded by the U.S. High Command, since Ye Feng was eager to return home, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Indeed, Guan Island was also where Ye Feng arrived. Along the way, the group was quite weary with clothing except for the modified bulletproof vests provided by Ye Feng, already tattered. Those who did not know would surely think that Ye Feng and his group were a bunch of beggars. Guan Island is an obscure island in the U.S., yet it is a well-known tourist spot within the country. Now it has been completely sealed off by the U.S. military. One could say that even a fly could not pass through. Noble Master, you truly have foresight. They have sealed off the entire island, seemingly guessing that we would take this route. In a dense forest across from the small island, Ye Feng and his group concealed themselves as Howard reported the situation he had gathered. Should we change our route? What's there to fear, my lord? How about we force our way through? Changing routes is too troublesome, and I estimate that other places will also have guards. I also propose a breakout. Others voiced their opinions, yet Ye Feng remained calm. As the group engaged in heated discussions, some suggested that even if it was troublesome, they should change routes, while others thought it unnecessary and recommended a forceful breakout. In the end, however, the final decision rested with Ye Feng. Of course, we must change routes, since their defenses are so tight. A forceful breakout is not a wise choice. Ye Feng finally spoke, causing the others who had supported the breakout to fall silent. However, before doing that, we need to create a diversion. With that, Ye Feng revealed a meaningful smile which reassured everyone. Having spent these few days together, they understood what this smile meant. Every time he smiled like this, it indicated that Ye Feng had already devised a plan. They all perked up their ears to listen closely. In Huaguo, we have a saying, make a sound in the east while striking in the west. There is a strategy called the golden cicada sheds its shell, which means we must create the illusion that we are definitely leaving through this way before we go to attract their firepower. In this way, wouldn't it be smoother for us to change routes? The group nodded in understanding, though comprehending these Huaguo terms was indeed a challenge for them. However, Ye Feng did not provide further explanations and just arranged for them to carry out their tasks. Howard, you take someone to look around the vicinity for any laboratories. I need to modify some things. Mike, no matter what method you use, spread the news that we are trying to return home from here immediately. We must make sure they take notice. The rest of you come with me to create a buzz. Let Mike's rumors take shape. Since we are putting on a show, let's make it a good one, treating it as a curtain call for your departure from the U.S., leaving a precious memory for this country. Ye Feng's strategy could indeed be considered flawless, yet Howard and the others felt as if they were listening to a foreign language, bewildered. They couldn't help but wonder, if we are leaving, why create trouble for ourselves before we go? Nevertheless, they followed his instructions without question, as they were unconditionally obedient to Ye Feng. The group had clearly defined roles and took action separately. First, Howard led a team to find a laboratory, while Mike began by posting online and personally wrote a report claiming to have seen these people. Then it was Ye Feng's turn. Ye Feng only needed to wait there with the remaining people, waiting for Howard to find the laboratory, waiting for the news of their departure to ferment. Sure enough, upon receiving the news, the United States immediately reacted, disregarding its accuracy, and had dispatched a large troop towards Guan Island. The purpose was to intercept Ye Feng. With the already heavily guarded Guan Island, it had become even more difficult to breach, which was exactly the effect Ye Feng wanted to see. Then a message came back from Howard, having learned of a technology company from the United States nearby, whose laboratory was close to Guan Island. Ye Feng then gathered the others and met up with Howard, who understood Ye Feng's need for the laboratory was crucial, so he had already cleaned up the laboratory on the way. Irrelevant personnel had already been dealt with by Howard, so as soon as Ye Feng arrived, he directly entered to modify what he wanted. Half an hour later, Ye Feng emerged from the laboratory. Indeed, Ye Feng had used the laboratory to create a 4D semi-supermodel technology capable of changing human faces, which could alter to resemble anyone after being worn. There was also a mini RA-ray pen that could change fingerprints, palm prints, and skin textures, and lastly a voice changer that could be installed deep in the throat, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable by X-rays due to its special material. The most critical item was a translucent chip the size of a fingernail, a piece of black technology that Ye Feng had not had time to name, capable of mimicking a person's demeanor, tone, expression, micro-expressions, and walking posture, with Ye Feng's highest imitation rate reaching 99.3. Now through Ye Feng's modifications it had reached 99.9. These pieces of equipment were the best artifacts Ye Feng quietly brought to the United States, and after arriving he had not used them, but this situation was just right for them to be useful again. Moreover, he had prepared a set for each of the cyborg warriors, as Ye Feng intended to use this method to leave Huaguo. When Ye Feng stepped out, Howard approached him full of anticipation and asked, "Noble Master, what powerful weapon is this time?" Others also looked at Ye Feng, remembering how impressive the laser guns, bulletproof vests, and jet boots Ye Feng had given them last time were. After Ye Feng distributed the items to them, he introduced the functions of each. Even though they were psychologically prepared, they could not escape their astonishment after Ye Feng finished the introductions. The things Ye Feng created simply refreshed their worldview time and again. Are there such magical things in the world? Master, you must be a deity. Ye Feng remained calm. If it weren't for the laboratory's insufficient infrastructure, he could have directly used robotic technology to create several robots identical to himself and his companions. There was no need for such trouble, but due to the laboratory's limited equipment and the lack of time, Ye Feng could only settle for less. By the time Ye Feng and the others left the laboratory, they had completely transformed their identities as researchers from the American technology company. Under the watchful eyes of many, Ye Feng and his companions boarded a plane heading to the United States, Washington, the stronghold of the U.S. As only Washington had direct flights to Huagua. Ye Feng arrived quietly, just as he left quietly, leaving behind no trace, instead, leaving an indelible legend in the United States. However, the United States was still completely unaware, continuously gathering troops towards Guan Island, appearing determined to capture it. 3 days later, Ye Feng had already arrived in Huagua the day before, but he did not rush, instead, making sure Howard and the others were settled first. Meanwhile, the United States had mobilized troops for 3 days and nights, without sleep, yet failed to find Ye Feng's shadow, ultimately receiving a report from a technology company that their research personnel were missing. After the U.S. police investigated, they discovered that these researchers were not missing but trapped in the laboratory, yet their identities had been stolen by others, allowing them to board a plane to Washington and then transfer to Huagua. After this news was reported, the high-level officials in the United States suddenly realized they had once again been played by Ye Feng. Upon hearing the news, U.S. President No. 1, not knowing if it was due to anger, was hospitalized the next day, receiving intravenous therapy. The United States had suffered heavy losses akin to losing both the wife and soldiers, unable to voice their grievances. This matter was immediately classified by high-ranking officials. They could not afford to lose face again, as the previous animal incident had already greatly diminished America's prestige in the world, and if this matter were to be exposed, it would be another blow to the United States, so they could only silently endure, which was likely why U.S. President No. 1 was so stressed that he required intravenous therapy. Because Ye Feng's return to the country was unknown, Zhang Meng and others had already returned home. During these days, Zhang Meng, Wu Hao, and others were very worried about Ye Feng, as were Lan Fenghua and Lan Ling, who had been protected by the National Security Bureau after being safely brought back to the country. The ones protecting them were Zhang Meng and several cyborg warriors. In a secluded villa far from the city, this was the temporary residence arranged for Lan Fenghua by the National Security Bureau, where Zhang Meng, Wu Hao, and the father-daughter duo of Lan Fenghua gathered around the table. After returning to the country, Lan Fenghua had been worried about Ye Feng, so at this time every day she would ask Zhang Meng about Ye Feng's news. Mr. Lan, don't worry, Professor Yi is blessed and will be fine. Zhang Meng was also worried about Ye Feng, but had not received any news, so he could only offer comfort. It has been several days. What is my brother doing now? Lan Linger also looked anxious. How about this, Zhang Gu? Shall we go ask the higher-ups again later? Wu Hao chimed in from the side. Yes, let's go ask again. Can I go with you? Lan Fenghua asked. I want to go too. Lan Ling agreed. Zhang Meng felt a bit troubled, but seeing the eager expressions of the two, he couldn't bear to refuse and could only nod. All right, let's go now. In Huagua, at the National Security Bureau office building, Zhang Jun was looking at the secret information sent back from across the ocean, his expression serious. This information was about Ye Feng, stating only that Ye Feng was suspected to have escaped from the United States, as Huagua's spies had only learned of the U.S. troop withdrawal on the 3rd day. Regarding Ye Feng's specific whereabouts, there was still no information. Just as Zhang Jun was about to report to his superiors, there was a knock at the office door. Shall we go open the door? The secretary who was working jogged to the door. Outside the door stood Zhang Meng and his group. Zhang Meng and Wu Hao respectfully saluted Zhang Jun, who nodded in response. You two have worked hard during this time to serve the people. Zhang Jun looked at the two beside him, knowing they were Ye Feng's father and sister, and thus greeted them warmly. He placed the intelligence report on the table and stood up to personally welcome them. Mr. Lan Fenghua and Miss Lan, please come in. Zhang Jun led them to a table in the office and said, shall we prepare some tea? Lan Fenghua was somewhat surprised, as Zhang Meng had informed him that Zhang Jun was the director of the National Security Bureau, a person of great importance in Huagua. However, Zhang Jun did not possess the intimidating demeanor of the American officials he had encountered. Instead, he exuded a restrained aura, appearing more like an ordinary person with a sense of warmth. Director Zhang, there's no need to be so polite. This left Lan Fenghua somewhat at a loss for words. Having spent so long in America, he had forgotten some of the customs of Huagua. He appeared somewhat awkward. Haha, Mr. Lan, no need to be polite. You are the father of Professor Yi, a parent of our national heroes. If it were known that I did not treat Mr. Lan Fenghua properly, our Weibo would be in trouble tonight. Zhang Jin joked, and this light-hearted remark instantly eased the atmosphere. Director Zhang, is there any news about my brother? Lan Ling, seeing that her father had not brought up the main issue, became somewhat impatient. Lan Ling's impulsive demeanor made Lan Fenghua nervous, and he quickly shot her a look, then apologized. I'm sorry, my daughter grew up in America and can be a bit impulsive. Please forgive her. Though Lan Fenghua had also spent most of his life in America, he was originally from Huagua and knew it was a taboo for juniors to interrupt their elders. But that was an old mindset. Zhang Jun waved his hand casually. It's fine. I actually appreciate your daughter's straightforward personality. Lan Ling genuinely cared about Ye Feng and didn't feel anything was wrong. Even after being warned by her father's gaze, she continued, is there any news about my brother? Since Zhang Jun did not object, Lan Fenghua did not stop her either. He too was concerned about Ye Feng, so he turned his gaze to Zhang Jun, eager for his response. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Jun realized he did not possess any accurate information about Ye Feng yet, and had initially planned not to disclose anything to avoid unnecessary worry for the Lan family. However, he reconsidered and felt that as Ye Feng's relatives, they deserved to know the real situation, so he stood up and handed over the report on the table. Lan Fenghua was about to reach out to express his thanks when Lan Ling jumped in first. What does suspected escape mean? Unclear whereabouts. Lan Ling became agitated after reading it, her tone rising a few notches. Lan Fenghua also grabbed the note from Lan Ling. Director Zhang, this. To be honest, the worst kind of news to receive was this kind of uncertain information, as uncertainty brings about expectations, and with expectations come involuntary associations. Miss Lan, please remain calm. Professor Yi is a person of destiny. The withdrawal of American troops is the best indication. If they had truly captured Professor Yi or someone else, they certainly would not remain so silent. Therefore, Professor Yi should have already escaped from America. It's just that Professor Yi's movements have always been hard to track, and we still do not have any concrete news. Zhang Jun patiently explained, which indeed eased everyone's minds somewhat, but Lan Ling still seemed confused and suddenly burst into tears. In her naive thoughts, no news equated to Ye Feng having met with misfortune. This left everyone somewhat at a loss, unsure how to console her. At that moment, Ye Feng had already settled the others, and a taxi stopped at the intersection 1 kilometer away from the National Security Bureau. Handsome guy, I can only take you this far. It seems the front is our Liberation Army's base. I don't know the specifics, but you cannot pass through. You'll have to walk from here. The driver politely explained to Ye Feng. Okay, thank you, driver. Ye Feng nodded, then paid the fare and got out of the car. Indeed, there were posts set up across the street with several tall soldiers of the Huagua People's Liberation Army standing guard at the entrance, inspiring awe at just a glance. Without much thought, Ye Feng walked straight over, but was stopped by the sentry. Hello, comrade, please show me your identification. This put Ye Feng in a predicament. He hadn't brought any passes since he was accompanied the last time he came, and he was just about to call when Liang Ong. The soldier on duty looked at Ye Feng with curiosity, suddenly seeming to remember something, and an expression of disbelief crossed his face. He hesitantly asked, you are Ye Feng, Professor Yi? Ye Feng nodded. To confirm your identity, may I check your identification? Upon receiving Ye Feng's response, the soldier became even more excited. Ye Feng cooperatively took out his ID. After seeing the name, Ye Feng, the soldier respectfully handed back the ID to Ye Feng, then immediately stood at attention and saluted him. Professor Yi, it really is you. Are you looking for the director? The soldier's animated demeanor resembled a young girl meeting a superstar, leaving Ye Feng both amused and speechless. I'm just an ordinary citizen. This salute is a bit. Ye Feng hadn't finished speaking before the soldier interrupted him. Professor Yi, you are the pride of our Huagua. Just for your selfless act of sharing prosthetic technology with the nation, you deserve this salute. Ye Feng's patriotic sentiment was undoubtedly recognized in Huagua, leading to widespread admiration, so it was no surprise that this soldier recognized him. Ye Feng, can I go in now? Of course, the soldier replied with a smile. Even after Ye Feng had walked far away, the soldier's gaze remained fixed on him until the soldier, who had stopped Ye Feng, cautiously asked, Squad leader, why did you let him through? This doesn't seem right. It was clear this person still didn't know who Ye Feng was. The squad leader turned back, giving the new recruit an annoyed look. I usually tell you to pay attention to your studies, read more, and keep up with the news, but you never listen. That person even our director would treat with respect, for he is the future of Huagua. The future of Huagua. The young soldier understood his squad leader's temperament. If it weren't for Ye Feng's truly extraordinary qualities, he wouldn't be treated this way. Thus, he secretly noted down this name. Upon checking, he instantly comprehended the squad leader's behavior today. The nation's vital asset should be treated this way. Of course, that's a matter for another time. After entering, Ye Feng headed straight for the National Security Building. Having visited once before, and given that Ye Feng's prosthetic technology had been publicized by Huagua, Ye Feng transitioned from an ordinary scientific researcher to a national pillar, a vital asset of the nation. Along the way, he has garnered much respect from many. This made Ye Feng somewhat unaccustomed. Previously, he interacted only with various mathematical formulas and experimental equipment, seldom engaging in conversation with others. As soon as news of Ye Feng's appearance at the National Security Bureau spread, someone immediately informed Zhang Zheng. In his office, Zhang Zheng, who was at a loss regarding Lan Ling's situation, suddenly jumped up after receiving a phone call, excitedly exclaiming, "Really, really?" Zhang Zheng, still doubtful, while holding the phone, asked again, then burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, great, great." The secretary, witnessing the usually composed director acting so uncharacteristically, was somewhat puzzled. "Director, what's happening?" Zhang Zheng, realizing he had lost his composure, calmed himself and spoke. "Shall we immediately notify all personnel at the National Security Bureau? Except for the soldiers on duty, everyone else should stop what they're doing and gather downstairs. We must welcome our hero of Huagua home with the highest honors." As his words fell, Zhang Meng, Wu Hao, and Xiao Li erupted with excitement, leaving Lan Fenghua's father somewhat bewildered. The only person deserving of such treatment from Zhang Zheng, apart from the top leaders of Huagua, could only be Ye Feng. Ye Feng appeared to have merely handed over prosthetic technology to the state and caused a stir in the United States. There was nothing particularly astonishing about him otherwise. Logically, while Huagua valued Ye Feng, Zhang Zheng's esteem for him shouldn't reach such heights. However, after Zhang Meng and Wu Hao informed the higher-ups about their experiences in the U.S. with Ye Feng, the higher-ups had already prioritized Ye Feng as a matter of utmost importance for Huagua, and from Ye Feng's demonstrated behavior it was evident that he was a patriotic individual. Talented and patriotic, shouldn't such talent be valued? "Yes, director. I'll arrange it right away." "Haha, Mr. Lan Fenghua. Miss Lan Ling, please follow me downstairs. You will soon learn about Professor Ye's news." Everyone followed Zhang Zheng as they hurried downstairs. Su Bai felt somewhat at a loss in such a scene until they reached the building's entrance, where the soldiers on duty promptly saluted Ye Feng. "Excuse me, comrade, which floor is Director Zhang's office on?" The soldier did not answer Ye Feng's question, but replied in a way that left Ye Feng somewhat confused. "Hello, Professor Ye, our director asks you to wait a moment." Ye Feng felt even more puzzled. Could there be some important matter at hand? Thinking about it, it made sense. Being the head of a nation's security, the daily workload must be immense. So Ye Feng decided to wait for a moment. However, just then the sound of synchronized footsteps interrupted Ye Feng's thoughts. He instinctively turned around to see a neatly organized squad marching towards him. Upon seeing this, Ye Feng immediately thought of the scene during Huagua's annual military parade on October 1st, where each square formation marched in perfect unison. They marched with synchronized steps, receiving the scrutiny of the nation's leaders and the people. However, today was not any special day. Such a display made him wonder if a significant figure was arriving. This was Ye Feng's first reaction. "Stand. Attention. Clap, clap, clap." The sound of their footsteps was so unified, abruptly halting without a hint of excess noise. Then Ye Feng heard a deafening voice. "All personnel of the National Security Bureau congratulate Professor Ye on his triumphant return. Salute." For the first time, Ye Feng displayed an unsettled expression. Even when facing thousands of soldiers, he remained calm, but at this moment, he genuinely felt somewhat at a loss. He stood there unsure of how to react. "Brother Ye Feng." At that moment, Lan Ling exclaimed, bouncing out of the elevator before the doors had fully opened, rushing towards Ye Feng. Seeing Lan Ling running towards him, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile and reached out to catch her as she leaped into the air. "Lan girl has grown up so much." Holding Lan Ling, Ye Feng wore a loving smile. "Brother Ye Feng, where have you been? I was so worried about you." "Edge. Brother Ye Feng, you can actually lift me." Brother Ye Feng is actually standing up." After hugging Ye Feng, Lan Ling stared at him in a daze. In her memory, Ye Feng had always been frail and rarely moved, later even using a wheelchair. But the Ye Feng before her now had determined eyes and a straight posture, looking like an exceptionally healthy person. "Are you really Brother Ye Feng?" Ye Feng gently ruffled Lan Ling's hair, smiling as he said, "Lan girl, how could I not be Brother Ye Feng? Is it because Brother Ye Feng can stand now? Has he become stronger than before? If so, then brother would be angry." Ye Feng rarely displayed such a smile. Regardless of others' identities or significant statuses, he treated them with indifference, but only in front of this soul light in his childhood darkness did he show such an expression. "Haha, Professor Yi, you were quite hard to find." Zhang Zheng's hearty voice approached, accompanied by footsteps, with Zhang Ming, Wu Hao, and others following behind, all greeting Ye Feng. "Professor Yi, welcome home. Professor Yi, it's truly wonderful to have you back safe." Ye Feng hadn't anticipated that his every move would be so closely watched by so many. Reflecting on his past experiences, Ye Feng felt a slight comfort in his frozen heart. Haha, Director Zhang, the situation is somewhat special. Thank you all for your concern. Ye Feng expressed my gratitude to everyone. Ye Feng clasped his fists and bowed to Director Zhang and the soldiers behind him. Haha, Professor Yi, no need for such formalities. You are the future of Huagua, the pride of Huagua. Zhang Jing waved his hand with a smile. Lan Fenghua looked at Ye Feng, who was surrounded by stars, with a complex expression. No one knew what he was thinking as he hesitated several times to speak, but held back. This did not go unnoticed by the attentive Ye Feng, yet he said nothing. Ye Feng was uncertain about how to treat this father. One might say that Lan Fenghua underestimated Ye Feng, yet he provided continuous financial support. Without Lan Fenghua's assistance, Ye Feng would not have achieved such results in his experiments. However, while Lan Fenghua treated Ye Feng like his own son, it wasn't entirely accurate. He had not fulfilled the responsibilities of a father. He had not shown Ye Feng much care, and one could hardly blame Ye Feng for this. Professor, you will catch up later. Please look this way now. At that moment, Secretary Xiao Li smiled at Ye Feng and pointed to the formation at the entrance of the building. Attention units, raise your guns. At the command, the square formation immediately dispersed, changing from a square to two rows facing each other with the distance between the rows perfectly aligned with Ye Feng's position. Fire. Welcome back, Professor Yi. The sound of gunfire erupted like firecrackers with guns pointed at the sky. Those unaware might think it was a centenarian's birthday celebration. Gunfire as a salute is only seen at significant occasions. Although firearms are prohibited in Huagua, the National Security Bureau used real guns to congratulate Ye Feng, illustrating their level of importance. Ye Feng bowed to the crowd in return, genuinely unsure how to express his current feelings. Zhang Zhan was astute and noticed that Ye Feng seemed uncomfortable with such a scene. His purpose was simply to convey an attitude from above to Ye Feng. With the objective achieved, he ordered the formation to retreat and personally escorted Ye Feng upstairs to the National Security Office. Upon entering the office, Ye Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Although he was quite pleased, the earlier spectacle made him uncomfortable. He preferred quiet solitude over a noisy crowd. Zhang Zhen seated Ye Feng and engaged him in a lengthy conversation, while the others wisely refrained from interrupting, as their discussion was not something everyone could join. Towards the end, Ye Feng informed Zhang Zhen about transforming some individuals from the United States into prosthetic warriors, hoping to gauge the attitude from above through Zhang Zhen. If there were no objections from higher-ups, Ye Feng planned to arrange for these individuals to assume identities as Huagua citizens and live in Huagua, protecting Ye Feng's family. Additionally, Ye Feng shared his intention to form a team of prosthetic warriors with Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen did not respond immediately, as these matters required him to report back. Ye Feng understood the concerns from above and was not anxious. After chatting for about 10 more minutes, Zhang Zhen sent Ye Feng and Lan Fenghua's father-daughter duo to a villa in the suburbs. Now that the official business was concluded, it was time for Ye Feng to discuss personal matters with his family. Zhang Ming drove them to their destination and stood guard outside the villa. Throughout the journey, Lan Ling was as cheerful as a little sparrow, chattering incessantly in Ye Feng's ear, to which Ye Feng patiently responded. Even after returning to the villa, she showed no sign of wanting to stop. Linger, your brother just returned from such a dangerous place in the United States and surely hasn't rested well. I know you have so much to say, but please let your brother have a moment to rest. The three sat in the villa's living room, and after a long silence, Lan Fenghua finally spoke. After considering her father's words, Lan Ling displayed an apologetic expression. Brother Ye Feng, it's been so long since we had a good chat, and I have so much to say. I didn't realize you hadn't rested yet. Please rest well, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? Lan Ling looked at Ye Feng with her big eyes. Haha, of course. Whenever you want to chat, your brother will have time. Ye Feng affectionately ruffled Lan Ling's hair. Great. Lan Ling replied happily, then made a funny face at Lan Fenghua before skipping upstairs. The atmosphere turned silent after Lan Ling left. Lan Fenghua contemplated speaking several times, but for some reason, each time the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. Ye Feng could no longer hold back. Just say what you want to say. Ye Feng was unsure how to address him, as he found it impossible to utter those two words. Lan Fenghua looked at Ye Feng with a complex expression, struggling deeply. After taking a deep breath, he said, I know that what I am about to say may provoke your displeasure, and you have every reason to refuse my request. But as their father, as their husband, I must plead with you. Please save them. Lan Fenghua uttered these words as if he had expended all his strength, then fell silent, waiting for Ye Feng's response. Ye Feng certainly understood that Lan Fenghua wanted him to plead with those above, hoping that the higher-ups in Huagua could intervene and rescue those half-siblings with little blood relation to Ye Feng. No wonder Lan Fenghua found it hard to speak. Ye Feng fell silent. His heart was resistant, yet the person before him was indeed his father, his biological father, leaving Ye Feng deeply conflicted. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly changed his expression as the mental control chip in his mind conveyed a message to him. It was from Howard. Master, where are you now? We've encountered a situation here that requires your immediate presence. Upon receiving the message, Ye Feng immediately set off, speeding at 120 kilometers per hour, rushing out of the villa without looking back. Lan Fenghua, left with a complex expression, watched Ye Feng's disappearing figure and took a deep breath, murmuring to himself, sigh. It seems you are still unwilling. I have no reason to blame you. You suffered too much injustice at their hands when you were young. Child, I am sorry as a father. As he spoke, Lan Fenghua felt increasingly uncomfortable, his voice becoming choked with emotion. Meanwhile, Ye Feng appeared before Howard and the others at the fastest speed, and upon opening the door, he saw Howard and others tightly controlling another prosthetic warrior. What is going on? Ye Feng inquired. Upon Ye Feng's arrival, Howard and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Your esteemed lordship, you've finally come. Howard spoke with relief, then retrieved a phone from the pocket of the restrained man and respectfully handed it to Ye Feng. The phone was already unlocked. Ye Feng took it and glanced at the screen, immediately furrowing his brow. The phone displayed an email message. If you want to ensure your family's safety, you have 1 day to come to the address I've given you. Of course, if you choose to abandon them, I can't do anything about it. It was signed by the CIA, accompanied by a photo of a woman and a child around 6 or 7 years old, bound hand and foot on the ground, their panicked eyes evoking deep sympathy. Ye Feng didn't need to think twice to know that the woman and child were the prosthetic warrior's wife and children. If not for his closest kin, how could this prosthetic warrior have dared to defy Ye Feng's orders and insist on saving them against his comrades' objections? The CIA had kidnapped them simply to force him out and seize the opportunity to capture him. Evidently, the U.S. had already discovered that Howard and his team had pledged allegiance to Ye Feng. Another purpose of kidnapping his wife and children was to force Su Bai to reveal himself, though that would depend on Su Bai's own choice. If Su Bai refused to show up for this reason, they could still capture the prosthetic warrior, dead or alive. Given America's technological prowess, it wasn't impossible for them to extract something from even a corpse. This move by the U.S. was nothing short of a double-edged sword. Seeing Ye Feng's silence, the prosthetic warrior struggled to break free from his comrade's restraint, but one man's strength was too feeble. Howard gestured for the others to release him, knowing that with Ye Feng present, if he didn't wish it, the warrior couldn't go anywhere. Once freed, the prosthetic warrior thudded to his knees before Ye Feng, pleading bitterly, Your esteemed lordship, I don't ask you to rescue my family. I only beg you to allow me to go myself. I swear to you, once I save them, I will self-destruct to ensure no technology leaks out. Ye Feng gazed at the prosthetic warrior before him without a word, while the others looked at him with hopeful anticipation. In truth, they yearned for Ye Feng to go to the rescue, but if he chose not to, they harbored no resentment, for it was clearly a trap. The reason they hoped for his intervention was simply the unavoidable human emotion of compassion. Ye Feng understood their feelings well. His silence stemmed not from hesitation about going, but from contemplation of a rescue plan. Though these prosthetic warriors had been coerced initially, they now genuinely admired Ye Feng and wished to fight for him for life. As their lord, Ye Feng was a man of flesh and blood, duty-bound to shoulder this responsibility even through fire and flood. Seeing Ye Feng still silent, the prosthetic warrior grew uneasy. Without Ye Feng's command, he could take no action, his heart in turmoil. Sensing the signal transmitted through the mental control chip, Ye Feng snapped back to reality, stepped forward, and helped the prosthetic warrior to his feet. Don't worry. Since they are your family, we have no reason to leave them to die. But we must prepare thoroughly. We cannot afford to lose our composure now. Ye Feng's expression was stern. Thank you, my lord. I. The prosthetic warrior's emotions soared like a roller coaster, leaving him speechless with gratitude. Howard, take them to the city port immediately and wait for me. The port. Your lordship, are we? Before he could finish, Ye Feng added, other modes of transport are too passive for us. If I were the U.S. military, I'd lock down all airports and wait for the prey to walk into the trap. By contrast, taking the water route is safer. With so many islands in the Pacific, I doubt they can guess our direction. Understood. Howard's squad set off immediately, while Ye Feng needed to inform China. At the national security base, Ye Feng dashed toward the gate like lightning, startling the guards who nearly opened fire. Recognizing Ye Feng, they breathed a sigh of relief and opened the gate without a word, seeing his haste. In the National Security Director's office, Director Zhang Jun was on the phone with the third-ranking official of China. Haha, truly heaven blesses our nation, granting us a talent like Professor Yi. Zhang Jun marveled into the phone. The voice on the other end replied, indeed, though the world appears peaceful, currents run deep beneath. The U.S. has always eyed China covetously, seeking to curb our development in every aspect. Ye Feng's emergence is our best chance to break the deadlock and achieve rejuvenation. We must seize this opportunity firmly. Understood. The national security will spare no effort to protect him. Rest assured, old chief. Besides, Professor Yi is exceptionally capable himself. Good. As long as it doesn't compromise national and people's interests, we'll do our utmost to meet his requests. Yes. Just then a sudden knock came at the door. Come. In. Before the word in was fully uttered, Ye Feng burst through the door. Secretary Li immediately drew his gun and aimed at Ye Feng. Director Zhang, time is short, so I'll make it brief. I need 2 speedboats now, one of them filled with gasoline, immediately. Though his words were blunt, the tone carried an unmistakable plea. As luck would have it, Zhang had just received orders from above to accommodate Ye Feng's requests as much as possible without violating national and people's interests. No sooner had he hung up than Ye Feng appeared. Professor Yi, may I ask what you intend to do? I need to go to the U.S. immediately. The CIA has taken my subordinate's family hostage to force me out. What a... The world's leading power stoops to such despicable acts. Preposterous. Zhang Zhen's face twisted with disdain. He continued, Professor Yi, I understand your feelings, but this is far too risky. You barely escaped their clutches, and now you want to return. I'm afraid. Zhang Zhen naturally opposed Ye Feng's return to the U.S. In his eyes, Ye Feng's safety was paramount. Ye Feng remained silent. How about this? I'll notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately to see if we can secure the hostage's release through negotiations. Rest assured, the U.S. can't afford to completely ignore its international image. Zhang Zhen continued to persuade, attempting to dissuade Ye Feng from this mission. Indeed, the method proposed by Zhang Zhen is a rather prudent approach. Ye Feng understands that individuals in high positions like Zhang Zhen think comprehensively. The United States may release the hostages due to some conditions set by Huagua or for the sake of international image. However, it is only a possibility. Ye Feng insists on personally going to rescue them. If everything goes well, he might also save his brothers and sisters, even if their blood relation is minimal. Director Zhang, I know what you want to say, but my mind is made up. This trip to the United States is a must. It's not just a rescue operation. Some people will always keep you in their thoughts unless you make them pay a price. Sigh. Zhang Zhen sighed, knowing he couldn't persuade Ye Feng. Even without assistance from the state, given Ye Feng's capabilities, acquiring 2 yachts would not be a challenge. By seeking his help, Ye Feng is also expressing his stance to the country. As long as the country is willing to assist, Ye Feng will always be a citizen of Huagua. All right. He'll prepare it for you right away. Eventually, Zhang Zhen compromised. He took Ye Feng to a military-industrial laboratory where Huagua had recently developed a new type of military combat speedboat. It has not yet been put into service, and now it is just the right time to use it. If they choose to support Ye Feng, it must be with the best. Is this the new research? Ye Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the medium-sized yacht measuring 4 meters in length and 4 meters in height. Due to work reasons, he had some understanding of Huagua's military industry. He had previously dealt with some military components, so he had some knowledge in this area. However, that was in the past. Now the concepts in Ye Feng's mind are far more advanced than any yacht in the world. That's right, it was just recently perfected and hasn't started production yet. Since you need it, of course, we must provide you with the best. As the two chatted and entered the yacht, Zhang Zhen had already sought approval from above. To help Ye Feng understand the new yacht, the military factory even specially dispatched an expert to explain it to him. As they approached the yacht, an elderly man with white hair and gold-rimmed glasses walked toward them, smiling. Director Zhang, welcome. Haha, Su Lao, you are too polite. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Lao looked at Ye Feng and said, this must be Professor Yi. Indeed, heroes are often born young. Su Lao, you flatter me. Just call me Xiao Yi. Ye Feng humbly replied. Good, it's great to see humility. Seeing Ye Feng's humble demeanor, Su Lao felt quite pleased and admired him from the bottom of his heart. Back to the main topic, I heard that Comrade Xiao Yi needs my yacht. Orders have come down from above, so I will explain this yacht to you, Comrade Xiao Yi. As soon as the topic of the yacht came up, Su Lao couldn't help but wear a proud expression. This was the culmination of his life's work, and if he unveiled his yacht, it would surely cause a stir. His military combat yacht is indeed comparable to the best in the United States, which is something to be proud of. Su Lao led Ye Feng and the others into the yacht, starting with a tour of the cockpit. The cockpit broke from convention, featuring two driving positions, one for complex yacht navigation and the other for route observation and weapon control. Since it is a combat yacht, it must be equipped with weaponry. In fact, calling it a yacht is misleading. It is more like a warship, as this yacht can switch between two forms. This dual functionality makes the yacht even more deceptive. Imagine if an ordinary yacht suddenly appeared in battle, wouldn't it be quite misleading? And just when you let your guard down, the yacht suddenly transforms into a warship, creating a surprise effect. This is the advanced design aspect of this yacht. Now, regarding the weaponry, the yacht is equipped with a new type of Dongfeng naval gun with 100 rounds of ammunition. The rate of fire is adjustable between high, medium, and low settings. Although the ammunition is limited, its power is substantial, capable of multi-target tracking and engagement, intercepting supersonic missiles traveling under Mach 4. The maximum interception range for aircraft targets is 5500 meters, while for missile targets it is 3500 meters. Such equipment is arguably the most advanced shipboard artillery currently on Blue Star, with a small size that facilitates rapid navigation and strong stealth capabilities. Listening to Su Lao passionately explain the yacht's advanced features, Ye Feng maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, based on the current capabilities of this yacht, it is already on par with the United States, representing the most advanced technology on Blue Star. However, compared to what Ye Feng has in mind, it still appears rather rudimentary. Relying solely on the capabilities of this yacht will not allow him to reach his goals, as he is up against the United States, the strongest military power in the world. Is Comrade Xiao Yi not satisfied with my yacht? Seeing Ye Feng's calm expression, Su Lao assumed that Ye Feng was looking down on his yacht, and his tone naturally turned a bit unfriendly. No, Su Lao, I have no intention of belittling your technological achievements. Although your yacht is basically on par with the United States surpassing, it will still be somewhat challenging. How about I make some modifications? As soon as Ye Feng said this, Su Lao's expression darkened. Just moments ago, he had appreciated Ye Feng's humble attitude, but now Ye Feng was suggesting modifications to his yacht. This felt like criticizing his own child in front of him. His old face couldn't take it anymore. Comrade Ye Feng, don't think that just because you developed prosthetic technology, you can speak so arrogantly. The military industry and your field of biotechnology are still very different. The meaning of this statement was clear. Even if Ye Feng had made achievements in the field of biotechnology, how much does he really understand about the military industry? Ye Feng seemed to have anticipated Su Lao's reaction. He was not angry and maintained a calm demeanor, responding respectfully. Su Lao, please don't be angry. I'm not denying your research achievements, or rather I have better technology here. Would you not want to know about it? Ye Feng's words only made Su Lao more upset, prompting Zhang Jun to quickly intervene. Su Lao, please don't be angry. Professor Yi is not that kind of person. Since he claims to have something, perhaps he really does. Why don't we let Professor Yi give it a try? Although Zhang Jun had only recently interacted with Ye Feng, he was aware of some of Ye Feng's matters, especially from the reports provided by Zhang Meng and others. He was convinced that Ye Feng must possess technology more advanced than Su Lao's. Furthermore, Ye Feng's suggestion to modify Su Lao's yacht was in essence a way to disclose this technology to the country. Zhang Jun could not bear to miss such a good opportunity. Xiao Zhangyu. Seeing Zhang Jun defend him so staunchly, old Su was so enraged that he could not speak, finally letting out a cold snort. Humph. Fine, since Professor Yi is so confident, I'd like to see how Professor Yi will remodel my yacht. But let me make this clear up front. My things are precious. If it's not done, well, the loss. Zhang Jun quickly pulled old Su aside and whispered in his ear, old Su, rest assured, whatever compensation is needed, it will be borne by the National Security Bureau. Calm down. Don't you know my character? If Professor Yi says he can do the modification, then he truly can. He's not one to boast. I guarantee it. Yet the more Zhang Jun spoke up for Ye Feng, the angrier old Su became, as if he were the one being petty and narrow-minded. He simply chose to ignore him. However, Ye Feng overheard all of this. He just smiled without saying a word. After soothing old Su a bit more, Zhang Jun turned to Ye Feng and said, Professor Yi, I've just discussed it with old Su. The yacht was prepared for you anyway, so go ahead and make bold modifications. Ye Feng gave Zhang Jun a deep look, then glanced at the fuming old Su. All right, I'll begin. First, could you tell me where the lab is? I need to prepare a few things. Zhang Jun didn't know either. It was his first time here. So he had to go back to old Su and ask softly, Old Su, where's the lab? Old Su pointed impatiently to a nearby location. Then Zhang Jun led Ye Feng to the military lab. Old Su initially didn't want to go, but his curiosity got the better of him. He was eager to see what this tech talent who had developed prosthetic technology could conjure up in the field of military engineering. Upon entering, Ye Feng saw a lab as vast as half a football field, filled with the most advanced equipment and machinery. There were also several small rooms stocked with experimental apparatus and raw materials. Ye Feng couldn't help but admire inwardly, truly a national lab, high-end, grand, and impressive. The busy staff paid no attention to Ye Feng's arrival. For them, the moment they stepped into the lab, all their focus was on the experiments. Ye Feng first headed to the alloy smelting area. Metal is the foundation of all manufacturing. Whether for aircraft, artillery, ships, or automobiles, it is indispensable. A single metal can only satisfy one aspect, hardness, toughness, or something else, so alloy technology came into being. A good alloy is the basis for building an advanced yacht. Ye Feng had many advanced alloy technologies in mind. Since old Zeus' yacht had a shape-shifting function, he decided to start there. Because the yacht's transformation capability was not fully realized, likely due to the lack of a suitable alloy foundation. Seeing Ye Feng head straight for the alloy smelting area, old Zeus' eyes lit up. This aligned with his own initial thoughts. He too understood the importance of alloys. But after decades of research, he had never managed to develop the alloy he envisioned. Could he have developed an advanced alloy? This idea suddenly crossed old Zeus' mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Current alloy technology had reached near maturity, though any further breakthrough would be epic-making. He admitted Ye Feng's prosthetic achievement was remarkable, but could one person really create two epic-making technologies in different fields? Yet Ye Feng's next move left him stunned, because what Ye Feng did was exactly what he had speculated. When Ye Feng smelted and mixed different metals together, old Su felt as if struck by lightning. Laymen watched the excitement, experts watched the craft. Setting aside the outcome, just Ye Feng's smelting technique, his choice of materials, and the pile of formula calculations on the table left old Su utterly bewildered. Zhang Jin, seeing this, couldn't help asking, "Old Su, what's wrong?" But old Su was completely oblivious to Zhang Jin's question, his eyes fixed on the formulas Ye Feng had just demonstrated. His mind felt as if a new world had opened up. Not until Ye Feng set down the small iron block he had just developed with satisfaction, having tested it, did he realize the alloy's hardness had reached dozens of times that of diamond, and it also possessed remarkable toughness and ductility. It was like a rubber band, but one as hard as diamond. Ye Feng pocketed the alloy, and seeing old Su staring blankly at the formulas he had just written did not disturb him, knowing he was digesting the knowledge. After a long while, old Su came back to his senses, excited, as if Magellan had discovered a new continent. Looking at Ye Feng, his voice trembling, "Professor, teacher, Yi I Su Fei, am truly ashamed. Please forgive my earlier behavior." With that, he clasped his fists and was about to perform the disciple salute. Ye Feng quickly stopped him. "Old Su, you flatter me. I can at most be considered a colleague, a fellow researcher. I dare not accept the title of teacher. Besides, you're old enough to be my grandfather." "No, teacher Yi, you are mistaken. A teacher is one who transmits wisdom, imparts knowledge, and resolves doubts. You have solved a lifelong puzzle for me, so calling you teacher is not excessive. Moreover, in learning there is no hierarchy of age. The one who masters the truth is the teacher." Perhaps all researchers are stubborn in their own way. No matter how Ye Feng argued, old Su insisted on calling him teacher. Unable to dissuade him, Ye Feng let it be. "Old Su, this is the alloy I developed. I haven't named it yet. I've tested all its parameters, and they match my calculations." Ye Feng handed the small piece of alloy to old Su, who received it as if it were a precious treasure, instinctively rubbing his hands before taking it. Then he examined it closely. "Old Su, I'm a bit pressed for time. They'll send you the full technology later. For now, please use the formulas on the table to mass produce it. According to my calculations, it should take about an hour to fit the yacht with a new shell." All right, I'll have it arranged immediately." With Ye Feng's core technology, the military factory only needed to follow the blueprint and craft the yacht shell from this alloy. An hour later, the yacht was completely transformed. Compared to before, its defensive capability had multiplied several times, and its shape-shifting was smoother and more natural, effortless like a transformer. Seeing this effect, old Su shed tears of excitement. Ye Feng was also busy, as the yacht required modifications beyond just this aspect. Taking advantage of this time, he developed an engine and a propeller. The engine and the propeller directly influenced the yacht's horsepower and speed. A good engine can provide greater power, enabling it to carry heavier weapons. Engines generally include horizontally opposed engines, inline engines, and type engines, while modern large warships utilize gas turbines, diesel engines, and steam turbines for power. Nuclear power also employs steam turbines. These engines use oil diesel as fuel to achieve greater power output. Of course, there are electric engines, but due to current technological limitations, those powered by electricity typically have lower power. According to the 1.0 civilization data, the engine Ye Feng aimed to create was a composite engine, which would break through the limitations of materials, providing greater power while conserving fuel and enhancing endurance. As for the yacht's propeller, the one developed by Ye Feng would allow the yacht to reach speeds comparable to that of an aircraft. If all weapons are fired according to Ye Feng's calculations, it could potentially lift the entire vessel, achieving a low-altitude flight effect. Of course, this was just Ye Feng's calculated result. The actual situation still required practical testing. Ye Feng enlisted old Zeus help to install the engine and propeller, but old Su was still immersed in his previous excitement. When Ye Feng suddenly presented these two items, he nearly fainted from exhilaration. Due to time constraints, Ye Feng couldn't improve other aspects of the yacht, which would have been too time-consuming. However, based on the current improvements made by Ye Feng, the yacht's overall functionality had already reached a high level. At that moment, a synthesized electronic voice from the system echoed in Ye Feng's mind. "Ding. The system has detected a level 0.95 civilization technological product nearby." The system's high rating indicated just how powerful Ye Feng's modified yacht was. It could surpass all yachts on Blue Star, and it was not merely a yacht. An epoch-making yacht was thus born. Old Su even named it Fengshan, combining Ye Feng's name with the title of divinity, reflecting the magnitude of the shock Ye Feng brought today. With everything ready except for the favorable winds, it was time to set sail. Ye Feng asked Old Su to help launch the yacht into the water, then he steered the yacht away. Old Su and Zhang Zheng were left in awe. This truly is a godly young man. Indeed, Old Su, if it weren't for Professor Ye's excellence, the country wouldn't treat him like this. The country's actions are justified. With such a technological genius, if our Huagua can seize the opportunity, the dream of great revival is just around the corner. The yacht sped across the sea like an airplane with the ocean akin to the sky. Ye Feng drove the yacht at high speed. If it were by car, it would take at least an hour to travel from the military industry base to the port, even without traffic. Yet Ye Feng's yacht only took a few minutes. Howard spotted a shadow cutting across the sea, and upon closer inspection saw that Ye Feng's yacht was already nearing the shore. "Get on board, we depart immediately." Howard had not yet recovered from his astonishment when he sensed the message sent by Ye Feng in his mind. He then brought everyone aboard the yacht, noting its luxurious interior and the incredible speed it had just demonstrated, realizing it was yet another marvel crafted by Ye Feng. They had grown accustomed to it. Although they were still astonished, it was no longer to the extent of their previous shock. Ye Feng restarted the yacht, setting a course for the United States. The yacht quickly exited Huagua's territorial waters and entered the high seas, maintaining a relatively smooth journey without incident. As they had just entered international waters, Ye Feng reduced speed slightly to avoid raising suspicion. However, at that moment, several speedboats appeared heading towards them. "Howard, there are a few speedboats approaching us. Take someone to see what their intentions are." Ye Feng commanded Howard to check the situation as he needed to pilot the yacht. At the bow, Howard looked through the tactical binoculars and exclaimed, "It's pirates." Howard, having been with the CIA in the United States, had a relatively comprehensive understanding of various world forces and immediately recognized this as a pirate group operating in these international waters. He quickly reported this information to Ye Feng, requesting, "Noble Master, please reduce speed and let me deal with these scoundrels. It would also count as helping the people." However, Ye Feng didn't take the pirates seriously at all. Instead, jokingly replied, "You even know the term helping the people. Not bad, Howard. Haha, thank you for the compliment, Noble Master. So what about these pirates? Howard, you are my first batch of cyborg warriors. How can you stoop to the level of these flies? No need to waste time. As long as I want, they won't even catch a glimpse of us." Ye Feng replied calmly. He then deliberately stopped the yacht and waited for the pirates to approach. Ye Feng's actions delighted the pirates in the approaching speedboats. "Oh boss, look at that yacht ahead. It seems to have given up struggling. Could it be that they have heard of our reputation? Haha, just by looking at this yacht, you know it must belong to a wealthy person. This haul should be quite good. Brothers, remember to share the beauties on board." The pirates seemed to envision their successful scheme already. However, just as they closed in within a mile of the yacht, Ye Feng suddenly activated the yacht, and it vanished before their eyes at an astonishing speed. The pirates were left dumbfounded. Even Howard and the others on board were utterly shocked. They had prepared themselves mentally, but each time, Ye Feng managed to shatter their expectations. If it weren't for the modifications, they might have been thrown into the sea by the immense inertia. Afterwards, Ye Feng sped towards the United States. Just after a short nap, when Howard and the others awakened, they had already entered the coastal waters of the United States. Upon reaching this area, Ye Feng reduced the yacht's speed again. The maritime defense system of the United States was no joke. Maintaining full speed would certainly alert the American military. As they neared the United States, the number of passing ships increased significantly. Indeed, the United States was on guard, strengthening defenses at customs and increasing patrol fleets in nearby waters. Coincidentally, one of the American patrol fleets was conducting inspections of suspicious vessels in the nearby waters. Ye Feng quickly changed his appearance and instructed Howard and the others to don the identities they had prepared in advance. All vessels traversing the nearby waters must undergo inspection, and naturally Ye Feng's yacht is no exception. Attention yacht ahead, this is the United States Navy's Third Fleet acting on orders from the Federal Congress to inspect suspicious vessels. Please stop immediately for inspection. Please stop immediately for inspection. After receiving the order, everyone quickly utilized Ye Feng's previous high-tech gadgets to successfully change their identities, yet Ye Feng halted the yacht. The U.S. fleet swiftly approached and surrounded the yacht. Before long, a white American naval officer boarded the yacht accompanied by more than a dozen fully armed soldiers. Ye Feng stood on the gangway to greet them with a few others. Ye Feng's current identity is that of an international student from the Hua Nation, while Howard and the others were originally supposed to have American identities, but due to time constraints they could only use the identity of an employee from an American company in Hua. Upon boarding, the white officer saw that the yacht was filled with Hua nationals and immediately became vigilant as the orders emphasized the inspection of Hua nationals. Thus, he immediately ordered the soldiers to surround Ye Feng and the others. What do you mean by this, officer? Howard's disguise was that of the general manager of a well-known American sports brand ADDS company at its Hua branch. This person was originally from Hua, but later acquired American nationality. He was notoriously arrogant, and to blend in better, Howard couldn't help but question, "Please show us your credentials and cooperate with our inspection, or I have the right to take measures against you." The American officer was not to be trifled with either. However, Howard's disguised character had a violent temper, and seeing the officer's politeness, he was actually ready to act. At a critical moment, Ye Feng immediately intervened, quietly using a mental control chip to restrain Howard's actions. It turned out that Howard was affected by the 4D printing simulation chip. The simulation chip was developed by Ye Feng and could intricately mimic another person's appearance, form, and temperament. Regaining his senses, Howard couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying capabilities of Ye Feng's 4D printing simulation chip, which nearly turned him into the simulated character. "Officer, I apologize, these are our credentials. My friend here has a bit of a temper." Ye Feng quickly laughed awkwardly, then took out the credentials and handed them to the white officer. The white officer scrutinized Ye Feng deeply, then glanced at Howard and the others before lowering his head to inspect the credentials. After a while, the white officer closed the credentials and returned them to Ye Feng, saying, "You are from the ADDS branch. Why are you here? And you, as an international student from Hua, shouldn't you be at school? How did you end up here?" The U.S. Navy wasn't naive either. Although the credentials were in order, the identities were correct, the timing and location were rather suspicious. "Officer, it's like this. My major is fashion design. In Hua, I signed a contract with ADDS company to become their designer. We are here in the U.S. to conduct relevant business with the headquarters." Ye Feng quickly thought on his feet, crafting a plausible reason. The white officer nodded after hearing this and began inspecting the yacht. They examined every nook and cranny as the U.S. Navy was unwilling to overlook any clues, yet found nothing suspicious on board. According to regulations, if no suspicious items were found, they could not detain them for long, as the system in capitalist countries dictates. They could only let Ye Feng and the others go. Once they resumed their journey, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, not because they feared the U.S. Navy, but because if their identities were exposed, it would be extremely detrimental to their mission. Currently, the U.S. was in the open, while Ye Feng remained in the shadows. If exposed, they would fall into a passive position. "Don't relax too soon, they still suspect us." Ye Feng's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Looking back, they indeed spotted several motorboats following them. This time the U.S. was truly cautious, evidently intimidated by Ye Feng. The motorboats kept tailing them, and Ye Feng dared not speed up the yacht, as the landing spot they originally planned was a remote island. Now that they had a tail, they had to change their plans and aim for a nearby harbor for landing, but Ye Feng feared that the harbor's scrutiny would be even stricter. As the saying goes, fear what you dread most. Less than 5 nautical miles from the harbor, Ye Feng spotted American soldiers at the port from a distance. Given their combat capabilities, breaking out would be simple, but they feared alarming the enemy. Unable to do anything else, Ye Feng could only order Howard to eliminate the pursuers and let Howard assume their identities. After landing, Howard and the others handcuffed Ye Feng and the others, escorting them ashore. Unexpectedly, they were certainly stopped and questioned by the port soldiers. "Lieutenant, according to regulations, members of the patrol fleet cannot disembark without special orders. Please state your reason." "These individuals are suspicious. Our commander ordered us to escort them for identity verification." The soldier hesitated for a moment, then said, "Please wait, we need to verify." The atmosphere suddenly tensed. If this soldier called to verify, Ye Feng and the others would surely be exposed. Just as they were about to land safely, would they fail at the last moment? Howard and the others were preparing to force their way through. At a critical juncture, Ye Feng suddenly struck, attacking the soldier who intended to verify, and simultaneously commanded Howard via the mental control chip to restrain himself. When the soldier saw Ye Feng suddenly charging at him, just as his fist was about to hit his forehead, he instinctively drew his gun. Receiving the command, Howard, though puzzled, immediately subdued Ye Feng. Ye Feng was merely acting, otherwise how could he have been stopped? The surrounding soldiers had already raised their weapons, aiming at Ye Feng. Seeing Ye Feng subdued, the soldier also sighed in relief, and Ye Feng transmitted another message to Howard. "Ensign, you see, these individuals are very suspicious. If you call to verify, it will take time. I'm afraid a delay might lead to complications, so let's let them go first. You can verify later." Howard pressed on, holding Ye Feng tightly while wearing a serious expression. "But Lieutenant, this seems to violate regulations." The soldier still looked troubled, but it was evident he seemed to be convinced by Howard's words. Seizing the opportunity, Howard added, "I understand this. Since it's the case, you may proceed. They'll keep an eye on these individuals, but I can't guarantee what they will do next." Howard put on a serious face. Ye Feng also cooperated by charging at the soldier once more, his gaze fixed intently on him, causing the soldier to feel a sense of unease. The sudden attack once again startled everyone, though it turned out to be a false alarm. The soldier then waved his hand and said, "All right, you may go now." After Howard escorted Ye Feng away, these soldiers grumbled in annoyance. "Ugh, who knows what's going on up there? They've doubled our workload. If it weren't for the bonus pay for duty, no one would bother coming." Ye Feng managed to get through so smoothly for a reason. These soldiers weren't even part of the regular U.S. military thanks to the chaos he caused last time. The incident had heightened America's vigilance, but due to limited military resources, they couldn't immediately deploy enough personnel to secure the entire border. So they resorted to temporarily recruiting ordinary American citizens. Since gun ownership is legal in the U.S., these recruits capable of shooting could be sent to the front lines without training. However, their lack of solid military discipline gave Ye Feng an opening. Over 10 minutes later, the patrol fleet, having lost contact with their dispatched soldiers, thought to check the harbor for updates. Yet some soldiers at the harbor, also temporary hires, were dozing off. A white officer spotted this and immediately barked, "Who's in charge here?" "Major, sir. I am." The soldier who had been fooled by Ye Feng quickly replied. "And this is how you stand guard?" A soldier dozing off. "My God, are you joking with me? What unit are you from?" Facing the white officer's interrogation, the soldier looked flustered and replied weakly, "We are temporary recruits from Unit XXX." The white officer grabbed him by the collar and roared, "A temporary soldier is still a soldier. A soldier must act like one. Do you think we pay you 200 a day to play around here? Fuck." After cursing, he unleashed a brutal beating, making the soldier cry out, Sir, my brother is an officer in Unit XXX. Please, for his sake, spare me." The white officer finally stopped and asked, "Has anyone passed through the port recently?" Yes, just now your soldier sent." Before he could finish, the white officer yanked him up again. "My soldiers. Look closely. Are these the ones?" He placed several photos before the soldier. Yes, these are them along with a few others." "Fuck. Are you a pig? Didn't you check before letting them through?" With that, he slapped him a few more times, leaving bright red handprints on his face. Aye. The force of the slaps made it too painful for him to speak. The white officer knew punishing this fool further was pointless now. He immediately reported the news up the chain and then asked, "How many others were with them? Which direction did they go?" "I didn't notice. I only know they went that way." "Useless." With that, he tossed the soldier to the ground and led the fleet in pursuit. The news from the port reached the top U.S. leadership instantly, and soon fighter jets, helicopters, and reconnaissance aircraft swarmed in from all directions, encircling the small town near the Pacific. The U.S. military units responded rapidly and rushed over. This time America had prepared thoroughly. A fall into the pit again in your wit. Upon receiving the news, they promptly moved the hostages to another location and conducted a house-to-house search in the town, plunging the residents into even greater panic. On Ye Feng's side, just as he was about to leave the town, he heard the roar of aircraft overhead and quickly ducked into a cluster of buildings. Shit, they're fast this time. Deep in an alley, Ye Feng, Howard, and the others took cover. Howard leaned against the wall, unable to resist complaining. Ye Feng remained as calm as ever, as if nothing could ruffle him. He had anticipated this outcome before coming. After such a commotion, the U.S. side was bound to be on high alert. The situation is critical now. We must act fast. Since our cover is blown, the hostages will surely be moved. We need to find a way out of the town. Originally, the location given by the U.S. side was this very town. Now that they were exposed, there was no point in staying. Back to the sea. On land, we're too vulnerable. Ye Feng made the decision on the spot. Indeed, facing the overwhelming U.S. forces and heavy weaponry on land would be impossible even for superhumans. Only by returning to the sea using Ye Feng's yacht could they stand a chance of defending themselves. "But master, if I don't show up today, my family might." "Don't worry. They know we're here now. Their goal is to lure us out. Now that they've achieved that if they kill the hostages, they lose their leverage. How else will they force us out? They won't act until they have us under control." Ye Feng reassured him. But the prosthetic-limbed warrior still looked anxious, for those were his dearest ones. He raced the plan while split into 3 groups again. He'll stay behind with 1 man and use the function to engage the U.S. forces at sea, diverting their attention as much as possible. Howard, you take him to rescue his family. Mike, you and the others scatter to find these people and bring them in. This was the plan Ye Feng had devised from the start. These were the 2 objectives of this trip to America. Bring as many as you can, but don't force it. Ye Feng handed the photos and address information to Mike. These people were, of course, his estranged relatives. By doing this, Ye Feng felt he had fulfilled his duty, repaying Lan Fang's gift of life, so that in the future, he could face her with a clearer conscience. Yes. With the plan laid out, Ye Feng had no intention of hiding any longer. He led one of the prosthetic-limbed warriors and charged straight back. The streets were already swarming with U.S. soldiers. Ye Feng and the warrior commandeered a jeep racing back toward the harbor amid a hail of bullets. Requesting air support. Requesting air support. Target spotted. Target spotted. The target is driving a jeep license plate XXXXX heading toward the port. Requesting interception. Boom Sunyu. S. Attack helicopters appeared in the sky chasing Ye Feng and strafing wildly. Fortunately, the prosthetic-limbed warriors' driving skills were exceptional, allowing them to narrowly dodge the first wave. But unfortunately, though they escaped unscathed, the jeep's tires were blown out. Ye Feng and the warrior had no choice but to abandon the vehicle and flee on foot. The townsfolk were instantly thrown into chaos by the sudden onslaught of war, the streets descending into pandemonium. The United States had truly reached its breaking point, daring to unleash its full fury upon Ye Feng under such circumstances. Ye Feng dashed into the crowd with the prosthetic warrior using the throng as cover to evade the helicopter's gunfire. Fuck. The monkey's cunning. A string of curses erupted from the helicopter. Ye Feng had now reached the bustling heart of the town where numerous American civilians were present, forcing the attackers to hold their fire. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng slipped into a secluded corner. On Howard's and Ye Feng's deliberate appearance had diverted a significant portion of the enemy's attention, granting them temporary safety. Captain, what do we do now? The prosthetic warrior's face was etched with anxiety. Our mission now is to rescue your family. First, we need to figure out where they're hidden. They can't have been moved too far in such a short time. Follow me. Howard had already formed a plan. Thanks to Ye Feng's strategy, they had seized the initiative. With the Americans' focus on Ye Feng, finding the hostages meant extracting information from someone. The town housed Ferguson Prison, a nightmare for American criminals. It was the most tightly managed penitentiary in the United States, packed with hardened felons. Not long ago, the prosthetic warriors' loved ones had been incarcerated there, but they had since been relocated. Outside the walls, Howard and the warrior lay prone in a patch of weeds. Captain, why are we here? Sigh. Howard looked at the man who had once been the sharpest in his squad, now so bewildered by his family's capture that he couldn't grasp even this simple matter, and let out a heavy sigh. After the sigh, the address they gave you is this place. Even if they've been moved with so many eyes here, someone must know where they were taken. The prosthetic warrior finally understood. Let's go. First, find a couple of guards to ask where the warden's office is. On the towering walls, several soldiers patrolled. It was yard time for the inmates, a period that often sparked commotion. Thus, the patrolling soldiers kept a vigilant watch from the high walls, monitoring the prisoners' every move. The several-meter-high wall posed no challenge for the prosthetic warrior. Howard and his companions seized the moment, leaped onto the wall, and effortlessly neutralized two soldiers. Using the 4D printing simulation chip Ye Feng had provided, they changed their appearance and assumed the roles of patrolling guards. After an hour of yard time, Howard blended in with the main group and infiltrated the prison. Through subtle inquiries, they discovered the location of the warden's office. Inside, the warden slumped in his chair, feet propped on the desk, snoring loudly in a deep sleep. Howard and the warrior slipped in, shaking their heads at the sight. This was the caliber of America's high-ranking officials, sleeping on the job during office hours. Yet it played into their hands. Howard crept behind the warden, pressed a dagger to his throat, and gave him a sharp slap on the head. The warden jolted awake, disoriented, and immediately heard a threatening voice. Hello, warden. I have a few questions. If I hear a single useless word, you'll be meeting your maker. Every man fears death. Expecting an easy confession, they were surprised by the warden's unexpected stubbornness. He turned the tables, threatening Howard instead. I don't know how you got in, but if you want to leave, The warden tried to call for help, but the prosthetic warrior reacted swiftly, clamping a hand over his mouth and landing a brutal punch. Where have my wife and child been moved? The prosthetic warrior kept one hand over the warden's mouth while pummeling him with the other. Initially, the warden struggled, but after a few blows, he went limp. Howard intervened, stopping the beating before it turned fatal. Can you talk now? He asked again. After the thrashing, the warden had lost all his bravado, his eyes filled with terror. His mouth still covered, he could only nod. I don't know. The words sent the prosthetic warrior into a rage. He raised his fist again, but the warden quickly added, No, don't hit me. I'll talk. I mean, you have to tell me their names. There are so many prisoners here. The warden's voice was pitiful. Howard finally provided the names, and to avoid further pain, the warden obediently revealed their whereabouts. They knocked him unconscious and slipped out of America's so-called most secure prison without a trace. In truth, America's defenses weren't merely for show. Ye Feng's 4D printing simulation chip was a piece of black tech akin to Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. According to the warden, the targets hadn't been moved far, only to a naval base about a dozen kilometers from the town. Once outside, the two hurried toward their destination. Traveling at 80 kilometers per hour, they covered the distance in under 30 minutes. At the naval base, to avoid alerting the enemy, Howard and his companion used the same infiltration tactic. It took them over half an hour to locate where the targets were held. In a dim room, originally the base's detention cell, a pitiful mother and daughter were now imprisoned. Outside, 7 or 8 fully armed soldiers stood guard. Within a 1-kilometer radius, patrols roamed, and 2 snipers lurked on elevated platforms. The sniper scopes were fixed on the detention room's entrance. Sniper 1 reporting no anomalies. Sniper 2 all clear. Patrol group reporting all clear. Guard group normal. The soldiers reported every 10 minutes, terrified of being outwitted by Ye Feng again. Command center received. Continue surveillance. Open fire on any anomaly without further orders. Roger. Understood. Howard and the warrior crouched behind a military jeep facing the detention room. Their loved ones were within sight, but they dared not act rashly. Seeing the agitated cyborg warrior, Howard patted him on the shoulder. Calm down. It is crucial to remain calm at a time like this. I understand, Captain. What should we do now? The cyborg warrior suppressed his emotions and asked. Their defenses are stringent. We cannot charge in blindly. Looking around at the patrolling soldiers, Howard frowned. Should we use the old method? No, we cannot. With such tight defenses, if even one person goes missing, it will certainly raise alarm. Howard decisively rejected the idea. Both of them racked their brains, but couldn't come up with a good plan, and the cyborg warrior grew anxious. What if we just charge in? These people shouldn't be our match. No, we can't charge in. We won't be able to break through such a tight defense in a short time, and during that time, they will have ample opportunity to relocate the target. Howard immediately dismissed the idea again. With no other options, he had to reach out to Ye Feng and reported the situation here through the mental control chip in his mind. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was running frantically through the town streets with another cyborg warrior surrounded by American soldiers armed and in pursuit. With armed helicopters hovering ominously in the sky, Ye Feng sensed the information in his mind, dodged behind a car, and took cover to avoid the bullets. After receiving the message, Ye Feng sighed in relief. It seemed that Howard was making good progress. Since you can't get in, let's lure them out. Lure them out. One of you should launch a direct attack to draw away the defending soldiers, while the other waits for an opportunity to rescue. Ye Feng conveyed the message while dealing with the pursuit. Upon hearing this, Howard couldn't help but slap his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Do you have a plan? Seeing Howard's reaction, the cyborg warrior, who had previously felt hopeless, immediately rekindled hope as he looked at Howard with eager eyes waiting for his response. They'll draw away the soldiers. Once I have diverted them, you can go for the rescue. After saving the target, meet up with the master immediately. Do you understand? But Captain, you. Haha, kid, don't worry about me. Don't forget, we are the best warriors of the master. Looking at the cyborg warrior's grateful expression, Howard remarked, don't get all sentimental. I'm your captain, have some confidence. The master is waiting for us. Meanwhile, things were much simpler for Mike. No one would expect Ye Feng to return to strike back after fleeing the United States. The United States actually hoped Ye Feng would make an appearance. Before confirming his return, they deployed a large number of troops, neglecting the control over the Lan family in Huagua. Using the address provided by Ye Feng, Mike easily brought out more than 20 of Ye Feng's siblings who were now rushing towards him. In Huagua, 2 hours after Ye Feng's departure, the 3rd in Command convened an emergency meeting attended by the National Security Bureau and commanders from the 5 military districts. Upon receiving the Central Command, all military district commanders immediately boarded planes headed for Kyoto. In the Zongnanhai conference room, big shots appeared one after another, individuals typically seen only on news or television. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's emergency meeting is quite simple. I believe everyone is aware that our country has produced an extraordinary genius scientist recently. Chairman 3 sat at the head of the table, and as he began to speak, the room instantly fell silent, everyone listening intently. The commander of the Central Military District is it the Professor Ye Feng who developed the cyborg technology. As soon as Ye Feng's name was mentioned, the room erupted in excitement. The commander of the Northeast Military District, haha, is he the one who caused chaos in the United States with cyborg warriors a few days ago? The commander of the South China Military Region, no wonder he is a fine son of China. Ye Feng's name had spread throughout the streets of Huagua recently, naturally catching the attention of these military leaders. That's right. Since everyone is already familiar with Professor Ye, I need not elaborate further. The current situation is this: the United States has taken hostage the family members of the cyborg warriors under Professor Ye. The purpose is obvious, and I need not say more. Furthermore, not long ago, Professor Ye modified our country's latest submarine, the Qianlong, and according to Professor Zu's report, its technological level has reached an incredible height. The significance of Professor Ye's cyborg technology combined with our current military technology cannot be overstated. After these words, the venue erupted again. What? Ha ha ha, may heaven bless Huagua. I propose that we immediately mobilize the military to rescue Professor Ye. Do those Americans really think Huagua has no one? That's right. Decades ago, they were our defeated foes. Are we still afraid of them now? These military leaders had all been through countless battles, and they were among the few remaining. They were people who had tasted blood, and even though they were aging, their fighting spirit remained. All right, since we have reached a consensus, let's immediately deploy elite forces from each military district. In 2 hours, we will gather at the Zhengmuansha Islands. Also, please have the comrades embedded in the United States immediately converge towards Comrade Ye Feng, coordinating with his actions and ensuring Professor Ye's safety. After the meeting, the 5 military districts of Huagua immediately dispatched elite troops to rush to the Zhengmuansha Islands. This was the first time in Huagua's history since its founding that troops were deployed for an individual, causing such a significant stir with warplanes roaring in the skies. People curiously looked up at the sky astonished, and the citizens of Huagua were abuzz with discussion. Due to the magnitude of Huagua's movements, it had stirred the world, particularly the nearby small countries, whose leaders hurried to call Huagua for information. Fearing that Huagua's actions were directed towards them, and to avoid unnecessary suspicion and further uproar, Huagua officially stated that this was merely a routine military exercise. However, those in the know could sense an unusual undertone in this operation. Meanwhile, a kilometer away from the port in a commercial square, Ye Feng and his companion were suppressed by the American military's firepower, forced to take refuge in a commercial building. A large group of American soldiers surrounded the building, leaving no escape route. If not for the many civilians inside, the American military might have ordered an airstrike. In a critical moment, a dozen Huagua nationals suddenly appeared behind the American forces, launching an attack on the troops surrounding Ye Feng. Bullets were sent towards the American military as if they were free, with a rapid data sound. Enemy attack. Spread out. To the rear, fire. The American military was certainly not to be underestimated. They quickly responded, immediately turning their guns to return fire at each other from a distance of about 10 meters. My lord, look over there. The cyborg soldier shouted as Ye Feng kicked a charging American soldier away and quickly hid at the staircase. Through the glass, he saw the fierce gun battle outside. Could it be reinforcements from our country? This was Ye Feng's first reaction, and he couldn't afford to think too much. Such an opportunity to break out should not be missed. Let's go break out that way. Oh, it should be our people. Ye Feng shouted, then drew out his laser gun and began firing at the soldiers charging toward him. What kind of weapon is this? Seeing Ye Feng take down a dozen comrades with just a few shots, the American soldiers looked shocked. It was simply too unscientific. With Ye Feng's laser gun, each shot penetrated human bodies, hitting the person behind. Any American soldier standing in a line was almost taken down by Ye Feng in a single shot. Taking advantage of the American soldier's moment of confusion, Ye Feng directly smashed through the bulletproof glass and charged out, followed closely by the cyborg soldier, who also drew his laser gun. This scene left the American soldiers dumbfounded. Oh, what kind of enemies were they facing? Supermen. By the time the American soldiers regained their senses, Ye Feng and the cyborg soldier had already taken down another 10 comrades ahead, causing them to instinctively feel fear. Ye Feng's 2 laser guns created a path through the tightly encircled American forces. The command center at the rear of the Americans was monitoring the battlefield through surveillance equipment. When they saw Ye Feng break out, their suppressed anger could no longer be contained. He smashed a bench down on the computer, shattering it to pieces. Then he picked up the intercom and shouted angrily, "Chase them down at all costs. No matter the cost, we must kill those 2. The shout made the American soldiers wearing headsets feel their heads buzzing. At this moment, Ye Feng had already broken out with the cyborg soldier, joining a group of black-clad individuals using the wreckage of cars by the road as cover. Ye Feng asked the black-clad individuals, "Who are you?" The black-clad man, after firing a few shots, quickly took cover and replied, "Hello, Professor Ye. We are from the National Security Bureau, code name Scorpion. We have been infiltrating the U.S. for 5 years. We were ordered to ensure your safety. Now, Professor Ye, please retreat immediately. I can hold them off." The black-clad man said in one breath, then changed his magazine and continued shooting. Ye Feng knew this was not the time for hesitation. These were spies who had been embedded in the U.S. for many years, each one a top elite. His shooting skills were really inadequate, and staying could potentially drag them down. Ye Feng nodded and tossed the laser gun to the man. "Here, use this. It's more powerful." The black-clad man had just finished a magazine and turned to pick up the gun from the ground. At this moment, the American soldiers were already closing in, leaving no time to reload. He grabbed the laser gun from the ground and pulled the trigger fiercely at the American soldiers. After a burst of lasers, the soldiers along the way were pierced through. What the hell is this? The black-clad man was stunned himself. He turned to glance at Ye Feng, who was already retreating under the cover of his teammates, his eyes filled with admiration. Is this the scientist that the country is willing to save at all costs? Truly worthy of his reputation, with such a scientist in charge, the future is promising. While fighting and retreating, they successfully escorted Ye Feng to the port, but the cost was extremely heavy. Out of a dozen people, only Ye Feng and two others remained. Even the accompanying cyborg soldier chose to self-destruct to buy time, blocking the pursuit of two tuck vehicles. The others similarly opened a bloody path for Ye Feng with their bodies. Ye Feng's crimson eyes spoke volumes. He glanced deeply at the rear and then plunged into the sea, desperately moving toward the Fengshen. Fortunately, the Fengshen was equipped with China's most advanced Hongming intelligence system, which autonomously navigated to a safe position as Ye Feng reached the shore. Now it appeared at the port. Ye Feng boarded with the remaining two individuals, not choosing to flee, but directly switching to combat mode. He activated all weaponry on the yacht against the port. Suddenly, the Gatling gun on the yacht roared with blue flames, and the two cannons fired. The port was engulfed in flames, instantly turned into ruins, and the pursuing American military suffered heavy casualties. At the command center at the rear, can someone tell me what is going on with this battleship? Report, sir, our radar did not detect this battleship. What are you all doing? You let a battleship appear right under your noses. Immediately notify the Air Force and the Naval Fleet. If it's not resolved within half an hour, you know the consequences. Within just a few minutes, American fighter jets and armed helicopters flew towards the Fengshen, and dozens of American warships suddenly appeared at sea. Ye Feng operated the Fengshen without panic. The Fengshen was equipped with China's most advanced weapon and air defense systems. Facing the firepower suppression from the sky, Ye Feng pushed the speed of the Fengshen to the limit while activating the air defense system, directing the American shells into the water. The battleship vanished like lightning in the blink of an eye, during which Ye Feng also retaliated, sending a few shells to the American Air Force as a taste. Several American fighter jets barely evaded, but the armed helicopters were not so lucky, like birds with broken wings. They descended rapidly and plunged into the sea, and coincidentally the shockwave of the explosion dragged two warships down with them. The two individuals on the ship watched Ye Feng's godlike maneuvers, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. It was even more thrilling than the movies. While these may seem like coincidences, or just good luck for Ye Feng, it was actually the consequence of provoking a great scientist. Before Ye Feng opened fire, he had already used the Fengshen's equipment to measure the movement speed of the enemy's warships and helicopters. Then, through his extraordinary calculation ability, he had already calculated when to shoot down the planes so that they would hit the warships in the sea. All of this happened too suddenly. By the time the Americans saw Ye Feng's battleship again, he had already distanced himself several nautical miles away. Ye Feng did not gloat after the flash withdrawal, for such a minor injury was merely a drop in the bucket for the U.S. military. The fighter jets, having evaded the attack, wasted no time and rapidly closed in on Ye Feng. These were America's latest F-15s, and 4 of them had been deployed at once. To put it in perspective, the entire U.S. possessed only slightly over 300 F-15s, with 46 in active service, 46 lost, 96 decommissioned, 15 sold, and 153 in storage scattered across the globe, leaving few within the United States itself. Clearly, America was dead serious about capturing Ye Feng. The F-15s immediately launched AM-7, AM-9, and AGM-120 air-to-air missiles at Ye Feng, the projectiles homing in on the Fengshen. Faced with such a bombardment, any other vessel would have been reduced to scrap metal. Of the 3 missiles, the Fengshen intercepted 2. Yet at such close range, even the Fengshen's astonishing speed could not evade the inevitable, and 1 missile detonated directly upon it. A small mushroom cloud rose from the sea. The 2 men aboard the ship closed their eyes, and even the F-15 pilots began to slow, preparing to return and report. However, at that very moment, several shells were launched from the Fengshen, streaking from 4 directions straight toward the 4 F-15s, catching the American fighters completely off guard. 2 fighters immediately caught fire and plunged into the sea. The other 2, though they avoided a fatal hit, sustained damage to their wings and tails. This caused the fighters' controls to malfunction, rendering them combatant effective, and the pilots were forced to eject. As for the Fengshen, despite sustaining damage to its bow, which had become deformed, the rest of the ship remained largely intact thanks to Ye Feng's modifications. The entire hull of the Fengshen was constructed using alloy technology from a 1-0 level civilization. Had it not been for the haste resulting in insufficient alloy thickness, the 0-8 level civilization of Blue Star could never have harmed a 1-0 level civilization's technology. With the aerial threat temporarily neutralized, the remaining danger came from the naval fleet, which had now amassed a large number of U.S. warships at sea. After destroying the F-15s, Ye Feng did not linger, but immediately sped the Fengshen at full throttle in one direction to escape. Though fast, he was still caught within the U.S. encirclement. Meanwhile, Howard and his companion had successfully rescued the target using Ye Feng's method, though not without cost. Howard had lost his right arm. The other bionic soldier had been shot several times, but none of the wounds were fatal. Relying on his enhanced body, he fought his way to the port. The port was now a ruin. The U.S. Army had suffered heavy losses and morale was severely shaken. With Ye Feng having fled the land, the U.S. military had no choice but to withdraw its ground forces. Seeing the once bustling port reduced to rubble in just a few hours, Howard and his companion knew without a doubt that this was Ye Feng's handiwork. Howard immediately contacted Ye Feng through his mind-control chip. "My esteemed master, we have successfully rescued the target and have reached the port." However, Ye Feng was being pursued by the U.S. fleet into the Pacific and could not turn back to retrieve them. He instructed Howard, "I am being chased by the U.S. fleet and cannot return. Take the target, contact Mike, and find a safe place to hide. Await my orders." In China, over the islands of the South China Sea, the southernmost extent of Chinese territorial waters, several J-20 fighter jets circled overhead and dozens of warships had gathered at sea. The scene was grand and imposing. Yet this impressive display was confined to the edge of China's maritime borders. The Chinese military showed no intention of advancing further. China had always been a nation of propriety, a lover of peace. It was well aware that its every move would have global repercussions. If the Chinese forces had sailed beyond the South China Sea islands to rescue Ye Feng, the nature of the situation would have changed, potentially leading to irreconcilable conflicts. Such an outcome would not be worth the cost. China's actions were merely a statement to the U.S. China does not seek trouble, but it is not afraid of it either. There was also a deeper intention, a genuine desire to save Ye Feng. So long as he did not enter the South China Sea islands range, all was well. But if he did, China would spare no effort to protect him, whatever the cost. Various nations acting in their own interests also pressured the U.S. for a truly irreconcilable conflict would affect far more than just the U.S. and China. Faced with China's firm stance and the reactions of other countries, the U.S. relented. It had no choice, for although the U.S. feared no single adversary, a coalition would pose a serious challenge in both economic and military terms. Moreover, the bulk of U.S. military power was already committed to hunting Ye Feng. With no resources to spare elsewhere, the U.S. could only compromise secretly monitoring China's every move. Director Zhang Jun immediately relayed this news to Ye Feng via satellite phone. Ye Feng felt a surge of gratitude. Although China could not cross into international waters, if he could successfully reach the open sea, China could then provide him with aid. All of China held its breath, hoping Ye Feng would make it to safety. Upon receiving the message, Ye Feng immediately contacted Howard and the others, instructing them to change their route. They were not to rendezvous with him, but should instead choose a safe path to flee toward international waters. Compared to Ye Feng, Howard and his group were relatively safe. If they exercised caution and utilized the black technology Ye Feng had provided, they stood a good chance of escaping the U.S. again. After giving his orders, Ye Feng devoted himself entirely to the escape. The Fengshan had left the U.S. fleet far behind, but the American fighters continued their relentless pursuit. Along the way, Ye Feng had exhausted his ammunition. Meanwhile, the U.S. had not only deployed nearly all its available armed forces, but also had several pro-U.S. nations dispatch their navies to intercept Ye Feng. At the same time, China sent a secret unit to the Pacific to support Ye Feng. Though small, only about 20 men, they were all bionic soldiers. China had immediately invested in the bionic technology upon acquiring it. Over 50 bionic soldiers had been created, and 20 of them, having fully adapted to their abilities, were dispatched at once. This was the only assistance China could offer Ye Feng at the moment. For Ye Feng, battle was imminent. The interference of foreign navies ahead had allowed the U.S. fleet to catch up. With his ammunition spent, Ye Feng could only pilot the Fengshan in passive flight. Fortunately, the other nations only blocked his path without attacking, otherwise Ye Feng would have had no means of escape. The U.S. fleet had caught up with Ye Feng, and from a distance shells hailed down upon him. In an instant, the sea around the Fengshan was engulfed in a sea of flames. On the warships of other nations that had intercepted him, every soldier stood in awe. On the warship closest to the Fengshan, a group of soldiers on the deck stared intently at the inferno before murmuring among themselves, "Sir, just who is this man? To have the U.S. dispatch so many warships in pursuit and expend shells as if they were worthless. In decades, this is the first time I've seen the U.S. take a single person so seriously. With this scale of force, a small nation would likely fall within half an hour. I don't know the specifics, but I heard he's a prodigious scientist from Huaxia who's been making waves lately. Sigh, why provoke the U.S.? Of all people, this outcome was inevitable. Huaxia will surely feel the sting of losing such a genius scientist for a long time." The U.S. warships ceased their bombardment. On one vessel, an officer stood on the deck peering through binoculars at the blazing sea. After a moment, he lowered the binoculars, a hint of relief finally crossing his face. Haha, is he finally dead? Only they knew how formidable the Fengshan had been during the chase. Without the interception by other nations' warships, they would never have caught the Fengshan, let alone eliminated Ye Feng. The flames raged even fiercer. Even with its hull made of an alloy from a level 1.0 civilization's technology, the function was reduced to scrap metal under the U.S.'s relentless bombardment. The entire function was now ablaze. As the U.S. fleet and other nations' warships slowly approached, they were once again astonished to see the vessel's relatively intact frame. Sir, we've scoured several nautical miles and found nothing suspicious. The target was likely obliterated. His body is unrecoverable. A soldier reported to his commanding officer on a U.S. warship. The officer nodded, then glanced at the function, still uneasy. Move in closer and send a boarding party for a thorough inspection. Yes, sir. A team of U.S. Navy SEALs in protective suits boarded the function. Captain, what is this ship made of? How did it survive such a barrage intact? A soldier marveled after boarding. The team leader did not answer, simply commanding, split up. Team 1 head that way, Team 2 follow me. Leave no detail unchecked. Yes, sir. After over 10 minutes, the U.S. soldiers had scoured every inch of the function, finding nothing but a pair of charred hands. They bagged the burnt hands and withdrew from the function to report back to their vessel. Sir, the enemy vessel has been searched. Aside from these charred arms, we found nothing else. It appears the target was blown to pieces. The officer stared at the burnt hands in silence. After a long pause, he ordered, withdraw the fleet. Return home. The U.S. fleet came and went with equal speed. Following the U.S. fleet's retreat, the warships of other nations also departed. With the main character gone, why should the supporting cast linger? Just as all the ships were about to vanish over the horizon ahead, emerged from the waters beneath the function. It was none other than Ye Feng. Ye Feng stood on the deck of the abandoned function, his gaze fixed on the direction the U.S. fleet had disappeared. Perhaps it was the intensity of his rage, but his entire body trembled. Finally, unable to contain himself, he slammed his fist into the deck. A sharp metallic clang rang out. When Ye Feng withdrew his fist, a faint impression was deeply embedded in the steel. His prosthetic arms quivered, a rare sight. Ye Feng was not dead, he had survived. The source of his fury was the scene replaying endlessly in his mind. When the U.S. fleet had launched its relentless assault on the function, Ye Feng had intended to order an escape on a reserve jet ski. But 2 Huaxiao spies on board had stopped him. Professor Yi, we can't break through by force. Ye Feng, thinking the spies were afraid, had retorted disdainfully, what do we just sit here and wait to die? Professor Yi, you misunderstand. If we were afraid, we wouldn't have spent years undercover in the U.S. Our deaths are trivial, but you must not fall. Exactly. Huaxia has been suppressed by the U.S. for too long. We've finally found a brilliant scientist like you to lead our nation's rise. You cannot be harmed. As Ye Feng was about to respond, a shell struck the ship, heading straight for him. One spy immediately shoved Ye Feng and his comrade aside, using his own body to shield them from the blast. Even so, the shockwave was deadly. The other spy reacted swiftly, throwing himself over Ye Feng to absorb the remaining force. Though injured, Ye Feng's life was spared. It was the sacrifice of those 2 Huaxiao spies who blocked 2 lethal attacks with their bodies that allowed Ye Feng to escape into the sea and hide beneath the function. That was how he evaded the fatal blow. Watching his countrymen die for him in a foreign land, how could Ye Feng not be consumed by rage? Was I wrong? Should I never have come to the U.S.? Ye Feng began to doubt himself. If he could relive this, knowing his journey to the U.S. would cost so many lives, he would be at a loss for what to choose. In truth, he had underestimated both his nation's resolve to protect him and the U.S.'s determination to kill him. What was done was done. He had to face reality. I may not have had time to learn your names, but you are etched into my soul. Rest assured, if I return to Huaxiao safely, I will forge a powerful nation, one that makes the world tremble. And as for the U.S., Ye Feng will remember this debt. Their lives will not be in vain. Just wait. Ye Feng clenched his fists once more, casting one last long look at the spot where the shells had struck. Then he boarded a reserve jet ski and sped off toward the distant sea. Soon after, a post titled, "A Sea of Flames on the Pacific," appeared on major forums around the world. This report not only includes photos of the U.S. fleet bombing the function, but also textual descriptions and images of the aftermath of the battle. It immediately sparked discussions among various countries worldwide, with speculations such as, what is going on here? The U.S. actually dispatched so many fleets to besiege a single warship. Can that deity come out and explain? Don't you know? You're so outdated. Oh my God, don't you know the name Ye Feng? What? Is it Ye Feng again? That genius scientist from Huagua, didn't he escape from the U.S. not long ago? He caused quite a stir in the U.S. As various discussions intensified, powerful hackers quickly exposed the sequence of events within just 1 hour. The content was reported by major media outlets around the world. The content was as follows: shocking. Since Professor Ye Feng, the genius scientist from Huagua, returned to the U.S., the U.S. has threatened to risk its own citizens' lives demanding Professor Yi hand over the prosthetic technology and plotting to assassinate him. Upon learning of the news, Ye Feng led a team back to the U.S., and according to reliable sources, the genius professor, Ye Feng not only achieved success in the field of biotechnology, but also conducted research in military technology. He modified a warship and advanced into U.S. waters. In the waters near the U.S., he engaged the U.S. Navy, successfully shooting down 4 of their strongest fighter jets, the F-15s, and taking down more than 20 patrol ships and destroyers. This forced the U.S. to pursue Ye Feng at all costs, and they allied with nearby countries such as Sakura Nation and Fei Nation to intercept him. This explosive news instantly stirred up a huge uproar in various countries around the world. Some nations that were at odds with the U.S. strongly condemned its actions, claiming it was beneath the title of the world's #1 power. They also demanded that the U.S. publicly apologize to Huagua. Of course, these condemnations appeared to be in support of Huagua, but those with insight knew it was all driven by their own interests. Huagua was merely a pawn they used to exert pressure on the U.S. Huagua was certainly aware of this, but as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Huagua seized this opportunity to unite the voices of condemnation worldwide, putting pressure on the U.S. Additionally, they dispatched a team to search extensively for Ye Feng's whereabouts in the Pacific. Because they firmly believed that Ye Feng could not simply perish here, they needed to see him alive or dead. Even if Ye Feng was blown to bits, there would still be some trace left behind. The U.S. was also quite shameless, relying on its status as the world's strongest nation. It issued a statement under pressure from various countries. They claim Ye Feng colluded with people from their country's CIA, stealing many of the U.S. confidential research technologies, asserting that the prosthetic warriors are a result of Ye Feng's theft from the U.S. and the individuals under U.S. control are merely the families of a few traitors from the CIA. This way, all the blame was placed on Ye Feng, as most of those who were aware of the truth were already dead, and no matter how they fabricated the story, regardless of whether it was true or not, they could not find any fault with the U.S. The U.S. was equally fearful that Ye Feng was still alive, so after withdrawing its troops that day, it instructed nearby countries' fleets to secretly investigate, demanding immediate reports upon any discovery. In the Pacific, at the site of the function, a dozen individuals from Huagua searched the surrounding waters thoroughly before they began to inspect the function. If Ye Feng were here, he would surely recognize 2 of them. One is Zhang Jin, the director of the National Security Bureau, and the other is Su Fei, the big boss in the military industry of Huagua Su Lao. They could be considered some of the representatives most concerned about Ye Feng's safety, and given their status, they were unafraid of the journey and insisted on being present to see for themselves. On the severely damaged hull of the function, the flames had already extinguished, leaving only the shining dark iron shell. The few of them walked along the gangway looking around, while Su Lao wore a pained expression, bending down to gently touch the gangway of the function. Su Lao, have you discovered something? Zhang Jin asked eagerly upon seeing this. Su Lao shook his head. Alas, not yet. I only see the once majestic function now reduced to a pile of scrap metal, and I can't help but feel a sense of regret in my heart. Indeed, to turn the function into such a state, the U.S. has really spent a lot of effort. Zhang Jun sighed again, having personally experienced the might of the function. Though he was merely an outsider, he could still understand various data. The U.S. must have spent at least half a year's budget to bomb the function to this state. By the way, Su Lao, do we need to completely destroy the function after our inspection? Zhang Jin suddenly asked, as if he had thought of something. Su Lao slowly stood up and replied unhurriedly, No need, I know what you're worried about. The U.S. cannot analyze anything from the wreckage of the function. Professor Yi had already left a backup plan, adding a substance to the alloy. Once the alloy is subjected to external force, it will cause the alloy to split. Thus, the substance inside will assimilate the alloy. In this way, even if the U.S. truly has the ability to analyze the composition of the alloy, the results will only reflect the assimilated alloy, and they will never be able to create the real alloy. With Su Lao's reassurance, Zhang Jin felt relieved, and then turned to give instructions. Everyone split up and search. Do not overlook any trace. Understood. Zhang Jun and Su Lao began to inspect, first heading to the yacht's control room, taking a round, and then moving to the aft of the gangway. After half an hour of searching thoroughly inside and out, they found no evidence to prove that Ye Feng was still alive. Zhang Jun couldn't help but feel anxious, his expression suddenly turning grave. Su Lao, could it be that Professor Yi really? He hesitated to utter the last word. Su Lao also bore an expression of disbelief. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Su Lao looked up at the control room and hurriedly stepped forward, running toward it. Upon seeing this, Zhang Zhen immediately followed. In the control room, in an inconspicuous corner, Su Lao was staring at a red button, lost in thought. Su Lao, what is this? Zhang Zhen, who followed behind, asked. Do you see this button? This is the escape button I designed. Pressing this button will open the gangway at the back of the yacht where 2 speedboats are stored. So Professor Yi may have escaped using the speedboats. Zhang Zhen couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing this. Su Lao nodded and added, if the speedboats inside are missing, it means Professor Yi likely managed to escape. If they are still here. Su Lao was unable to accept the situation that lay ahead, which is why he had been hesitant to press the button. However, regardless of the circumstances, accountability must be faced. With a heavy heart, Su Lao finally pressed the button. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the slowly opening hatch filled with a glimmer of hope. Haha, I knew Professor Yi could never be in danger. May the heavens bless our Huagua. Zhang Zhen and Su Lao looked inside to see only a motorboat, and the weight in their hearts finally lifted, bursting forth with excitement. This button was personally designed by Su Lao, positioned in an extremely concealed manner. According to reports, the American military only searched for about 10 minutes. Su Lao was certain that they could not have found this button in such a short span of time. He had that much confidence. Therefore, it could be concluded that Ye Feng had likely escaped to safety. Xiaozhang immediately report this information to our superiors and urge them to dispatch as many personnel as possible. We must find Professor Yi before the Americans do. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Wait, Su Lao seemed to think of something again and added, release a smoke grenade outside. Smoke grenade. Zhang Zhen paused for a moment, then quickly understood. That day, news surfaced from an unknown source claiming that Ye Feng had died in an American bombing. The Huagua government even questioned the United States through major world media, demanding an explanation, while other nations at odds with the U.S. joined in. This exerted additional pressure on the United States. This method proved to be effective, with pressure from various countries. The U.S. appeared somewhat overwhelmed in their investigation of Ye Feng. This granted Ye Feng a few days of peace and quiet. Maldives, an island nation known for its rich tourism resources, is a world-renowned tourist destination. Recently, many nationals from various countries, especially Huagua and the United States, flocked to the Maldives. They all had a common purpose: to search for Ye Feng, as this nation was closest to the sea area where Ye Feng's incident occurred. If Ye Feng had not encountered any trouble, this would be the place with the highest probability of finding him. However, various factions had scoured the entire nation, even searching some undeveloped islands. Yet no trace of Ye Feng was found. In a remote village away from the city center in America, a girl around 10 years old hurriedly ran into a house, holding a bowl of medicine. Thank you for your help these past few days, Daiweixi. A man with a resolute face and deep-set eyes sat up in bed, taking the bowl from the girl with a smile. No need to thank me. My grandfather says that if you do good deeds, you will go to heaven after you die. The girl wore an innocent and romantic smile, giving off a feeling of warmth to those who saw her. Aren't you afraid that the person you save might be a bad person? Ye Feng suddenly asked the girl, looking at her. Indeed, this man was Ye Feng. On that day, he had arrived here on a motorboat, exhausted and severely injured. Ye Feng collapsed on the beach, where he was rescued by the passing girl. She even bought medicine for him and administered it daily, allowing Ye Feng to recover. After his body was modified, Ye Feng's healing ability improved significantly. If it were an ordinary person, it would have been questionable whether they could survive, let alone someone like Ye Feng, who had returned to normal within just a few days. The girl was taken aback by Ye Feng's question and didn't know how to respond. Just then, an elderly voice came from the doorway. Young man, you seem to be recovering well. Since you're better now, please leave on your own. Grandpa, this brother hasn't fully recovered, yet we can't chase him away. Didn't you always teach me to do more good deeds? The old man looked at his naive granddaughter and sighed. Awaishi, we have already brought him back and treated his injuries. He has recovered now, so our good deed is done. The elderly man's earnest persuasion was filled with urgency, as if Ye Feng were some ominous figure. Ye Feng understood this, well aware of his unique identity. After that battle, the Americans would not rest until they found his body. Ye Feng was certain the Americans were actively searching for him. He didn't need to think twice to know that the U.S. was investing significant efforts into finding him. However, since they had not found him in the past few days, it indicated that his own country was also looking for him and attempting to hinder the Americans from doing so. Otherwise, even though Ye Feng was in a remote location with the Americans' capabilities, they would have surely located him by now. Realizing this, Ye Feng was sure that the old man knew something. So he asked, thank you for your care over these past few days, old man, and Daiweixi, thank you as well. This is my contact information. If you ever need my assistance, please don't hesitate to let me know, and I will do my best to help. Also, could you tell me why you're so anxious to send me away? A young man, I know you are from Huagua and seem to be an important scientist. We did not save you for a reward. My granddaughter has always been kind-hearted and cannot bear to see someone in need without helping. So we saved you expecting nothing in return. There are many people outside looking for you right now. Not long ago, our police station brought a group of Americans to search for you while you were still in a coma. I thought it would be wrong to hand you over, so I concealed this matter. If this grave sin were discovered, we would be in serious trouble. Now that you're well, you should leave as soon as possible, the old man urged earnestly. But Grandpa, Daiweixi wanted to say something else, but was silenced by her grandfather's fierce glare. Seeing this, Ye Feng remarked, so that's how it is. Thank you, old man, and thank you, Daiweixi. Here is my contact information. If you need any assistance in the future, please let me know. I won't disturb you any longer. Until we meet again. Ye Feng sincerely thanked them and left, knowing that staying here longer would only bring them trouble. Thus, after expressing his gratitude, Ye Feng immediately departed, making his way into the coconut grove. Grandpa, how can you do this? He is so severely injured. What if something happens to him? This girl was truly kind-hearted to the extreme. Even knowing that Ye Feng could bring her danger, she still thought of others at this moment. The old man sighed once more. Alas, it's not that I am heartless enough to drive him away, but there is simply no other way. In truth, the old man felt helpless and torn inside, yet he had to act thus for the safety of his family. I hope you are okay. Young man, please do not blame me. After leaving, Ye Feng aimlessly darted through the coconut grove with his phone broken and no means to contact the outside world. It seems that there must be people from the country here as well. Oh, I need to find a place to contact them. With this thought, Ye Feng quickened his pace. However, a day after Ye Feng left, the village was visited by the local police accompanied by a team from the United States military. Mr. Policeman, I don't know. The old man was very polite, his tone exceedingly gentle, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the policeman. Decathlon, old man, I advise you to honestly confess. Do you know that concealing the truth here is a crime in our country? I understand, Mr. Policeman, but we are not hiding anything. The old man appeared helpless, but inside he felt a twinge of panic, knowing that paper cannot ultimately contain fire. How can you still argue? If you are not concealing anything, then why did your granddaughter go to the town to buy medicine and ask where that person is? It turned out that after several days of searching, without finding Ye Feng, the United States had sensed something was amiss. If someone was deliberately concealing the truth, their personnel were limited. It would be impossible to find him, so they changed their search direction. If Ye Feng was still alive, he would certainly be injured under such bombardment. Hence, the United States requested the Maldivian authorities to assist in investigating all medical institutions and pharmacies in the Maldives. However, through this lead, they traced back to this place again. Upon hearing the policeman's words, the Decathlon old man realized he could no longer keep silent. If you have any questions for me, it was my insistence to save him. It has nothing to do with my grandfather. Weishi hurriedly shielded her grandfather with her frail body. Weishi, step aside. This matter has nothing to do with you. Please move aside. At this moment, the Decathlon old man became anxious. His only concern in this world was his granddaughter. If it weren't for the fear of his granddaughter being harmed, he would never have driven Ye Feng away, which shows how much he valued her. Seeing that Weishi had admitted it herself, the leading policeman exchanged a few words with his colleagues. All right, since you have admitted it, let's go with us. We need your cooperation in the investigation. Take her away. The policeman immediately ordered, and a few people surrounded Weishi to restrain her. The Decathlon old man was like an ant on a hot pan, hurriedly saying, Mr. Policeman, it's not like that. I saved that young man, and it has nothing to do with my granddaughter. If you must take someone, take me. The policeman thought for a moment, and then said, all right, if that's the case, then take them both. Weishi was certainly unwilling. Her grandfather was already elderly, and how could he endure such turmoil? She was anxious beyond measure. In her anxiety, Weishi suddenly exclaimed, let go of my grandfather. I am the only one who knows where he went. If you don't let go, I will bite my tongue and end it. To save her grandfather, Weishi told her first lie in life. Not knowing what emotions were swirling within her, she simply closed her eyes. Seeing this, the policeman was also in a dilemma. They were merely carrying out orders and felt a bit of compassion for the old man. Thus, they turned their gaze toward the American officer beside them. The American officer nodded. Weishi was then taken away, leaving the Decathlon old man slumped on the ground, appearing to have lost all hope. Suddenly, the Decathlon old man thought of something and quickly pulled out a small piece of paper from his pocket, which Ye Feng had left for him before leaving. Seeing the note, the old man felt as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had successfully contacted people back in his homeland after spending most of the day. In the capital of the Maldives, Malé, where the Chinese military was stationed, the soldiers outside the room were meticulously observing their surroundings. Not willing to overlook any subtle movements inside the room, Ye Feng sat at the table sipping tea, while several Chinese officers sat facing him. Everyone, there is no need to be so formal. Ye Feng felt rather helpless, thinking to himself that he wasn't a military bigwig, so why the tension? However, Ye Feng did not know that among these Chinese soldiers he was regarded as a godlike figure. This was not solely due to his identity as a genius professor for the soldiers, that was merely a source of admiration and did not warrant such nervousness. What truly made them so restrained in front of Ye Feng was his astounding battle accomplishments, first causing chaos in the United States and escaping. Now he had emerged unscathed from such bombardment. Such a person was beyond their comprehension. Hearing Ye Feng's question, the leading officer hastily replied, "Yes, Professor Yi. What has happened to my people?" Ye Feng was naturally referring to Howard and the others. "They were found by our people yesterday and are being secretly escorted back to the country. They should arrive soon." The officer replied respectfully. Upon hearing this news, a rare smile finally appeared on Ye Feng's face. "In that case, let's head back. We'll leave tonight." "Tonight?" The officer seemed a bit troubled. "What's wrong?" "Professor Yi, I have already reported your safe return, and the higher-ups are handling it. It is estimated that arrangements can only be made by tomorrow, especially since your identity has been exposed now." Ye Feng nodded after hearing this, understanding the implications. However, for him, this was not a challenging matter. After all, he had played the part of assuming a false identity countless times. But it must be said that this black technology was truly useful. If it were not for this, Ye Feng might not have been able to escape the United States. That night, Ye Feng used 4D printing simulation technology again to change his appearance, and in order not to raise suspicion, he split up with others to return home, ensuring absolute safety, with one visible and one hidden. Just as Ye Feng had purchased his ticket and was preparing to return his newly bought phone, which had just activated, the SIM card displayed countless text messages in Maldivian. Since Ye Feng's phone number was unique in China, he had kept many spare SIM cards, all with the same number. Just as Ye Feng was about to check the messages, the phone rang. Upon answering, a familiar voice came through. You finally answered. Did you not have something to discuss?" "I truly have no way out now. Considering Di Weishi saved you, please help her." Ye Feng instantly understood Di Weishi. The United States. "Rest assured, Di Weishi is my savior, Ye Feng. No one dares to harm her. You can be at ease. I will bring Di Weishi to you." After Ye Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and an aura of killing intent surged, causing the air around him to grow colder. Passers-by glanced at Ye Feng, displaying expressions of fear. Plans can never keep up with changes. Ye Feng immediately left the airport in Country M, headquarters of the Huan nation. "What? Professor Yi didn't board the plane. Where did he go?" "I don't know either. From the surveillance footage at the airport, Professor Yi received a phone call before boarding and then left in a fit of rage." "Investigate immediately. The rest of you prepare your gear. As soon as there is news, we move out at once. We must ensure Professor Yi's safety." Ye Feng exited the airport, not in a hurry to find Di Weixi's whereabouts, for he knew, without thinking, that she must be at the headquarters in Country M. This time Ye Feng was truly enraged. At first, there was the bombing a few days ago, and now Di Weixi, his savior, had been kidnapped. Originally, Ye Feng intended to keep this grudge deeply buried in his heart. He planned to strategize after returning to his homeland, as Country M was far too powerful. However, the incident with Di Weishi acted as a fuse, igniting the hatred that lay dormant within him. Ye Feng first arrived at the armory of Country M, which housed all of its military equipment. Initially, he had looked down on these low-grade weapons, but now time was of the essence, and he had no luxury to consider their quality. Ye Feng's only thought was to rescue Di Weishi. Having weapons was far better than being empty-handed. Country M is a small nation with a highly developed economy, but due to its limited territory, it does not have a large population. A nation's armory guarded no less than a military base of the Huan nation. Places as heavily fortified as Country M were no challenge for Ye Feng, who could come and go as he pleased. Ye Feng stealthily infiltrated, casually taking a few grenades, a rifle, and a dismantleable AWM sniper rifle. Then he silently exited as if he had never been there. With the weapons secured, Ye Feng headed straight for the U.S. headquarters. "Tell me everything you know about Ye Feng." A U.S. officer clad in military attire looked at Di Weishi sternly. Di Weishi had appeared quite tense since being brought in, and now facing interrogation, her anxiety intensified. I don't know. Di Weishi shook her head vigorously. Upon hearing her response, the officer instantly flew into a rage, pressing the gun against Di Weixi's head and threatening, "I'll give you half a minute to reconsider." This scene frightened Di Weishi, who was already tense, causing her face to turn pale. She had only said that to prevent her grandfather from being implicated, she had no information about Ye Feng. "It seems you won't speak without some special means." The officer holstered his weapon, evidently planning to employ some coercive tactics to make Di Weishi talk. Before long, the officer held a medical syringe containing an unknown liquid. Anyone with understanding would know what this was. "Since you refuse to cooperate, I can only use this method to make you tell the truth." "No, please don't." Di Weishi struggled with all her might, but ultimately, it was futile. This drug can numb your nervous system, but it has a very undesirable side effect. The skin of the person injected will resemble that of a 70 or 80-year-old. Little girl, do you want to reconsider telling me the truth? Everyone has a desire for beauty, and Daiweixi was no exception. If the officer's words held any truth, then she would be finished. Just as the syringe was about to pierce her skin, a sudden explosion echoed from outside, followed by the rapid sound of gunfire. Before the officer could collect his thoughts, a soldier stumbled in. Sir, we are under attack. Who dares to cause trouble at our U.S. headquarters? I don't know. The soldier lowered his head. Not even knowing who their opponent was truly embarrassing. Useless, you don't even know who the enemy is. At that moment a voice sounded, you truly are pathetic, sending so many troops to hunt me down, yet I'm still alive and well. Ye Feng appeared in the room like a ghost, one hand gripping a rifle and the other a sniper rifle, unnoticed and undetected. Soldier! The U.S. officer panicked and instinctively shouted. Are you calling those useless fools outside? My apologies, they have already gone to meet your god. There were only a few dozen U.S. soldiers outside, easily disregarded by Ye Feng. These soldiers barely had time to react before they were sent to meet their maker by bombs or bullets. Why, you are Ye Feng? After a moment, the officer finally regained his composure and stuttered out another sentence. Weren't you being hunted down by everyone in Mardav? Now that you've found me, why do you have that expression? Shouldn't you be happy? Ye Feng said as he walked over to Daiweixi, forcibly breaking the handcuffs on her wrists in front of her astonished gaze. Daiweixi felt no pain at all, only seeing the handcuffs on her wrists turn into a pile of scrap metal. Is this magic? Ye Feng smiled gently. Yes, Daiweixi, I am a magician. Now here's another trick. Close your eyes and count to 3. When you open them again, a miracle will occur. Since meeting Ye Feng, Daiweixi no longer appeared fearful. Instead, curiosity and astonishment replaced her emotions. She obediently closed her eyes and began to count. Ye Feng swiftly picked her up and dashed outside, reaching a speed of 120 km/h in an instant. Just before they reached the exit, Ye Feng shot the officer in the head. The U.S. officer hadn't even had time to close his eyes before he breathed his last. Daiweixi felt a rush of wind pass by her ear, and when she opened her eyes 3 seconds later, she found herself on a bustling street. Behind her was a cacophony as countless police officers rushed in. Just as she was about to ask what was happening, Su Bei's voice rang in her ears. I know you have many questions, but the most important thing now is to get home. Don't keep Grandpa D waiting. Yes, Grandpa. He must be worried sick about me. As soon as she thought of her grandfather, Daiweixi cast aside all her doubts. From the moment his granddaughter was taken away, the elderly decathlon stood at the doorway, leaning on his cane and gazing into the distance. From time to time, he prayed earnestly to God. Amen. Great God, Almighty God, please bless your faithful follower. Ye Feng raced with Daivshi in his arms, never pausing for a moment, covering a full 100 kilometers in less than an hour. Ye Feng arrived at the somewhat dilapidated courtyard. After countless prayers, Decathlon opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He found 2 figures blocking his view. Looking closer, wasn't that his granddaughter and Ye Feng? The old man couldn't believe it was real, thinking his eyesight was failing. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the scene remained the same. Daivshi and Ye Feng both smiled at him. Grandfather, I'm back. Daivshi spoke first. Hearing her voice, the old man was struck as if by lightning, stunned and dazed, his cane falling to the ground. God, it must be God who heard my prayers. My dear Vichy. As he spoke, his vision blurred and tears of joy wetted his eyes. Then the grandfather and granddaughter embraced tightly, a heartwarming scene. Ye Feng watched silently from behind, a gratified smile spreading across his face. He left a note and slipped away quietly. Just as he had appeared before, Daveshi suddenly coming and suddenly leaving, Ye Feng simply did not wish to disturb this tender moment. Quickly, let grandfather see if you're hurt. They parted and Decathlon carefully examined Daivshi. I'm fine, grandfather. The Americans had just taken me to the place when Ye Feng, big brother, you showed up. He saved me. By the way, big brother, Ye Feng is amazing. He's a... Daivshi excitedly grabbed Decathlon's hand and instinctively looked behind her, but Ye Feng was nowhere to be seen. A complex expression crossed Daiv's face. Anxiety, curiosity, confusion, and a hint of disappointment. Decathlon took in his granddaughter's expression. Having weathered decades of storms, how could he not understand Daiv's feelings? He spoke. Vichy, Ye Feng is a young man from a different world than ours. He and we. No, grandfather, big brother, Ye Feng, he. Daivshi interrupted immediately, but after a few words, she didn't know what to say. Vichy, be good. Let's just treat these past few days as a wonderful dream. Now that the dream is over, our lives must go on. Daivshi remained silent. After a long while, she looked into the distance and murmured to herself, is it really just a dream? Big brother Ye Feng. As for Ye Feng, he had already retraced his steps and returned to Mail City. This incident had been triggered by Ye Feng dragging an ordinary grandfather and granddaughter into trouble. If Ye Feng hadn't arrived in time, who knew what would have become of Diveshire? Because Diveshire was a citizen of the Maldives, Ye Feng had to ensure that the Maldivian authorities would not trouble Decathlon and his granddaughter afterward. So Ye Feng went directly to the Maldivian government and in an extreme manner met with the high-ranking officials of the Maldives. Ye Feng forcibly entered the Maldivian government building, but he acted with restraint. The Maldivian soldiers and police only sustained minor injuries. Otherwise, there was no major harm. The Maldivian side also knew that Ye Feng had escaped the pursuit and blockade of a superpower like the United States. If he truly intended to harm the Maldives, he wouldn't have appeared so openly. After deliberation among the Maldivian High Command, they agreed to meet Ye Feng. Facing the assembled Maldivian officials, Ye Feng remained composed and got straight to the point. I am Ye Feng. I believe you are familiar with me, so I need not introduce myself further. I apologize for the intrusion, it was presumptuous of me. I hope you will forgive me. Ye Feng adopted a humble attitude with a gentle and unhurried tone, yet without losing his commanding presence. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With Ye Feng's good attitude, the Maldivian side had no reason to be hostile. Their assistance to the U.S. in finding Ye Feng was a matter of necessity. Just as they had also helped China search for Ye Feng, fundamentally, they had no direct connection to him. Professor Ye, your name is now known worldwide. We couldn't be unaware even if we tried. Please state your purpose directly. My purpose is simple. I hope you will not take action against Decathlon and his granddaughter afterward, even under pressure from the U.S. They are citizens of your country. Well, the Maldivian side started to speak, but Ye Feng interrupted. Of course you can choose to ignore my advice. But if I hear any news of you moving against Decathlon and his granddaughter, I will respond accordingly. Do not doubt my capabilities. Of course, if you are willing to accept my advice, I will also respond in kind. With that, Ye Feng said no more. He had made his position crystal clear. As long as the Maldivian side was not foolish, they would weigh the pros and cons themselves. On a passenger ship crossing the Pacific, Ye Feng stood on the deck feeling the moist sea breeze, staring thoughtfully at the distant horizon. The matter here is settled. America, I never wanted to be your enemy, but for your own selfish interests you have repeatedly trampled on my principles and nearly cost me my life. This grievance Ye Feng cannot swallow no matter what. Since you are determined to play this game with me, then let's have some fun. The news of Ye Feng's appearance in the Maldives spread like wildfire. China tried to suppress it, but paper can never contain fire. Along with the news of Ye Feng in the Maldives, another story became the talk of the world. Ye Feng single-handedly destroyed a U.S. military outpost. Although it was a minor feat compared to Ye Feng's previous exploits, the signal it sent was significant. In China. Su Lao, have you heard the news about Professor Ye? So not just in China, but people all over the world are talking about it. How could I not know? What do you think? Professor Ye still hasn't returned home, and the higher-ups haven't withdrawn the troops yet. What are they planning? You're the head of the National Security Bureau, and you don't know. How would an old researcher like me know? Su Lao and Zhang Jun were drinking tea and discussing. The higher-ups probably don't know what Professor Ye intends to do either, which is why they haven't withdrawn the troops. Forget it. Who can fathom the mind of someone like Professor Ye? Let's just hope he returns safely. Ye Feng returned to the United States not for any other reason, but to exact a price for his fallen brothers. Ye Feng's target this time, a U.S. military-industrial base. As a superpower, the United States boasts formidable military strength and naturally has numerous military-industrial bases. Ye Feng's objective is simple: to destroy these military-industrial bases. Only by doing so can he make the United States feel the pain and realize that provoking him, Ye Feng, comes with a heavy price. The military-industrial bases are extremely important to the United States. They are not only the core of weapon development, but also serve as the reserve center for the nation's weaponry. Moreover, they represent the capital with which the United States holds its head high in the world. The strength of a country's military-industrial base signifies its military prowess. As the world's leading military power, the United States has a total of 9 military-industrial bases, while some weaker countries have only 1. Countries like Huan Nation, Russia, and Sakura Nation have around 7. Upon hearing news of Ye Feng, the United States immediately ordered a return to a state of national alert. Airports, train stations, and ports were placed under strict surveillance, fearing that any lapse might allow Ye Feng to exploit an opportunity. However, for 2 consecutive days, everything remained calm, as if Ye Feng had vanished after his previous appearance in the Maldives. During these 2 days, countries around the world were also closely observing the United States, curious whether Ye Feng would retaliate. Finally, on the 3rd day at the Houston Rocket Force Base, one of the 9 major military bases in the United States, the facility is located in the city center, but is distinctly separated from the city as it is built underground. Residents of the United States pass over the base every day, unaware that beneath their feet lies the lifeblood of their nation. The reason Ye Feng had been elusive these past few days was to gather information on the locations of these bases and to formulate a plan to destroy the military-industrial facilities of the United States. Ye Feng exerted considerable effort to uncover the precise locations of 4 military-industrial bases, while the others were well concealed by the United States. Initially, Ye Feng planned to do it big, intending to destroy all the assets the United States prided itself on, but time was not on his side. If given enough time, Ye Feng would surely achieve his goals. However, the longer he stayed in the United States, the more dangerous it became for him. Moreover, as long as Ye Feng did not return home, he would have difficulty explaining himself to his country. Thus, he changed his strategy and decided to target these 4 bases first. This would be enough to inflict considerable pain on the United States, as the time, energy, and financial resources spent on constructing a military-industrial base are staggering. In the heart of Houston's business district, this area is the most prosperous commercial zone in the United States, filled with towering skyscrapers. This is the economic center of Houston, while underneath it lies the infamous Houston Rocket military-industrial base. Ye Feng, carrying a black briefcase and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered a tall building. "Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" As he reached the entrance, Ye Feng was stopped. He nodded and replied, "I am the general manager of the neighboring company and have an appointment with your boss." The building's security and front desk confirmed his identity and respectfully allowed him entry, as Ye Feng's current identity was indeed that of a company's general manager. Upon entering the building, Ye Feng headed straight for the elevator, but instead of going up, he went down. The underground second basement is a parking lot. Ye Feng walked into the empty parking area, which was nearly deserted during working hours with only a few cars parked. Ye Feng found a secluded corner, crouched down, and pulled out a tool from his briefcase, an electric drill meant for boring holes. It looked like any ordinary electric drill, but its functionality was quite different. This was a super electric drill modified by Ye Feng during his reconnaissance, made from super alloys, and it operated at a terrifying speed. After all, it was derived from a level 1 technological civilization. Ye Feng flipped the switch and pointed the drill bit at the ground, instantly igniting a burst of flames as sparks flew from the friction of the rapidly spinning drill against the surface. The dazzling light was bright enough to blind anyone, but Ye Feng had made preparations and wore protective goggles. If someone were present, they would surely be astonished by the sight, as the ground seemed as soft as tofu, yielding effortlessly under the drill's assault. In just a short time, Ye Feng had already drilled a deep pit sufficient to accommodate a crouching adult. The most remarkable part was that the drill was automatic. Ye Feng merely operated his phone from the edge of the pit. The screen on his phone displayed the first-person view from the drill. Anyone unaware might think Ye Feng was playing the game Minecraft. After half an hour, the drill had bored a nearly 10-meter-long tunnel. Such equipment would be a shame not to use for tomb raiding. After another half an hour, the drill finally created a tunnel of about 10 meters. Ye Feng smiled with satisfaction, then took his briefcase and leaped into the tunnel. Bang! Ye Feng activated his jet shoes midair, transforming into Iron Man as he gently descended to the ground. Once safely on the ground, Ye Feng immediately rolled into a corner and began to observe his surroundings. He noticed a door ahead and quickly hid inside. This was, after all, a military-industrial base of the United States. How could there not be patrolling soldiers? Just a short while after Ye Feng's arrival, a group of about 7 or 8 American soldiers appeared at the spot where he had landed. However, they did not notice Ye Feng, nor did they realize there was a large hole above them. Ye Feng remained completely still, holding his breath to carefully listen to the footsteps of the departing soldiers. Once the patrolling soldiers had left, Ye Feng began to take action. He glanced around, finding the area filled with firearms and ammunition. A wicked smile spread across Ye Feng's face as he found a spot and began to set up a timed bomb from his briefcase. This was Ye Feng's purpose for coming here. Since he planned to destroy the United States military-industrial base, he needed to use some powerful explosives. For this, Ye Feng had specifically sourced a powerful timed bomb from level 1.0 civilization technology. Just this one bomb alone could reduce this vast military base to ruins. After completing this task, Ye Feng retraced his steps and hurried to his next destination, stealthily installing a similar bomb there. Another 2 days passed, during which Ye Feng continued to perform the same task. The last bomb was installed, and now all that was left was for Ye Feng to press the button. In an instant, the military-industrial base that the United States had spent countless years building would be reduced to ashes. On the final day, Ye Feng did not rush to trigger the explosives, but instead infiltrated the White House. In the White House, in the office of the President of the United States, Ye Feng hid in the shadows. When he saw the President get up and leave, he seized the opportunity to quietly slip inside and plug a USB drive into the computer on the desk. After operating for a few seconds, Ye Feng quietly left again. The President re-entered the office holding a cup of coffee, slowly taking his seat, and then turned on the computer to prepare for work. Suddenly, the computer screen flickered, displaying an image. Is this the Houston Rocket military base? The image flickered again. Is this the Philadelphia 76ers military base? The image continued to shift, and the expression on the president's face changed accordingly. How could this video possibly appear on his computer? Someone had been in his office, and the video showcased the 4 major military bases of the United States, which could be considered the lifeblood of the nation. What was the purpose of showing him this? In an instant, numerous suspicions flooded the president's mind, and he felt an ominous premonition. He immediately picked up the phone on the desk. At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the computer. The phone in the president's hand fell, whether from the shock of the sound or not he did not know. In the skies over Houston, Philadelphia, and 2 other cities, a massive haze suddenly appeared. The streets in the city center were filled with panic. What happened? There was an earthquake. Everyone run. This scene unfolded in the city centers of the 4 major cities. Before long, the U.S. military sealed off the scene, and the president, still reeling from the shock, was abruptly pulled back to reality by the ringing of multiple phones on the desk. Ye Feng. It must be Ye Feng. There is no one else in the world who has this capability. The usually composed president of the United States now resembled a madman. All military districts mobilize all forces. I don't care what methods are used or what the cost is, we must ensure Ye Feng dies this time. In just a matter of minutes, explosions suddenly erupted in the city centers of the 4 major U.S. cities. Initial estimates suggested it was due to an earthquake, and the immense damage was still being calculated. This news was yet another bombshell reverberating around the world. Some uninformed civilians assumed the U.S. had experienced a major earthquake, while citizens of countries at odds with the U.S. felt quite pleased. After so many years of rampant dominance, the U.S. was finally receiving its comeuppance. However, among the high-ranking officials of various countries, this was not seen as an ordinary earthquake, despite the military base locations being state secrets. Every country has its own intelligence agency, and as the world's #1 power, the United States was naturally a key target for any country's intelligence operations. Seeing the names of the 4 cities, wasn't this precisely the 4 major military bases of the U.S.? Moreover, the explosions occurred right in the city centers, directly above these military bases. Could this be a coincidence? Even a fool would not believe that. The answer was evident. To successfully blow up military bases in the highly guarded U.S. would have seemed unbelievable in the past, but now, there was a show to watch. In Huagua, on a short video platform, a video surfaced showing the city center of the U.S. turned into ruins. The comments flooded in. This time the U.S. has really taken a big fall. However, I have a question. Those city districts are not located at tectonic plate boundaries, and there are no active volcanoes nearby. How could there be an earthquake? I must say, after what you just said, I now feel there is something more to this. Could it be our Professor Ye? However, just as the crowd began to discuss, the uploader suddenly deleted the video, and a few minutes later the account was deactivated. Huagua pays close attention to the security of the online environment, and sensitive topics cannot appear on the internet. The Cybersecurity Bureau of Huagua is not to be trifled with. As for why this topic needed to be shut down, it was naturally because of Ye Feng. No one knew he was behind it, and even if someone suspected it, there was no evidence. Thus, the military of Huagua was able to protect Ye Feng. National Security Building. Haha, well done, truly worthy of our Huagua's Ye. Secretary Xiao Li was also quite excited, but before he could finish his sentence, he was fiercely glared at by Zhang Zhan. Xiao Li, some things are better left unsaid. As soon as they are spoken, the situation changes. Watch your words. Yes, Director. All right, let the brothers outside take action. At all costs, ensure the safety of Professor Ye. However, Ye Feng was already on his way back. Taking the air route was the least advisable. He had already traversed the water route once, and the U.S. would undoubtedly be prepared. This time, Ye Feng chose the land route, planning to enter the Ye country directly through the Bering Strait. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Huagua was on the phone with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ye country. Dear Mr. Smolikov, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Minister Su. May I ask what the matter is? Yes, Mr. Smolikov, I believe you have heard of Professor Ye Feng, right? Meanwhile, the Huagua troops stationed in the Zhengmu Ansha Islands immediately headed north by sea, while the army flew to the Bering Strait by transport aircraft. Through negotiations with Ye country, Huagua's troops were temporarily permitted to station at the shores of the Bering Strait to welcome Ye Feng back to the country. It was proven that Ye Feng's choice was correct. The U.S. dispatched nearly all its warships to the Pacific, fearing that Ye Feng would attempt to escape by sea once again. If Ye Feng were given another Shinfeng ship, he would naturally choose to travel by water without hesitation. However, since that condition was not available now, Ye Feng had no choice but to take a risky approach. Of course, he was also prepared to flee the U.S. Over the course of a few days, he had modified a car, transplanting the abnormal engine from the Shinfeng ship. The outer shell was also crafted from a mutant alloy. On the highway leading from the US to Canada, Ye Feng sped along in a jeep. Taking the land route, Ye Feng first had to pass through Canada to reach the western US before he could cross the Bering Strait to the other side any country. Within 2 days, the US had found nothing at sea and immediately shifted its focus to land. As a neighbor of the US, Canada has always been subservient to it. Upon receiving news from the US, Canada immediately began a nationwide manhunt. As soon as Ye Feng arrived in Canada, he was stopped by the border guards of the Canadian military. The 4D printing simulation chip was not meant for unlimited use. Like any product, it suffers wear and tear. After so many uses, Ye Feng's 4D printing simulation chip could no longer function properly. There was no choice now but to force his way through. Ahead lies a roadblock set up by the Canadian police with rows of vehicles parked at the roadside. The Canadian police are checking the vehicles passing by against a photo of Ye Feng. Suddenly, a jeep is speeding towards them, its terrifying speed prompting the Canadian police to immediately pull out their walkie-talkies. Emergency notification, emergency notification. Attention, all teams, a black jeep with license plate number XXXXX has breached our G11 highway roadblock and is heading towards G12. Requesting interception. A few minutes later, Ye Feng driving a modified jeep arrives at the next intersection where another roadblock is set up ahead. A large squad of Canadian police has blocked the road with patrol cars, and several large trucks are obstructing the way ahead, making it impossible for Ye Feng to force his way through. Unless he takes out all these Canadian police. Ye Feng is no fool. He is unwilling to engage in such a time-consuming and laborious task. On both sides of the G11 highway there are endless plains. Ye Feng decisively yanks the steering wheel and performs a beautiful drift just 10 meters away from the Canadian police. He crashes through the roadside guardrail, steering the vehicle into the vast plains. With many paths leading to Rome, if this route is blocked, he will seek another. Captain, should we pursue? The Canadian police look on in astonishment, then ask, no need. Our task is only to search for the target. How to handle it once found is up to the Americans. This person is not to be trifled with. The officer called Captain gazes in the direction. Ye Feng disappeared, his face filled with apprehension. If it were an ordinary jeep, it would likely break down after not going far on such a bumpy surface. However, the modified jeep that he is driving has significantly enhanced performance. The vehicle steadily travels over 10 kilometers without any mishaps, clearly handling the complex terrain with ease. After crossing mountains and rivers, half an hour later the vehicle returns to normal roads. The American military received word from Canada and immediately dispatched fighter jets for aerial interception, while ground troops rushed to the plains that Ye Feng had just crossed. Not long after Ye Feng left the plains, American fighter jets arrived above. The pilots lowered the altitude as much as possible, flying low to track Ye Feng's descent. Calling command center, this is F-15 Reaper Squad. We have reached the target area above, but have not detected any trace. What? It's only been half an hour. He can't have traveled far on those mountainous roads. Continue searching. 3 fighter jets circled the plains several times, activating thermal imaging equipment, yet still found no trace of Ye Feng. This left the American command center questioning whether Ye Feng had taken a plane. With no leads, the American military could only gather their forces at the Bering Strait, the necessary route for Ye Feng to return home. Across a bay, one could even see the situation on the opposite shore with binoculars. The American military and the Chinese military met this way. Although separated by a bay, the tension between the two sides was palpable. On the Chinese military side, the commander of the Central Military District is leading the team. Is there any news about Professor Ye? Report. Just received news from Professor Ye. He will arrive at the Bering Strait in half an hour. What? So soon? The commander's face turned grave. Had he heard this news a few days ago, he would have been ecstatic. But now, with the American military having gathered their forces, it would be nearly impossible for Ye Feng to cross. Do we have to resort to that method? Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. The commander gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. It's unclear who leaked the information, but the news of Ye Feng's intention to return home through the Bering Strait has become widely known. A few hours earlier, mainstream media outlets from various countries seemed to have coordinated setting up equipment along the shore, eagerly anticipating Ye Feng's appearance. Half an hour later, a jeep came into view. The American military exclaimed, "Has he finally appeared? Let's see how you escape this time." Orders to the troops: attack swiftly at all costs, and let the world see that the United States is the true master of this world. With the command given, the American military quickly mobilized. Armored vehicles and tanks surged forth, while the American soldiers appeared like a swarm of ants. The scene was extraordinarily spectacular. On the Chinese military side, they could only watch helplessly as they could not cross the country's borders, relying solely on Ye Feng to carve out a bloody path. Chinese soldiers nervously sweated for Ye Feng. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. This time the American military held nothing back, opening fire with various shells and bullets directed at Ye Feng's jeep. Faced with such a barrage, everyone thought Ye Feng was finished. However, after the explosions, Ye Feng's jeep continued to move forward. How is this possible? Continue, keep firing. The American command center chief shouted in a frenzy. Another round of bombardment directly collapsed the ground in front of the jeep. This time, Ye Feng's jeep finally stopped moving forward. Dear viewers, we are currently located in the Bering Strait area. Ahead is the battlefield between the United States and Chinese Professor Ye. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the divine jeep, driven by Professor Ye, has finally come to a halt. It seems this war is about to end. Dear viewers, various media outlets broadcast live, all believing that this highly publicized war was nearing its conclusion. How could one person withstand the onslaught of thousands? Only the Chinese military remained calm, breathing a sigh of relief as they saw the American forces encircle Ye Feng's jeep. The commander picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "All units pay attention. Once Professor Ye sacrifices himself, act immediately." With that command, a deafening explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in the calm sky, the powerful shockwave, sending waves soaring to a height of 10 feet. The aftermath of the explosion snapped all surrounding trees. Centered around Ye Feng's jeep, the ground within a few miles sank, transforming what was previously solid ground into a basin after a thunderous crash. Oh my God, what just happened? Was there an earthquake? Dear viewers, an unknown explosion has occurred, and the battlefield is now shrouded in dust, making it impossible to see the situation clearly. This explosion left the Americans stunned, their follow-up troops frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Such a scene is truly shocking. As the dust finally settled, people began to see the situation within. International media swung their lenses toward the blast site, the location of Ye Feng's jeep, but within 3 seconds they all shut down their equipment. There was no other reason. The spectacle was unbearably grotesque and blood-soaked, utterly unfit for an audience's view. In the vast crater lay countless charred corpses strewn in every direction. Not a single one remained intact. Heads, hands, feet, and torsos had been ripped from their places. The blast had hollowed out a basin, and the shock sent seawater surging back into it. It had become a pool of blood in which severed body parts floated. Those with weaker stomachs immediately retched. Veiling Haixiao, a transnational bridge spanning the strait and connecting Agua with Jiagua. This was the final stretch Ye Feng had to traverse. He only needed to cross this bridge. If Ye Feng crossed it, he would be safe. The bridge, long sealed by Migwa, stood empty. Yet a solitary figure now stood upon it, looking down at the pit with a cold glint in his eyes devoid of pity. Instead, his expression softened into relief, even a faint, gratified smile. The man was Ye Feng. It turned out the jeep was merely a decoy. Ye Feng had disembarked earlier, rigged the vehicle with a modified explosive, and then set it to drive itself. He used the explosion to draw attention and signal Huagua to advance onto the bridge. With support from Huagua's military, Ye Feng successfully rose from the sea and made it onto the bridge. "Professor Ye, we must go," a Huagua soldier called, snapping the dazed Ye Feng back to the fact that they were still within Jiaguo's jurisdiction and only by crossing the bridge. Ye Feng would be safe only after crossing, for only beyond the bridge could Huagua's troops intervene. Then they need not fear Miguo's numerical superiority. But at that moment, a few Migwa fighter jets, appearing without warning, opened fire on Ye Feng and his group. "Protect Professor Ye." The Huagua soldiers reacted by throwing Ye Feng to the ground. Several of them were struck by the plane's rounds. The sounds of battle snapped everyone's attention back to the present. One after another, Migwa soldiers surged onto the bridgehead. The scene felt as if it had been hurled back into a war-torn age. The once spacious bridge was now jammed with people. Only 10 or so meters separated the sides, and Huagua had merely a squad of men. To avoid exposure, they wore civilian clothes and carried not a single rifle. Yet faced with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of Migwa soldiers, they showed no panic, no fear. Instead, they quickly formed a ring encircling Ye Feng. Ye Feng rolled to his feet. When he looked up and saw himself tightly surrounded, he understood at once and shouted, "What are you doing? Move." With his cry, a relentless fusillade answered. The frontmost Huagua soldiers tried to draw their pistols, but their motions were cut short as bullets had already ripped bloody wounds into them. "Spread out. Scatter." Ye Feng roared hoarsely, but the Huagua soldiers seemed not to hear. "Change formation. Protect Professor Ye," someone in the ranks bellowed. The formation shifted instantly from a ring into a human wall, using their bodies to block the incoming Migwa fire. "Professor Ye, go. Go." Ye Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He tried to force his way through the Huagua human wall, but was held back. "Professor Ye, go. Don't let our soldiers die in vain." Ye Feng's heart twisted with conflicting emotions, and inexplicable feelings swept him, and for the first time in his life, he felt an unbearable weight within. He could have simply walked away. But seeing the soldiers' pleading gazes and those who had already fallen for him, he could not betray their sacrifice by remaining. Go, go now. Seeing Ye Feng unmoved, the soldiers grew desperate, turning their backs. As they shouted, Professor, you are worth 1,000 men. Huagua needs you. The people of Huagua need you. Go now. One Huagua soldier after another fell. 10, 15, 20. Ye Feng knew that each second he hesitated would mean more comrades collapsing. Not far away, within Huagua's main force, warriors likewise had bloodshot eyes, but lacking orders could not act rashly. They could only vent their fury in a unified roar. Professor, ye come over. Ye Feng still could not surmount that mental barrier, yet in the span of mere seconds dozens of Huagua soldiers had already fallen. Migua. Ye Feng howled, then surged toward the Huagua line. Just as the soldiers exhaled in relief, he seized their pistols and a number of grenades. He charged up onto the bridgehead again. I will have you all die. Saying that, Ye Feng hurled several grenades into the crowd while wielding rifles and sweeping them down. Before the grenades hit the ground, a swath of Migua soldiers had already fallen. Boom, boom, boom. With several tremendous detonations, the grenades exploded among the Migua ranks, and within those seconds, Ye Feng had already plunged into the enemy mass. He ran flat out. Bullets came so densely he could not evade them, trying only to shield vital areas while rounds tore into his arms and legs. Ignoring the pain, he became a blade in the crowd, using fists and feet. Each strike sent a few Migua soldiers tumbling. Ye Feng's eyes were reddened with slaughter. Heedless of his own wounds, trading injury for injury, he felled nearly 100 men alone, and the killing went on. There was no sign of stopping. The Migua reinforcements shuddered and halted, unwilling to advance another step onto the bridge. Desperate, the Migua command fired a shell into the crowd. What? Is Migua insane? Madmen, all madmen. This is utterly insane. What has become of this world? Onlookers cried in disbelief. The international media were stunned, unable to fathom how Ye Feng single-handedly slaughtered so many and unable to comprehend that Migua, seeing the tide turn, would abandon its own soldiers and shell them. It seemed intended to consign them to a shared annihilation with Ye Feng. The bridge, already battered by Ye Feng's grenades, could scarcely withstand another such blow. The blast tore the bridge apart. At the critical moment, Ye Feng regained consciousness and tried to pull back, but it was too late. The bomb's aftershock hurled him outward toward the Huagua forces. He crashed to the ground with a tremendous impact. After Ye Feng landed, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, yet there was not a trace of pain on his face. Instead, he seemed to revel in the moment. Ye Feng struggled to get up from the ground, and a group of soldiers from Hua country immediately rushed over, wanting to help him, but were stopped by the look in Ye Feng's eyes. At this moment, Ye Feng could be described as battered and bruised. Not only was he pierced by multiple bullets, but his internal organs had also suffered tremendous damage. If it were not for the modifications he had made to his body, he would have likely been in pieces, scattered like the parts in a giant pit. Ye Feng exerted the last bit of strength he had, dragging his injured body to stand up. Once upright, he immediately held his head high and looked towards the American military. His eyes were filled with a smile, no longer resembling the madness from before, but to the Americans this smile was nothing short of a blatant mockery. No matter how many troops you have or what devious schemes you employ, Ye Feng will repay them all in kind, and with a smile to boot. What a spirit! What a spirit! How magnificent! Ye Feng of Hua country. With Ye Feng's landing, the Americans ceased their fire, and the many soldiers from America involuntarily bowed their heads in front of Ye Feng. It was unclear whether it was due to a lack of courage to face Ye Feng or a sense of shame. In the American command center, the commander looked at the battle he had personally orchestrated, yet found it had turned out this way. The one he had plotted to kill was now standing on the bridge, mocking him. He felt as if a 1,000-pound stone were crushing his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. When he tried to forcefully exhale, it came out as a mouthful of bright red blood. Having never suffered such humiliation in his life, he went mad and shouted out loud, "Open fire, fire at will. I want Ye Feng dead. 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 Sir, please calm down. Our side has suffered heavy losses and morale is low, while the military of Hua country is currently riding high on confidence. Moreover, we cannot take action. The other side is the territory of Ye country. If we strike, it would violate protocols, putting our nation in a very dangerous position." Other American soldiers nearby urged him to reconsider. Hearing this, the commander could only weakly slump to the ground, looking like an old man on the verge of death, his complexion dull and his expression devoid of life. We have lost, we have lost. Thus a world-shattering battle came to an end. This battle shocked the world, allowing people to witness, once again, the terror of the Eastern Lion. Various media outlets across nations reported on this earth-shattering, soul-stirring battle where Ye Feng of Hua country almost single-handedly defeated America. Though gravely injured and unconscious, this feat was enough for the world to remember his name, to remember this country. Moreover, some media outlets commented before this perhaps the word miracle was only a longing we had in desperate times, but after today miracles have ceased to be mere aspirations, they have become reality. Ye Feng has become synonymous with miracles. Ye Feng is the miracle, and miracles exist in the mysterious eastern realm of civilization that has been inherited for thousands of years. The waves stirred by this event in the world were indeed immense, and the impact profound. Countries that were originally at odds with Hua country have recently shown unexpected concessions in various aspects. Though they were merely small concessions, it was enough to indicate their change in attitude. Within Hua country, celebrations akin to the New Year lasted for several days. Although Ye Feng's appearance was tightly guarded, his name had already penetrated the hearts of every citizen of Hua country. Patriotic youths took to the streets waving banners praising Ye Feng, and their demonstrations lasted for several days before being suppressed by the authorities. Such actions were not wrong in themselves, but seriously affected the social order of Hua country, necessitating special measures. In Hua country, in the capital, at the People's Hospital in the Special Care Unit, Ye Feng lay quietly on the hospital bed, having been in a coma for a month. When Ye Feng was sent to the hospital, almost all of Hua country's top medical experts were immediately gathered. However, Ye Feng's injuries were too severe, and since his body was modified, some of his anatomical structures were already different from those of an ordinary person. To treat Ye Feng, it would require someone to master the technology used in his body modification. Clearly, apart from Ye Feng himself, no one in this world possessed these technologies that surpassed Blue Star's knowledge by an unknown degree. Fortunately, in subsequent observations, experts discovered through instruments that Ye Feng's body was recovering on its own, which was both miraculous and reassuring. Aside from providing nutritional fluids necessary for Ye Feng's recovery daily, everything else depended solely on Ye Feng himself. During this time, leaders from various military districts, including number 1, 2, and 3 of the country, visited Ye Feng, closely monitoring his condition each day. There was no other choice. Ye Feng was simply too important. One day, the nurse planned to administer nutritional fluids to Ye Feng, as usual. Upon passing the inspection of the soldiers stationed at the door, she entered the ward holding the syringe and nutritional fluid. The young nurse appeared to be around 20 years old, and with each step she took into the room, she seemed exceedingly cautious, her expression towards Ye Feng reflecting the same. Yet amidst her nervousness, there was a hint of shyness, yearning, and admiration. After all, beauty has always favored heroes. Given Ye Feng's status and abilities, any normal woman would likely feel the same. After carefully administering the nutritional fluids to Ye Feng, the nurse put away the syringe and began to leave, but after taking a step, turned back to glance at Ye Feng. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, and after watching for a while, she checked the time, for the regulations stipulated that the injection could not exceed 1 minute. Otherwise, she would face penalties. The nurse had been personally selected by the hospital and had signed a confidentiality agreement prohibiting her from leaking any information about Ye Feng, even a single word, or face the severest punishment. Just as the young nurse was about to turn to leave, Ye Feng's body, which had not moved for over a month, suddenly stirred. This left the young nurse stunned, thinking she must have been seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes and looked back at Ye Feng. Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide and sat up straight from the bed, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, his gaze filled with endless murderous intent. Seeing this, the young nurse was so frightened that her legs went weak, causing her to fall to the ground, and several fully armed soldiers rushed into the room. The excited shouts finally interrupted Ye Feng's actions. The soldiers in disguise were none other than Zhang Meng and Howard, who were sent to ensure Ye Feng's safety after he fell into a coma. They could not allow any mishap to befall Ye Feng, and naturally the first group of modified individuals led by Zhang Meng took this responsibility, while Howard and others were equally committed. Ye Feng finally realized that he was in the hospital. The images in his mind were merely a dream. He helped Howard and the others, who were kneeling on one knee, back up, nodded at Zhang Meng, and shaking his hazy head asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "To the esteemed Lord, you have been in a coma for 32 days, 04 hours, 5 minutes and 44 seconds since your arrival." Howard replied respectfully with the answer even precise to the second. "Has it really been that long?" Ye Feng was taken aback. He then noticed a young woman dressed as a nurse on the floor, already subdued by 2 cyborg soldiers, and asked in confusion, "What is going on here?" However, the young nurse looked panicked and did not know how to respond. Zhang Meng explained, "Professor Yi, since you have been unconscious for so many days, the hospital arranged for daily nutrient infusions for you. This nurse is the one who administers them. When we heard the commotion and rushed out, we found her lying on the floor and thought something had happened to you, so they had no choice. Ye Feng's safety was too critical, and they had to be overly cautious." Ye Feng nodded, then asked Zhang Meng and the others to help her up. Out of politeness, he said, "I'm sorry my subordinates misunderstood and caused you trouble. Please forgive us." "And are you all right?" The nurse's previously panicked expression was suddenly replaced with intense excitement. I am fine. Her tone was so trembling with excitement. Ye Feng thought she had been frightened by the earlier situation. It's good that you're fine. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. The nurse became even more excited, her face flushed, unsure of how to respond, and she simply picked up the syringe on the floor and hurriedly ran out. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer she would lose her composure. Ye Feng wondered, am I really that terrifying? After the nurse rushed out, she headed straight for the director's office, bursting in without knocking. Xiaoshan, what are you doing in such a fluster? What kind of behavior is this? The director was a stern, elderly man with white hair who couldn't help but admonish her. The nurse named Xiaoshan was the one who had just run out from Ye Feng's ward. It's not the director, it's Professor Yi. Professor Ye Feng has woken up. What? The old man immediately stood up from his chair, not even bothering to put on his lab coat, and hurriedly ran out. The young nurse could not help but tease, TCH director, you said that about me, but you're no different rushing around like this. What kind of behavior is that? If it had been in the past, this elderly man would have given a stern lecture to the nurse named Xiaoshan, but now he had no time for that, heading straight for Ye Feng's ward. In Ye Feng's ward, after being in a coma for so long, he was now slowly moving his limbs. Suddenly a figure rushed in. Zhang Ming, Howard, and the others immediately turned to be on guard. Upon seeing who it was, they stepped back to Ye Feng's side. My heavens, the heavens have blessed our country. Professor Yi, you truly have awakened. It's a miracle, simply miraculous. Seeing Ye Feng's puzzled expression, Zhang Ming quickly introduced, Professor Yi, this is the hospital director, a renowned internal medicine expert in our country, Su Fengxiu. Ye Feng nodded, and before the excited director could say anything, proactively said, Director Su, thank you for your efforts these past few days. Not at all, not at all. Su Fengxiu was full of excitement, looking as thrilled as a child who had just seen a favorite toy. Ye Feng couldn't help but ask, Director Su, why are you so excited to see me? Su Fengxiu hesitated slightly, then slowly replied, You are the future of our country, so of course I am excited to see you safe and sound. Moreover, if there's anything you'd like to say, please do. To be honest, I have spent my life researching internal medicine techniques, and it is my first time encountering internal organs like yours. It is truly astonishing. Ye Feng understood what Su Fengxiu was getting at without him needing to elaborate further. Ultimately, it was merely an interest in Ye Feng's body modification technology. I know what you're thinking. When the time is right, I will comply with your wishes. For now, I need to borrow some equipment from the hospital to check on my physical condition. Su Fengxiu wanted to say something more, but he could tell from Ye Feng's expression that now was not the time for such discussions, even though he was eager about Ye Feng's technology. All right, Professor Yi, please follow me. Su Fengxiu took Ye Feng for a full body checkup, and Ye Feng's recovery was quite good. Although he had not fully returned to his previous state, he was already about 70 to 80% back. Ye Feng understood his body the best. He knew it would take some time to fully recover to his former self, and complete restoration was already impossible. His prosthetics had sustained some damage from the gunfire, and his internal organs were similarly affected. If Ye Feng wanted a complete recovery, he would need to replace the organs and prosthetics in his body. This was a perfect opportunity to refine both the prosthetic technology and the mechanical organ technology. After receiving the system, Ye Feng had experienced a trip to the United States, deeply realizing the importance of prosthetics and mechanical organs. If Ye Feng had obtained the system earlier and developed these two technologies sooner, perhaps those warriors from our country would not have met their demise far from home. Upon learning that Ye Feng had awakened, many high-ranking officials from our country wanted to visit, but Ye Feng politely declined them all. Firstly, Ye Feng was merely a science fanatic. Secondly, he did not appreciate such interpersonal situations. And thirdly, he urgently needed to focus on his scientific research. The Level 1.0 civilization data contained much more than the tip of the iceberg, Ye Feng had shown. There were many things that Ye Feng needed to develop. Possessing civilization data did not mean he had full control over it, and the road ahead remained arduous. Moreover, Ye Feng wanted to promote prosthetic technology and mechanical organ technology for the benefit of humanity, and all these things needed proper planning. During these days, Ye Feng had been staying in his hospital room, and during meal times someone naturally brought him food. At other times, Ye Feng was engaged in his scientific research with more than a meter-high pile of A4 paper by his bedside, all covered with formulas he had calculated. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng devoted himself tirelessly every day, finally perfecting the technology of prosthetics and mechanical organs. Of course, this perfection was relative to Ye Feng himself, as it stemmed from the civilization's 1.0 technological advancements. Even if Ye Feng were to disclose these two technologies in this world aside from himself, no one else would be able to successfully implement them. For others, the success rate would plummet. This posed a significant challenge for Ye Feng, the success rate of the two technologies. The prosthetic technology was manageable. If Ye Feng performed the modifications on his own feet, and legs the success rate could reach nearly 99. However, if it were someone else, given the current level of technology in Huagua, the success rate would only be about 50. Although Huagua was diligently working on improvements, progress was slow. After all, the technology of prosthetics involves a vast array of fields with significant technical challenges. Many details still needed Ye Feng to adjust according to the actual conditions of Blue Star. As for the technology of mechanical organs, currently only Ye Feng had implemented it on himself, and he had taken risks in doing so. Now that it had been perfected, the success rate had significantly improved compared to before. However, promoting this technology to the entire human society would still be a long road ahead. For the past few days, Ye Feng had been unable to eat or sleep, constantly seeking solutions to this problem, devising numerous plans, and confirming their feasibility through repeated calculations. Outside, Howard and Zhang Meng were gathered together discussing. It has been over half a month, and the master hasn't even stepped out the door. Now I finally understand why Professor Yi possesses such great abilities. The amount of draft paper could pile up into a double bed. Just then, as they were marveling at Ye Feng's scientific spirit, the door swung open, and a weary Ye Feng stepped out. Master, have you succeeded? Howard was the first to ask Ye Feng. It's not that simple. I just have some ideas that need to be put into practice. Ye Feng then walked out on his own. Zhang Meng, Howard, and the others immediately formed two lines to follow behind him. You all have worked hard these past few days. All right, you don't need to follow me anymore. Go do what you need to do. Ye Feng turned back and waved his hand. But you. Ye Feng knew what Zhang Meng was about to say and directly interrupted. I have already recovered. Besides, this is in Huagua, so you don't need to worry. Return and report back. Since Ye Feng had indeed recovered, it was unnecessary for them to protect him at all times, so they took their leave. Only Howard and two other prosthetic warriors followed. Why are there only you few? Where are the others? Ye Feng asked Howard. Your Excellency, I left No. 5 and No. 6 to ensure the safety of your family. As for No. 1, No. 3, and they have already. At this point, Howard and the two others couldn't help but show a hint of gloom. The other prosthetic warriors had perished in the United States. After Ye Feng regained consciousness, he had focused solely on his research, and it was only now that he recalled what Howard mentioned. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Howard continued, Your Excellency, where should we go now? Ye Feng was momentarily stunned, reminiscing with a touch of regret. If only he had made them stronger during their modifications, then they wouldn't have. Ye Feng frowned, thinking of Howard's team, which originally had a total of 16 members. Modification. Upon this thought, Ye Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Now that he had perfected the technology of mechanical organs, it was just perfect. Howard, do you want to become stronger? Ye Feng suddenly looked seriously at Howard. Indeed, Ye Feng intended to modify Howard and the others once again. The enemies Ye Feng would face in the future would be even more formidable, and situations similar to that in the United States would certainly not be rare. Ye Feng did not wish for the first batch of modified warriors to be completely wiped out. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Howard and the others were immediately excited. Who wouldn't want to grow stronger? They had followed Ye Feng precisely to one day become as terrifyingly strong as he was. They nodded in agreement. All right, follow me. I told you, following me, you won't regret it. Ye Feng led Howard and the others to the dean's office, where Howard knocked on the door. Come in. Dean Su, who was looking at medical records, looked up upon seeing Ye Feng and immediately set down what he was holding to greet him. Professor Yi, what brings you here? Without further ado, Ye Feng got straight to the point. Arrange a surgical room for me. I need it tomorrow. These are the instruments that need to be prepared. Please prepare them. As Ye Feng spoke, he handed over a piece of white paper. Dean Su respectfully accepted it, excitement evident in his voice. Professor Yi, what are you planning? Indeed, you can observe from the side. When the time comes, how much you gain will depend on yourself. Afterward, Ye Feng left the hospital and headed directly to the National Academy of Scientific Research. If he was going to prepare for modifications, mechanical organs were naturally indispensable. As long as he could replace the biological organs within Howard and the others with mechanical ones, their abilities would undergo a qualitative enhancement. Once the modifications were completed, they would essentially be on the same level as the current Ye Feng in terms of enhancements. However, whether they could surpass Ye Feng in speed, strength, and other aspects would be another matter entirely. Ye Feng's mechanical organ technology was entirely dependent on individual circumstances. Each person's situation varied, and the strength of the abilities gained post-modification would also differ. They might even be stronger than Ye Feng, or perhaps weaker. As for the conditions required to manufacture mechanical organs, aside from Ye Feng's own research lab in Huagua, there was perhaps only the National Academy of Scientific Research. As for why he didn't go to his own research lab, it was first due to the distance, and second, Ye Feng had already exhausted the materials when he modified himself. The National Academy of Scientific Research was the center of Huagua's technological power, and anyone who could enter here had made significant contributions in various fields of scientific research. Thus, it was not a place that just anyone could enter. Ye Feng arrived with high spirits, but was turned away at the door. Halt! Do you know where this is? Who do you think you are daring to approach? Since this was the center of Huaguo's technological power, it was naturally not a place that could be entered casually. Any technology inside was a treasure for a nation. Therefore, Ye Feng was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Having not stepped outside in over 40 days aside from sleeping and eating, he had been engrossed in research. As a result, his attire appeared somewhat shabby, resembling a laborer just emerging from a construction site. It was no wonder the guard had such an attitude. Ye Feng had not yet had the chance to get angry when the heavy killing intent from Howard and his companions behind him became apparent. To them, Ye Feng was like a divine being not to be profaned. Seeing Ye Feng being looked down upon by a security guard, they immediately wanted to eliminate him. Ye Feng waved his hand to stop them. After all, Huaguo was a lawful society, and even with Ye Feng's backing, if someone were killed, it would still be troublesome for him. Ye Feng was not one to stoop to the level of a security guard. I know this is the National Academy of Sciences of Huaguo. I am also a researcher. Please notify the director. Ye Feng was after all a well-educated person, and he should maintain a certain demeanor. With someone like you, a researcher, get lost, go where it's cooler. The security guard was extremely impatient, which puzzled Ye Feng. They were strangers, so why was the guard treating him with such disdain? However, Ye Feng was someone with a temper, a person who dared to stand against the United States. How could he be looked down upon by a mere security guard? Since he had already shown the required courtesy, and someone was ungrateful, Ye Feng could not be blamed. He directly ignored the security guard and walked inside. The other few people in the guard booth saw this and immediately rushed out with batons. Ye Feng also ignored them and casually said, "Be gentle, don't cause any fatalities." Then he walked leisurely inside, and soon the sounds of screams began to resonate. Just after he had taken a few steps, Howard and the others followed closely behind. The once arrogant and condescending security guard was now rolling on the ground, immediately calling for reinforcements. Someone had forcibly broken into the National Academy of Sciences. This was no small matter. Within a few minutes, a large crowd had gathered in front of the Academy building. Such a commotion directly alarmed the president of the Academy. Upon hearing that someone had broken in, he stopped his experiments and rushed out of the laboratory. Faced with so many people surrounding him, Ye Feng felt quite helpless and thought about whether to make an announcement, only to realize that he had left in a hurry and forgotten his phone. This situation suddenly gave Ye Feng an idea. Was there something more convenient than a phone that wouldn't be forgotten? Science originates from life. Humans invent and create only when they have needs. Ye Feng was such a person, always coming up with strange ideas unexpectedly, perhaps one of the reasons for his remarkable achievements. In facing this situation, still thinking about other things, Ye Feng stood out as unique. Seeing Ye Feng not speaking, Howard and the others did not dare to move, simply blocking him from behind. The security guards, noticing that Ye Feng did not continue forward and did not take the initiative to attack, realized that the people lying behind were still screaming. Anyone not foolish would know these few were not to be trifled with. The president of the National Academy of Sciences, upon arrival, immediately spotted Ye Feng, who seemed to be lost in thought among the crowd. He frowned, feeling that this person looked somewhat familiar. Ye Feng pondered for a moment and had an idea. He needed to check the level 1 civilization data. He didn't even glance at those people, focusing on walking towards the building. Seeing this, the security guards immediately surrounded him. At that moment, President Xiang Xinji glanced at a message that had come from above, seemingly indicating someone who resembled Ye Feng. Upon looking, he was stunned. Could this really be the renowned genius scientist of Huaguo? Just over a month ago, during the miraculous battle in the Bering Strait, he became famous worldwide. Seeing that the security guards intended to take action against Ye Feng, this could not be tolerated. It wasn't out of fear for Ye Feng's safety, but rather concern for his own people. He quickly yelled, "Stop! Stop right now!" Hearing the shout, the guards paused for a moment. Is that Director Xiang's voice? Oh no, we've alarmed Director Xiang. We're going to get scolded later. Let them scold, just don't let me be the one to leave. The guards stopped their actions, murmuring amongst themselves, looking at Xiang Xinji, who was rushing over. The guards initially thought they would be criticized for their lack of vigilance by the notoriously strict director, each one bowing their heads. It was as if they were waiting for Xiang Xinji to reprimand them. However, after waiting for a long time with no response, they raised their heads to see the director, who was usually meticulous and focused solely on experiments. To their surprise, he was smiling and had run up to this young man, greeting him. "Ye, Professor Ye." Xiang Xinji, fearing he had mistaken the person, asked uncertainly. Ye Feng nodded. Haha, it's truly better to meet in person than to hear about someone. Like most Huaguo people, he exchanged pleasantries at their first meeting, as it was a culture that had been cultivated over thousands of years. Director Xiang, hello, long time no see. Compared to Xiang Xinji, Ye Feng appeared much calmer, looking at the president of the National Academy of Sciences with a hint of respect in his eyes. Xiang Xinji, confused, replied, long time no see. Did the director forget when he met that wheelchair boy? Wheelchair boy. You are that Ye Feng. It turned out the two had known each other for a long time. Strictly speaking, this president was Ye Feng's mentor in his scientific journey. The two quickly became familiar, and Xiang Xinji examined Ye Feng from top to bottom, finding it hard to believe that the boy who once sat in a wheelchair had grown into a genius scientist capable of driving back the U.S. military. The name Ye Feng caused a stir on the scene, and the security guards rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Although they did not know what Ye Feng looked like, the name itself was famous worldwide and well known. Just moments ago, they had almost taken action against this godlike figure. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, looking for death. Under a chorus of astonished gazes, Xiang Xinji led Ye Feng into the building. In just half a minute, almost all the researchers from the academy had gathered outside the office, drawn by the fame of the genius scientist, eager to catch a glimpse of his talent. Of course, many were there for scientific guidance, as Ye Feng's achievements in the field of technology were enough to drive these researchers wild. Inside the office, Ye Feng chatted with the long-lost director for a while before finally explaining his purpose for the visit. Regarding Ye Feng's intention to use the academy's laboratory, the director readily agreed, as the technology for mechanical organs was merely a concept for him. Haha, it truly is the waves of the Yangtze River pushing the waves ahead. That boy from back then has now grown to this stage. Remarkable. Xiang Xinji sighed with admiration, but his tone carried only endless satisfaction. During their conversation, Ye Feng shared his general ideas with him, expressing the desire to develop this technology for the benefit of human society. The saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. It is commendable that you harbor such thoughts. Truly, you are a fine son of China. Xiang Xinji discovered that ever since meeting Ye Feng today, he had been expressing words of praise that rarely left his lips, and surprisingly, he had said many. As for Ye Feng, he found him quite to his taste. Not only did he possess exceptional skills, but he also held a profound level of consciousness. How could he not admire such a person? To this, Ye Feng merely smiled politely. However, just as Xiang Xinji was about to take Ye Feng out, intending to head to the laboratory, he froze the moment he opened the door. The long corridor outside was now crowded with people. Although numerous, the scene was neither chaotic nor noisy. After all, they were all highly educated individuals, and they still maintained some decorum, with these researchers forming a long queue spontaneously. They looked at the doorway with eager eyes, and when the door opened, the crowd finally broke formation, taking a step or two forward to peek inside. What are you all doing? Do you all seem to be idle? Disperse at once. In the eyes of outsiders, Xiang Xinji was always imposing, and faced with such a situation, his expression darkened. Under normal circumstances, these researchers would keep their distance from this courtyard. However, today, every person wore an expression of eager anticipation. Seeing that his words had surprisingly no effect, Xiang Xinji's face grew even darker. He addressed a young man at the front of the line, saying, Leon Kong, if I am not mistaken, you are still in your internship, right? Don't you want to stay in the institute? The young man, named Leon Kong, looked to be about the same age as Ye Feng, wearing thick glasses, clearly the type of introverted engineering student. Faced with Xiang Xinji's question, Leon Kong felt somewhat flustered. Judging by his expression, he seemed to hesitate. Indeed, he had just arrived at the National Academy of Sciences. He was still in his internship, but he also hoped to receive some guidance from Ye Feng regarding scientific research. After struggling internally for a while, Leon Kong finally said, Director, we just wanted to meet Professor Yi. We have some questions about our research that we would like to ask, so please be lenient with us. As soon as Leon Kong finished speaking, the crowd behind him seized the opportunity to chime in. Yes. Director, we didn't mean to block the doorway, we just wished to exchange ideas with Professor Yi. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xinji finally understood the situation. However, even if they were motivated by their passion for scientific research, they could not act so recklessly. Such matters should be handled by him as the director to negotiate with Ye Feng, as this would appear more courteous and less off-putting. Now an enthusiastic throng had spontaneously blocked the doorway, and considering Ye Feng had just arrived, this felt somewhat coercive. It was simply that Ye Feng was too famous now, practically a Michael Jackson of the scientific research community, driving countless researchers to madness. Xiang Xinji was about to say something when Ye Feng stepped out, and upon seeing the scene, he was equally taken aback. However, after hearing their words, he understood the situation. It seemed the remodeling had to be postponed. Howard and others had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Ye Feng emerge, they instinctively blocked the way. No need to be so tense. He then addressed the long line, saying, Dear colleagues, I greatly appreciate your attention towards Ye Feng. In fact, I am just an ordinary researcher like you all. There is no need for such formality. If you have any questions regarding scientific research, let's find a larger space to engage in academic exchanges. Of course, if you prefer to stay here, that is also fine. When Ye Feng spoke, everyone listened attentively and quietly, and as soon as he finished, applause erupted from the crowd. Professor Yi, we apologize for our abruptness, and we hope for your understanding. Thank you, Professor Yi, for being so generous with your knowledge. Amidst the applause, expressions of gratitude and apologies from various researchers intertwined. Today, the National Academy of Sciences was bustling with activity. After receiving Ye Feng's consent, Xiang Xinji promptly arranged for an academic exchange meeting in the conference room. Ye Feng sat alone at the head of the table, surrounded by leaders from the National Academy of Sciences. The researchers from the academy stood behind as the room was limited in space. Silence. Now let's welcome Professor Yi with the loudest applause. As the director of the National Academy of Sciences, Xiang Xinji naturally became the host of this academic exchange meeting. As he finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted, showcasing the public's enthusiasm for Ye Feng and for the scientific research endeavor. I won't go into too much detail regarding other matters. I believe everyone is already familiar with Professor Yi. Since we are all researchers, let's skip the unnecessary formalities. Next, if anyone has questions for Professor Yi, please present them in groups. The reason for grouping was to consider time constraints. There were at least 100 people in the conference room, and addressing questions individually would be far too time-consuming. Everyone began to form groups, and most attendees were involved in the field of biotechnology, specifically interested in Ye Feng's prosthetic technology and mechanical organ technology. Ye Feng had already handed over the prosthetic technology to the state, and the National Academy of Sciences, as the leader of the Chinese research community, was naturally the first to engage with it. However, after their prolonged efforts, the success rate still had not improved, which was why they were in such a predicament. Prosthetic technology is a grand technology involving many complex aspects, so even the researchers at the National Academy of Sciences worked collaboratively in groups. During the subsequent time, Ye Feng answered the questions posed by each group. For instance, during the production of prosthetics, despite strictly following the materials provided by Ye Feng, each finished product had varying actual data. Some were higher, some lower, and there were also some semi-finished products. Moreover, the integration of the prosthetics into the human body, although following Ye Feng's guidelines step by step, still had a success rate of only 50. There had been no progress. Ye Feng patiently answered each question and even personally went to the laboratory, teaching hand-in-hand, demonstrating each step of the production and integration of the prosthetics. This enlightened the researchers, and under Ye Feng's guidance, the success rate at the National Academy of Sciences soared to 80 within just one afternoon. Such a rapidly rising data has delighted the researchers at the National Academy of Sciences. It won't be long before they fully master this technology. During this time, Ye Feng seized the opportunity to discuss prosthetic and mechanical organ technology. The focus of the discussion was the decomposition of prosthetic technology, how to develop it for civilian use, and the civilian application and success rate of mechanical organ technology. Indeed, the power of an individual is ultimately limited. No matter how capable Ye Feng is, scientific research still relies on the wisdom of many. Ye Feng studied for over half a month, but still could not enhance the success rate of mechanical organ technology, nor find a method to adapt prosthetic technology for civilian use. However, during this discussion, Ye Feng made a breakthrough. First, in terms of prosthetic technology, the prosthetics he developed were too powerful, and for civilian use, great strength and speed are unnecessary. Being able to walk normally is sufficient, and while it seems simple, since Ye Feng has already developed powerful military prosthetics, civilian applications should theoretically be much easier. This is not the case. Military prosthetic technology is primarily designed for soldiers who are individuals that have truly been on the battlefield and possess superior physical qualities. Moreover, military training has honed their willpower to be as strong as steel. Therefore, while they can handle powerful prosthetics, it becomes uncertain for ordinary people. This difference represents a challenge between military and civilian applications. Civilian prosthetic technology must consider more factors compared to military use. Naturally, this increases the technical difficulty. Furthermore, the mechanical organ technology is something Ye Feng alone has mastered and has not been publicly disclosed previously. When Ye Feng revealed this technology to the researchers at the National Academy of Sciences, everyone present was left in awe, and their admiration for him reached new heights. Some of the younger researchers even dubbed Ye Feng as the god of black technology. To them, what Ye Feng researched had surpassed their understanding with many aspects they had not even dared to imagine. Thus, referring to Ye Feng's technology as black technology and calling him the god of black technology was quite fitting. This academic exchange meeting continued until nightfall, and by its conclusion, everyone present wore expressions of lingering excitement. Had it not been for the late hour and consideration for Ye Feng's feelings, the discussions would have continued indefinitely. Everyone respectfully bid farewell to Ye Feng before leaving with satisfied smiles. Before long, the once crowded conference room became empty, with only Ye Feng and Xiang Xinji remaining. Seeing everyone leave, Xiang Xinji solemnly expressed, "To Ye Feng Young Yi, on behalf of the National Academy of Sciences, I extend my sincere gratitude to you." Saying this, Xiang Xinji attempted to perform a student's gesture of respect, but Ye Feng quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Old Dean, you can't do that. You are my guiding teacher in my research journey. How can a student bow to thank you?" Nevertheless, Xiang Xinji insisted on bowing to Ye Feng. In Huaguo, where etiquette is highly valued, such gestures are taken seriously. During today's academic exchange, many questions buried in Xiang Xinji's heart became clear through his discussions with Ye Feng. The capable are teachers, and Ye Feng has surpassed him academically, so this bow was well-deserved regardless of age, simply out of respect for research. "It's already so late. How about I arrange a room for you? You can visit the lab tomorrow," Xiang Xinji suggested. Ye Feng shook his head. After his transformation, he only needed 3 hours of sleep a day. For Ye Feng, it was still early, and besides, he needed to return to the hospital tomorrow to have the mechanical organs fitted. "It's still early. Please take me to the lab. Later I need to return to the hospital," Ye Feng said with a smile. So eager. Xiang Xinji was still unwilling to let Ye Feng go, as he had some plans to engage with him further. "It's not that I'm in a hurry. I just don't want to waste time. For us researchers, time is the essence of scientific research," Ye Feng joked. Seeing Ye Feng's insistence, Xiang Xinji relented and led Ye Feng to the largest and most comprehensive lab in Huaguo. He was not in a hurry to leave, either. Witnessing Ye Feng develop mechanical organs was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one could say. Just like in martial arts and fantasy novels, Ye Feng was a peerless master. Watching him practice was akin to attaining enlightenment. Of course, Ye Feng could have completed everything in the lab. However, he already had an idea. Since he aimed to promote prosthetic and mechanical organ technology, relying solely on himself would not suffice. Moreover, considering the overall effectiveness of future promotion, Ye Feng decided to split the technology into 2 parts. Producing prosthetics and mechanical organs, the National Academy of Sciences was clearly a good choice to implant the finished prosthetics and mechanical organs into the human body. This technical work is clearly more suitable for hospital doctors, thereby clarifying responsibilities and focusing on a small project, which significantly improves the success rate. This was also the conclusion reached by Ye Feng and the others during their discussions. Additionally, it has the benefit of preventing the technology from being coveted by ill-intentioned individuals. Gaining either one would be futile. Obtaining technology from these 2 major institutions in Huaguo is not an easy task. The hospital is manageable, but the National Academy of Sciences, unless one wishes to become an enemy of all of Huaguo. When Ye Feng developed mechanical organs, even with the ready-made materials provided by the system, he still spent several sleepless nights to comprehend everything. However, now, as long as Ye Feng has the instruments and sufficient raw materials, there are almost no difficulties. He can complete the production of a set of human mechanical organs in just 1 hour. In total, it took Ye Feng 3 hours to create 3 sets, and it was already midnight. Ye Feng stopped, but Xiang Xinji was still immersed in the experience, sometimes puzzled, and at other times enlightened. Truly, it was like a martial arts fantasy novel. This was enlightenment. "Old Dean, thank you for your help. I'm done now. You should head back and rest." "Oh. What? You're leaving now?" The old dean, a bit slow to react, asked. "Shall I see you off?" "No need, old dean. Just return and rest." Ye Feng packed up the items and bid farewell to Xiang Xin, returning to the hospital with Howard and the others. By the time they returned, it was already 12:30, and the hospital, which had been bustling with people during the day, had finally quieted down. Apart from a few doctors on duty, there was hardly anyone around. Ye Feng arrived at the door of his hospital room and turned to Howard and the others, instructing, "You all should find a nearby hotel to rest. No need to wait outside. Just remember to come on time tomorrow." Howard hesitated for a moment, but eventually left with his team. After entering the room, Ye Feng immersed himself in research until late into the night. Lying in bed, Ye Feng did not close his eyes, but instead he gazed out the window at the starry sky, his mind preoccupied with thoughts. Everything that had happened since Ye Feng received the system had been too sudden. Before obtaining the system, Ye Feng was merely a somewhat famous researcher, a pitiful person betrayed by someone he had once trusted the most. After acquiring the system, Ye Feng soared to fame, becoming a renowned scientist revered as a beacon of hope for Huaguo. It felt as if Ye Feng's life had changed in an instant. To be honest, Ye Feng felt quite lost. The reason he pursued a career in research apart from his interest in scientific inquiry was largely to avoid criticism from others. As a disabled person, he inevitably received strange looks from others. One could say that Ye Feng grew up under the scrutiny of various gazes. To avoid succumbing to fate, and to prove his life's worth, he thought, what's wrong with being disabled? As long as one has hope in their heart, there is light to be found anywhere. It was evident that heaven favored Ye Feng, bestowing upon him a brilliant mind and granting him a miraculous system. Since receiving the system, Ye Feng had been caught up in a busy life with no time to calm his thoughts. Betrayed by someone, Ye Feng felt despondent. His persistence in research was merely to make the woman who had betrayed him regret it. But unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he obtained the system. In truth, the reason Ye Feng handed over the prosthetic technology to the country was to exchange resources and grow stronger, and he honestly questioned himself whether all of this was for revenge. Later, when the United States kidnapped Ye Feng's family and coveted his technology, Ye Feng was furious. Going to the U.S. was also a means of revenge. However, the events that unfolded in the U.S. made Ye Feng suddenly realize that his perspective had been somewhat narrow, especially at the moment when Wagwo's soldiers along with those prosthetic warriors fought and died for him. Ye Feng felt that revenge was actually not that important. Looking back, it was indeed so. The system in his mind was truly beyond words to express its miraculous nature, and at that moment Ye Feng began to transcend the confines of Blue Star. Ye Feng started to yearn for the universe. Since there was a level 1.0 civilization, there surely must be higher civilizations beyond that, without a doubt. Thinking of this, Ye Feng suddenly asked, "System, is there a civilization beyond level 1.0? The system's electronic synthesized voice responded simply yes. "Then how can I obtain a higher level civilization?" The system continued. "To acquire a higher civilization, the host must travel to a higher level planet or dimension. When the system detects the dimension's level, it will provide the host with information on civilizations 2 levels above this one." The system's voice was as emotionless as a tape recorder. From this, Ye Feng understood. Blue Star is at level 0.8, and the system provided Ye Feng with level 1.2 civilization information. If Blue Star's civilization level were 0.9, Ye Feng would receive level 1.1 civilization information, and so on. This suddenly gave Ye Feng a sense of direction. If he could transform Blue Star into a level 1.0 civilization, he would obtain level 1.2 civilization information, allowing him to gain access to higher level civilization information as Blue Star's civilization level increased. It was simply exhilarating. At that moment, Ye Feng cast aside all other thoughts with only one idea remaining in his mind: to obtain a higher level civilization. Ye Feng found his direction. A Blue Star was the starting point for his ambitions. A night passed swiftly, and after a night of contemplation, Ye Feng felt as though he had reached a new understanding. He knew what he should do. At 7 o'clock, Howard and the others arrived punctually at Ye Feng's hospital room. However, waiting at the door were not only Howard and a few prosthetic warriors, but also the hospital's director, Su Yuanzi, along with several other elderly figures in white coats. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but ask, "Director Su, what brings you here?" Director Su immediately stepped forward, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, "Well, Professor Yi, you mentioned yesterday that you would prepare the operating room and allow me to learn from you." Ye Feng nodded. "You said that how much I could learn depends on myself. I thought with such a world-shocking biotechnological advancement, I would fear that one person's ability might be too shallow to grasp it all. So I thought I would invite a few old friends to observe and learn to see if we could pick up some solid skills among many people." Without waiting for Ye Feng to respond, Director Su glanced at the others, eager to witness the world-renowned genius scientist personally complete the technology. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The elderly figures in white coats were all experts in various fields of medicine, naturally understanding the significance of the moment. They smiled and greeted Ye Feng, saying, "Professor Yi, we have come uninvited, and we hope for your understanding. We are also great admirers of Professor Yi and hope you will generously impart your knowledge." Seeing this scene, Ye Feng could only shake his head helplessly. It resembled the scene from yesterday at the National Institute of Scientific Research, except there were fewer people, all of whom had come to seek guidance from Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng did not feel annoyed. On the contrary, to realize his ambitions, cultivating a group of talents was essential. Without support from talented individuals, how could Ye Feng accomplish his dreams? Relying solely on Ye Feng alone was evidently impossible. "Everyone is too polite. You can just call me Ye Feng or something else. No need for all this you business. That sounds rather awkward." Ye Feng smiled. Hearing Ye Feng's response, the expert's eyes lit up. Although Ye Feng's answer seemed off-topic, his attitude was clear. He was inviting them to change how they addressed him. Of course, regarding this matter, they all nodded in agreement. The experts laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, then this old man will take the liberty of calling you Little Yi." "Haha, thank you, comrade Little Yi." After some pleasantries, Director Su led the way, accompanied by the experts, to the hospital's operating room. Ye Feng's ward was located in the 3rd inpatient building of the Capital People's Hospital on the northern side of the hospital complex. This area was relatively secluded, and the entire building housed only VIP wards reserved for individuals of prominence and influence. The operating room, arranged by Dean Su, was situated on the eastern side of the hospital, serving as the surgical center of the entire Capital People's Hospital, fully equipped with the most comprehensive facilities. As they walked, the entourage, led by Ye Feng, drew frequent stares and turned heads. It was impossible to avoid attention given the extraordinary fame of Dean Su and the others in the capital. Each of them was a towering figure in the medical field, usually immersed in research and rarely seen in public. Yet today several of them appeared together. Even more astonishing, judging by the formation, they were guiding a young man. This sparked murmurs among the passers-by. Damn, who is this young man? The eldest son of some influential family. Could he be the son of one of our top leaders? They're coming, they're coming. Keep your voices down lest your words bring trouble. Yet they were unaware that no matter how softly they spoke, their words could not escape Ye Feng's mechanical ears. To the surrounding whispers and discussions, Ye Feng merely offered a faint smile. He was led to the third floor of the surgical center, where every room was an operating theater. Outside, some brightly lit rooms, men and women, young and old, waited with anxious expressions. This was the typical scene outside a hospital's operating rooms. Ye Feng swept his gaze across the area before following Dean Su and the others deeper into the corridor. Dean Su opened the door to an operating room and then stepped aside respectfully, as did the others. Ye Feng inspected the equipment inside. It was indeed comprehensive, and then addressed Howard and the rest. Who wants to go first? Without a moment's hesitation, they replied in unison, I will. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but jest, aren't you afraid my hand might slip? Our lives belong to the master. Naturally, we fear nothing. This left Ye Feng momentarily speechless. You've always been like this, haven't you? Why so rigid? Always talking about death. Here with me, Ye Feng, I'm afraid you'll find it hard to die, even if you want to. Muttering to himself, he had Howard lie down, administered a dose of anesthetic, and watched as he drifted into a deep sleep. Ye Feng picked up the scalpel and began the procedure, opening the abdomen, removing the internal organs one by one, and replacing each with a mechanical counterpart. This was a monumental task. The slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Ye Feng concentrated all his focus. After his transformation, his enhancements extended far beyond combat prowess. His brain's control over every part of his body had increased exponentially compared to an ordinary person. Even the medical experts who had spent decades wielding scalpels watched in astonishment at the sheer precision of Ye Feng's hand control. His implantation technique alone was enough to leave them in awe, for he employed a method derived from Level 1.0 civilization archives. Compared to the prevalent implantation techniques used worldwide, it was immeasurably superior. The experts were utterly captivated, their gazes fixed unblinkingly on his every move. 1 hour, 2 hours. Time slipped away imperceptibly. Finally, Ye Feng ceased his work. The mechanical organ implantation was complete. Shortly after, Howard regained consciousness, but as he tried to rise, he nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Ye Feng steadied him. Don't be so hasty. You've just received mechanical organs. You need to let your body adapt to them. Next came the other two bionic warriors, following the same procedure and duration, finishing only in the afternoon. The experts had remained standing motionless throughout the morning, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing Ye Feng. They only moved stealthily to hand him surgical instruments when needed. Yet their efforts were not in vain. As Ye Feng implanted the mechanical organs into Howard and the others, he simultaneously explained the techniques to them. The experts reaped abundant rewards. The implantation method Ye Feng imparted alone could dramatically improve the success rate of similar surgeries. If medical skill had realms, they felt they had shattered their previous boundaries and ascended to a new level. Thus their admiration for Ye Feng deepened. Only after Howard and the others had grown accustomed to their new bodies did Ye Feng leave the operating room, having also taught them the bionic limb implantation technique. He urged them to study diligently and train a cadre of such specialists. In the future, when the nation transformed bionic warriors, this final step would be their responsibility. They readily agreed. It was a chance to contribute to the country, master a groundbreaking technology, and enhance their own skills, a win-win opportunity on multiple fronts. As for other matters, they had no authority over them. Ye Feng would negotiate with the state himself. Upon leaving, the experts insisted on treating Ye Feng to a meal as per Chinese custom. Helping someone warrants an invitation to dine. Unable to resist their warm insistence, Ye Feng relented. Dean Su promptly arranged for a nearby hotel, paid out of his own pocket, and led Ye Feng out of the operating room. As they stepped out, they were met with heart-wrenching cries of grief. Doctor, please, I beg you. My husband cannot be crippled. He is the pillar of our family. If he is disabled, how will we survive? Ye Feng turned toward the sound. There, a middle-aged woman was clutching a doctor's arm, pleading desperately, her voice hoarse from overwhelming sorrow. The doctor's face bore helplessness and sympathy. He took a few deep breaths before replying, "Family member, please calm down. We have done everything we could for your husband's legs. There is truly no other option. It's not that we refuse to save him." Hearing these words, the woman seemed struck by lightning. She collapsed to the floor, her eyes vacant, her anguished wails dying into silence. The experts' gazes also turned toward the scene. They shook their heads and sighed. They had witnessed such tragedies far too often. With a healer's heart, they could only sigh in regret when faced with patients beyond saving. Ye Feng walked over. He had gathered that the patient inside had lost the use of his legs and would likely be disabled for life. For a disabled person without substantial financial means, such a fate was a nightmare for any family. Ye Feng couldn't help but recall his own past, and compassion stirred within him. Sister, perhaps there is still a way. Ye Feng's voice was calm, yet to the woman it sounded like the voice of an immortal, instantly igniting a glimmer of hope within her. Indeed, the woman stood up in excitement, looking up at Ye Feng, but within half a second she returned to her original state. The woman initially thought she had encountered a highly capable doctor at the hospital. For anyone bold enough to speak such words at this time must truly possess a solution. However, upon seeing Ye Feng's youthful face and realizing he wasn't wearing a doctor's coat, she automatically assumed he was simply a kind-hearted young man trying to comfort her. "Thank you, young man." The woman began to sob again. Yet the middle-aged doctor nearby cast a disdainful glance at Ye Feng and said, "Young man, if you intend to comfort the family, that's one thing, but if you claim there's still a way, I advise you to find another place to con someone. Don't you see where this is? This is the People's Hospital of Jingxing." His voice was not loud, but it oozed contempt. However, Ye Feng seemed oblivious to the middle-aged doctor. He continued speaking to the woman. "Sister, I'm not joking. I truly have a way, but..." Before Ye Feng could finish, the doctor interjected angrily. "Kid, I am the chief surgeon for this patient, a graduate student from Jingxing Medical University. You claim to have a solution, but I wonder which prestigious school you graduated from." The implication was clear. If a doctor from a nationally renowned university had no way, what could Ye Feng possibly do? He merely regarded Ye Feng as a charlatan trying to deceive others. It wasn't entirely impossible after all. Didn't a similar story make the news recently? Many people desperately seeking cures would try any remedy. Ye Feng shot a glare at the speaking doctor, causing the doctor to feel a chill run down his spine, too frightened to meet Ye Feng's gaze. In Ye Feng's eyes it seemed he saw something terrifying. Stammering, he said, "What are you staring at me for? This is a hospital. If you keep this up, I'll call security to have you removed." At that moment, the experts behind them finally spoke up. The reason they hadn't intervened earlier was that they were somewhat shocked and puzzled by Ye Feng's actions. They were shocked by Ye Feng's claim of having a solution. The only thing they could think of was fitting the patient with prosthetics. If successful, the patient would no longer be ordinary. They were puzzled as to why Ye Feng would involve himself in this matter. Such situations were far too common in hospitals. It was not unusual for someone to be missing an arm or a leg, or even for a patient to not come out of the operating room. When they came to their senses and noticed how rude their hospital's doctor was being towards Ye Feng, they quickly stepped forward to speak. No rudeness allowed. It was still Director Su leading the charge, striding over with a stern face to admonish. Seeing Director Su arrive, the doctor changed his tone, thinking the words were directed at Ye Feng, and immediately altered his expression. Pointing at Ye Feng, he said, "Kid, do you see this? This is our hospital's director, and he says you must not be rude. I advise you." "What do you mean by I advise you?" "I was talking about you, you little brat. You think just because you have some achievements you can get cocky. Do you know who you were pointing at?" The others also looked sternly at the doctor named Xiao Wu. Facing the pressure from the hospital's top authority, Dr. Wu's heart sank. "It's over. What big figure have I offended?" Before he could recover, one of the senior professors from their department spoke up. "Professor Yi is someone you dare to question. You shouldn't be in my department anymore. My place is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like you." If Dr. Wu's heart had already cooled slightly, it was now completely frozen. "Ye Feng, why does that name sound so familiar?" Suddenly Dr. Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. The name, Ye Feng, had recently spread like wildfire throughout the streets. The brilliant scientist of Huagua, Ye Feng, was treated with such respect by the hospital's top figures, and his name was well known with a similar age. It was most likely him. He was so shocked and frightened that he could not find his voice. "A little Yi, I sincerely apologized. It was my negligence." But Ye Feng waved his hand to interrupt. Director Su, no need for concern. If Ye Feng were to hold on to these petty matters, he might have been infuriated long ago. The reason he stood up to speak was twofold. First, he saw a patient whose experience mirrored his own, stirring some compassion. Secondly, Ye Feng was preparing to promote the civilian use of prosthetic technology. Without a successful case, how could it work? Without experimenting, how could it succeed? Scientific research has never been mere talk. The woman looked incredulous. Perhaps she didn't pay much attention to news reports or was not deeply concerned about national affairs. Not knowing about Ye Feng was normal, but as a resident of Jingxing, regardless of wealth or poverty, she could not possibly be unfamiliar with these medical giants at the People's Hospital. These were all doctors who had long since made names for themselves within Huagua, having treated countless patients. The woman was exceedingly agitated, her body trembling slightly, before she suddenly knelt before Director Su and the others. Desperately pleading, Director Su divine, Dr. Li divine, Dr. Wu divine, Dr. Shui, I know you are all divine doctors. You must save my husband or our family will be lost. The men hurriedly helped her up, saying, this is not acceptable. Indeed, saving lives is our duty as doctors. Please get up. However, the woman was unwilling to rise, still kneeling. Please get up or we will go check on your husband right away, Director Su said, with the others echoing his sentiment. Upon hearing this, the woman finally stood up. Once words were spoken, they could not be taken back, and Director Su and the others rushed into the operating room. The woman Ye followed them in, with Ye Feng closely behind. As for Dr. Wu, he had lost all face and spirit, leaving in a dejected manner. Inside the operating room, a middle-aged man lay slumped on the bed, his eyes closed, having just undergone surgery. The effects of the anesthetic not yet fully subsided. Still in a state of unconsciousness, Director Su and several experts were diligent, taking turns examining the patient before beginning to exchange opinions. The woman stood beside them, her face filled with worry. After a long while, once the discussion concluded, they all shook their heads, then turned to Ye Feng. Their meaning was clear. They too were at a loss and had no choice but to place their hopes on Ye Feng. The woman was puzzled, not understanding why these divine doctors were looking at Ye Feng, and asked, divine doctors, does my husband still have a chance? The woman's husband was crushed by a truck in an accident, leaving his leg shattered. If it were just broken bones, with the rapid advancements in science and technology in recent years, Director Su and his team would have ways to help him gradually recover to the point of walking. However, this patient not only had shattered bones, but his muscles had necrosed, and his Achilles tendon was severed in several places. Unless a divine being descended, he could only remain disabled. This was also the reason why several experts shook their heads after diagnosis. It was truly beyond saving. We are powerless in the face of your husband's condition. Director Su expressed his regret. Upon hearing this, the woman's hopeful gaze dimmed again. She had thought that with the presence of several eminent doctors there might still be a chance. This feeling of having hope only to fall into despair made the weary woman unable to hold on any longer, and she collapsed to the ground. The others quickly helped her to the side and checked her condition, finding her just exhausted and fainted with no other serious issues. Half an hour later, Ye Feng and several experts had not left, as Ye Feng still had matters to discuss with them. During this time, Director Su had already asked Ye Feng if he planned to use prosthetic technology to treat the patient. Only then did Ye Feng share his development of civilian prosthetic technology, which left them in astonishment. However, because civilian and military prosthetic technologies are not entirely the same, being two different fields, controlling certain details becomes more challenging. Thus, Ye Feng's understanding of civilian prosthetic technology was still merely conceptual. Although he had developed specific techniques, he had never conducted any experiments. Whether it would actually work remained an unknown. This was also why Ye Feng stayed behind. At this moment, the fainted woman had awakened, and her husband had also come out of anesthesia, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing his wife lying on the adjacent hospital bed, he instinctively tried to get up, but despite exerting all his strength, he still could not rise. Moreover, his lower body was completely numb, leaving him no choice but to accept this reality, and he called out with concern, Fenger, what happened to you? Zhao Feng, the woman, immediately got up upon hearing her husband's voice rushing to his side, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. I'm fine, but you. The man forced a bitter smile, then pretended to be nonchalant, comforting her, don't cry, I'm okay. Since I can't work, we can do other things. When I was hospitalized last time, I saw on my phone that I can study and earn money. Perhaps this is what it means to be a man. No matter the storms, he faced them with a smile, because he knew he could not fall. Even if he had to deceive himself, he would. Ye Feng did not interrupt, and the others watched quietly. Once the woman stabilized her emotions, the man glanced around and noticed that there were others in the operating room, most of whom he had seen on television. You Director Su and Dr. Shui. The man was astonished, as such esteemed individuals were not easily encountered by ordinary people like them. What divine doctor? It's all just a title. Dr. Shui sighed. Oh, indeed. If they were truly divine doctors, they wouldn't be helpless in the face of a patient's suffering. Director Su nodded in agreement. No, to receive your personal treatment is already a great fortune for me. I am aware of my own situation, perhaps this is just fate. The man first expressed his gratitude to Director Su and the others, then his gaze fell despondently. Fate is indeed something we are powerless against, but if you are willing, we can try to challenge this unfair destiny. At this moment, Ye Feng, who had been silent and quietly observing from the side, spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. Can fate be resisted? I used to not believe in fate, but now. The man did not know who Ye Feng was. Hearing his words, he merely thought it was an attempt at consolation. Ye Feng continued, actually, I was once a disabled person too, spending over 20 years in a wheelchair. But look, here I am standing before you now. These words left everyone except Howard and a few others in shock, staring at Ye Feng in disbelief. Even Director Su and the others found it hard to believe, but reflecting upon it they understood. After all, Ye Feng had made quite a stir in the U.S. recently. Adding to that was the prosthetic technology Ye Feng provided to the state, as well as the mechanical organs mentioned earlier, which made it less surprising. Really, is it true? The couple spoke in unison. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Ye Feng pointed to Director Su and the others. I was a disabled person in the past too. I only learned about it today, but if Professor Yi says there is hope, then there must be hope. That's right, the person standing before you is a genius scientist from our Huagua engaged in various fields, with biological sciences being one of them. They took turns recounting Ye Feng's identity and status, leaving the couple speechless. Alright, I have indeed researched a technique recently. If successful, it can restore you to your former state. The couple saw hope, their eyes shining with anticipation. It's true, but I haven't tested this technique yet. Theoretically it should work, but the actual effect needs to be validated through practice, as practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately fell back into dejection, but her husband continued to shine with hope as he listened to Ye Feng. If you are willing, I can install my new technology for you, but I cannot guarantee the result. Ye Feng looked at the man and said earnestly. In this matter, Ye Feng could only provide assistance. Whether or not to proceed was entirely up to him. However, upon hearing this, the man nodded and agreed without a second thought. I agree. But you? His wife, Ye Feng, looked worried. Though she wasn't particularly educated, she understood Ye Feng's implication. To put it in rural terms, having a good millstone doesn't guarantee how fine the flour will be. It's okay, Feng, I'm already like this, what else is there to fear? Besides, I trust Professor Yi. I've seen reports about him on my phone. Wang Xiangui reassured her. One must say that Wang Xiangui had a clear perspective. Given his current state, even if the outcome were bad, how much worse could it be? Alright, you should rest for a while. I will prepare, and I can perform the surgery on you this afternoon. Okay, good. Wang Xiangui nodded heavily, looking at Ye Feng with gratitude. If it weren't for his mobility issues, he would have wanted to stand up and bowed deeply to Ye Feng. After receiving consent, Ye Feng did not linger. As it was mealtime under Dean Zu's arrangement, Ye Feng and his party dined at a renowned restaurant near the hospital. Ye Feng had truly not wished to come, but Dean Su and the others were far too enthusiastic. A table full of dishes was ordered, an array of delicacies, yet Dean Su and his colleagues barely touched the food, instead using the meal to ask numerous medical questions. Clearly their interest lay beyond the wine and food. After the meal, Ye Feng visited the National Academy of Sciences once more to produce the civilian prosthetic limbs. The civilian prosthetics and military prosthetics appeared almost identical in appearance. If there was any distinction, it was that the military prosthetics had a slightly darker hue. However, their functions differed greatly. Civilian prosthetics were designed for ordinary people with lower functional demands, but taking into account the average person's endurance. Ye Feng specially developed a material to replace the original muscle and skin tissues of the prosthetics, allowing ordinary people to endure less pain when fitted with the prosthetic. Time flew by, and in the afternoon, Ye Feng appeared punctually in the operating room, beginning the procedure to fit Wang Xiangui with the civilian prosthetic limbs. Dean Su and the others had long been waiting in the operating room. How could they miss such an opportunity? Ye Feng surmised they had come straight after their meal. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Trust Professor Yi, trust Dean Su, and trust your husband. Ye Feng knew the surgery was about to begin when Ye Feng entered. Having just performed a surgery that morning, and now facing another she still could not fully trust, Ye Feng, her face etched with worry. Seeing his wife's concern, Wang Xiangui first comforted her, reassuring her. Once Ye Feng exited the operating room, he said, "Come on. He'll trouble you, Professor Yi." Wang Xiangui's face showed little worry, instead a glimmer of longing shone in his eyes. Ye Feng nodded. "Lie down." Wang Xiangui lay down as instructed. Ye Feng directly picked up the scalpel, intending to remove the already crippled lower limbs. However, at that moment Dean Su and the others grew uneasy, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Just as Ye Feng's scalpel was about to touch Wang Xiangui, Dean Su finally spoke. "Wait. Xiaoyi." Ye Feng paused, looking at Dean Su. Xiaoyi, did you forget to administer anesthesia?" Dean Su asked, cautiously puzzled. According to common sense, a genius scientist like Ye Feng should be meticulous and not overlook such a detail. The others shared the same thought. Wang Xiangui, lying on the bed, curiously sat up and saw the scalpel mere inches away from him. A chill ran down his spine. Although his lower limbs had little sensation due to necrotic muscle tissue, Ye Feng intended to remove the necrotic limbs, which would inevitably affect the upper body. Without anesthesia, the pain would be unbearable. "Anesthesia cannot be used," Ye Feng replied. "What? How can surgery proceed without anesthesia?" The others were equally astonished. Ye Feng continued, "Everyone think carefully, what is the core of prosthetic technology? This question plunged them into contemplation. The greatest core of Ye Feng's prosthetic technology was enabling the disabled to regain a new life, and the most crucial aspect was that although the prosthetics were artificial limbs, from the moment of attachment, they would merge seamlessly with the patient's body. Ye Feng's prosthetics had shocked the world, not only because military prosthetics granted formidable abilities, but more importantly, because the prosthetics could fuse perfectly with the patient becoming one with the body. This fusion process could not be interrupted or it would fail. The medicinal components in anesthetics conflicted with the materials in the prosthetics. Once anesthesia was administered, the prosthetic would not integrate with the patient and the surgery would inevitably fail. That was why Ye Feng did not use anesthesia. Ye Feng had attempted to overcome this difficulty, but it was technology derived from a Type 1.0 civilization's archives. How could he surpass it? Perhaps it was an inescapable fate. Prosthetic technology restored normal bodies and military prosthetics granted extraordinary abilities, but obtaining all this required a certain price. The experts carefully recalled Ye Feng's explanations of prosthetic technology and soon understood this point. They fell silent, watching intently, while silently sweating for Wang Xiangui. The process of fusing human skin and muscle with the prosthetic was excruciating, akin to being roasted in a blazing fire of several hundred degrees. Ye Feng had mentioned this to them. Although civilian prosthetic technology replaced the original components with gentler ones, losing the capabilities of military prosthetics, it was unknown how much the pain was reduced. This was precisely the data Ye Feng sought to obtain through Wang Xiangui. Seeing Wang Xiangui's frightened expression, Ye Feng withdrew the scalpel. If you're afraid now, I'll stop immediately. Indeed, without anesthesia, the entire process will be extremely painful. Wang Xiangui did not answer, but fell into deep thought. Ye Feng merely watched quietly, knowing that Wang Xiangui was weighing his options. After a long moment, Wang Xiangui took a deep breath, picked up a pillow, and said, "Go ahead, Professor Yi. Compared to physical pain, I fear more being crippled and unable to support my family." With that, he bit down on the pillow. Ye Feng cast an approving glance at Wang Xiangui, then picked up the scalpel anew and began excising Wang Xiangui's lower limbs. As the scalpel slowly sliced through Wang Xiangui, he gripped the edge of the bed tightly, his teeth clenched on the pillow, terrifying veins bulging on his face. His expression alone betrayed his agony. Fortunately, Ye Feng worked swiftly with masterful precision, quickly moving to the next step. At this point, Wang Xiangui breathed a slight sigh of relief. Ye Feng then took out the prosthetic legs and installed them onto Wang Xiangui. Installation, meaning suturing the prosthetics to the limb stumps. Waiting for the prosthetics to fuse with his body. Just as Wang Xiangui relaxed, a sudden, more intense pain struck sharper than the excision, accompanied by a searing sensation. Finally, Wang Xiangui could bear it no longer. Even biting the pillow, he let out a terrifying, agonizing scream. Seeing Wang Xiangui in such a state, everyone in the operating room frowned deeply. Dean Su and the others even turned their heads away, unable to watch. "Sai, it seems that the technology for civilian prosthetics still needs careful consideration. I hope you can pull through. Surviving means rebirth." Ye Feng shook his head and sighed. Wang Xianguo's performance has already indicated that Ye Feng's civilian prosthetic technology still has its shortcomings. The integration of the prosthetic requires a few minutes, during which the patient must not lose consciousness. If they faint from the pain, then the prosthetic cannot be perfectly integrated. Ye Feng has done everything he can, and now it depends on Wang Xiangui himself. Ye Feng quietly led everyone out of the operating room, as staying here was no longer meaningful. They would wait patiently for the results outside. Outside, Zhao Feng was anxious, pacing back and forth at the door of the operating room like an ant on a hot pan. Seeing Ye Feng and the others come out, she immediately planned to ask a question, but Director Su spoke. "First, the surgery was very successful. As for the results, we will have to wait for the subsequent examinations. Now it all depends on him." Zhao Feng could not understand the rest, but heard that the surgery was a success, which relieved her greatly. Ye Feng looked at the time. 10 minutes had already passed, and the integration of the prosthetic was almost complete, so he decided to go back in. Director Su and Zhao Feng immediately followed suit. Zhao Feng saw her husband lying on the bed motionless, and her heart skipped a beat. She hurried over, took her husband's hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Has he already fainted from the pain?" Ye Feng muttered to himself. "Director Su, what has happened to my husband?" Zhao Feng asked. Director Su did not know how to explain and looked at Ye Feng. "Sister, it's nothing. Brother Wang just fainted from the pain. Please step aside so we can check the results and explain Brother Wang's specific condition to you." Then Ye Feng began to check Wang Xianguo's various data. Regardless of whether the integration was successful or not, all his data was crucial for Ye Feng. From the data, he could discern many things. Various instruments began to be used on Wang Xianguo, akin to a health examination, but even more comprehensive. The testing took nearly half an hour. At this time, Wang Xianghua also woke up from his stupor. According to the data from the examination, Wang Xianghua was normal, and most importantly, the integration of the prosthetic had reached 70. Although it was only 70, Ye Feng was somewhat dissatisfied with this data, but Wang Xianghua was overjoyed. He could clearly feel the reaction in his legs, the sensation returning, and then he tried to move. To his surprise, he could actually lift his leg. He immediately sat up, carefully placed his feet on the ground, and attempted to stand up. This brought tears of joy to Zhao Feng's eyes. Her husband had truly stood up, and the two embraced each other tightly in excitement. Director Su and the others looked on in confusion and asked, "What does 70 signify?" This question was naturally directed at Ye Feng. The figure of 70 is relative. Everyone is different. For some with better physical conditions, 70 might allow them to function normally with their legs, while for others with poorer physical condition, it might be a different story. However, a significant issue remains for 7. 2 hours in a 24-hour day, he cannot use the prosthetic normally. Ye Feng explained. 7. 2 hours is roughly equivalent to a person's normal sleep time. Compared to being completely disabled before, this result is evidently quite favorable. A miracle, it's simply a miracle. Professor Yi truly deserves to be a genius scientist of our Huagua. Haha, our Huagua has a bright future. Upon hearing this, Director Su and the others exclaimed in admiration, automatically overlooking the remaining 30 of the flaws, and they cast fervent and admiring glances at Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng did not show the slightest hint of joy. He was certainly not satisfied with this result. However, with the data from Wang Xinghua, Ye Feng found a direction for improvement and began to calculate the direction of improvements for civilian prosthetics in his mind. Ye Feng paid no attention to the reactions of those around him. After the couple embraced, they both came to Ye Feng and with a thud knelt down to thank him. "Benefactor, we don't know how to thank you, so we just want to bow to you." Ye Feng finally came to his senses and hurriedly helped them up. "This is the result you fought for yourself. Oh, I only did what I was supposed to do. Please get up." After the couple stood up, Zhao Feng handed a bank card to Ye Feng. "Benefactor, we have almost spent all our savings on treating old Wang recently, and there's only a little left on this card. Please don't think poorly of it." As she spoke, she pressed the money into Ye Feng's hands. Ye Feng naturally would not accept it. Firstly, he had his own selfish motives for treating Wang Xianghua. Secondly, the couple did not appear to be wealthy. They seemed like ordinary folks, and Ye Feng could not accept their money. "Keep it, my reason for treating you was partly selfish. In the end, I should be the one thanking you." Ye Feng quickly declined. "Haha, you might as well keep the money. As long as the intention is there, that's good enough." Director Su also interjected to ease the situation. Ultimately, the couple still put the money away and expressed their gratitude to Ye Feng profusely. After that, Ye Feng returned to the ward and tidied up his belongings, planning to go home. He had been out for some time, and there were many matters waiting for him to handle at home. After packing his things, he booked a flight ticket and flew back to Tianlu City. Meanwhile, in the Huagua Medical Daily, Director Su of the People's Hospital in the capital personally wrote a civilian paper on prosthetic technology. He also included Wang Xinghua's successful case in the paper. That day, various media outlets in Huagua rushed to the People's Hospital in the capital to interview Director Su. He did not hold back and recounted Ye Feng's efforts in treating patients at the hospital. Moreover, he discussed the civilian application of prosthetic technology. Of course, this was premeditated by Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not mind this. He had originally planned to promote the civilian use of prosthetic technology, and this was a perfect opportunity to inform the public. Director Su, does the successful civilian application of prosthetic technology imply that there will be no more disabled individuals in our country? Since it was an interview, questions from reporters were naturally unavoidable. Yes, theoretically speaking, but this technology is still not fully matured. I've mentioned the challenges in my paper, but I believe in Professor Yi. In the near future, this issue may very well become a non-issue. Then may I ask, when will Professor Yi complete all the research on these technologies? And what about the timeline for promotion? I cannot answer this question yet. I believe that in the near future our Huaxiao will soar through the 9 heavens and look down upon the world with pride. As Dean Su finished speaking, thunderous applause filled the hall. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, the protagonist of the moment, was already soaring high above the 9 heavens. An hour later, the plane touched down steadily at Tianlu Airport. Outside the airport, Lan Fenghua, Lan Linger, and a group of distant relatives whom Ye Feng had rescued from America were waiting at the entrance. Judging by the scene, they were clearly there to welcome Ye Feng. Why hasn't he arrived yet? This Ye Feng sure has a lot of nerve, making father wait for so long. A voice dripping with impatience rang out. The speaker was Ye Feng's half-brother, who had always been at odds with him since childhood, and that remained unchanged. Lan Ling. By age, you should call him Brother Ye Feng. Besides, if it weren't for him, would you have returned safely from America? Lan Linger retorted with displeasure. That cripple Ye Feng. He's not worthy of being my brother. Lan Ling scoffed dismissively. But before Lan Linger could flare up, a sharp slap echoed. Lan Fenghua struck Lan Ling across the face, catching him completely off guard. The boy stared at his father in disbelief. He remembered never having been hit in his entire life. Shut up. Linger is right. If not for Ye Feng, you'd still be rotting in that American detention center. Don't you ever disrespect your brother again. Lan Fenghua warned with a stern face. Lan Fenghua, how dare you hit my son? A woman in elegant attire, his fourth wife, Zhao Qing, shouted at him. She doted on Lan Ling immensely. Fourth sister, please mind your manners in public. Yes, fourth sister, let's discuss this at home. Seeing Zhao Qing's fury, the others quickly tried to calm her down. Making a scene in public was indeed beneath their dignity. While some offered advice, others simply watched with amusement. Such were the drawbacks of having too many wives. Outward harmony masked the truth. Everyone knew well it was all just a facade. The Lan Fenghua family's relationships were exceedingly tangled. As the head of the family, Lan Fenghua naturally had to assert his authority. Listen up. From now on, Ye Feng is my primary heir. You'd all better show him the proper respect. Some nodded in agreement, others pretended not to hear. Reactions varied, but everyone put on a show of understanding. Father, while brother Ye Feng is exceptional, his brilliance lies in scientific research. Our Lan family is in business. This decision seems ill-advised. A voice of opposition arose. The speaker was Lan Zhou, Lan Fenghua's eldest son, and the most outstanding among his many children. Only a year older than Ye Feng, Lan Zhou had already made a name for himself in America. Had Ye Feng not achieved his current success, he would undoubtedly have been Lan Fenghua's first heir. Watching something he had worked so hard for slip into Ye Feng's hands naturally bred resentment. Indeed, old Lan, though Ye Feng saved us, and we're grateful, I think Lan Zhou is more suited for the inheritance. That's right, we support Big Brother. A chorus of voices echoed behind. Lan Fenghua glanced at his eldest son, but said nothing, though his eyes conveyed volumes. Lan Linger pouted in dissatisfaction, but held her tongue. After all, she knew her place as a junior and wouldn't interrupt the elders. As Ye Feng stepped out of the airport, he spotted Lan Fenghua's group from a dozen meters away. They were impossible to miss. A cluster of over a dozen people surrounded by a row of luxury cars. At the same time, his keen hearing picked up their conversation. He shook his head helplessly, already regretting having rescued them. Ye Feng had no desire to be around these so-called family members. He planned to slip away unnoticed, but Lan Linger's sharp eyes caught him. Brother Ye Feng, over here. At her call, everyone turned to look. Lan Fenghua led the group toward him. Lan Linger bounded over and threw herself into a bear hug, while the others were stopped by Howard and his prosthetic-limbed warriors. Lan Fenghua smiled helplessly at the sight, but said nothing. Lan Zhou frowned while Lan Ling barked, "Move aside. Do you know who you're blocking?" However, the icy glare from Howard and his men cowed his arrogance. Ye Feng hugged Lan Linger briefly before letting go, gently patting her head. "You're all grown up now. Why are you still acting like a child?" Lan Linger pouted. In front of brother Ye Feng, I'll always be a little girl. After a few words with her, Ye Feng turned his gaze to Lan Fenghua, his expression complex. As for the others, he treated them as if they were invisible. Not knowing what to say, he shifted his gaze and called out, "Howard." Howard nodded and stepped aside, clearing the path. Lan Fenghua approached, his tone gentle. "It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back." Ye Feng merely nodded. "Let's go home. It's been so long since we've all gathered." Ye Feng wanted to refuse, but Lan Linger's persistent coaxing and Lan Fenghua's hopeful expression made him relent. "Howard, find a hotel for now. He'll contact you later. As you command, my esteemed master." "Mr. Howard, I've already booked a hotel for you. Here are the car keys. The vehicle is over there." Lan Fenghua interjected. Howard glanced at the keys and room card, then at Ye Feng. At Ye Feng's nod, he accepted them. "Thank you, Mr. Lan." "Not at all. Our family owes you all a great deal. It's the least I can do." Howard and his men departed. "Let's go too. I'm starving, waiting for you." Lan Linger tugged Ye Feng toward a car. "Everyone, let's move." Lan Fenghua said, following behind. "Tch, what's so great about him?" Lan Ling muttered, staring at Ye Feng's back. Ye Feng is no longer the same person. He indeed has reason to be proud. Lan Zhou remarked, also watching Ye Feng's retreating figure. The others wore equally complex expressions. The Ye Feng they once regarded as useless, the outcast of the entire family, seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different. Their hearts churned with a mix of envy and jealousy. Qianlu City, second only to the capital in splendor, stood as the most prosperous metropolis in Huaxia. Within it, the Tangpin Villa district reigned as the city's crowning jewel. Every inch of land here was worth its weight in gold. A single villa could cost tens of millions, with the larger ones reaching into the hundreds of millions. Lan Fenghua had purchased half of the entire villa district in one go, a testament to his wealth rivaling that of a small nation. As the former president of the Washington Chamber of Commerce in the United States, though the U.S. had employed certain measures against him, preventing the transfer of all his assets. Roughly 30% of his fortune was unjustly seized by the American government. Even so, the remaining 70% was an astronomical sum, enough to secure him a place on the rich list of Huaxiao when converted into renminbi. The motorcade rolled slowly into the villa district. The security guards, upon sighting them, promptly opened the gates with deep reverence, knowing this convoy belonged to the tycoon who had purchased half the estate in a single stroke. The district exuded an air of noble grandeur, adorned with artificial rockeries, winding waterways, and a man-made lake. As the motorcade wound its way past the lake and came to a halt before the central villa, only 2 cars remained. During the journey, the others had the good sense to realize that Lan Fenghua's banquet tonight was solely to welcome Ye Feng. Whether out of guilt for their past treatment of him or for other reasons, they all found excuses to retreat to their own villas. This in turn allowed Ye Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. Lan Linger stepped out of the car, and noticing that only Ye Feng and Lan Fenghua remained, curled her lips and said, Some family this is. They're all just actors putting on a show. Linger, no matter how they behave, they are still family, and your elders. You must not speak ill of them behind their backs. Lan Fenghua scolded her. In response to her father's reproach, Lan Linger simply stuck out her tongue playfully, then tugged Ye Feng into the villa, leaving Lan Fenghua standing there somewhat embarrassed. Ye Feng smiled and said, Little girl, he is your father after all. You shouldn't be so cheeky. Lan Linger retorted, I know that. I wasn't talking about my dad. I was talking about certain other people. Ye Fengage, let's not talk about that. I've been starving for ages. She pulled him into the ground floor living room, where a host of servants had already prepared a lavish feast. With such an array of dishes, could the 3 of them possibly finish it all? Perhaps this was the life of the wealthy. Lan Fenghua took the seat of honor, while Ye Feng and Lan Linger sat beside him. Without waiting for her father to speak, Lan Linger picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. As she ate, she even served food to Ye Feng and Lan Fenghua. Ye Feng, for his part, simply buried his head in his meal. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Lan Fenghua took a bite of steak, wiped his mouth, and asked, What are your plans for the future? What plans? We'll just keep doing research. I've been interested in it since I was a kid. Ye Feng replied without looking up, continuing to eat. True. With your abilities now, your future has reached a level I can't even fathom. I suppose I don't need to worry about you anymore. Lan Fenghua smiled. Ye Feng merely nodded. Have you registered a company? Lan Fenghua pressed on. Yes, Tianji Research. It started as a small studio, but then the government gave me some funding, so I expanded. Ye Feng continued eating, still not looking at Lan Fenghua. Lan Fenghua didn't take offense, perhaps aware of how much he owed Ye Feng and could understand his behavior. I see. How's it developing? I've been too busy lately to get to it. The company is just a shell for now. I haven't even hired anyone yet. Hearing this, a smile spread across Lan Fenghua's face. How about this? I've transferred all my assets to Huaxia. Over the past month, I've also relocated the Lan Group here. Why don't you come work for the group? I have plenty of capital, and it would be beneficial for your scientific research. Ye Feng put down his chopsticks and took a sip of red wine. No, I don't know anything about business. Your group is huge, and it won't miss me. They'll just stick to my research. A look of disappointment crossed Lan Fenghua's face. He wanted to say more, but Ye Feng stood up. He'll be going now? I still have a lot of work to do. Ye Fengage, you've barely eaten. Are you full? Lan Linger asked anxiously as he prepared to leave. Do you think everyone is a little foodie like you? Ye Feng habitually ruffled Lan Linger's hair. Fine, but you have to come visit Linger often. Otherwise, he'll go to your company and cause trouble. All right. Whenever I have time, he'll come. Ye Feng replied with a smile, nodded to Lan Fenghua as a farewell, and walked straight out the door. Lan Fenghua wanted to stop him, but couldn't find a suitable reason, so he could only drink his wine in silence. Daddy, do you really intend to make Ye Fengage your primary heir? Lan Linger asked, her mouth full of food, her words slurred. That was my plan, but judging by his attitude, he doesn't seem too keen. Lan Fenghua sighed and downed his drink in one gulp. I think Ye Fengage really isn't the right person to take over the Lan Group. You should think it over carefully. What do you know, little girl? How could I not know? I don't believe you planned for Ye Fengage to take over back when he didn't have his current abilities. Of course not. The Lan Group is the life's work of your grandfather and me. I naturally want to entrust it to the most capable hands to ensure its continued growth. But have you considered that if Ye Fengage really takes over, your precious sons and your mistresses will agree? Will they be happy about it? Wouldn't that just be creating trouble for Ye Fengage? Lan Fenghua was at a loss for words. He hadn't considered it, but he had no choice. He himself had risen from among his brothers to claim his position. After all, a group this vast, a fortune this immense, had to be given to someone more capable. Ye Feng was undoubtedly the best choice. Ye Feng himself was in a way a Lan Group in his own right, backed by the state. Lan Fenghua could foresee that entrusting the Lan Group to Ye Feng would, in the near future, forge a powerful conglomerate. That was precisely why he wanted Ye Feng as his successor. Forget it. Let's just take it one step at a time, Lan Fenghua muttered to himself. After Ye Feng left, he hadn't walked far when he encountered someone who seemed to have been waiting for him. Long time no see. Ye Feng looked up and saw Lan Zhou, once Lan Fenghua's most favored son, at least in the past. Ye Feng glanced at him indifferently. Something on your mind, Oi? What's the matter? I'm still your older brother. Can't I even say hello? If you're just here to chat about boring topics, I'm afraid I don't have the time. Ye Feng is now a genius scientist. His time is precious, so how could he waste it on such trivial matters? Moreover, his brother has never looked at Ye Feng with any respect since childhood, so how could Ye Feng greet him? Aside from Lan Linger, the others are not that important in his eyes. After speaking, Ye Feng walked ahead. However, Lan Zhou blocked his way. I said I don't have time for this nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. Ye Feng somewhat understood Lan Zhou's character. Waiting here at this moment surely meant it wasn't just a simple greeting. Seeing this, Lan Zhou got straight to the point. Ye Feng, I admit that you are very impressive now, so impressive that our entire family looks up to you. I truly can't imagine how that physically weak person from back then has come this far. Lan Zhou paused for a moment, looked deeply at Ye Feng, and then continued. However, your excellence is only in the field of research. You know nothing about business. If I had your skills, I would be making a fortune. Regarding Lan Zhou's remarks, Ye Feng merely shook his head and smiled. And then, what exactly do you want to say? What I want to say is you cannot take over the Lan group. After going around in circles, it turned out this was Lan Zhou's purpose. Lan Zhou knew very well Lan Fenghua's character. Once he decided something, there would be no room for negotiation. And Lan Zhou had already invested a lot of effort to take over the Lan group. If it weren't for Ye Feng's miraculous appearance, he would undoubtedly be the first heir of the Lan family. Seeing all his efforts go to waste, Lan Zhou felt very unwilling. Since he couldn't find a way to deal with Lan Fenghua, he could only shift his focus to Ye Feng as a breakthrough point, knowing that as long as Ye Feng was unwilling, there was still a chance to recover everything. Are you done speaking? Ye Feng asked nonchalantly. Seeing Ye Feng's indifference, Lan Zhou couldn't help but frown again. Ye Feng, I advise you to think carefully. Moreover, if I take over the Lan group, not only will I manage it better, but I can also provide you with financial support for your research. This way, wouldn't you have more time to do what you want to do? Lan Zhou, unwilling to give up, desperately tried to persuade him, attempting to sway Ye Feng with the pros and cons of the situation. Once I finish speaking, you'll be leaving. Ye Feng had no intention of taking over the Lan group. For him, there was simply no need. As long as Ye Feng was willing, recreating a Lan group was no problem at all. The reason Ye Feng didn't respond directly was that he felt it was unnecessary, and besides, he had no good feelings towards Lan Zhou, naturally unwilling to express anything to him. Without looking back, he headed out of the villa area. Seeing Ye Feng behave as if he were above everyone else, not putting him in his eyes at all, Lan Zhou glared fiercely at Ye Feng's back and muttered to himself, Ye Feng, I won't let the Lan group fall into your hands like this. Although his voice was low with Ye Feng's hearing, he could certainly hear it. Lan Zhou, keep your little schemes to yourself. I'm really not interested in playing with you. As for the Lan group, Ye Feng don't care about it at all. These words reached Lan Zhou's ears from afar. At first he was stunned, surprised that Ye Feng could hear him, but upon hearing the content of Ye Feng's words, his expression turned disdainful. You don't care about it. Then why are you following me back? Naturally, Lan Zhou didn't believe it and shouted at Ye Feng's back. However, Ye Feng did not respond to this, as he was too lazy to reply. What Ye Feng wanted to do was not about these trivial struggles for power. Instead, he harbored a desire to change the world and elevate the level of civilization. Ye Feng's battlefield was never within, but outside. The Tangpin-Yicheng Villa area is somewhat far from the city center. Ye Feng waited by the roadside for over 10 minutes, without hailing a single taxi. Ye Feng simply decided to hit the road himself. After driving at 120 km/h for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw the bustling traffic. Ye Feng directly hailed a taxi and arrived at the Goen building. At the Goen building, in the office of the director of the National Security Bureau, Zhang Zhen, the director was surprisingly not sitting in the main seat, but was respectfully standing to the side. Zhang Zhen personally poured tea for him, asking while making tea, "What brings you here?" Only a few people in the whole of Huagua could make the director of the National Security Bureau treat them this way. This person is one of them. The third highest figure in Huagua, Su Shaoquan. What? Can I come visit your National Security Bureau? When did I have to report to you, wherever I go? Su Shaoquan feigned anger. Zhang Zhen handed over the tea and smiled. The old leader still enjoys joking. I was just asking, you didn't give me any advance notice of your arrival, so I could prepare to welcome you. Su Shaoquan took the teacup and took a sip. You know how to enjoy, huh? Wui Mountain to Hong Pao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhen became anxious and quickly said, I only have one box left. This was brought by my son, who knows I love tea and went through a lot of effort to get it for me. Please leave me some. Hey, am I the kind of person who would do that? Zhang Zhen nodded. Alright, I'll take some next time. Su Xiaoquan and Zhang Zhun, one the third highest figure in Huagua, and the other the director of the National Security Bureau. Their conversation felt more like that of old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. In fact, it was true, the two were both teacher and friend, with Zhang Zhun being the one who promoted Su Xiaoquan. All right, enough of that. I'm not here just to drink your Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. Zhang Zhun thought for a moment, and then said, so what is it really about? Is there going to be some major action again? Su Xiaoquan kept them in suspense and said nothing. Zhang Zhun immediately stood at attention and asked seriously, could it be? Su Xiaoquan nodded. What else could it be? Isn't Professor Yi in Beijing? Did he return to Tianlu? He should be on his way to your National Security Bureau right now. At this moment, Ye Feng had indeed arrived at the entrance of the building. As he made his way inside, he faced no obstructions. Who in the entire National Security Bureau would not recognize him? Arriving at the office door, Ye Feng knocked. Here I am, just as they say, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Su Xiaoquan took another sip of his tea. Zhang Zhun personally opened the door for him, and outside was indeed Ye Feng. After a brief greeting, Ye Feng entered the office and immediately spotted Su Xiaoquan sitting in the main seat. This was the third highest figure in Huagua, a person frequently seen on the news since childhood. Ye Feng naturally recognized him. Before Ye Feng could even speak, Su Xiaoquan took the initiative to say, you have arrived. Ye Feng was taken aback. The implication of his words was clear. He had been waiting for him here. Though puzzled, Ye Feng knew he must maintain his composure. I am Ye Feng. It is an honor to meet you, Premier Su. Haha, since I am older, you can just call me Xiao Yi. No need to be so formal. Come, Xiao Yi, take a seat, have some tea, and try my Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. How does it taste? Zhang Zhun was taken aback. This was clearly a gift from my son. How could it be yours? However, he merely thought this to himself. He dared not voice it, perhaps thinking it unnecessary. One must admit that Su Xiaoquan gave a very good first impression. He appeared to be a kind-faced elder exuding a refreshing aura that made one feel as if they were bathed in spring. As Ye Feng took his seat, Su Xiaoquan personally prepared tea for him. Zhang Zhun immediately stepped forward. Let me do it. But Su Xiaoquan refused, saying, it's just pouring tea, not a big deal. Why rush to do it? But you are the premier of a nation, let me do it myself. Ye Feng felt it inappropriate and promptly stood up, intending to take the teapot from Su Xiaoquan's hands. Everyone sit down. What's wrong with the premier? Is there a law that states a national premier cannot pour tea? At that moment, Su Xiaoquan suddenly exuded a powerful aura that caused both men to pause for a moment, after which they instinctively sat back down. Seeing that both had settled down, Su Xiaoquan immediately reverted to the kind elder, pouring a cup of tea for each of them. Ye Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder he is the number 3 figure in Huagua. Just the force he recently displayed was enough to instill a sense of confidence in others. Ye Feng expressed his gratitude, and then savored a sip of the tea. Ye Feng was quite puzzled about Su Xiaoquan's intentions, but he didn't rush to ask, and instead said, the cliffs of Wui produce rock tea, a rare treasure. Indeed, this de Hong Pao is truly exceptional. Oh, Xiao Yi enjoys tea as well. Su Xiaoquan showed interest upon the mention of tea. It's not that I particularly like it. Back when I was engaged in scientific research, I heard that drinking tea could refresh the mind, so I gave it a try. I found the effect quite good, so I became accustomed to drinking tea. Su Xiaoquan and Zhang Zhun couldn't help but praise him. Only someone like Ye Feng, who sacrificed sleep for the sake of scientific research, could embody such dedication, earning the title of a genius scientist. Watching Su Xiaoquan's reaction, Ye Feng was even more puzzled. After all, the premier of Huagua had traveled all this way. Surely it wasn't just to discuss the art of tea with him. Xiao Yi, how do you perceive our great Huagua nowadays? Su Xiaoquan smiled and asked Ye Feng. This question was not easy to answer. Besides, as someone engaged in research, I have little knowledge in this area. But feel free to speak. I'd like to hear your understanding. Ye Feng thought for a moment, and then said, I feel it is not that great. This immediately piqued Su Xiaoquan's interest, and even Zhang Zhun shot Ye Feng a glance, seemingly trying to signal him that this statement might not be appropriate. Haha, our Huagua is currently prosperous and strong. In terms of politics, economy, and culture, while we may not be among the top, we are certainly a major power. How can you say it is not great? Su Xiaoquan did not get angry, nor did he show any emotional fluctuations. It was as if an ordinary elder was chatting with a junior. Indeed, our Huagua, especially in recent years, has seen economic growth, political stability, and social order excelling in every aspect. However, these are merely superficial aspects, or one might say the good side. Professor Yi, how can this be superficial? Isn't it a blatant fact? Zhang Zhun disagreed with this viewpoint. Ye Feng took his time, continuing, every matter has its duality, just like in our scientific research, every material has its positive and negative aspects. Therefore, we cannot simply say it is good, only that it is suitable. Su Xiaoquan's eyes lit up, signaling Ye Feng to continue. The reason I say it's not that great is that I am referring to the negative aspects of our Huagua. Setting aside domestic issues, just looking at foreign relations, we have several pairs of eyes watching us. It is precisely because we are developing too rapidly that we attract envy, leading to various forms of suppression against us. Ye Feng spoke incisively. Indeed. What do you think we should do to overcome our current predicament? Su Xiaoquan pressed on. This question, I believe the Premier understands better than I do. I suspect that is the very reason you traveled such a long distance to find me. After discussing for so long, Ye Feng had already guessed Su Xiaoquan's intentions. Just from the moment Su Xiaoquan asked how Ye Feng perceived Huagua, he had surmised it. Any matter that could concern Su Xiaoquan must be related to national affairs, and this major issue was clearly about himself. The intention was quite obvious, making it not difficult for Ye Feng to deduce. Haha, well said. I see you have a talent for a political career, Xiaoyi. Since you have already guessed, then tell me what your demands are. As long as it does not violate the interests of the nation and its people, I will try my best to meet your requests. Hearing this, Zhang Zhen also understood. It seemed the state was completely prepared to support Ye Feng. The strength of a nation lies significantly in its technological prowess. After all, science and technology are the primary productive forces. Currently, Huagua is not inferior to any other country in the world in any aspect, yet it still lags behind in terms of technology. Otherwise, it wouldn't be subject to sanctions from certain countries. In the end, it all comes down to a lack of core competitiveness in Huagua's technological capabilities. This is also why Huagua places such importance on Ye Feng, based solely on his prosthetic technology and the black technologies used in the United States. These all indicate that Ye Feng has already surpassed any other country in these fields. If he were to fully master these technologies, would Huagua still fear sanctions? Could Huagua still be unable to thrive? The answer is obvious. My request is simple. In the realm of scientific research, I hope to mobilize all of Huagua's resources. I am confident that within half a year I can enable the Huagua military to fully master prosthetic technology and promote civilian prosthetic technology. Half a year? Really? Good, excellent. Before Su Xiaoquan could respond, Zhang Zhen was already overjoyed. After receiving a glare from Su Xiaoquan, Zhang Zhen realized he had overstepped his bounds. However, Su Xiaoquan did not say anything, as he was equally thrilled. If it weren't for being the premier of a nation, he might have reacted similarly to Zhang Zhen. All right, Xiao Yi, I entrust the future of Huagua's technology to you. At this point in the conversation, Su Xiaoquan's purpose for this trip has become clear. The abilities displayed by Ye Feng are already sufficient to tilt the resources of the entire Huan nation in his favor. If Huan nation wishes to break through the current stalemate, it can only rely on Ye Feng. Subsequently, Su Xiaoquan discussed the specific practices with Ye Feng, who proposed the need for a fully equipped laboratory. Without hesitation, Su Xiaoquan directly contacted the president of the National Academy of Sciences, Su Yuanzi, asking him to transport all of Huan nation's advanced equipment to Tianlu City. He also instructed him to recruit a team immediately to create a top-notch laboratory for Ye Feng, allowing Ye Feng to express any requirements he had for the lab. Next came the aspect of technology promotion, whether it was Ye Feng's military prosthetics technology or civilian prosthetics technology or even mechanical organ technology. These technologies that benefit the populace, promoting them through a technological industry approach would be the best choice. This way it could stimulate the economic development of the entire Huan nation while rapidly promoting the technology. Thus, at Su Xiaoquan's suggestion, a dedicated scientific research group was established based on Ye Feng's Tianji research, with the state investing funds and resources for a 50 stake, while Ye Feng contributed technology for the other 50. This was unprecedented in Huan nation, as in any field, especially important ones, the state almost always held absolute control. However, for Ye Feng, the state made such a decision that even he himself did not expect. Prime Minister, I think 50 is a bit too much. Could it be a little less? Ye Feng expressed his opinion. But Su Xiaoquan replied, your ability to think this way speaks volumes about your nature. The state holds absolute control out of concern that at a certain point of development some individuals might compromise the interests of the nation and its people for their own gain. Before coming here, I already discussed this with number 1 and number 2. This is the state's trust in you as well as its stance. Next came recruitment. A group, regardless of the field, requires relevant talents to operate, so talent is crucial. Ye Feng didn't need to worry about this aspect. The state had its own arrangements. However, Ye Feng still suggested that it would be best to select a group of young talents from universities for training. This suggestion stemmed from Ye Feng's own selfish desire to elevate the civilization level of Blue Star, which could not be achieved by Ye Feng alone. Furthermore, Ye Feng had inquired with the system, and the key to determining a plane's civilization level lies in the degree of technological proliferation and mastery. Thus, Ye Feng planned to cultivate a group of excellent young researchers in Huan nation to lay a solid foundation for future civilization advancement. After the conversation concluded, Su Xiaoquan returned to the capital and immediately held a meeting to put the discussions with Ye Feng into practice. After the meeting, authoritative media outlets such as the People's Daily of Hua Nation, the Dahua News Agency, Huaxi News Agency, and Hua Nation CCTV reported on a significant matter. This was a technology development plan named Spark of Fire led by the State Council of Hua Nation and primarily driven by the genius scientist Ye Feng. This development plan encompassed all aspects of the technology field, with the most representative being the promotion of civilian prosthetics technology and mechanical organ technology. Of course, it also included communications technology, 6G, new energy technologies, military technology, artificial intelligence, and various other aspects. This undoubtedly provided hope for a rebirth for all disabled individuals in Hua Nation, and it represented a significant technological revolution for others. If successfully implemented, Hua Nation would enter a new high-tech era. In an instant, Hua Nation was abuzz. Just this news had its viewership and comment count breaking new records, even surpassing the attention garnered by Ye Feng's prosthetics technology video and his trip to the United States. Many netizens referred to this hopeful era as the Black Technology era, which illustrates the high level of expectation among the people. As the protagonist, Ye Feng's name once again resonated deeply in people's hearts. Even more alarming was that some individuals sharing the same name as Ye Feng rushed to the police station that day to change their names. They claimed that the name Ye Feng could only exist as one in Hua Nation, demonstrating their admiration for this genius scientist. At the entrance of the National Security Building after Su Shaoquan left, Zhang Jun engaged Ye Feng in a brief conversation. Though it was called a chat, it was essentially a consultation from Zhang Jun, as the primary tasks of the National Security Bureau besides intelligence gathering also include ensuring national security. Hua Nation has been performing well in this regard. Since hearing Zhang Meng mention Ye Feng's remarkable laser gun developed in the United States, Zhang Jun had been keeping it in mind. Due to the unique nature of the National Security Bureau's work, it has historically had the highest mortality rate among institutions, with countless unnamed heroes sacrificing their youthful lives for the nation's interests. Every time he thought of this, Zhang Jun felt great sorrow, as he had long been obsessed with how to enhance the self-preservation capabilities of their national security warriors. Over the years, aside from implementing stricter training, he had not found any other methods, but the emergence of Ye Feng's laser gun gave him hope. If every national security warrior executing a mission or about to go on a mission were equipped with such a powerful weapon, wouldn't that enhance their self-preservation abilities in dangerous situations? He had previously borrowed the laser gun from Zhang Meng to experiment, and a few shots could penetrate a tuck panel with almost no recoil, and it could be used for an entire day on a single charge. Initially, Zhang Jun was hesitant, fearing Ye Feng might disagree, but after Ye Feng heard his words, he agreed, without hesitation, as long as the laboratory was completed. Ye Feng immediately set out to create a custom weapon for the National Security Bureau, which deeply moved Zhang Jun, nearly bringing him to tears. When Ye Feng was about to leave, Zhang Jun personally escorted him to the entrance. "Professor Yi, if you ever need anything from our National Security Bureau, just let me know. Even without orders from above, I can take action." Zhang Jun looked at Ye Feng and spoke earnestly. Ye Feng smiled and nodded, bidding farewell, before turning to hail a taxi. "Is Professor Yi planning to take a taxi?" After seeing Ye Feng leave, Zhang Jun intended to turn back, but noticing Ye Feng standing across the road, apparently waiting for a taxi, he approached to ask. "Yes. Although it's not necessary, it feels a bit inappropriate to run on the road at that speed. Does Professor Yi not have a car?" "I used to have one, but after the funding for research projects decreased, I sold it. I plan to buy another, but haven't had the chance yet. In that case, we happen to have an extra car here. If Professor Yi doesn't mind, you can take it." As he spoke, Zhang Jun pointed to a black Hongqi sedan parked at the entrance of the National Security Agency across the street. Although it was not a world-renowned car in Huawei, the Hongqi sedan held significant symbolic meaning. The Hongqi car is a vehicle independently developed by Huawei, a true product of Huawei manufacturing, which is why almost every government agency in Huawei orders their everyday vehicles from Hongqi Group. The National Security Agency is no exception, but compared to other agencies, the Hongqi sedans used by the National Security Agency are specially customized for this department and are not available for sale on the market. Hongqi Group has been producing special vehicles for the National Security Bureau for several generations, and this Hongqi car is the latest model, which Zhang Jun has only just acquired a few days ago. This might not be good, right? Ye Feng, being a citizen of Huawei, naturally knew about the Hongqi car, which typically ranges in price from 100 to several 100,000 yuan on the market. It is not exactly a luxury car, but this specially customized vehicle costs over 10 million yuan, and besides, it belongs to the state. Zhang Jun seemed to know what Ye Feng was thinking and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, it's just a car. With Professor Ye's status, even if the higher-ups find out, they won't say anything. Just drive with peace of mind." As he spoke, Zhang Jun handed the keys to Ye Feng and turned to leave, leaving no room for Ye Feng to refuse. Driving the Hongqi sedan, Ye Feng headed towards the Tianjia Financial Center in Tianlu City. The Tianjia Financial Center is the economic hub of Tianlu City, housing almost all famous enterprises of Tianlu City, including world-renowned companies. Ye Feng's Tianji Research Company is among them. Initially, Tianji Research was just a studio, but it later developed into a small company, which by rights shouldn't qualify to be in the Tianjia Financial Center. Because the market value of any company here is in the hundreds of billions. In other words, it would be difficult for Ye Feng's Tianji Research to even rent a restroom here. However, now that Ye Feng has the support of the state, he has purchased the most iconic building in the Tianjia Financial Center, the Tianyi Tower, as the headquarters of Tianji Research Group. Of course, this was facilitated by the state. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy one is, it would be impossible to buy an entire building. At the entrance of the Tianjia Financial Center, a large crowd had gathered, with some even setting up makeshift beds. This was all due to the news that broke today, the Spark of Fire Research and Development Plan. After the plan was announced, the state began to implement it with Ye Feng as the main force, meaning that Ye Feng's Tianji Research Group would be the leading entity. The previous Tianji Research had long since collapsed after a woman stole Ye Feng's research achievements, leaving it as nothing more than an empty shell. Moreover, Ye Feng had always been busy, so he hadn't managed it closely. Now that he was establishing Tianji Research Group, talent was an absolute necessity. The higher-ups had directly issued a recruitment notice prompting aspiring and capable individuals from all over Huagua to flock to Tianlu City, and currently the crowd outside was just the local residents of Tianlu City. Many more were still on their way. Even with just the local crowd, the scene was bustling. If everyone arrived, it was uncertain whether this so-called largest financial street in Huagua could accommodate so many people. Don't push. What's wrong with you? What do you mean? Is this your home? Just because you can come here means I can't. Do you even understand the concept of first come, first served? With someone like you dare to come here for an interview? Suddenly, an argument broke out in the crowd over a position, a matter of the interview order. Everyone stop arguing. Look, isn't that the city party secretary arriving? The crowd erupted in surprise. A middle-aged man in a black suit, somewhat balding, approached with a group accompanied by police. After the police arrived, they quickly surged into the crowd, setting up a cordon about 3 meters in front of the building. With such a crowd, it was necessary to have police control at the scene to avoid chaos. City Party Secretary Han Zhu arrived promptly after receiving the notification, and upon seeing the scene before him, he was taken aback. Since Tianji Research Group is in Tianlu City, and this is a matter concerning Tianlu City, it naturally falls to him, the city's top official, to handle it. If this matter is handled well, it will be a significant achievement, potentially allowing him to rise further, so Han Zhu was very attentive. Not only did he come in person, but he also brought the entire leadership team of Tianlu City with him. The higher-ups had mandated that Tianji Research Group must be operational within a week. With the police present and the city party secretary on site, the crowd quickly quieted down, and the originally crowded throngs voluntarily opened a passage. Han Zhu led the city party leadership team and slowly entered, stopping in front of the building, then clearing his throat to address the crowd. Everyone, I am Han Zhu, the city party secretary of Tianlu. I believe you all came here for Tianji Research Group, so please remain calm. As expected of a city party secretary, he took control of the scene immediately upon arrival. I know everyone wants to enter the doors of Tianji Research, but we need to wait a moment. I have only just received notification, and we need to discuss the specific recruitment format before we can decide. Afterwards, we will announce the specific recruitment time. For now, you can disperse. Blocking this area isn't a solution. As time passed, the crowd grew larger, severely impacting traffic in the area. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Han Zhu planned to disperse the crowd first. Secretary, we understand that you need to hold a meeting to discuss this, but there's no need to disperse everyone. Just open the building's doors. Such a large building surely has enough space for us, right? Exactly. I was among the first to arrive here, and I don't want to miss this opportunity to interview. The once quiet crowd began to debate again over this issue. Secretary Han, this method works. Let everyone go up and wait in order. The mayor Wang Tao whispered. Han Zhu certainly knew this was the best solution, but the building had been closed since the state purchased it. He didn't have the key, so how could he open the building? Suddenly, Han Zhu thought of something, quickly took out his phone and made a call. Hello, is this Professor Ye Feng? Yes, this is me. It's like this, I am Han Zhu, the city party secretary of Tianlu. Since the higher-ups had asked Han Zhu to take charge of this matter, they would certainly provide him with Ye Feng's contact number. Han Zhu briefly explained the situation to Ye Feng, indicating that he needed Ye Feng to come and open the building's doors as the keys were naturally in Ye Feng's possession. Ye Feng listened intently to the content of the call while driving. Hearing Han Zhu's somewhat helpless narration, Ye Feng was taken aback, as he himself had not anticipated such a significant response. However, upon hearing Han Zhu suggest that Ye Feng open the doors of the building to allow people in to wait for recruitment, Ye Feng suddenly had an idea. Since the Tianji Research Group was recruiting, it was essential to attract some highly qualified talents who not only needed to possess exceptional skills, but also embody noble character. In the future, the Tianji Research Group would face challenges far beyond those of ordinary enterprises where sufficient funds and technology could ensure smooth development. Ye Feng's Tianji Research Group was destined to be at the pinnacle of the pyramid, and he did not wish to repeat past mistakes where some internal members wavered and betrayed the company for their own interests, leading to irreversible losses. Ye Feng was not one to be bitten by a snake and then become wary of ropes for 10 years. Rather, he learned from his mistakes. For Morong Shui was a glaring lesson. Thinking of this, Ye Feng said, Secretary Han, since our Tianji Research Group is recruiting talents, it is not just about capability. I personally place great emphasis on character. After all, skills can be cultivated, but nature is hard to change. A character is something that is very difficult to alter. Character. Does Professor Yi mean we should first assess their integrity? Exactly. On the other end of the phone, Han Zhu hung up, already having a plan in mind. He also understood what the Tianji Research Group represented and naturally supported Ye Feng's idea. He then conveyed Ye Feng's thoughts to the crowd around him, and everyone nodded in agreement, for Ye Feng was the main character. Everyone, there is an urgent matter that the municipal government needs to handle today, so the recruitment may have to be postponed. Please be patient. What? Why is it postponed? Yeah, we are all here, and now you say it's postponed. This is rather hasty. So many people are waiting. Have you considered our feelings? What Tianji Research Group? It is still held in such high regard. Forget it, I won't apply. The crowd indeed erupted in uproar. After throwing down a remark, Han Zhu led a group of municipal leaders out of the crowd, but did not go far, instead observing the dynamics from the car parked by the roadside. Due to this sudden change, the originally crowded crowd gradually saw some impatient individuals leaving. Inside the car sigh these young people, although their ambitions are high, which is quite normal, but they can't keep their composure over such a minor change. Mayor Wang Tao remarked with a pout. It seems Professor Ye's suggestion is quite good. If we really recruit these people, the Tianji Research Group will be fine, but if something goes wrong, it could be. Han Zhu shook his head as well. In fact, this was Han Zhu's intentional maneuver. There was no urgent matter at the municipal side to deal with unless it was a matter of life and death. Otherwise, what could be more important than this? This was a plan issued personally by the state. Anyone with a calm disposition would take a moment to seriously consider and recognize the issues at hand. However, those who left lacked that patience. Their temperaments were restless, and no matter how capable they were, how far could they go? Thus, they were eliminated at the first hurdle of entering the Tianji Research Group. As time passed, fewer and fewer people left the crowd, and Ye Feng had already arrived at his destination. After parking the car, Ye Feng approached Han Zhu and got into the back seat, where Secretary Han personally opened the door. However, to avoid revealing anything, they did not go out to greet anyone. Only Secretary Han and Mayor Wang Tao were in the car, while the others remained in the vehicle behind. After entering, Secretary Han and Mayor Wang Tao warmly greeted Ye Feng, exchanging a few pleasantries. How is it? After the pleasantries, they naturally began discussing business. The secretary pointed in the direction outside the car window and slowly spoke. Some people have left, the rest are still trickling out. Ye Feng looked out the window contemplating, and after a moment said, let's wait a bit longer. More people should be arriving soon. Both nodded, understanding Ye Feng's intention that some people from elsewhere had likely not yet arrived. Entering the first hurdle of the Tianji Research Group was undoubtedly about assessing the patience of the applicants. During the subsequent time, Ye Feng did not go anywhere, but remained in the car as he had a habit of carrying A4 paper with him. This facilitated his calculations. Our time could not be wasted. The municipal leaders who saw Su by guarding the area naturally felt it inappropriate to leave except during lunch hours, when they bought boxed meals nearby. At other times, they remained in the car, occasionally greeting Ye Feng to become familiar. Time quickly moved to the evening in front of the Tianji building. Although some came and others left, the crowd still surged, not lacking in individuals with excellent patience. Professor Yi, I think it's about time. Shall we proceed to the next step? Mayor Wang Tao said. Ye Feng finally shifted his attention from the dense formulas, glancing outside where the sky was growing dark, and saw that it was already 7 p.m. Let's go back. Back. The secretary also said. Since these people have decided to stay, they won't easily change their minds. Let's come back tomorrow. Ye Feng replied calmly. By around 9 p.m., the Tianji building gradually returned to a state of quietude as people dispersed. The reason they waited until this time was that Han Zhu had mentioned postponing without specifying until when. At this point, with no movement, it was clear that nothing would happen today. Some people left, while others found nearby hotels to stay. That evening's news reported on the bustling scene at the Tianji building's entrance in Tianlu City, with discussions buzzing across all platforms. Some directly criticized what kind of nonsense the Tianji Research Group was up to, claiming that such treatment of applicants seemed inappropriate, Even if it was led by the state, they should not toy with the applicants. While some criticized, there were also astute netizens who spotted the underlying clues. They suggested that this should be a test set by the Tianji group. After all, for such an important group, it was not unusual to devise unique recruitment methods. The next day, Ye Feng drove to the same location early in the morning, and by the time he arrived, the municipal leaders had already gathered. Having had breakfast prepared, they saw that indeed more people began to arrive at the building entrance to wait, including some who had left the earliest yesterday and had watched the reports. It seems they believe the statements made online, but since this is a test, those who leave first will naturally have no chance. Secretary Han, please trouble the police comrades to check the Skynet surveillance system for those who left before 7 p.m. last night and compile a list for me. The Skynet system in Huagua is the most advanced surveillance system, and here in Tianlu City, the financial center, there are naturally cameras from the Skynet system. Ye Feng's actions served to eliminate the first batch of candidates. Hanju nodded and immediately arranged for the call. Also, please have Mayor Wang check the basic information of the remaining candidates. Those with records of misconduct can be eliminated as well. Wang Tao also nodded and began to make arrangements. Then Ye Feng changed into a tattered outfit looking exactly like a beggar and used a 4D printed simulated chip to transform himself into a beggar before heading towards the Sky Ladder building. It was only 8 in the morning, yet the front of the Sky Ladder building was already bustling like it was yesterday, with everyone dressed in suits. Since they were here for interviews, they naturally had to dress formally. Ye Feng's attire of course stood out, and the moment he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many. Among those gazes were sympathy, disgust, and pity. This is human nature. Ye Feng ignored the strange looks and squeezed into the crowd. However, Ye Feng's actions instantly displeased some people. Hey, where did this beggar come from? Get lost, this isn't a place for you to beg. Hey, can you move a little further away? Your smell is unbearable. Some people went further, feeling that such sharp remarks were insufficient to express their dissatisfaction, and directly pushed Ye Feng to the ground. Damn it, where did this smelly beggar come from? What bad luck. Take him away. After being pushed down, Ye Feng immediately stood up, glaring at those malicious individuals, and shouted, "Why did you attack me? What right do you have to push me? I haven't provoked you. Hey, this smelly beggar has quite the temper. What's with all the questions? A beggar like you shouldn't have any dignity. I just don't like the sight of you, you're a nuisance." Some were about to take action again. There are good and bad people. Some kind-hearted individuals filled with compassion and a sense of justice naturally chose to stand by. They spoke out to stop it. How can you treat him like this? What's wrong with being a beggar? Should beggars be bullied by you? Exactly, don't you have a shred of compassion? If you can't stand it, then just don't look. Why is there a need to resort to violence? These individuals speaking out for justice gathered around and protected Ye Feng, confronting those who opposed. The commotion quickly spread. Some who stood far away watched the drama, while others joined Ye Feng's side, confronting the opposing group. The attitudes towards this matter were clear, exposing human nature at that moment. This was Ye Feng's purpose. He dressed this way to observe the reactions of these candidates. Thus, he could roughly gauge the character of these applicants. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, the police intervened to control the scene, and Ye Feng stepped out of the crowd, heading towards the Sky Ladder building. Upon entering the security line, the crowd immediately quieted down as if the air had been stifled. As Ye Feng walked in, members of the municipal leadership began to appear one after another, with Wang Tao and Hanju holding a stack of documents. They too walked towards Ye Feng. After standing still, Ye Feng opened the loudspeaker and addressed the crowd. "Hello, everyone, my name is Ye Feng." This statement was like a heavy bomb exploding in everyone's ears, and various expressions immediately appeared on people's faces. Some looked as if they had seen a ghost, some were surprised, while others were joyful. I know you all have doubts in your hearts. Now, I will answer each of them. First, thank you all for coming to the Tianji Research Group. The events of yesterday and today are merely a small test by our group. Or rather, this is a unique recruitment method of the Tianji Research Group. The crowd buzzed again. Since you all came for the Tianji Research Group, I believe you should know what kind of group it is and what it represents. I can say without reservation that the Tianji Research Group represents the technological future of Huagua, relating to the core of Huagua's scientific and technological heart. Therefore, just like joining the army, I need to understand each of your basic situations. While Tianji Technology values your abilities, it places even more emphasis on your character. As Ye Feng's speech deepened, the expressions on people's faces also changed, as some felt ashamed, some relieved, and some had quietly slipped away. Now the first round of interviews for you has concluded. Those who passed and those who were eliminated are already clear in everyone's hearts. Next, I would like our municipal secretary to announce the list of those who passed. Those who passed can enter the building for the next part of the interview. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he nodded to Wang Tao, and Hanju handed the loudspeaker to Hanju and went to open the door of the building, entering inside. The recruitment by Tianji Research Group naturally attracted attention from various quarters, with some media having arrived even before Ye Feng, and they were naturally still there. They broadcasted the situation on site live, unexpectedly surpassing the ratings, clicks, and comments of popular TV dramas. Some came with hope, while others left in disappointment. According to statistics later, there were over 200 applicants present today. After Secretary Han Zhu announced the list, only half of those remained. Those who passed entered the Sky Ladder building with expressions of joy and relief. The next step is the skills test. For the Tianji Research Group to achieve better development, it naturally requires a group of outstanding employees and leaders. The subsequent interviews were tailored to the needs of various departments within the group. Of course, this was only the first batch of staff recruited by the Tianji Research Group. Precisely because it is the first batch, Ye Feng paid such close attention. With future developments, more talents will surely be needed. However, only with a group of highly qualified employees can it be ensured that even if those entering Tianji later have some shortcomings, it will not greatly impact the overall development. This is Ye Feng's true purpose. Of course, this does not mean that the remaining individuals will all smoothly enter, as the Tianji group needs to operate quickly. Without a certain level of ability, how could one even consider operating? Fortunately, the first batch of applicants possessed exceptional strength, each having some notoriety in their respective fields. Even among those without fame, merely glancing at their academic qualifications reveals that they are mostly PhD holders or current PhD candidates, as if a graduate degree were unworthy of entering Tianji Research. The subsequent business competency tests were relatively simpler, consisting of 2 rounds, much like traditional corporate interviews. The first round was a written test followed by an interview in the second round. Those who entered the Tianji Tower almost all succeeded in joining Tianji Research with excellent results. They became the first batch of veteran figures. After the recruitment concluded, Ye Feng convened all the employees for a meeting, naturally, to outline the work for Tianji Research Group. Thereafter, everyone immediately dove into their tasks, striving to operationalize Tianji Research Group in the shortest possible time. As for the remaining matters, Ye Feng need not worry excessively. The state had dispatched a leadership team from the municipal committee, knowing that Ye Feng would be occupied with research most of the time, leaving the management and operation of the company to their concern. However, there was one matter that required Ye Feng's attention: the security work of the group. Tianji Research Group would undoubtedly be a target of various interests. Some ill-intentioned individuals might inevitably resort to unsavory actions for profit, thus necessitating robust security for Tianji Research to ensure the safety of group employees and its technologies. In the chairman's office on the top floor of Tianji Tower, Ye Feng sat at his desk, facing a massive LED screen nearly 100 inches in size. On the screen appeared Howard and others, seemingly engaged in a video call. "Esteemed master, what are your orders?" "I am sending you an address. Come here immediately." After hanging up, Ye Feng leaned back in his chair, glanced around the environment, then shook his head and murmured, "It feels like something is missing." Yes, since this is Tianji Research, it must have a sense of technology. I need to find time to renovate it. Half an hour later, Howard arrived at the office with 2 cybernetic soldiers. "Howard, you will be residing here from now on, and you will serve as the security personnel for Tianji Research." Naturally, Howard had no objections, but asked in confusion, "Just the 3 of us?" "Of course not. With such a large building, 3 of you cannot oversee everything. We'll need to find some reliable individuals. How about asking for some personnel to be sent from above?" Howard suggested. However, Ye Feng shook his head. He felt a bit troubled about this matter. To ensure the safety of the entire Tianji Research, ordinary people clearly wouldn't suffice. Unless they were special forces from the military, but as a company, Tianji Research could not have the military send a unit specifically for security. That would be unreasonable. Therefore, the only remaining option was the cybernetic soldiers. Ye Feng roughly estimated that to ensure the safety of Tianji Research, he would need to equip dozens of cybernetic soldiers. Yet at present, there were only a few dozen in Huagua. It was inconceivable that all could be assigned to Tianji as security personnel. Even if the state agreed, those cybernetic soldiers likely wouldn't be willing either. Ye Feng could not fully rely on the state, as the government had its own difficulties. This matter required careful consideration. The news that Tianji Research Group would officially be established in 3 days quickly spread throughout Huagua. Over the next few days, the name Tianji Research Group became the headline news across major media and platforms, with people eagerly anticipating its launch. In Sakura Country, Edo City, in the office of Yamamoto Technology Group, a man and a woman, one old and one young, sat at the desk, captivated by the reports on the LCD television. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to Huagua Daily. I am reporter Lu Junsheng. I believe everyone has been paying attention to Tianji Research Group over the past few days. Like everyone else, I have long been looking forward to Tianji Research Group and the genius scientist Professor Ye Feng. Today we have arrived at Tianlu City, Tianjia Financial Center. Behind me is the renowned Tianji Tower, which has now become the headquarters of Tianji Research Group. Tianji Research Group will officially be established in 3 days and will promote several items of black technology. Whether these include the much-anticipated cybernetic technology remains unknown. Today's special interview aims to clarify this for everyone. Now, dear viewers, please follow my steps as we go inside for an interview. As reporter Liu Junsheng's words fell, the camera immediately turned to focus on the Grand Tianji Tower, where the LED display previously exhibited the name Tianji Tower. It should be noted that advertising on the LED screen of Tianji Tower costs a fortune, and the real estate company that built Tianji Tower profited immensely from it. Currently, Tianji Tower has ceased this business, and the display now reads Tianji Research Group. Upon entering, the journalists were greeted by the lobby of Tianji Research Group, and stepping inside felt akin to entering a spacecraft. "Welcome to Tianji Research, esteemed guest. Good afternoon." An electronic synthesized voice echoed in their ears. It seemed that within these 2 days, Ye Feng had renovated the entire building, resulting in the current overwhelming sense of technology. After momentarily being taken aback, the reporter and photographer, filled with curiosity, continued deeper, spotting some employees of Tianji Research carrying folders and moving hurriedly. Casually grabbing someone, they asked, "Hello, sir, we are reporters from Huahua Daily and would like to ask you a few questions. Which department do you work in at Tianji Research Group?" "I am from the design department." "What does the design department do?" "It mainly involves designing posters and advertisements for our products at Tianji Research." The reporter then asked several more individuals, gaining a rough understanding that Tianji Research Group had a complete internal structure, including human resources, technology, and technical consulting departments, integrating research and development, promotion, sales, and after-sales service. However, when the reporter inquired about the technological products that would be promoted during the ribbon-cutting ceremony in 3 days, everyone avoided the topic or gave vague responses. While this should have disappointed many, on the contrary, it heightened the anticipation surrounding Tianji Research Group. Watching this report, the expressions of the two individuals seated in front of the LCD television varied. The man, who was the old man, looked stern, his eyes filled with a greedy glint, while the woman, the younger one, wore a complex expression. The old man turned off the television and then looked at the woman beside him, saying, "I didn't expect that. Ye Feng is really quite lucky, having survived in the United States, and now he has even established the Tianji Research Group. Miss Mo Rongxue, it seems we need to accelerate our progress." This old man and young woman were naturally Yamamoto Yoji and Mo Rongxue. After the last successful transaction, Mo Rongxue got what she wished for not only selling the prosthetic technology she had stolen from Ye Feng for an exorbitant price. Moreover, she smoothly acquired citizenship in Sakura country, and subsequently, under the enthusiastic invitation of Yamamoto Yoji, she joined Yamamoto Technology Group as a shareholder. After obtaining the technology, Yamamoto Technology Group, with the help of the Sakura country government, gathered the nation's technological resources to begin developing prosthetic warriors. They, once brimming with confidence, did not find the path ahead very smooth. Initially, the number one figure in Sakura country vowed to thoroughly master this technology in the shortest time possible. However, as of today, they had not fully grasped it. Although they successfully transformed a batch of prosthetic technologies, most were only semi-finished products. In terms of speed and strength, they were much weaker compared to those modified by Ye Feng or the batch modified by Huahua. Only about 30 successful prosthetic warriors were produced, which frustrated Sakura country and made Yamamoto Yoji even more distressed. They had invested so much, be it manpower, resources, or finances, yet received no corresponding returns. In fact, this was not their fault. The main issue was that the prosthetic technology Mo Rongxue had stolen from Ye Feng was merely the first version of the product before Ye Feng obtained the system. However, reaching this point was not easy. Mo Rongxue stared blankly for a long while, seemingly lost in thought, and did not pay attention to Yamamoto Yoji's words. Miss Mo Rong, Miss Mo Rong." Yamamoto Yoji called out several times before Mo Rongxue finally came to her senses. "Oh, what is it?" Yamamoto-san. "Miss Mo Rong, Ye Feng has now established the Tianji Research Group, and our sources in Huahua have also heard that Ye Feng has made the prosthetic technology civilian-friendly and has developed mechanical organ technology, which is very unfavorable for us." Yamamoto Yoji said, his eyes revealing unmasked greed. Perhaps this is the nature of a businessman. This? Mo Rongxue's expression remained complex as she wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. "Miss Mo Rong, look, we are now in the same boat. Shouldn't we be honest with each other?" Mo Rongxue's expression changed, and she stared intently at Yamamoto Yoji, saying, "Yamamoto-san, your words have hidden meanings. If there is something, please speak directly." Yamamoto Yoji smiled, his tone calm. "Miss Mo Rong, please don't misunderstand. I mean no other intentions. I just want to ask if you are aware of this mechanical organ technology. After all, you spent such a long time with Ye Feng, you should know a bit, right?" As he spoke, Yamamoto Yoji fixed his gaze on Mo Rongshue, as if trying to see through her. Mo Rongshue furrowed her brows. Yamamoto-san, if I truly knew that Ye Feng had this technology, do you think I would hide it from myself? If that were the case, why would I take such great risks to sell the prosthetic technology to you? Yamamoto Yoji listened and pondered for a moment. From his decades of experience, he could tell that Mo Rongshue was much like him, a person with ambition and greed. Such a person always places interests first, and keeping technology without monetizing it means no profit can be generated. From Mo Rongshue's shareholding in Yamamoto Technology through technology, it seems she was overthinking. Haha, Miss Mo Rong, don't be angry, I was just joking. I believe that you won't miss any opportunity to gain the greatest benefit. After realizing this, Yamamoto Yoji burst into hearty laughter. Mo Rongshue's gaze was profound as she stared out the window for a long time before slowly speaking. Ye Feng, you hide so deeply. Did I sell my body and soul just for a piece of prosthetic technology? I feel so unwilling. To others, this would surely make them feel disgusted by Mo Rongshue. However, Yamamoto Yoji admired her greatly and patted Mo Rongshue on the shoulder. Miss Mo Rong, don't feel so unwilling. There's a saying in Hua, nothing is difficult in the world, just afraid of those with heart. As long as we want, we can definitely get what we want. If we can grasp prosthetic technology with some effort, we might also get the mechanical organ technology. Mo Rongshue's eyes lit up. Yamamoto-san, what do you mean? Since the Tianji Research Group has just started, this is a good opportunity for us. If we don't act now and let it spread to others, such a big cake will be hard to share. Mo Rongshue nodded in agreement. Just the prosthetic technology alone, if mastered, would bring benefits enough to entice any country or organization. Now that another mechanical organ technology has emerged under such a huge temptation, if they wait too long, they might not gain anything. On that day, Yamamoto Yoji visited the Sakura country government. After he left, a group of people quietly departed from Sakura country. Subsequently, Mo Rongshue went on to the operating table, and after the surgery, her appearance changed dramatically, becoming even more stunning than before. One must admit that this woman is terrifying. First, to get close to Ye Feng for the prosthetic technology, she sold her body to gain Ye Feng's trust, ultimately succeeding in seizing the technology from him. Today, upon learning that Ye Feng had another mechanical organ technology, she was once again tempted, transforming herself into another person. The purpose is simple. It is certainly aimed at Ye Feng's technology. A massive conspiracy is set to unfold, while Ye Feng remains completely unaware amidst the operations of the municipal leadership. The Tianji Research Group has already entered the right track and commenced operations, with tomorrow marking its founding day. Since it is a research group, there must be research products coming to light. Currently, although Ye Feng has handed over both the prosthetic technology and mechanical organ technology to the state is doing its utmost to master these two technologies, but there is still a long way to go before they can be promoted. Therefore, Ye Feng specially developed several other technologies. Although their technological content is slightly lower than these two, they are sufficient for Ye Feng to make a strong impression with the Tianji Research Group. In the afternoon, Ye Feng received notification that his exclusive laboratory was completed and was invited to check if there were any improvements needed. Ye Feng set off immediately after receiving the news. The laboratory was built in the northern suburbs of Tianlu City, as conducting research involves chemical reactions that could produce pollution, potentially affecting the surrounding people. Moreover, since it was necessary to construct a top-notch laboratory, land within the city was too scarce to meet this requirement. One must admit that the infrastructure capability of Huagua is quite impressive. Within just a week, the laboratory was already completed. Ye Feng got out of the car, and immediately people came to welcome him, most of whom were familiar faces. Little Ye, you've arrived. Hello, Professor Ye. These were indeed Director Su of the National Academy of Sciences and several research personnel who had met Ye Feng before. Director Su, what brings you here? Ye Feng did not expect that personnel from the National Academy of Sciences would come to his laboratory. Haha, since this laboratory is for our genius scientist, who else in all of Huagua has the capability to do this but us? Director Su replied with a smile. It indeed made sense. Only the National Academy of Sciences could complete such a task in such a short time. Director Su led the way, guiding Ye Feng inside while introducing him to the facility. Over here is the materials area. We have already prepared all the necessary materials. If you need anything else, just let me know and I will arrange for someone to bring it right away. This area is for computers equipped with our most powerful computer Tian Swan No. 1, and we've even halted some unimportant calculations to allocate 50% of its computing power to you. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback and a sense of responsibility welled up within him. It is worth noting that the Tian Swan No. 1 computer is one of the most powerful computers in Huagua, and since its inception, it has been tasked with scientific research calculations nationwide. Computers are extensively used in scientific research, even though the Tian Swan computer's computing power is extraordinarily high, capable of reaching 9.3 quadrillion calculations per second. If you are unfamiliar with the term quadrillion, it can be converted to 100 million, which equates to 930 billion calculations per second, with 50% of its capacity allocated for Ye Feng's use. This means that the available computing power is at Ye Feng's disposal, signifying that Huagua has sacrificed resources from other research projects to ensure the success of Ye Feng's experiments. Clearly, Huagua has truly invested all its resources for Ye Feng. Looking at the supercomputer, Ye Feng's expression became serious as he murmured, "I vow to live up to expectations." The entire laboratory covers an area of approximately 700 acres, comparable to that of a smaller university. Apart from the materials area and the computer area, the laboratory also features experimental areas and supporting facilities matching the standards of the National Academy of Sciences. The equipment inside was configured according to the standard specifications of the National Academy of Sciences. It is known that just one set would cost Huagua half a year's fiscal revenue. Thus, research has always been the most costly endeavor. After spending half an hour touring the laboratory, Ye Feng was very satisfied. The equipment in this laboratory was sufficient for him to conduct many Level 1.0 scientific research projects. Moreover, the personnel in the laboratory were mostly young research talents drawn from various provinces, totaling over 100. However, this was still not enough. This number could only guarantee the laboratory's daily operations. Ye Feng asked Director Su if more people could be allocated, but the answer was no. Although Huagua has a large population, it has always lacked high-end scientific talents. It's not that there is a shortage. In fact, Huagua boasts the world's largest research team. However, many of those so-called research talents have opted to work for other countries, as Huagua's offerings are indeed less competitive compared to those nations. After all, with Huagua being such a vast country, the resources available to retain scientific and technological talents are limited. This issue would need Ye Feng to solve on his own. However, he was not troubled by it at the moment, and instead led Director Su and the others to the computer area. On the way, Director Su excitedly asked, "Little Ye, are you in such a hurry? Because there is another project needing computational verification." Seeing Director Zu's curious and expectant expression, Ye Feng forced a smile. "Yes, I can't hide anything from you." "Haha, is it the prosthetic limb technology needing computational verification or the mechanical organ technology?" Director Su would definitely not miss the opportunity to learn from Ye Feng. For him, research was his life. "No, I'm keeping it a mystery for now, but you'll find out soon." Ye Feng smiled mysteriously. "What? Not those?" Director Su was startled, because if Ye Feng said it was not one of those two technologies, then it must be a new technology. How could there already be a new technology needing verification after just those two? He truly did not know how to describe Ye Feng. Thus, he quickened his pace to keep up with Ye Feng. Arriving at the computer area, Ye Feng instructed the staff to open Tian Swan, took out an A4 paper he carried with him, and then pulled out a pen. Sitting quietly at a table, he began to sketch rapidly on the paper and write down numerous complex formulas. From time to time, he would notify the staff to take his drawings and have Tian Swan compute them. Director Su and the other idle staff gathered around, Ye Feng carefully observing his every stroke, and then fell into deep contemplation. At times puzzled, at times enlightened. This first sheet should be some sort of energy structure diagram, and the second sheet is a formula calculation, but this seems even more complex than the NS equation. Director Su muttered to himself. Half an hour later, Ye Feng summarized all the drawings, formulas, and calculation results onto a single sheet of paper. Everyone looked at the diagram Ye Feng had just completed with incredulity. Director Su exclaimed, "This is a data model diagram." Ye Feng nodded. Then voices of confusion arose from the crowd. "What kind of data model diagram is this?" From the calculation results, it seems to be a data model of some sort of energy, but the formula calculation appears to indicate otherwise. The principles of manufacture, material proportions, and the data verification process seem to suggest it is a battery. Impossible, it cannot be a battery. A battery cannot achieve such a large data storage capacity. One must admit that these individuals were cutting-edge technological talents from Huagua. Although they could not fully grasp the content of this data model, they could still discern some aspects. After all, this stemmed from a 1.0 level technological civilization, so it was normal for them not to understand. Dean Su could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Ye Feng, "Little Ye, what exactly is this thing?" The crowd turned their attention to Ye Feng. Ye Feng smiled slightly and slowly replied, "Actually, what you all said is both right and wrong. This is a data model diagram of a battery, but it doesn't use electricity as an energy source." "What? It doesn't use electricity as an energy source?" This statement left the crowd puzzled. If a battery doesn't use electricity as its energy source, can it still be called a battery? That's right. To be precise, electricity is not a fundamental energy source. At this point, Ye Feng suddenly paused, unsure of how to explain to Dean Su and the others, as some of the concepts came from a level 10 civilization, which they wouldn't understand. Ye Feng decided to avoid those topics and directly explain the functions of the device. After listening, everyone felt their minds go blank, staring at Ye Feng in a daze, because if what Ye Feng said was true, then this thing was truly frightening. Ye Feng named this device the water battery. Its purpose was quite similar to that of an ordinary battery, but its performance was as different as heaven and earth. Is this really possible? Suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed incredulously, clearly not believing that this device could actually be produced. It wasn't that he doubted Ye Feng, but rather that the concept of this water battery was too unbelievable. Putting aside everything else, according to Ye Feng's description, the water battery would overturn traditional batteries. It is well known that any battery will eventually run out of energy. However, this water battery from Ye Feng could last a whole year. Moreover, looking at other batteries, even if they could be used continuously, they still required recharging. But with Ye Feng's device, no charging was necessary, just soaking it in water for a while would suffice. Facing the doubts, Ye Feng was not irritated. After all, research has always been based on practice. No matter how glamorous theoretical data may seem, it ultimately exists only on paper. Only a true product can inspire confidence. If it's real, let's make one and test the data to find out, shall we? Yeah. Following Ye Feng's suggestion, everyone moved to the experimental area where Ye Feng began to create the water battery. The crowd watched intently as he worked, and after several minutes, a regular-sized water battery, equivalent to a size 7, was completed. Next, Ye Feng asked the staff present to test the data on the spot. Shortly after the data came out, and the staff member conducting the test looked at Ye Feng with a changed expression as if gazing upon a deity. Xiao Jin stopped dazing and shared the results with everyone. Xiao Jin, the staff member, composed himself and spoke. First item, battery capacity 1.0 milliamperes. What? Am I dreaming? Did I just imagine that? Everyone's minds short-circuited. It is known that the best batteries in the world today have a capacity of 8.0 milliamperes, roughly the size of a person's palm. A battery with 1.0 milliamperes should be about half a person's size, yet Ye Feng's water battery was only as small as a regular size 7 battery, about the size of a finger. How could something this small possibly have a capacity of 1.0 milliamperes? But that wasn't all. Xiao Jin suppressed his excitement and continued. Second item, the battery's decay efficiency is up to 99. The decay efficiency of a battery refers to its lifespan measured by the energy charging and discharging to observe the loss of battery capacity. This means that the water battery possesses a long lifespan, and with such a large energy release, it can maintain a high decay efficiency. This data once again left everyone astounded. As each data point was read out, the crowd went numb, no longer showing excessive expressions, because each piece of data far surpassed current batteries, and not just by a few times, but by dozens of times. The final data point was the battery's energy reaching an astounding 500 watt-hours, simply incredible. This water battery, it can be said without exaggeration, is revolutionary. If it is promoted, it will surely change the world once again with its scientific technology. The crowd didn't know how long they were in shock before they came to their senses. By the time they did, Ye Feng was already immersed in writing something. Little Ye, this water battery. Ye Feng knew what Dean Su was going to say and directly responded, "Rest assured, I present this so openly, precisely to hand it over to the country. I know that this water battery has great utility in many places, especially in the military industry. This is my improved data model. Oh, please submit it to the country for me. Follow this. There is no technical difficulty, and with your expertise, it can be mass-produced." Dean Su was extremely excited and didn't know what to say, only grinning as he took it. All right. He said all right 3 times in a row. Then he took the sheet Ye Feng had just finished writing and said to the staff beside him, "Let's start producing a batch of these in the lab over the next few days. We need them for tomorrow's establishment ceremony of Tianji Research." However, Dean Su then said, "Little Ye, are you planning to promote the water battery to the public?" Ye Feng nodded. This might not be appropriate." Ye Feng was confident. "I know, which is why I simplified this version of the water battery. The consumer version won't reach the data I just mentioned. It will only be a few times stronger than ordinary batteries. Moreover, I have also written several other versions." Ye Feng was no fool. After tomorrow, he planned to make a big splash with this water battery. At that time, with the performance of the water battery, it would surely become a hot commodity, and this fire wouldn't just be limited to the domestic market. It wouldn't be long before foreign countries would know about it. By then, it would definitely attract the attention of certain national conglomerates. How could such a large market not tempt them? At that point, Ye Feng would only need to sell this simplified version of the water battery to other countries to earn some initial capital, then gradually promote the second version of the simplified water battery. Just like selling phones, Ye Feng would sell the technology to other countries, allowing them to produce and sell it themselves, and then later release a stronger version. Old versions would be phased out and new versions would emerge, leading those countries to buy the second version with most of the profits. To everyone's surprise, Ye Feng possessed not only astonishing talent in scientific research, but also a meticulous approach to political maneuvering akin to a master strategist. After acquiring the water battery technology, Dean Su bid farewell to Ye Feng, eager to report the technology to the higher-ups. With the implementation of the water battery, it is believed that the overall technological strength of Huaguo will elevate to a new level. Ye Feng did not linger much longer, instructing the staff to transport the first batch of simplified water batteries to the Tianji Research Group before tonight. He then drove away. At the Tianjia Financial Center, the Sofitel Hotel was fully booked by a group of well-dressed individuals occupying the 10th floor. Claiming to be tourists visiting Tianlu City, they expected to stay for some time, which made the hotel manager very pleased, personally leading the group upstairs. As the elevator doors opened, the hotel manager cheerfully wiggled his hips, leading the way. "Esteemed guests, this way please. Since you are here for tourism, you must take the time to explore the financial center of Tianlu City. Do you see that over there? The Tianji building is right below it, very close to our hotel," the hotel manager introduced with a smile. The group looked in the direction pointed out by the hotel manager, seeing the towering skyscrapers across the street, but the most striking was undoubtedly the Tianji building, prominently displaying the name of the Tianji Research Group. At the forefront of the crowd sat a middle-aged man with a beard who stood about 1.6 meters tall. However, his commanding presence indicated that he was the leader. His gaze toward the Tianji building was deeply meaningful. "Ladies and gentlemen, your decision to stay at our hotel is indeed a wise one. I trust you are aware of the Tianji Research Group." Seeing the crowd's attention shift toward the Tianji building, the hotel manager noticed a change in their expressions and assumed they were interested in the research group. He smiled and intended to share more about the Tianji Research Group. "Do take a stroll along the financial street at the entrance of the building. If luck is on your side, you might even meet one of our country's genius scientists." However, the crowd quickly redirected their gazes, returning to their normal demeanor, with the middle-aged man stating, "We are merely here to have some fun. Our curiosity about the Tianji Research Group stems from seeing it on television, and we just wanted to take a few more glances." After providing an explanation, he continued, "A total of 15 rooms. Let's arrange them all on this side. It has better lighting." The middle-aged man pointed towards the side closest to the Tianji building, speaking to the manager. After that, he entered one of the rooms, and the others instinctively followed suit. The manager cast a puzzled glance at the now closed door, muttering in confusion. Clearly, their eyes showed interest in the Tianji Research Group, yet they claim otherwise. However, her confusion soon dissipated, as it was none of her business. What they were truly interested in, her priority, was to provide the best service and ensure these guests stayed. After the manager left, the leading middle-aged man reopened the door, but did not exit, merely peeking out into the hallway. After confirming no one was around, he closed the door again, then inspected the entire room with some unknown devices. He then moved to the window, looking at the Tianji building while taking out his phone to make a call. "Hello, sir, we have arrived. What should we do next?" There was silence on the line for a moment, then a voice responded, "Monitor for 24 hours and gather as much relevant intelligence as possible. Report back to me at all times." "Understood." After hanging up, the middle-aged man powered down his phone, removed the SIM card from the slot, destroyed it, and replaced it with a new one. Having completed these tasks, the middle-aged man took out a set of photography equipment from his suitcase, set it up, and began observing the Tianji building. Ye Feng had already arrived at the entrance of the Tianji building, where Howard and 2 other cyborg soldiers were stationed at the security booth within the premises. Upon seeing Ye Feng's car approach, they immediately raised the barrier. As Ye Feng passed the security booth, he stopped the car, rolled down the window, and said to Howard, "We are short-staffed these days, so I appreciate your hard work. Noble master, as the saying goes in Huaguo, a family does not speak of 2 families." Howard replied with a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Indeed, you are making progress, having learned one of our country's proverbs." After parking the car, Ye Feng headed directly into the building, unaware that every move he made was being monitored by the people across the hotel. On the street opposite the building stood a woman, her expression complex, as she watched Ye Feng's silhouette disappear at the entrance. Once inside, a mechanical voice greeted him, "Esteemed master, good afternoon. The indoor temperature is 27 degrees Celsius. Would you like to adjust it? The computer is currently off, or should I turn it on?" The entire building had been integrated with the Hongming Intelligent Operating System, allowing not only Ye Feng, but also any staff of the Tianji Research Group to issue commands to the artificial intelligence. "No need." "Understood, master." "Hongming, no. One, delighted to serve you." Ye Feng made his way to the chairman's exclusive elevator with passing employees greeting him, to which Ye Feng nodded in response. On the 99th floor in the chairman's office, Ye Feng brewed a cup of tea, took out A4 paper, and sat in a black leather chair, diligently beginning his work. Time flew by, night fell, and Ye Feng noticed it was already past 2 a.m. He pressed the button on the desk, and the transparent crystal-like table transformed into a 2-meter-wide bed akin to a transformer. Ye Feng lay down directly and rested. The next day, before the sun had risen, Ye Feng was already at his desk working a common sight for him. When there was nothing to do, he focused on various formulas. It seemed there was nothing else that could capture Ye Feng's interest. Today marked the official establishment of the Tianji Research Group, which naturally meant a press conference and a ribbon-cutting ceremony would be held. Thus, early in the morning, the entire building bustled with activity, preparing for the press conference scheduled for 10 a.m., with the secretary of the Tianlu City Committee personally leading the preparation work. Just after 8 a.m., a large group of reporters surged toward the Tianji building. As time passed, many luxury cars and some rare big shots arrived at the building. Time was rapidly approaching 10 o'clock. Ye Feng tidied himself up before heading downstairs to meet with Han Zhu and others. Although he wasn't particularly fond of such occasions, it was the establishment conference of the Tianji Research Group and a new product launch event. As the chairman of the Tianji Research Group and a genius scientist of Huagua, Ye Feng had no choice but to show up. In the lobby on the first floor, the hostesses greeted the arriving guests with warm smiles. The guests who entered were all astonished by the technological setup of the Tianji Research Group. Almost everyone who came in wore a curious expression as they surveyed their surroundings. Then murmurs of discussion arose, with media outlets excitedly introducing the event. Hello, dear viewers. You are watching XXXX. We are currently at the lobby of the Tianji Research Group, and there are 10 minutes until the meeting begins. Some attendees also expressed their admiration, saying, "No wonder it's the Tianji Research Group. This lobby alone exudes such a sense of technology, truly deserving the title of technological marvel." Indeed, I heard today there will be a new product launch from the Tianji Research Group. I wonder if it will be the artificial intelligence system. At exactly 10 o'clock, the establishment conference and product launch of the Tianji Research Group commenced, and the chatter in the hall abruptly ceased as dignitaries took their seats. The media reporters pointed their cameras at the main podium. Ye Feng sat in the center position of the main podium, flanked by the current executives of the Tianji Research Group and leaders from the city committee. Han Zhu, the secretary of the Tianlu City Committee, personally presided over the event. With a firm voice, he announced, "The establishment conference and product launch of the Tianji Research Group is now beginning." As his words faded, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Next, on behalf of the Tianji Research Group, I would like to thank everyone for coming. First, please allow me to introduce today's distinguished guests. They include Mr. Sheng Jing from Wanda Real Estate Group and Mr. Tian Jie from Dingxing Pharmaceutical Group. These individuals were all renowned conglomerates in Tianlu City and even across Huagua. Mr. Su Yuzi, the director of the National Academy of Sciences. Mr. Su Lao, the leading figure in the national military industry, and Mr. Jean Kunchen, an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. These figures were the leaders in Huagua's technological field. Of course, Zhang Zhang and several important figures from the military districts were also present, but their identities were sensitive and could not be publicly declared. They quietly sat in the guest area, greeting Ye Feng with their eyes. After introducing the guests, the audience erupted in astonishment, and the media immediately directed their cameras towards the stage. Such an extravagant lineup was indeed a rare sight in a century. For merely an establishment conference of a single group to invite so many heavyweights showed how grand the future would be for the Tianji Research Group. The proceedings of the conference continued as planned, and Ye Feng remained quietly seated throughout, saying nothing. Logically, as the head of the Tianji Research Group, Ye Feng should have spoken a few words, but he truly disliked such occasions. Thus, he opted out of speaking. Ye Feng didn't need to say anything, simply sitting there was enough to attract everyone's attention. It wasn't until the final ribbon-cutting ceremony that Ye Feng finally spoke into the microphone. The Tianji Research Group is officially established today. His tone was calm, but just this brief statement sent waves of excitement through the audience and those watching the live broadcast. It was as if they were witnessing the future of Huagua. Next came the highly anticipated new product launch. The staff had already brought up the finished water battery, and then Ye Feng took his place at the podium. The new product launch was still hosted by Han Zhu. As a promotional video for the product played on the large screen, the audience became restless once again. The video presented all the data and powerful features of the water battery that Tianji Research Group was unveiling today to everyone present. My goodness, this is a product that will change the world. Tianji Research Group genius scientist Ye Feng truly lives up to his reputation. The sensational atmosphere lasted for half a minute. When Han Zhu finished the product introduction, the reporters surged towards the podium as if they had seen celestial beings. This was the question and answer session for reporters. Professor Ye Feng, is the water battery another technology from your group? Professor Ye, why didn't your group use prosthetic technology to make the first move? Professor Ye, at what price will your group sell the water battery? The situation Ye Feng feared the most had arrived. Even facing thousands of troops, he would not flinch, but facing this barrage of questions from reporters was another matter. Even Ye Feng felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Han Ju stepped forward at this moment, addressing the reporters directly. Dear reporters, Professor, Ye Feng has important projects to test afterward. I will represent the Tianji Research Group to answer your questions today. Although the reporters were disappointed, they did not press as aggressively as they would with a celebrity, not out of desire, but out of fear. They all understood what Ye Feng represented, and although the Tianji Research Group appeared to be under Ye Feng's leadership, everyone knew that the group had the support of the nation. While they did not know the specifics of the state's stake, it was evident from today's launch that although the Tianji Research Group was publicly Ye Feng's, it was certainly backed by the state behind the scenes. No one dared to oppose the state. Thus, they turned their attention to Han Ju. For the rest of the time, there was little for Ye Feng to do as he excused himself to leave the venue for experimental research. In the Sofitel Hotel at Tianjia Financial Center, a middle-aged man was on the phone with someone. Sir, I have sent you the new product information and the footage of the event from the Tianji Research Group. There was no response from the other end of the line, presumably reviewing the materials sent. However, the middle-aged man did not hang up, patiently waiting. After a while, an exclamation came through the phone. What a water battery! Ye Feng, you continue to surprise me time and again. How many more revolutionary products do you have like this? I am really looking forward to it. After hearing the voice on the phone, the middle-aged man asked, Sir, what should we do next? After watching the Tianji Research Group's launch event, Huagua was once again in an uproar, but this time it was not just Huagua that was excited. In this information age, even the slightest stir could impact the world. In the United States, at the Mill Technology Group, book the earliest flight immediately. Oh, I need to go to Tianlu City, Huagua in person. Arrange a private jet immediately. Fly to Tianlu City, Huagua right now. Upon hearing that the Tianji Research Group had released a technological product called the water battery, numerous foreign tech conglomerates and major financial groups flocked to Huagua. Their purpose was simple: to obtain this technology, or at the very least to secure a regional agency right. Such an epic-making product would soon dominate the global market. Naturally, they hoped to purchase the technology. After all, being an agent and producing it are entirely different concepts. The emergence of a new thing signifies the demise of the old. While the water battery excited many, it also led traditional battery manufacturers to their downfall. The market is indeed ruthless. Nanfu Battery Technology Co., as the leader in traditional batteries in the country, had been thriving in recent years. Suddenly, Ye Feng's water battery appeared out of nowhere, and within just half a day, Nanfu Battery had reached a dead end. With Tianji Research Group's water battery, who would still be willing to use the outdated old batteries? The answer was clear. Within half a day, Nanfu Battery Co. had already received refund orders from all its partners. In the conference room of Nanfu Battery Co., Chairman Lu Chaohui seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Looking at the executives in the conference room, he said, Everyone, I believe you have all heard. The water battery from Tianji Research Group is indeed an impressive product. Faced with such an epic-making product, we are truly powerless. After this meeting, everyone pack your things. There is no longer a reason for Nanfu to continue existing. The others looked at this middle-aged man with complex expressions, wanting to offer comfort, but unsure how to start. After a series of sighs, they all left the conference room, dejectedly, leaving behind only this despairing middle-aged man. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, the phone rang, but Lu Chaohui had no mood to check it. He simply muted his phone and tossed it onto the table. However, after a while, the black screen of the phone lit up again. Lu Chaohui picked up the phone, intending to turn it off, but upon seeing the incoming number, he was puzzled. Such a number could either be an official call from a major corporation or from a government agency in Huagua. In any case, the caller's identity was not simple. At this moment, who else would be calling him? With this question in mind, Lu Chaohui still answered the call. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Lu Dong from Nanfu? A young man's voice came from the phone. Nanfu. After today, there should no longer be a product called Nanfu Battery. Lu Chaohui exclaimed first, then added, Yes, this is I am. May I ask what the matter is? Hello, Lu Dong, I am Ye Feng. Boom. Lu Chaohui stood up from his chair, his tone one of shock. Chairman Ye from Tianji Research Group. He couldn't help but be astonished. Ye Feng held too many titles, each substantial enough to warrant attention. Most importantly, Tianji Research Group had already left Nanfu with no room to retreat. Receiving a call at this moment was indeed surprising. Ye Feng seemed to understand Lu Chaohui's feelings at this moment, and chose to remain silent, waiting for Lu Chaohui to regain his composure. Is there something you need, Chairman Ye? As things stand, Nanfu likely lacks the qualifications to converse with you. After the initial shock, Lu Chaohui resumed a demeanor of despair. Lu Dong, do you really wish for Nanfu to disappear? Lu Chaohui took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. If it were someone else, he might have exploded on the spot. However, facing Ye Feng, he dared not, even though he understood that Ye Feng's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Chairman Ye, you are a genius scientist, the chairman of Tianji Research Group, and hailed as the future of Huaguo's research. Saying such things at this moment might be beneath your dignity. Lu Chaohui endeavored to keep his tone calm, yet the sharpness in his words remained, as he was a seasoned businessman. In truth, Lu Chaohui misunderstood Ye Feng. Ye Feng's words were not meant as sarcasm, nor were they idle remarks. Even when Ye Feng was developing the water battery, he already knew that once released, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to the traditional battery market. Ye Feng was unconcerned about the foreign markets, but he could not stand by and watch the domestic market perish. If the Nanfu Group and other battery companies collapsed, it would adversely affect the entire economy of Huaguo and lead to unemployment, triggering various social issues. Society evolves, as does the economy. With development comes the emergence of new things, and the demise of the old. For it is a survival of the fittest society. However, Ye Feng did not want to see innocent people suffer due to the emergence of new products. Ye Feng launched the water battery with the initial intention of advancing technology and generating development funds for Tianji Research, not to target companies like Nanfu. Lu Dong, please don't be agitated. You may have misunderstood my intentions. What I mean is to merge the Nanfu Group under Tianji Research Group, and I will transfer the water battery technology to your company. What? Lu Chaohui was shocked once more, this time jumping up directly. Merging into Tianji Research Group and transferring the technology to them. Was this not a windfall from the heavens? Although being merged into Tianji Research was not an ordinary corporate acquisition, Tianji Research Group had the shadow of the state behind it, and the level of support indicated a significant stake held by the government. Lu Chaohui, with years of experience in the business world, could see through this underlying insider information. Thus, Nanfu would not only avoid demise, but it would also rise to new heights. Lu Chaohui never imagined such good fortune. Once he calmed down, he asked, "There's no such thing as free lunch in this world. Since Chairman Ye has given me such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you must want something from us. What does Nanfu have that catches your eye?" Indeed, Lu Dong, you are not easily swayed by joy. Ye Feng initially praised him. Then he continued, "I do need Nanfu to do something. Tianji Research Group has only been established for a few days, and we are severely understaffed, and some tasks cannot be accomplished. For instance, the mass production and promotion of the water battery require an industry veteran to lead, and Nanfu is the largest battery group in the country, so your involvement is indeed necessary." After listening to Ye Feng's explanation, Lu Chaohui instantly understood, but he felt this alone might not be enough given the background of Tianji Scientific Research Group. Achieving this wasn't particularly difficult, merely laborious and costly. There must be more to it than this. Lu Chaohui added, "Another point is that I hope Nanfu will take the lead in consolidating all battery groups under the banner of Tianji Scientific Research. In other words, I want to control the nation's battery industry. Furthermore, I dislike the idea of innocent people or companies suffering devastating blows because of the water battery." Hearing this, Lu Chaohui finally grasped the full picture. As the leading battery company in the domestic market, Nanfu's involvement in this matter would be even more effective than direct government intervention. What impressed Lu Chaohui even more was Ye Feng's vision. "I understand. Nanfu Battery is more than willing to join the Tianji Scientific Research Group." Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to today's news. Following this morning's founding conference and new product launch of Tianji Scientific Research Group, the leading domestic battery conglomerate has announced its merger into the group. This powerful alliance promises to propel our nation's battery industry to the forefront of the world in the near future. Let us wait and see. Late at night, on Tianjia Financial Street, over a dozen figures clad in night attire emerged from the Sofitel Hotel, blending seamlessly into the darkness as they made their way toward the Tianji Tower. They moved swiftly, deliberately avoiding areas with surveillance cameras. The city's night was silent. Those who had toiled through the day were now deep in slumber. The Tianji Tower stood dark save for the glowing LED sign. Almost no other lights were visible except for the glow emanating from the security booth. Howard stood at the entrance of the security booth, smoking a cigarette as he surveyed the tranquil darkness around him. Then, speaking into his walkie-talkie, he said, "Number 5, how's your situation?" "All clear." "Number 7, all clear. Stay alert, everyone. Report immediately if anything happens." The entire Tianji Tower was guarded by only 3 cyborg warriors, including Howard. The tower could have hired ordinary security guards for patrols. However, Ye Feng deemed it unnecessary. Anyone daring to covet Tianji Scientific Research would not be deterred by ordinary guards, and their presence might even invite danger. Thus, the task remained solely with Howard and his 2 comrades. The security of Tianji Scientific Research Group was directly tied to its safety, so Howard and his team performed their duties with utmost diligence. Howard quickly finished his cigarette and rose to begin his patrol responsible for the main entrance area. Meanwhile, a group of black-clad figures had stealthily approached, now just a street away from the building's entrance. Form groups of 4. Enter from 3 directions. Grab the item and get out immediately. The leader commanded, and the group split up planning to infiltrate the Tianji Tower from 3 different angles. These dozen individuals were clearly no ordinary people. How else could they have reached the Tianji Tower in mere moments? Head the illustrious Tianji Scientific Research Group, guarded by a single security officer. Isn't that a bit overconfident? The leader, accompanied by 3 others, arrived at the main entrance area, using the greenery as cover to observe the tower. One of them, spotting only Howard, sneered in disdain. Better be cautious. This man is no ordinary opponent. Indeed, he's likely a modified human, just like us. The leader warned and added. Captain, he'll lure him away. All right, be careful. One of the men slowly approached Howard, who had undergone a second modification by Ye Feng, now equipped with mechanical organs. His hearing was nearly on par with Ye Feng's. As Howard patrolled, he detected faint breathing and footsteps behind him. He didn't react immediately, but smirked coldly and continued forward. Suddenly, a gust of wind lashed out. Howard sidestepped and a punch whistled past his ear. The attacker was taken aback. Just as the captain had said, this man was no ordinary. He was a modified human, and his reaction speed indicated a higher level of modification perfection. Who are you? Howard frowned, staring at the black-clad figure. The man did not answer. His mission was to lure Howard away. After his failed strike, he attempted to flee. Trying to run, Howard instantly accelerated to full speed and gave chase. At the same time, the 3 other men hidden in the greenery moved to enter the building. But as they neared the entrance, they sensed a killing intent behind them. 2 reacted swiftly and dodged, but the one who had earlier sneered now lay motionless on the ground, his breath gone. How is this possible? Weren't you? The leader, seeing Howard, the same man who had just chased after their comrade, standing before him, was stunned. Howard kicked the fallen man aside and said calmly, "You mean that guy back there? He was too slow. He's dead now." Despite being modified humans themselves, Howard had eliminated their companion in such a short time. The leader's face grew grim. He realized that none of them were a match for Howard alone. No wonder the group dared to entrust security to just one man. He possessed terrifying strength. But he couldn't fathom why, given they were all modified humans, the gap between them and Howard was so vast. We're all modified humans. Why are you so strong? The leader voiced his confusion. Howard looked at them with disdain, though he didn't know how they had acquired the master's prosthetic technology. It was far inferior to Ye Feng's true prosthetic techniques, especially since he and his comrades had undergone a second round of modifications. I don't know how you got your hands on the master's prosthetic technology, but one thing's for sure. You've barely scratched the surface. With that, Howard attacked directly. Retreat. The leader made a swift decision and turned to flee. But the gap was too great. One of his men was caught by Howard's single hand before he could escape far. Captain, run. The captured black-clad man shouted, and then chose to self-destruct. Howard immediately dodged. A thunderous explosion echoed across the empty square, a flash of light blooming in the night sky. Howard struggled to his feet. The other 2 groups had also engaged with number 5 and number 7, but the situation there was less fortunate for them. Within just a few minutes, 8 black-clad men had been eliminated by the cyborg warriors number 5 and number 7. Hearing the commotion, they rushed toward the main entrance area. Though injured, Howard knew he couldn't let the leader escape and prepared to pursue him. At that moment, a hand stopped him. No need to chase. Ye Feng glanced deeply at the figure that had vanished into the night. I'm fine, just some superficial injuries. Ye Feng carefully examined Howard's body and noticed that some mechanical organs had already ceased functioning. It was evident that Howard had lied. Although Ye Feng was not a doctor, if something were to happen to Howard and the others, he would be the only one capable of treating them. After being modified, cyborgs are still human, but they also become powerful technological weapons. As the inventor of these weapons, Ye Feng was well aware of their physical conditions. Given the magnitude of the recent explosion, a regular person would have been reduced to ashes long ago. What on earth happened? Ye Feng inquired. Only then did Howard recount the events that had just transpired, and Ye Feng instantly became intrigued. Are they also prosthetic warriors? Ye Feng appeared thoughtful. You should rest over there. Later, come to my office. Some of your internal organs need immediate attention, or it will affect your entire body. Howard respectfully nodded in response, and then stood behind Ye Feng. Although that man had chosen to self-destruct, there were still the bodies of 2 others on the ground, and Ye Feng crouched down to examine one of them. After a while, he showed a disappointed expression. You stole my technology, and now you've ended up like this. I overestimated you. Ye Feng had already guessed the identity of the adversary. In this world, aside from Ye Feng himself and the Huan nation that controlled the prosthetic technology, the only other entity capable of such treachery was Mo Rongxue, who had previously resorted to despicable means to steal the technology. When Mo Rongxue intended to sell the prosthetic technology to Sakura country, Ye Feng had been somewhat worried and had sent people to stop it. Although the transaction was eventually completed, Sakura country suffered significant losses. Master. At this moment, No. 5 and No. 7 prosthetic warriors also rushed over, and upon seeing Ye Feng, they immediately bowed respectfully. Ye Feng rose and discovered that No. 5 and No. 7 were completely unscathed, each effortlessly carrying 4 bodies as if they were small chickens. Upon noticing Ye Feng's gaze, No. 2 and No. 5 tossed the 4 bodies onto the ground. Master, these individuals attempted to force their way into the building, and they don't seem to be ordinary people. No. 2 spoke with a tone of confusion, clearly uncertain about the identities of the opponents. They were labeled as cyborgs, but their strength was significantly inferior to theirs. Ye Feng remained silent and conducted his own inspection of these people, discovering that the cyborgs' abilities varied greatly. If categorized by percentage, Howard and the others whom Ye Feng had personally modified were operating at nearly 100% of their prosthetic capabilities. In contrast, the highest among these individuals barely reached 50%, and the batch brought by No. 2 and No. 5 was shockingly only at 30%. No wonder No. 2 and No. 5 were completely unharmed. The individuals on Howard's side were all at 50%, with one having self-destructed. Ye Feng found it difficult to ascertain what these people truly intended. If they planned to send these individuals to steal technology, it would be grossly underestimating him. The strength of these individuals was evidently insufficient. Moreover, based on Ye Feng's speculation, Sakura country would likely fully exploit the technology if they obtained it. Even if they couldn't reach Ye Feng's 100% level, they certainly wouldn't send such low-tier individuals. Sending these people was undoubtedly a waste of resources. Knowing that they were sending cannon fodder, yet still proceeding, it was clear they had other motives, but Ye Feng was momentarily unable to pinpoint what they were. However, one thing Ye Feng could confirm was that if Tianji Research did not improve its security strength soon, it could become dangerous. This gave Ye Feng a bad premonition and increased his hatred for Mo Rongxue. After instructing No. 2 and No. 5 to clean up the aftermath, Ye Feng took Howard back to the office and repaired some of Howard's damaged mechanical organs. Ye Feng then said, "Howard, we must get to the bottom of this matter. In a couple of days, once I have improved security, you and No. 2 and No. 5 will investigate this matter." After a sleepless night, Ye Feng left the group early the next morning and headed to Tianlu City Sports University. Now Tianji Research Group had been targeted, but their security capabilities had not yet been fully established. This put Ye Feng in a passive position. The Huan nation's official side currently only had a few dozen prosthetic warriors, and it was obviously unrealistic to transfer all of them to Tianji Research. Thus, Ye Feng could only seek out a group to personally modify a batch of prosthetic warriors. The modification process was quite painful, and ordinary people would obviously struggle to endure it, affecting the modification results and limiting their strength. In the end, they would become half-finished products, much like those who attacked the Tianji building last night, lacking strength and having short lifespans. After thinking all night, Ye Feng considered a suitable group athletes or high-level sportsmen. Compared to ordinary people, these individuals had undergone years of rigorous training, possessed excellent physical qualities, and most importantly had a clean background and received higher education, ensuring their character was also sound. This was precisely what Ye Feng needed. Therefore, he planned to go to Tianlu City, or even to the renowned Tianlu Sports University in the Huan Nation, and prepare to spend a significant amount of money to recruit some individuals for prosthetic modifications. Ye Feng contacted the principal of the university in advance. Upon hearing Ye Feng's name, the principal immediately agreed, without even inquiring about Ye Feng's intentions. Early in the morning, he personally led the university's leaders to wait at the entrance. Students passing by stopped to watch, curious as to why all the prominent leaders of their school were gathered at the entrance, as if to welcome some important figure. A Hongqi sedan slowly approached, and as Ye Feng stepped out of the car, it caused a stir. The crowd gasped, "My God, I must be seeing things. That's Professor Ye Feng from Tianji Research Group. Yes, that's him. I just watched his live stream yesterday. What is he doing at our sports university? Could it be that Tianji Research Group is here to recruit talents from our university? It's not impossible. Although we are a sports university, we also have economics programs that rank among the best in the country." People were discussing animatedly, and some even rushed over. "Hello, Professor Ye. May I take a photo with you? Professor Ye, are you looking for a female assistant? How about me?" Some were polite, while others rudely pulled out their phones to snap pictures. Ye Feng felt overwhelmed, wishing he hadn't exposed himself so much in the first place. Even if he had disguised himself when becoming famous using a 4D printed chip to change his face would have sufficed. But now it was too late to say anything. Ye Feng's current fame and status truly overshadow all entertainment stars. In such a scene, Ye Feng felt somewhat at a loss, but fortunately a group of school leaders accompanied by security managed to control the surging crowd. Then they personally led Ye Feng into the campus. Inside the principal's office, Yu Miao personally poured tea for Ye Feng, saying, "Professor Yi, having you at our Tianlu Sports University truly brings glory to our institution." "Not at all, I am just an ordinary researcher. It is you all who have elevated me." Although these polite remarks sounded somewhat cliched, they were unavoidable. After the pleasantries were over, Ye Feng took the initiative to explain his purpose. However, he did not mention selecting a group of people for transformation. He simply stated he wanted to see if there were any suitable talents at the university for recruitment into the Tianji research group. It was not that Ye Feng intentionally concealed anything, but rather he felt that some things were better kept unknown for their own good. For the Tianji research group to come to their school for recruitment, as the principal of Tianlu University, he would be more than willing, especially if someone was chosen by the Tianji research group. The reputation of Tianlu University would receive a qualitative boost. In this era, any school directly recruited by a large corporation was one that candidates from various provinces competed to apply to. Yu Miao immediately suggested gathering all the outstanding students from across all disciplines for Ye Feng to select from, but Ye Feng found an excuse to decline. He then mentioned that he hadn't returned to campus for a long time and wanted to take a look and reminisce about his university life. Yu Miao intended to accompany him, but Ye Feng politely declined. After leaving the principal's office, Ye Feng went straight to the restroom. After coming out, he had used a 4D printer to simulate a chip to change his appearance. His previous appearance was too easily recognizable, and Ye Feng did not wish to face the awkward situation he had just encountered at the entrance. As a key national university, Tianlu City Sports University naturally had an impressive campus area, and the school's renovation style was also very cutting-edge with a first-rate campus environment. However, Ye Feng was not really there to experience university life. He directly asked someone for the location of the sports college and then headed there. At the athletics field of Tianlu City Sports University, it was no surprise that many people were already training on the field at this hour. There were runners, high jumpers, long jumpers, and shot putters. The physical fitness of these students was indeed impressive, proving they were well selected. As Ye Feng pondered how to discreetly explain his intentions to these students, he suddenly noticed a large crowd gathered around the 100-meter starting line. Upon approaching, he heard, "I heard a freshman this year is a national champion in the 100 meters, having run a time of 10.9 seconds. Indeed, Su Tian is truly a sprinting talent. He just arrived not long ago and already wants to challenge the previous national champion and record holder senior Wu Xiaokai. Although the newcomer is impressive, senior Wu's best time is exactly 10 seconds. Pressure creates motivation." Such healthy competition was common at the sports university. After hearing this, Ye Feng immediately got an idea and walked towards the 100-meter starting line. At the starting point, the two were wearing athletic competition gear, warming up while chatting. "Senior, I really appreciate you giving me the chance to challenge you." One of the runners, a young man in a red athletic suit, spoke up. He was undoubtedly the freshman mentioned by those just now. "Not at all. You are capable of a time of 10.9 seconds. You deserve to be my opponent. This way, I can feel the pressure." The one beside him in a blue athletic suit was clearly Wu Xiaokai, the record holder, with a time of 10 seconds, speaking with great confidence. "Senior, during this time, I have been practicing my starting technique. My last test was a time of 9.99 seconds, so be careful. Oh, to run 9.99 seconds often." While the two were engaged in their heated discussion, suddenly someone interjected. "Hey, are you two racing 100 meters? I wonder if I can join." However, as soon as this was said, not only did the two on the track freeze, but the onlookers were also taken aback, and upon seeing who spoke, they were stunned. "Classmate, you're not from our sports college, right? Do you even know who these two are? How dare you race against them?" "Hey, classmate, stop joking. This is not funny at all." Ye Feng, however, paid no attention to these comments. "Are you sure you want to race with us? What is your best time?" Wu Xiaokai asked. "I should be able to run under 10 seconds. This statement caused everyone nearby to burst into laughter. "Classmate, get down. Don't disturb us from watching the competition. Exactly, running under 10 seconds, not many can do that nationwide. Do you think you're bold?" Yet Ye Feng remained unfazed. "Can you really run under 10 seconds? Su Tian looked at Ye Feng with a face full of skepticism, since Ye Feng did not seem like someone who could run under 10 seconds. Just looking at Ye Feng's slender physique suggested otherwise, but what puzzled Su Tian was how Ye Feng dared to make such bold claims in front of a large crowd. One is this year's national champion in the 100 meters, and the other is last year's champion. Are you saying neither of them dares to race against an unknown person like me? Seeing their expressions, Ye Feng directly employed a tactic of provocation. For these outstanding young athletes, this was the most effective strategy, as youth often brings arrogance. Sure enough, after hearing Ye Feng's words, the two immediately responded. Haha, not dare. We are just afraid you will embarrass yourself later. Come on, I want to see if you're just trying to attract attention or if you really have the capability. The onlookers murmured, no way. Is this person really not joking? People nowadays really don't know what they're thinking. Seeing the two agree, Ye Feng directly stood on the third track. Aren't you going to warm up? Wu Xiaokai sneered when he saw Ye Feng standing still. I generally don't need to warm up. You don't even have basic sports knowledge yet you claim you can run under 10 seconds. Are you sleepwalking in broad daylight? Forget it, let's just consider this entertainment, it doesn't matter if he's here or not. A few minutes later the two evidently finished warming up and started adjusting the starting blocks, while Ye Feng remained unmoved. Originally they thought Ye Feng's boldness indicated some skill. However, given Ye Feng's current situation, they realized they had overestimated him and felt a bit regretful for agreeing to his challenge. Ready. At the referee's command, the previously noisy scene suddenly fell silent, all eyes glued to the track. Of course, the gazes fixated on the track were naturally concentrated on lanes 1 and 2, with eyes unwilling to blink, fearing they might miss this spectacular contest of dragons and tigers. And Ye Feng was naturally treated as heir. Ready, run. Bang, as the starting gun fired, the two shot forward like arrows released from a bow, their footsteps ringing clear and resounding. Tisk, no wonder they are high-level athletes, who just their explosive start takes us years to master. Indeed. Without talent, it might take years to reach such a level. Senior brother Wu, you look so handsome, go for it, senior brother Wu. Su Tian is the best. The crowd continued to discuss, with some little fans even shouting at the top of their lungs. In the first 30 meters, the two were evenly matched, with only half a body length of difference barely discernible to the naked eye. It was only during the middle of the run, after surpassing 50 meters, that the gap widened slightly, with Su Tian leading by half a body length. Ye Feng had only run just under 30 meters, and the difference became quite apparent as onlookers glanced at him like he was a clown. Wu Xiaotai noticed out of the corner of his eye that he was actually half a body length behind, wanting to speed up, but he had already reached his limit, helplessly watching. In the final 10 meters, Su Tian glanced around and saw no one nearby, believing victory was within reach, and prepared to sprint across the finish line. Just as he lowered his head to make that final push, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past him, and when he looked up, the race was already over. In that first moment, Su Tian looked at the electronic timer beside him, and when he saw the displayed number was 9:66 seconds, he was utterly dumbfounded. To be clear, the world record for the 100 meters is only 9:58 seconds. He was on the verge of breaking a world record. His excitement made Su Tian leap into the air. Subconsciously looking at the complex expression on Wu Xiaokai's face, the pride on his face was unmasked. As for Ye Feng, Su Tian didn't even regard him. However, Wu Xiaotai wore a look of astonishment, followed by a complex mix of emotions. Feeling smug, Su Tian walked over to Wu Xiaotai and said, "Senior brother, don't be discouraged. Oh, we are still young. With hard training, you will surely run faster than me one day." Wu Xiaokai's surprise and complexity were not because he lost to Su Tian, but because he lost to Ye Feng. Even though Su Tian was half a body length ahead of him, it shouldn't have made him feel this way. It was only Ye Feng who hadn't even broken a sweat that was the true source of Wu Xiaokai's expression. So at this moment, Wu Xiaotai looked at Su Tian with a foolish expression and said, "Junior brother, you are indeed better than me, but it's just by half a body length. Look at the time, 9:66 seconds. Do you really think you can run at this level?" This left Su Tian somewhat confused. Oh, was it not him, but Ye Feng? Because just moments ago, Su, by crossing the finish line, had left the crowd in stunned silence. Now, as realization dawned, a thunderous applause erupted along with a chorus of discussions. In my lifetime, I witnessed a person run 9:66 seconds. As an athlete, this is indeed a life without regrets. Hey classmate, did you slap me because you're blind? No need to hit, this is real. Although I also don't want to believe that a man who didn't even warm up could achieve such a level. These voices made Su Tian immediately realize he had misunderstood, and a feeling of plummeting from heaven to hell made him lower his head, unable to look Ye Feng in the eye. Seeing such a scene, Ye Feng smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Wu Xiaotai was the first to approach, scrutinizing Ye Feng closely, and asked curiously, "I have been training in athletics since childhood and have followed any and all sports events, especially the 100-meter race. With such strength, why don't you stand on a higher stage and bring glory to your country? There is no reason if you want to have my strength come to this address tomorrow." This left Wu Xiaotai completely stunned. Ye Feng didn't pay any attention to others, directly handing Wu Xiaotai a small piece of paper, then walked straight towards Su Tian. Su Tian noticed Ye Feng approaching, thinking Ye Feng was coming over to mock him, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He clearly thought too much. When Ye Feng came over, he said the same thing to Su Tian, handed him the same piece of paper, and then left. At this moment, the onlookers cast admiring glances at Ye Feng, and some female classmates even approached him asking for his contact information. Ye Feng directly avoided these female classmates, walking to the shot put area where he saw a classmate who was already done with training. He walked straight over and said to a burly young man, "Classmate, is this your shot put? Let me throw it." A few people were chatting, seemingly discussing some shot put techniques, when suddenly someone interrupted, and they all looked over. Seeing Ye Feng's slender figure, the burly young man joked, "Classmate, with those skinny arms and legs, don't break your hand throwing it. We can't afford that responsibility." "It's fine, oh, just throw it. Be careful. It's just a shot put, take it casually," the other two replied. After getting their consent, Ye Feng entered the circle while they continued discussing, showing no concern for Ye Feng. However, the next moment the group was left dumbfounded as Ye Feng threw the 7-kilogram shot put directly out of the field, smashing into the wall behind the shot put area. It made a loud noise, and a clear dent could be seen on the wall where the shot put hit. "What the hell? Awesome. Is this for real?" After exclaiming in astonishment, they all looked at Ye Feng, only to see him smiling as he walked towards them, leaving a note behind in their stunned gaze. "And a message: if you want to possess my strength, come to this address tomorrow." After saying this, Ye Feng also left. Ye Feng then went to the high jump area, using the same method, leaving behind an address and a message before departing amidst the worshipful gazes of the crowd. Afterwards, Tianlu Sports University's sports department was in an uproar, with some spectators at the track capturing videos on their phones, which spread wildly. A powerhouse has emerged on the track, running 9.66 seconds for the 100 meters, throwing the shot put out of bounds, smashing into the wall, and effortlessly clearing 2.5 meters in the high jump. I heard that after each event he leaves an address and also says that if you want to be strong like him, you should go to that place tomorrow. Is this a sales pitch? I can't shake the feeling that he means well. Impossible. I am Wu Xiaocai, the one who raced him in the 100 meters yesterday. The address he left is Tianji Research Group. How could he not have good intentions? Tianji Research. Professor Ye Feng. Prosthetic Technology. On the forum of Tianlu Sports Academy, people were buzzing with discussions. Knowing that the address left was Tianji Research Group, some astute individuals connected it with Ye Feng and subsequently recalled the sensational prosthetic technology that had stirred up great interest in Huagua. In no time, a new post appeared on the forum. Who is going to Tianji Research tomorrow to find out? Let's form a group. Forming a team to Tianji Research Group. If it really is prosthetic technology, does that mean we could also possess such extraordinary abilities? Having achieved his goal, Ye Feng directly left the campus and drove back to Tianji Research Group. With Ye Feng's commotion, the athletes from Tianlu Sports University were bound to be stirred up. After all, if any group was obsessed with physical strength, it was undoubtedly these athletes. Ye Feng was certain that there would be a considerable number of people coming to Tianji Research Group the next day. He needed to return and prepare while waiting to select a group of talents. After a night of fermentation, the news was limited to Tianlu Sports University because Ye Feng had already arranged everything. Every piece of information related to Ye Feng that came out of Tianlu University was meticulously filtered by the relevant authorities. In just one day, the authorities intercepted over 100,000 pieces of online information, all concerning the videos of Ye Feng at Tianlu University. Those students who posted the videos realized that their clips could not be published online, thus understanding the underlying circumstances. As students of a renowned university in Huagua, they still possessed some political awareness. The next day, Tianji Research Group was indeed bustling with activity, attracting not only a large number of students from the sports academy, but also students from other faculties. Fortunately, the Tianji building had 99 floors, otherwise it would have been impossible to accommodate so many people. Ye Feng's selection targeted athletes, so he subtly dismissed some non-athletic students. Among the female athletes, they were also not within Ye Feng's selection range. Although it caused some dissatisfaction under Ye Feng's explanation, and with each arriving student receiving a small compensation from Tianji Research Group, their discontent was quelled. The transformation process was indeed painful, and those recruited by Ye Feng were undoubtedly to undergo modifications. For the females, it posed numerous inconveniences. Ye Feng then explained his intentions to the remaining individuals and outlined the potential dangers they might encounter in the future, also offering lucrative conditions. He left some time for these individuals to think for themselves and weigh the pros and cons, as this matter must rely entirely on their willingness. Thus, another batch was eliminated, leaving around 50 who were willing to stay and accept modifications or were ambitious. After all, in life there will always be those unwilling to settle for mediocrity, eager to carve out their own paths, and this was the opportunity before them. They were all students from prestigious universities in Huagua, and under Ye Feng's slight guidance, they naturally understood what it meant to join Tianji Research Group and become modified individuals. After 3 days and nights of tireless work, Ye Feng personally oversaw the prosthetic modifications and the installation of mechanical organs for these individuals. From that moment on, these individuals transcended the realm of ordinary people, becoming the second generation of modified warriors under Ye Feng. Subsequent data testing showed that their speed, strength, and defensive abilities were nearly on par with Howard and the others, with a few even surpassing Howard coming close to Ye Feng. What astonished Ye Feng even more was that 2 of them had speed data that left even Ye Feng in awe, achieving a maximum speed of 150 km/h. This puzzled Ye Feng. It was the first time such individuals had appeared, and those 2 were exactly the ones who raced Ye Feng in the 100 meters. It took Ye Feng an entire night to figure this out. It turned out that some abilities prior to modification could be greatly enhanced afterward. Although the probability wasn't 100, it stood at only 10. Su Tian and Wu Xiaocai had originally pushed the speed of ordinary people to their limits, which is why after modification, they experienced significant development in speed, surpassing Ye Feng's 120 km/h. This time Ye Feng had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Moreover, based on this understanding, Ye Feng casually compiled a set of combat data for the modified individuals, essentially categorizing them according to the compatibility of human bodies with prosthetics and mechanical organs. Ye Feng divided them into 5 levels: primary modified individuals with compatibility of 0-20, intermediate modified individuals with compatibility of 20-40, advanced modified individuals with compatibility of 4060, top modified individuals with compatibility of 6080, and finally perfect modified individuals who achieved over 80 compatibility and could be deemed perfect. However, currently, apart from Ye Feng himself, who achieved 100 compatibility with mechanical organs and prosthetics, no one else reached 80. Previously, the highest compatibility was Howard, who reached 70. Now 2 more, Wu Xiaocai and Su Tian, had reached 75. The others mostly range between 60 to 70, qualifying as top modified individuals. The modified individuals through prosthetic technology in Huagua were mostly at 40-60 compatibility, with very few reaching 70, as Huagua had not fully mastered the technology. Moreover, compared to Ye Feng's group of modified individuals, even within the same level, there was still a gap in strength, as Ye Feng's group had already been equipped with mechanical organs, while Huagua had yet to fully grasp prosthetic technology. Therefore, Ye Feng was not in a hurry to hand over the mechanical organs to the state. After this, Tianji Research Group was truly perfected. With such security measures, even if the American military sent troops to intercept Ye Feng, he was confident he could lead everyone to break through the encirclement. It would not be as helpless as it was back then. The following week was uneventful, and Ye Feng returned to the kind of life he had before, spending all day locked in the laboratory working on research. After the previous attack, those staying at the Sofitel Hotel had also become much more subdued, seemingly having noticed the increased presence of people at Tianji Research Group. Until one day, Ye Feng received a phone call, which finally interrupted his monotonous routine. The call was from Lan Ling, saying that she missed Ye Feng and insisted that he must find time to accompany her. Ye Feng initially intended to refuse, but coincidentally, just a few days later was Lan Ling's birthday, making it impossible for him to decline. Ye Feng had come to Huaxiao alone when he was just a teenager, and since then he had rarely attended Lan Ling's birthday. One reason was the great distance, and the other was that he could not return to the family without achieving success. Now that both conditions were met, Ye Feng naturally had no reason to refuse. Since Tianji Scientific Research Group has already set on the right track, there isn't much for me to worry about. I might as well take a trip. In a villa within the Tangbin Ichin Villa district in the capital of Huaxiao, Lan Linger hung up the phone overjoyed because Ye Feng had agreed to return and celebrate her birthday with her. "Our little Linger, what has made you so happy?" At that moment, a fashionable young woman carrying a plate of fruit walked up to Lan Ling and asked with a smile. Lan Ling first took a bite of an apple, then said with delight, "Haha, Sister Qing, can you guess?" The fashionable young woman, called Qinger, thought for a moment before replying, "Your birthday is in 3 days. For you to be this happy, did you receive a favorite birthday gift early?" Lan Linger shook her head. "Guess again." Yang Qing pretended to look troubled, thought for a long while, then wrinkled her nose and said, "Oh, don't keep me in suspense, just tell your sister." Her tone carried a hint of coaxing. Lan Ling smiled triumphantly. "Because my brother promised to celebrate my birthday with me. I haven't had a birthday with him in years." However, the moment Lan Ling uttered the word brother, Yang Qing's eyes lit up, though she concealed it well, and then she put on a look of surprise. "Is it Lan Ling, the young master Lan? For someone as busy as him to make time for you, he must really care for you." At the mention of Lan Ling immediately pouted. "I don't care if he celebrates my birthday. Besides, he can make a fortune in just a few hours. He doesn't have the leisure to spend time with me." Yang Qing put on another puzzled expression. Not young Master Lan Ling. Do you have another brother? I didn't know. In truth, the relationship between Ye Feng and the Lan family had always been protected by the authorities. First, Ye Feng himself did not acknowledge being a member of the Lan family. Second, Ye Feng feared that if certain people with ill intentions found out, they might use the Lan family, especially Lan Ling, to threaten him. Thus, Ye Feng had asked Lan Fenghua not to disclose his relationship with the Lan family to outsiders, and also had the authorities help cover it up. Lan Ling was a simple girl with a pure heart. When asked, she naturally replied, "Yes, I have another brother. In the Lan family, he's the one I'm closest to, and he dotes on me the most." Yang Qing's interest was piqued, and she pressed on. "Then why haven't you mentioned him before?" At this, Lan Ling's expression dimmed, and she sighed helplessly. "Alas." "Don't just sigh. Tell me about him." Yang Qing looked on expectantly. "Hee, Sister Qing, you're still single, aren't you? How about I introduce my brother to you? He's very outstanding, practically the perfect man." At this, Lan Ling suddenly gave Yang Qing a sly smile. "If he's as outstanding as you say, would he still need a girlfriend? I think it's better to forget it. A man so perfect, I feel I'm not worthy of your brother." Yang Qing put on another look of regret. "Not at all. Sister Qing, you're so beautiful. Although my brother is outstanding, with your beauty and my help, you'll definitely win him over." Yang Qing was indeed a rare beauty, with a tall and graceful figure, enchanting and elegant eyes, and especially her sculpted features, as if carved by the hands of a divine artist. "All right, stop joking. Sister doesn't want to fall in love yet. That's because you haven't met my brother. I guarantee you'll be captivated by his charm. I'm truly curious about this brother of yours that little Linger speaks so highly of. What kind of divine being is he?" "Hee, that's a secret for now. You'll find out soon. Let me give you a heads up, my brother arrives this afternoon. Go get yourself all dolled up, and he'll take you to pick him up. Then the boss will have to give me the day off." "Granted, absolutely granted." After saying this, Lan Ling bounced upstairs, presumably to change her clothes. As Lan Fenghua's most beloved daughter, after arriving in Huaxia, he directly bought a cosmetics company for Lan Ling to gain experience. Ever since Ye Feng clearly stated that he had no interest in inheriting the Lan family business, Lan Fenghua had planned to let Lan Ling inherit it. Although Lan Ling had no particular talent for business, Lan Fenghua still decided that if Ye Feng would not inherit the Lan family, then Lan Ling would be the second choice. The reasoning was simple, because Lan Ling had the best relationship with Ye Feng. If Lan Ling inherited the Lan family, then no matter what happened, she could always turn to Ye Feng for help. In this way, it was essentially a means to indirectly tie Ye Feng to the Lan family's ship. So now Lan Fenghua had begun to groom Lan Ling. The company was named Lan's Cosmetics. After its establishment, it recruited talent, and Yang Qing was among the first batch personally hired by Lan Ling. Not only was Yang Qing highly educated and a returnee from overseas, but she was also strikingly beautiful, and her work ability was as breathtaking as her appearance. Shortly after joining the company, she helped Lan Ling close a major project, earning Lan Ling's trust. Gradually, their relationship evolved from superior subordinate to close confidants. However, just after Lan Ling left, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Yang Qing's mouth, and a meaningful expression appeared on her delicate face. At exactly 4 p.m., an airplane descended with a deafening roar, slowly landing at the Capital International Airport. At the airport entrance, two stunning beauties waited patiently, their gazes fixed on the exit, unwilling to miss a single face that emerged. The appearance of two such beautiful women in a public place was bound to attract attention. Wow, to see beauties of this caliber is more thrilling than winning $1 million in the lottery. Yeah, if I could just get close to them, I'd die without regrets. Oh, come off it. Getting close. Haven't you seen the car they're driving? Haven't you seen the brand of clothes they're wearing? Any single item would take us years of hard work to afford. The two women paid no heed to the murmurs around them, focusing all their attention on the airport exit until they spotted a man wearing a mask and a baseball cap walking out. They quickly stepped forward. Over here, brother Ye Feng." Even from a distance, Lan Ling waved excitedly. Ye Feng had already spotted Lan Ling and walked over with a smile. When he heard her shout, he tensed up, but fortunately the airport entrance was noisy with chatter. Ye Feng glanced around warily, and seeing that everything was normal, let out a sigh of relief. Ye Feng quickened his pace, walking in front of Lan Ling, gently patting her on the head and pretending to be angry as he said, "At your age, how can you be so impatient? Are you afraid that nobody will recognize your brother?" This was not just Ye Feng's self-importance, it was because his current fame was indeed well known, and he did not want to encounter a situation like last time. Thus, he specially wore a hat and a mask. Lan Ling knew she had acted impulsively, and looked at Ye Feng with a pitiful expression, saying, "Oh, I was just excited to see you. Nobody knows that the genius scientist of Huagua is right at the airport entrance." As she spoke, Lan Ling playfully stuck out her tongue and naturally linked her arm with Ye Feng's, which left some onlookers astonished. Wow, this guy is so lucky. Who is this man wearing a hat and mask, afraid of being recognized? Could he be that big star? Indeed, it's truly enviable. Ye Feng certainly did not genuinely blame Lan Ling. He just felt compelled to tease his mischievous and adorable younger sister whenever he saw her. It was as if in front of Lan Ling, Ye Feng became a lively and cheerful sunshine boy. What's this? After a few days apart, you're still joking about your brother. How impudent. Ye Feng again pretended to be angry. All right, Linger was wrong. Apologize to your dear genius scientist brother. Apologies aren't just words, though. Okay, you've traveled a long way. My sister has prepared dinner to welcome you. Only then did Ye Feng nod in satisfaction. That's more like it, let's go. As Ye Feng lifted his foot, he noticed a beautiful woman curiously observing him. He had actually seen Yangqing earlier. But since he was busy talking to Lan Ling, he had directly ignored her. Now noticing her, he asked, "Is there something you need?" Yangqing had been focused on Ye Feng, seemingly entranced, so she appeared not to have heard his question. At that moment, Lan Ling covered her mouth and chuckled, then released Ye Feng's arm and walked up to Yangqing asking, "Sister Qing, what are you so captivated by?" "Oh, nothing. Yangqing finally reacted, her face flushing red, her tone slightly unnatural. This was the first time Lan Ling had seen the usually meticulous Yangqing being so shy, and she couldn't help but laugh. Then she leaned close to Yangqing's ear and whispered, "Sister Qing, your face is red. How about it? Am I right? Are you charmed by my brother's charisma?" "No, not at all, you're just talking nonsense." Yangqing hurriedly denied it, but her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng naturally heard their conversation, but continued to pretend he hadn't regarding matters of affection. He did not have that intention for the time being. He actually had quite a fondness for Mo Rongxue previously, but later he was deceived and betrayed, leading Ye Feng to become indifferent towards such matters. Seeing the shy glance from Yangqing, Ye Feng smiled back. "Come, Ye Feng, let me introduce you. This is my good sister and my excellent assistant, the talented and beautiful Ms. Yangqing. Sister Qing, this is my brother. Isn't his name familiar? Yes, I'll let you in on a secret. He's the genius scientist of Huawei, the chairman of Tianji Research Group, Ye Feng, who has been trending online and on TV. My dear brother." As Lan Ling spoke, she unconsciously raised her head high, her face filled with pride, self-satisfaction, and admiration. This made Ye Feng feel a bit awkward. He patted Lan Ling's head, which was tilted back, and said irritably, "There's no need to make such a fuss. I'm just an ordinary researcher." Ye Feng wasn't being humble. He had always held this mindset because he knew that in Huawei, or in the current Blue Star, Ye Feng was indeed considered a genius scientist. This was naturally attributed to his own abilities, but Ye Feng understood that these accomplishments were due to the system. What Ye Feng understood even more was that Blue Star was merely a 0.8-level civilization, a backward civilization plane, and he had merely mastered a 1.0-level civilization. In the vast cosmos, there were planes of 1, 2, 1, 4, and so on with higher levels. Ye Feng had nothing to be proud of. Mr. Yi is being modest nowadays in Huawei, and even in the world, how many people don't know Mr. Yes, name. I'm Yangqing, it's a pleasure to meet you. At this moment, Yangqing immediately transformed from her shy demeanor into an elegant lady and actively extended her hand. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but take another look at the woman before him, then extended his hand, as well, lightly touching Yangqing's hand before retracting it. He said lightly, "Nice to meet you." This left Yangqing feeling somewhat disappointed. "All right, now that the introductions are done, let's go eat. I'm starving." Ye Feng looked at Lan Ling helplessly. "You girl, besides eating, what else can you think of?" Lan Ling playfully pulled Ye Feng towards a red Maserati parked by the roadside. As they walked, she replied, "It's not that Linger is greedy. The food in Huawei is just so diverse and delicious. I only realized after coming to Huawei that what I ate in the United States was nothing compared to this." Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of many men, the red Maserati slowly drove off and disappeared at the airport entrance. In the capital city, at the Jinjian restaurant, a very famous establishment primarily serving Sichuan cuisine, the owner is said to have been a royal chef in the past. In a luxurious private room on the second floor, Ye Feng sat at the main seat with Lan Ling and Yangqing on either side. Looking at the table full of dishes, Ye Feng couldn't help but admonish, "Girl, although the Lan family is wealthy, you still shouldn't waste food like this. Can the three of us finish all this food?" Lan Ling first shot Yangqing a glance, then pretended not to hear. Even before Ye Feng had moved his chopsticks, she had already picked up her chopsticks, skillfully grabbing food and putting it into her mouth. She displayed a look of enjoyment. "Mr. Yi Linger won't waste food. Every time we come here, whatever we don't finish, we take home. Come, Mr. You try the dompa pork here. It's tender and delicious, melting in your mouth with a fine texture and good chew. It's really delicious." Yangqing, receiving Lan Ling's glance, smiled and helped Lan Ling out of the situation, then stood up to serve Ye Feng a piece of the restaurant's signature dish, dompa pork. Looking at the dompa pork that Yangqing had served, Ye Feng said a simple thank you. However, as he observed the action of serving the dish, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, despite being certain that this was the first time he had met Yang Qing. The source of this familiar feeling puzzled Ye Feng, so he could only bury his head in his meal. Lan Ling also took a slice of fish, casting a grateful glance at Yang Qing, and then earnestly began to eat. Compared to the bread and milk from America, the array of delicious dishes on the table was evidently more appetizing to her. With Lan Ling's chatter gone, the atmosphere fell silent. Ye Feng was not one to engage in small talk, especially if it weren't for Yang Qing serving him food. Ye Feng might not have even said thank you. In contrast, Yang Qing, though seemingly engrossed in her meal, had her gaze subtly flicking towards Ye Feng. This small gesture did not escape Ye Feng's keen observation. As for Yang Qing's intentions, he felt not only confused, but also a hint of suspicion. Ye Feng was not the type to be spellbound by a beautiful woman. Despite the tenderness in Yang Qing's gaze, he did not believe it was love at first sight directed at him. However, noticing that Yang Qing had only sneakily glanced at him without any further actions, Ye Feng pretended to remain unfazed. Finally, Yang Qing placed a piece of twice-cooked pork in Ye Feng's bowl, her face displaying a hint of shyness. At that moment, instead of saying thank you, Ye Feng fixed his gaze on Yang Qing, as if trying to see through her, and asked, "Miss Yang, do you have something on your mind?" Caught off guard by Ye Feng's sudden stare, Yang Qing appeared flustered, quickly averting her gaze and avoiding eye contact, her tone reflecting her unease. "No, it's nothing." Lan Ling, who had been savoring her delicious meal, also looked up, grinning at the two. "If there's anything, you can tell me directly." Ye Feng withdrew his gaze, remaining indifferent, but in that instant a flicker of regret passed through Yang Qing's eyes. Unable to watch any longer, Lan Ling glared at Ye Feng. "Humph, Ye Feng, why are you so unromantic? Miss Qing is being so proactive in serving you food, and you." "It's fine, Linger." At that moment, Yang Qing glanced at Lan Ling, signaling her not to worry. Lan Ling could only sigh, "Alas, they'll just focus on my meal." However, her gaze towards Ye Feng seemed to carry a sense of disappointment. The dinner lasted nearly half an hour, and it was clear that both Ye Feng and Yang Qing were not focused on their food, barely eating. After waiting for Lan Ling to finish, she patted her full belly playfully, a satisfied and content expression on her face. At that moment, Ye Feng's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he greeted the two, and then stood up to answer the call outside the private room. As soon as Ye Feng stepped out, Lan Ling leaned closer to Yang Qing and teased, "Now that he's gone, what are you still looking at?" Yang Qing finally withdrew her gaze from the door. "I'll linger, what are you talking about?" "Hee, Miss Qing, don't be shy. Look at you, you were so mesmerized by Ye Feng's figure from behind." "I was not. Don't say nonsense." Yang Qing replied with a flushed face, but it seemed she remembered something, and her expression dimmed again. Lan Ling wasn't foolish, as she knew it had to do with Yang Qing's two attempts to serve food to Ye Feng, which had resulted in his lukewarm attitude. "Miss Qing, don't be discouraged. Ye Feng is just that kind of person, he hardly talks to strangers. Just give it some time." Her words sparked a flicker of hope in Yang Qing's dim eyes, as she looked at Lan Ling earnestly and asked, "Really?" Lan Ling nodded vigorously, fearing she would take too long. "Why would I lie to you, Miss Qing? It's true, I know my brother very well." This assurance completely eased Yang Qing's worries, and she looked towards the door, her eyes seemingly filled with determination. Lan Ling observed everything and continued to tease. "Some people are truly annoying, clearly in love at first sight, yet refuse to admit it. Yes, I have indeed fallen for your brother Ye Feng. How could I not be moved by such an excellent man? From now on, I will be your sister-in-law, and will strengthen our bond." The two then exchanged knowing smiles. The call was from old Su, who, having learned that Ye Feng was in Beijing, eagerly invited him to his home. Though it was called a visit, it was essentially to consult on various matters which Ye Feng was well aware of. However, he had no reluctance in this regard. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. Guiding old Su and his team was undoubtedly beneficial for himself. The development of technology in Huagua and the elevation of Blue Star's civilization level required Ye Feng to cultivate a group of excellent scientific talents. Since dinner was already over and Lan Ling's birthday was still tomorrow, Ye Feng simply agreed. Just after ending the call, before he could even put his phone back in his bag, another call came in. At this time, it was Zhang Jun, the director of the National Security Bureau. Having heard about Ye Feng's presence in Beijing, he wanted to invite him over. This reminded Ye Feng of his promise to Zhang Jun regarding the laser gun. He had been unable to get around to it recently, so he decided to send Zhang Jun to Old Zu's place, where there was a laboratory, allowing Ye Feng to fulfill his previous promise. With that thought, he intended to bid farewell to the two women and head to Old Zu's place. Just as he reached the door and was about to push it open, he overheard the two whispering, "Wait a moment. I'll have Ye Feng accompany us shopping, and then we'll go see a movie. At that time, I'll create an opportunity for you two to be alone, and the rest is up to you." That voice is clearly Lan Ling's. "All right, Linger, could you tell me what Mr. Ye likes? Or should I talk about topics that would interest him?" That was Yang Qing's voice. Their conversation was so quiet that even standing beside them it was hard to catch what they were saying. However, to Ye Feng's mechanical ears their whispers sounded as clear as regular speech. Hearing Yang Qing express interest in him made Ye Feng frown. For some reason Ye Feng felt a nagging sensation that Yang Qing's affection had come too suddenly. If it were just a simple liking he wouldn't mind, but this interest felt purpose-driven. Ye Feng pushed open the door. The two girls had already stopped their conversation and were gazing at him. Ye Feng asked with casual indifference, "Now that you're full, what else do you intend to do?" As expected, Lan Ling rose and came to Ye Feng's side, tugging his hand and acting coquettishly. "Brother, Ye Feng, how about we go shopping and then catch a movie?" Seeing Ye Feng silent, Lan Ling added coaxingly, "You are always so busy and never have time for me. Tomorrow is my birthday. Today and tomorrow you must keep me company or I will ignore you afterwards." Ye Feng naturally understood the tenor of their conversation. He had intended to greet Su Lao and then leave, but it seemed escape would not be possible now. Moreover, Ye Feng felt uneasy about Yang Qing. It was only an intuition lacking concrete evidence, yet the feeling persisted. In any case, they would shop together later, and whatever motive she harbored would sooner or later reveal faint traces. Fine, fine. You're the birthday girl, you decide." Ye Feng replied helplessly. The moment he assented, Lan Ling cast a meaningful look at Yang Qing, conveying, "I've done my part. The rest is up to you." Lan Ling had arranged the match out of a sincere fondness for Yang Qing. It came from the heart. Although they had not known each other long, some people evoke a sense of déjà vu. That sensation can belong to both love and friendship. Ye Feng postponed his appointment with Su Lao and became a chauffeur for the two women, for a renowned genius scientist of Hua country and the figurehead of Tianji Research Group. Driving them about was an oddly humbling experience. The capital's busiest commercial street hung banners, high shops clustered tightly, and a tide of people flowed from dawn to dusk. Wangfujing Street had been christened the capital's premier commercial thoroughfare. Its style, leaning toward modernity and chic elegance, it was the most prosperous shopping avenue in the city. On its eastern flank, Wangfujing linked to the bustling Dongmenmen Commercial Street and the Donghuangqing Market Street, amplifying the district's liveliness. When it came to shopping, Wangfujing was without question the best choice. At any hour this street lacked neither people nor clamor nor splendor. Ye Feng still wore a hat and a mask, silently trailing a few paces behind the two women. Standing amid the throbbing crowd, Ye Feng felt a surge of emotion. It was his first time shopping, his first sight of such a scene. Although he disliked the bustle and felt an urge to leave, seeing Lan Ling bubbling like a little sprite, he could not bring himself to disturb her rare joy. "Brother Ye Feng, I want to eat this," Lan Ling cried, pulling Ye Feng through the food court. "Didn't you just eat?" "No, I'm hungry again." They had been sampling the food court for most of the day, Lan Ling bought a little from nearly every stall. She had been nibbling and savoring for hours, flitting from vendor to vendor, as if unable to resist each new aroma. "Linger, don't just keep eating." At that moment, Lan Ling was at a skewer stall. Ye Feng went to the neighboring milk tea shop to buy a drink, and Yang Qing seized the opportunity to speak to Lan Ling. Midway through her skewer, Lan Ling suddenly realized and blushed, feeling a little embarrassed as she looked at Yang Qing. "Sister Qing, the food is just so delicious. I nearly forgot myself." She finished the skewer in 3 swift bites, then grabbed Yang Qing and ran toward Ye Feng, explaining as she ran, "Sister Qing, later he'll say I'm going into a lingerie shop." Given Ye Feng's temperament, he'll surely wait outside, then you can keep him company. She laughed, "I'm brilliant." Ye Feng was only 10 or so meters away, separated by a few shops. When they first entered the shopping district, Ye Feng had noticed someone trailing them. To probe their purpose, he deliberately went to buy Lan Ling a cup of milk tea. He watched to see where their attention lay. He kept his eyes on Lan Ling's movements and on the several people who appeared to be following them. When Ye Feng came to buy the milk tea, those few did not follow directly. They pretended to be passers-by, drifting back and forth in the general direction where Lan Ling had paused. Are they not after me, but after Lan Ling? Ye Feng wondered. It puzzled him. Why would unknown men fixate on an ordinary girl like Lan Ling? If anyone stood to benefit, it could only be Lan Fenghua, a wealthy father. Could they be trying to use Lan Ling to coerce him? But Ye Feng quickly dismissed the thought. From his observation, those were ordinary people. If they sought him out, it would be out of envy for the technology in his hands. His enemies surely knew how formidable he was. They would never dispatch a handful of ordinary men. Even the lowest-tier augmented soldiers would be incomparably stronger than civilians. While Ye Feng ruminated, Lan Ling and Yang Qing had already drawn near. "Brother Ye Feng, what are you looking at?" Lan Ling saw Ye Feng staring down the arcade, glanced back, and saw nothing, then asked out of curiosity. "Nothing, nothing. It's my first time in a place like this, just looking around." Ye Feng finished the sentence and deliberately shot Yang Qing a sidelong glance. Lan Ling did not think much of it, as she knew Ye Feng had been disabled before and rarely went out. It was natural that his first time here he would want to look about. Before Ye Feng could react, Lan Ling pulled him out of the food court and headed straight for the clothing shops, halting in front of a lingerie boutique. She asked, "Brother Ye Feng, I'm going to buy 2 pieces. Do you want to come in with me?" Ye Feng glanced and immediately looked away and scolded her in a bad-tempered tone. "You brat, go in yourself. He'll wait outside." He then sat on a chair in the entrance rest area. The few tailing them remained nearby, still loitering as if they were ordinary passers-by. Ye Feng kept a close watch on their movements. Lan Ling smiled brightly and gave Yang Qing a wink before slipping into the shop. Yang Qing took a seat nearby and was about to strike up a conversation when Ye Feng spoke first. "How do you and Linger know each other?" Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Ye Feng to initiate conversation, but she quickly composed herself. "I work for Linger's company. I like Linger's temperament, and somehow we became sisters," she answered. Ye Feng was unaware of this. Lan Fenghua surely would not have told him, and he had instructed Lan Ling not to reveal that she now ran a company. Otherwise, with Ye Feng's cleverness, he would have quickly discerned the truth. "Launcher Cosmetics, you don't know it, Mr. Yi." Yang Qing noticed that Ye Feng seemed genuinely unaware of the situation, displaying a look of curiosity. "When did this happen?" "The company was just established not long ago, at the end of last month." Yang Qing responded after thinking for a moment. Calculating the time, it should have been when Ye Feng left the capital. Ye Feng shook his head helplessly. How could he not understand Lan Fenghua's intentions? After all, Lan Fenghua was his biological father. After entering the lingerie store, Lan Ling pretended to be selecting lingerie while secretly observing Ye Feng and Yang Qing's every move. It seemed they were chatting. Moreover, he knew his brother very well. He rarely chatted with strangers. The fact that he was talking to Yang Qing made him chuckle to himself and murmur, "It seems that Sister Qing has a chance." However, she was unaware that Ye Feng's initiative to engage in conversation was merely a test. The timing of Yang Qing's appearance was rather coincidental, and the way she showed interest with ulterior motives along with that familiar feeling made Ye Feng subconsciously suspicious. He felt that Yang Qing's approach to Lan Ling must be for some purpose. Seeing Ye Feng deep in thought, Yang Qing asked again, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I was just asking casually. That being said, Miss Yang truly possesses both talent and beauty," Ye Feng praised while looking at Yang Qing. Yang Qing merely smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yi. I still have a long way to go compared to you." It's certain that although Lan's Beauty was just a newly established company, it was still under Lan Fenghua's name. Becoming the assistant to the president in such a short time without external help certainly demonstrates that Yang Qing is exceptionally capable. Otherwise, even if Lan Ling had a good relationship with her, Lan Fenghua would not agree to let someone like her hold such a position. After all, Lan Fenghua was a businessman. He would only choose to keep those who could bring him benefits. Miss Yang is being modest. By the way, Miss Yang, what do you think of Linger? Yang Qing was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to accept Ye Feng's way of conversing. The leap in topics was quite abrupt. The previous topic was not yet finished, and suddenly they switched to another. However, considering Ye Feng was a genius scientist, she soon felt relieved. After all, geniuses are often eccentric, and it's normal for outstanding individuals to have some peculiar quirks. So she didn't think much of it, and continued to answer Ye Feng's questions. Linger is quite good. She is impeccable in every aspect. Receiving this answer, Ye Feng fell silent for a moment before saying, "Since that's the case, I can rest assured. Linger can sometimes be a bit temperamental like a child, so please be understanding." At this point, Yang Qing realized that Ye Feng had suddenly asked this question for Lan Ling's sake. However, that wasn't the only reason. It was also one of Ye Feng's intentions to test Yang Qing. However, at this moment, Ye Feng could preliminarily judge that Yang Qing's approach to Lan Ling was indeed purposeful, and this purpose likely involved getting closer to himself. Ye Feng abruptly changed the subject. Logically speaking, Yang Qing should have reacted with confusion, further questioning Ye Feng about why he suddenly brought up this topic. Yet Yang Qing followed along with Ye Feng's topic, which demonstrated her strong sense of purpose. Only someone with ulterior motives would comply in a conversation, thus narrowing the distance. After Ye Feng finished asking, he fell silent. Noticing his silence, Yang Qing took the initiative to speak. "I'm a bit curious. What does someone like you, Mr. Yi, usually enjoy doing?" Ye Feng did not respond, but suddenly rushed into the lingerie store because he saw Lan Ling's figure suddenly disappear inside. Inside the lingerie store, a woman dressed like a wealthy lady was selecting clothes under the sales assistant's guidance when she suddenly saw a man hurriedly rush in. Both of them were startled. The wealthy lady saw Ye Feng's shabby appearance wearing a hat and mask and thought he was a robber. However, the sales assistant displayed a bit of professionalism. Although she was startled, she still wore a smile and said to Ye Feng, "Sir, may I help you with anything?" Ye Feng didn't answer, but walked straight in. The wealthy lady, seeing Ye Feng's attitude, cursed at his back. "What's wrong with you? People are asking you something." The sales assistant maintained her smile, but internally felt a wave of disgust towards Ye Feng. After all, a guest is a guest, the customer is king. Others, hearing the wealthy lady shout, turned their attention toward Ye Feng, but he was completely indifferent. In just a few steps, he had already reached the changing room. Then he knocked on the door. "Who's there?" A girl's voice came from inside, but it wasn't Lan Ling's voice. "Sorry, I'm looking for someone." Ye Feng then walked to the next room. This scene made everyone in the store show expressions of disgust. Imagine if you were changing clothes in a fitting room. Suddenly someone knocks on the door, how would you feel? Sales clerk, who is this? A pervert. Hey, you big man, how can you knock on the changing room door? Is that appropriate? Is there anyone in the store to manage this? A few sales clerks approached Ye Feng when he knocked on the next room, but they were stopped. "Sir, what are you doing?" One of the sales assistants immediately blocked Ye Feng and asked. Ye Feng didn't have time to bother with them. If Lan Ling was not changing clothes in the fitting room, something might have happened. Every second wasted could be dangerous. "I'm looking for someone, please step aside. I will compensate for any damages caused to your store afterwards." "Sir, this is not acceptable, you." The sales assistant didn't finish her sentence when Ye Feng already knocked on the next room, which was empty, and then moved on to the next one. The sales assistant wanted to stop him, but in a lingerie store filled with women, they still felt a bit intimidated by Ye Feng. They weren't blind. It was evident that Ye Feng looked anxious, as he was likely genuinely looking for someone. If he were to become displeased in a moment of desperation, one could do anything. Ye Feng finished knocking on all the rooms in a short time, but none of the responses led to Lan Ling's voice. Ye Feng felt a sense of foreboding and grabbed one of the sales assistants, asking, "Where's the young lady you just attended to?" Although Ye Feng was anxious, he didn't lose his composure, and his tone remained gentle. This sales assistant was the one who had attended to Lan Ling when she entered the store, and Ye Feng had noticed her at that time. Was it that young lady with blue eyes, just now? Lan Ling was of mixed heritage. Her mother was a pure-blooded Native American, and her appearance was quite striking, so the sales assistant naturally remembered her. Ye Feng nodded. That young lady said she was just browsing and didn't need any help. She was right here a moment ago. Could she have already left? The sales assistant replied with confusion, clearly unsure of what had happened. "Give me a look at your store's surveillance footage. I'm right at the entrance. If my sister had left, there's no way I wouldn't have noticed." A store like this selling high-end lingerie would certainly have surveillance equipment. Seeing that Ye Feng was genuinely looking for someone, the sales assistant nodded in agreement and led him to the front counter. The other sales assistant smiled and explained to the customers, who due to their good attitude seemed unfazed, and turned back to continue browsing the clothes. Yang Qing remained standing outside in a daze, showing no sign of displeasure at Ye Feng's abrupt departure, as if he were already well acquainted with his temperament. Watching Ye Feng enter the store, he assumed a contemplative expression, then took out his phone with a grim look. "Didn't I tell you not to be so hasty?" The last move must have made Ye Feng suspicious. "You're going to ruin my plans." On the other end of the line, hearing Yang Qing's complaints, the voice was puzzled. "What do you mean? I've already pulled my men back." "Pulled back? So it wasn't you?" Yang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" the voice on the phone asked again. "If I'm not mistaken, Lan Ling might have been taken," Yang Qing replied. "Lan Ling? Ye Feng's sister?" "That's right." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end before the voice spoke again. "It seems someone else has their eyes on Ye Feng. Who could it be?" "Whoever it is, mobilize every resource you have. You must ensure Lan Ling's safety. She can't come to harm now, or all my plans will be for nothing." Yang Qing replied in a low voice. "All right, I understand. They'll send people right away." After hanging up, Yang Qing hurriedly rushed into the store, a look of anxiety on his face. Through the surveillance footage, Ye Feng discovered that the last place Lan Ling had been was the fitting room. He had already knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. That left only one possibility: something had happened to Lan Ling inside the fitting room. However, when Ye Feng opened the door, it was completely empty, with no sign of any disturbance. This made Ye Feng even more bewildered. Could his sister have simply vanished into thin air? Just as he was about to step out, a sudden thought struck him, and he rushed out of the fitting room, colliding with the frantic Yang Qing. Yang Qing stumbled, nearly having an intimate encounter with the floor, but Ye Feng reacted swiftly and grabbed hold of him. This averted a mishap. Ye Feng had suspected Yang Qing's involvement in Lan Ling's disappearance, but Yang Qing's sudden appearance before him left him perplexed. Ye Feng had just confirmed that Yang Qing was using Lan Ling to get close to him. But if the target was him, wouldn't it have been simpler to kidnap Lan Ling and use her as leverage? Could it be that he was overthinking things? Ye Feng held Yang Qing's hand, lost in thought, which made Yang Qing blush slightly. He murmured softly, "Thank you. I'm fine now. Can you let me go?" Only then did Ye Feng realize he was holding the woman's hand. "Ah, sorry. I was just thinking about something." Though he was unsure of this woman's true intentions, now was not the time to dwell on it. Ye Feng replied coldly and dashed out again, noticing that not a single one of the stalkers at the entrance had left. Could it be that it wasn't them? Or are they not from the same group? A million questions raced through Ye Feng's mind. What's going on? Why didn't I see Linger? Yang Qing, fully aware that Lan Ling had likely been kidnapped, still pretended to know nothing, wearing a look of both confusion and anxiety. Ye Feng didn't reply, but instead walked straight toward the few stalkers pacing back and forth in the corridor. Boss, someone's coming our way. One of them leaned against the corridor railing and spoke to the man beside him. The one called Boss was a bald man wearing sunglasses in broad daylight, giving off the vibe of a triad leader. Hearing the call, the bald man finally noticed Ye Feng approaching with an aggressive demeanor. Seeing that Ye Feng was slender, he felt no fear. Leaning against the railing, he replied casually, "What's the rush, kid? I'm not even sure he's coming for us. And even if he is a guy like him, your bro Guang here can take down 3 of him with one hand." Seeing an opportunity to suck up to his boss, the underling was about to speak, but Ye Feng suddenly accelerated. Though he was still meters away, in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Before the two could react, Ye Feng grabbed the bald man by the collar and lifted him up like a chicken, speaking coldly. "You said you could take down 3 of me." As the bald man was lifted, the others quickly surrounded them, ready to make a move. But seeing how effortlessly Ye Feng lifted a man, they all knew he was not someone to be trifled with, and wore expressions of fear. They stopped about 2 meters away from Ye Feng. The bald man looked as if had seen a ghost, but as a seasoned hustler, he had long developed an impenetrable thick skin. Realizing Ye Feng was an opponent he couldn't match, he quickly put on a fawning expression. "Big brother, let's talk this out nice and easy. You must have misheard. I wasn't talking about you, I was talking about my buddy here. Why don't you put me down first?" As he spoke, the bald man shot a meaningful glance at his underling. That underling was quick on the uptake and immediately caught on. He stammered, "Thighs, big brother, my boss was talking about me just now. Someone as heroic and handsome as you." Before he could finish, Ye Feng lifted the bald man and dangled him over the corridor railing. If he fell, he'd be crippled or dead. The bald man screamed for mercy in sheer terror, his voice filled with boundless panic. The underling's words died in his throat. "I don't want to hear your nonsense. If you don't want to fall from here, answer my questions honestly." Under the threat of death, the bald man dared not refuse. "Spare me, big brother. Ask away, ask away." Ye Feng then tossed the bald man to the ground like a piece of trash. After hitting the ground, the bald man let out a pained cry before struggling to his feet with the help of his underling. "Spit it out. Why have you been following us?" "Following you?" The bald man immediately put on a puzzled expression. "Boss, I don't even know you. Why would I follow you?" Seeing Ye Feng remain silent, the bald man added. Ye Feng's face darkened instantly upon hearing the reply, his gaze as sharp as a sword fixed intently on the bald man. His tone was as chilling as the frost of the 9 heavens. "You only have one chance." Stared down by Ye Feng's eyes, not only did the bald man's legs tremble uncontrollably, but even the few lackeys behind him felt a chill down their spines. The bald man could no longer hold himself together. Ignoring his lackey's support, he knelt directly before Ye Feng. "Boss, I swear I truly don't know you, and I really wasn't following you. If I'm lying, may I die a miserable death." The bald man seemed utterly terrified, out of his wits. Ye Feng could naturally tell he didn't appear to be lying, but he was certain that these people had been tailing him. Since it wasn't aimed at him, it must have been solely targeting Lan Ling. But Lan Ling had been living in the United States and had only been in China for a short while. There was no way she could have offended anyone. Ye Feng directly placed his phone's photo in front of the bald man. "Don't know me? Then do you know this person?" This time the bald man's expression shifted again. Although their target wasn't Ye Feng, the photo he presented made it clear the bald man was no fool. He knew that this terrifying man before him was deeply connected to the person they were tailing. Yet facing Ye Feng, he dared not conceal anything. "Boss'll talk, but can you promise me one condition?" Seeing the bald man's fawning demeanor, Ye Feng disinclined to waste words, prepared to lift him again. Startled, the bald man quickly spoke. He'll talk, he'll talk. "It's my boss. My boss ordered us to follow this person and report her whereabouts at all times." "Who is your boss?" Ye Feng pressed further. At the mention of his boss, the bald man seemed to gain a bit of confidence. "The boss of the Southern District, Chun Haoran, brother Ran." "Chun Haoran?" Ye Feng murmured, frowning. He was certain this was the first time he had heard that name. Someone he didn't even know. Why would they kidnap Lan Ling and right under Ye Feng's nose? Yang Qing had been watching everything from behind. Seeing Ye Feng lay hands on the bald man, she showed no surprise at his displayed superhuman strength. As if she had known all along, only after Ye Feng finished questioning did Lan Ling step forward. "Mr. Ye Linger." Ye Feng glanced back at Yang Qing and replied flatly, "She's been kidnapped." "What? How could this happen?" Yang Qing's acting was impeccable, instantly showing a look of anxiety. "Take me to your boss." Ye Feng's tone brooked no argument. The bald man now seemed hesitant. He knew his boss better than anyone. The bald man was just a small-time hustler, while his boss Chen Haoran was a local strongman in the Southern District of the capital. He had a notorious reputation in the southern underworld as a ruthless figure. If he found out that the bald man had led someone to cause him trouble, he would surely skin him alive. But facing Ye Feng, the bald man was equally terrified, caught in a dilemma. What? Unwilling. Ye Feng stared coldly at the bald man. He'll give you 3 seconds. With that, Ye Feng lifted the bald man again, suspending him in midair. He deliberately let go for a moment before catching him. This scared the bald man so much that he wet himself, crying and begging that he would comply. Only then did Ye Feng set him back down, but this time the bald man was too weak in the knees to stand. Ignoring his dazed state, Ye Feng simply lifted him again. The other lackeys followed behind, not daring to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Yang Qing followed as well. Ye Feng carried the bald man toward the parking spot, drawing curious stares and pointing fingers from passers-by. Ye Feng paid no attention, acting as if he hadn't heard a thing, and tossed the bald man into the passenger seat. Just as he was about to get in, he noticed Yang Qing opening the rear door. What are you doing? Linger is mister. Yes, sister, but she's also my good friend. But the place I'm going might be dangerous. Aren't you afraid? Yang Qing didn't hesitate for a moment, shaking her head to indicate she wasn't afraid. This left Ye Feng stunned again. What is this woman really up to? Is she genuinely worried about Linger? Ye Feng had no time to dwell on it. Guided by the bald man, the car sped off toward the southern district, driven by the urgency of the situation. Along the way, Ye Feng ran several red lights, but when the license plate was checked and the owner's identity was revealed to be no ordinary person, the authorities dropped the matter. What would normally take 30 minutes to reach the southern district took Ye Feng only a few minutes. At the Shizi Impression Entertainment Club in the south, a man in a suit was surrounded by a group of gaudily dressed, seductive women. The man was burly, with a prominent scar at the corner of his mouth that looked fierce, clearly a ruthless figure from the underworld. This was the bald man's boss, the top underground figure in the southern district, Chen Haoran, also known as Scar Chen. Chen Haoran was enjoying himself, drinking amidst the flock of seductive women. Perhaps due to the alcohol, after a few cups his hands began to wander. Oh, Brother Chen, you're so naughty. Brother Chen, you're so biased. You only touch sister, not me. Isn't my butt big enough? A smirk curled at the corner of Chen Haoran's mouth. Haha, you little vixen, do you believe I'll take you right here and now? Oh, Brother Chen, come on, I can hardly wait. But just as Chen Haoran's lustful thoughts took hold, the door to the private room suddenly burst open with a loud bang, violently forced in. The seductive women inside screamed in fright. As for Chen Haoran, though startled by the loud noise, having been a ruthless figure in the underworld for years, he regained his composure after a brief moment. He then narrowed his eyes at the doorway. Years of street-smart experience told him someone was here to cause trouble. Without making a sound, he pulled out his phone and sent a message. Although the lighting in the private room was dim and there were many people, about 5 or 6 seductive women, thanks to the perceptive ability of his mechanical eyes, Ye Feng still noticed everything. If he wanted to, he was confident he could subdue Chen Haoran in the blink of an eye at this distance, but he saw no need for it. After all, he was a modified cyborg warrior. Why would he fear these so-called street thugs? Ye Feng was someone who wouldn't even flinch at a fully armed military force. Without any superfluous words, Ye Feng tossed the bald man in front of Chen Haoran. You only have one chance to speak. Chen Haoran, a man who had witnessed many grand spectacles, paid little heed to Ye Feng's words. The other glamorous women in the private room tactfully stepped aside. They knew well that Boss Chun was a formidable figure, and they feared being caught in the crossfire should a conflict erupt. Chen Haoran regarded Ye Feng with intrigue, leisurely lighting a cigar and exhaling a puff of smoke before replying. In the southern district, you are the first to speak to me like this. I don't care who you are or what you want you. Ye Feng, however, had no time for his rambling. With a swift stride, he pinned Chen Haoran onto the sofa. One hand gripped Chen Haoran's throat, silencing him instantly. Chen Haoran struggled desperately, trying to break free from Ye Feng's hold, but no matter how hard he fought, the hand around his neck remained immovable. Panic seized Chen Haoran, for he knew that with a slight increase in pressure, Ye Feng could end his life right there. Just then, a group of burly men, each with a menacing demeanor, burst into the room, witnessing Chen Haoran's throat locked in Ye Feng's grip. Boss! How dare you lay a hand on our boss? Let him go. The foremost men charged at Ye Feng with shouts. Yang Qing, hiding to the side, was flustered. Seeing the men rushing at Ye Feng, she quickly cried out, "Watch out." But Ye Feng had already anticipated this when Chen Haoran reached for his phone. Even if not, a few thugs posed no threat to him. As the burly men closed within 2 steps, Ye Feng hoisted Chen Haoran off the sofa with one hand. Then, wielding Chen Haoran like a weapon, he hurled him at the charging assailants. Like a bowling ball, Chen Haoran smashed into the men, sending them flying backward like broken kites. They only stopped upon crashing into the wall. Chen Haoran, though bruised, was not seriously injured. The shouting thugs, however, fared worse. Some coughed blood on the spot, and one lay unconscious. The remaining thugs stood dumbfounded, as if watching a movie. They stared at Ye Feng in fear, none daring to advance. Chun Haoran, clutching his chest with one hand and bracing his waist with the other, struggled to his feet. His eyes lacked the terror of the others. Instead, he glared at Ye Feng like a maddened beast. Having roamed the underworld since age 12, he had endured being chased with blades. His mental fortitude remained intact. He knew Ye Feng's skill was no ordinary feat, but after ruling as a boss for so long, revered by many, he could not bear the humiliation. Thus he roared at his stunned underlings. "What the hell are you waiting for? Grab your weapons and slash him. He'll cover whatever happens. I've never been bullied like this in my life. Kid, I don't believe that no matter how strong you are barehanded, you can defy the heavens." With that, Chun Haoran drew a dagger from his waist, a constant companion for a man with many enemies. Seeing their boss charge with a blade, the others pulled out their batons. As Chun Haoran had said, though Ye Feng possessed immense strength, he was unarmed, and with their numbers, how could they fear one man? Moreover, with their boss bearing responsibility, the thugs regained their ferocity, brandishing batons as they rushed at Ye Feng. Yet they were met with Ye Feng's merciless fists. In moments, the room echoed with screams and groans. "Oh, my hand. It hurts." All this transpired in a flash. Within a few breaths, the remaining thugs lay sprawled on the floor, their batons scattered. Ye Feng had beaten them until they lacked the strength to even hold their weapons. Having dealt with them, he turned to Chun Haoran, who had halted mid-charge with his dagger. Ye Feng looked at him with amusement. "And now, do you think these ragtag men could harm me?" "Hep." This time Chun Haoran himself panicked, disbelief flooding his eyes. If Ye Feng's earlier grab had seemed unremarkable, now his most trusted and capable fighters had been effortlessly taken down by Ye Feng. Though he was arrogant, prideful, and a fearless tough guy, he was no fool. His arrogance and ruthlessness were built upon those weaker than him. Facing Ye Feng, a man who had effortlessly subdued his elite men, he had every reason to fear. For the first time, Chun Haoran felt that if he didn't clarify matters, he wouldn't even know how he died. So he immediately bowed his head. "Brother, let's sit down and talk this over." Ye Feng dusted off his hands as if he had just disposed of some trash. Then he strode to the sofa. The glamorous women nearby recoiled in fear, scattering away. Ye Feng sat down, staring coldly at Chun Haoran. "My time is limited. You have 1 minute to tell me where my sister Lan Ling is and why you had us followed." Upon hearing the name Lan Ling, Chun Haoran instantly understood. He quickly replied, "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't kidnap your sister. I just took some money to have her watched. That's all I did. I don't know where she is." "Not you." Ye Feng muttered, then asked, "Who hired you to tail us?" "I don't know who it is either. We just take money and do the job." Chun Haoran hastily added. Ye Feng had learned from the bald man that Chun Haoran was likely behind Lan Ling's disappearance. But it turned out that Chun Haoran was merely a hired hand. The mastermind behind this was no simple foe. Ye Feng even suspected that the real culprit had deliberately hired these thugs to tail him as a diversion. "Mister, should we call the police?" Yang Qing said anxiously after hearing this. Ye Feng had considered using official channels to search, but upon learning from the bald man about Chun Haoran, he believed that Lan Ling must have been kidnapped here. Notifying the police would be slower than Ye Feng taking action himself. However, right now Chun Haoran was merely a decoy, and calling the police was also a viable method. After all, finding someone is more effective with many people involved, but the police have a regulation that a person must be missing for 24 hours before a case can be filed. Ye Feng directly called Zhang Jun. Since he needed to utilize official power, the National Security Bureau was clearly the best choice, especially with Zhang Jun, the bureau chief, involved. Mobilizing all the police forces in the capital was not a problem. Ye Feng himself did not plan to sit idly by since he had a lead with Chun Haoran, even if it was just a decoy. Ye Feng believed it was impossible not to uncover any clues. "How did the other party contact you?" Ye Feng asked again. "Online." Chun Haoran was the #1 figure of the underground forces in the South District. Besides running some illicit entertainment venues, he also had a business helping people with various illegal activities. For instance, if a demolition company encountered a stubborn resident, they would pay Chin's group, and he would help them get rid of those residents. Additionally, in a more straightforward manner, if you disliked someone, you could pay them to teach that person a lesson. In short, these dealings were unsavory, but as long as there was money involved, they would do anything except for murder and arson, and their prices were not low. Where there is demand, there is a market. These activities skirt the law, but the profits are quite substantial. Gradually, they developed these activities into a business and even created a WeChat group. Whenever someone had such a need, they would post in the group, and after negotiating a price, they would take action. Chun Haoran added Ye Feng to their WeChat group, and indeed, he saw various similar tasks in the group announcement. One of the tasks was to track Lan Ling and report her whereabouts throughout the day, with the task being posted while Ye Feng was having dinner with Lan Ling and Yang Qing. Seeing this message, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile strangely. Even the #1 figure of the underground forces in the South District felt a chill at Ye Feng's expression. Now I want you to mobilize all your resources. I don't care what methods you use to find the person who posted this task in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, with what you've done, it would be enough for you to spend a lifetime in prison. However, if you fail to find this person, I will make sure you don't even qualify for prison. Chen Haoran's face was filled with bitterness, but he still nodded hurriedly in agreement. Wangfujing Commercial Street was still bustling and lively even at night. At this time, a Maybach slowly drove into Wangfujing Commercial Street and stopped in front of the lingerie store where Lan Ling had disappeared. From time to time, a young man would get out of the car with a beautiful woman heading straight upstairs toward the lingerie store. If Ye Feng were here, he would certainly recognize that this man was his elder brother Lan Ling, with whom he shared little blood relation. At this point, there were hardly any customers in the lingerie store. Only a few sales assistants were cleaning. When they saw someone coming in, the sales assistants were about to inform the customer that the store was closing and to come back tomorrow, but upon seeing Lan Ling, they immediately welcomed him. "You've arrived?" Lan Ling nodded, and the beautiful woman beside him released his hand after entering the store, standing respectfully to the side. "Where is she?" "As per your instructions, she is inside, and she should be asleep by now." Very good. What about my brother?" The sales assistant recounted everything that had happened with Ye Feng in the lingerie store word for word. Only then did Lan Ling's previously stern face reveal a smile of conspiracy. He muttered to himself, "My dear brother, you already have a behemoth like the Tianji Scientific Research Group, which I suppose you find our Lan family's little fortune beneath your notice. Since that's the case, as an older brother, I won't be too polite. Close the door." After Lan Ling finished speaking, several sales assistants got up to close the store door. Then Lan Ling entered the innermost office of the lingerie store alone. The light was still on inside, and Lan Ling's hands and feet were bound with ropes, and her mouth was sealed, preventing her from speaking. When Lan Ling was brought into the office, she had been struggling to break free from her bindings, but after a long while she saw no results. Perhaps exhausted from struggling, she lay on the table and fell into a deep sleep. After Lan Ling entered, he held a folder and walked up to her, gently patting her shoulder. Lan Ling groggily lifted her head, and upon seeing Lan Ling in front of her, she immediately woke up, her eyes filled with confusion, surprise, and anger. Lan Ling was completely unfazed, maintaining a calm expression as he looked at her and slowly spoke. "You don't need to look at me like that, nor should you be surprised. I know that father intends to hand over the Lan family to you because he wants to leverage Ye Feng's influence, but I am unwilling. Yes, it's true that Ye Feng is quite outstanding enough to be admired by anyone, but that is only in his field. In business and the corporate world, even 10 Ye Fengs would not necessarily be my match. I have been learning business knowledge since I was a child, aiming to become a successful businessman like my father and grandfather. Not just like them, but to surpass them. Do you know how long I have worked for this dream? Why should Ye Feng appear and shatter all of this? Now Ye Feng possesses a presence stronger than the Lan family, and I thought father would hand over the Lan family to me since I am the most qualified heir in the entire Lan family. But why? Just to borrow Ye Feng's influence, he gave the entire South family's assets to you. I am unwilling. Do you understand my unwillingness?" Lan Ling seemed to be narrating something, telling a story in a gentle manner. Because Lan Ling's mouth was sealed, otherwise she would have definitely stood up and scolded him, but her eyes already revealed her emotions. Lan Ling remained indifferent, placing the folder on the table in front of her and then unbinding her hands. After gaining her freedom, Lan Ling immediately tore off the tape, sealing her mouth, and let out a furious roar at Lan Ling, only calming down after venting her anger. Lan Ling, facing Lan Ling's reaction, remained completely indifferent, merely casting a glance at her. "Are you done talking?" Seeing Lan Ling fall silent, Lan Ling calmly asked. Lan Ling still glared at Lan Ling in anger. Perhaps because she had shouted too fiercely, her throat felt a bit uncomfortable, so she lowered her voice. "Aren't you afraid that brother Ye Feng or father will find out?" Upon hearing this, Lan Ling suddenly laughed. Looking at Lan Ling, he chuckled. "Lan Ling, oh Lan Ling, do you think a naive child like you has any capability to take over the Lan family? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have done this. In the entire Lan family besides me, who else has the ability to help the Lan family thrive? Even if father finds out, what can he do? At most, he'll give me some trivial punishment. Besides, you are my sister after all. Do I want to do anything too harsh to you? What exactly do you want? Let me go now. Otherwise, when brother Ye Feng comes looking for me, you'll be in big trouble." Not mentioning Ye Feng was fine, but the moment he was brought up, Lan Ling's entire demeanor turned dark. After all, he was the most brilliant star of the Lan family, valued by Lan Fenghua. Barring any accidents, he was destined to take over the Lan family. But now both Lan Fenghua's favor and the Lan family itself had shifted toward Ye Feng. It made him feel as if he had fallen from grace. The key point was that Ye Feng was exceptionally talented, which ignited a deep sense of jealousy within him toward Ye Feng. "Find you?" "Exactly. Given your relationship with Ye Feng, once he realizes you're missing, he'll surely search frantically for you. Just moments ago your brother Ye Feng even came here looking for you. But now it seems he hasn't found you. So what if he's a genius scientist from Huaxia? He's still being played for a fool by me. Lan Ling smirked, triumphantly feeling a great sense of accomplishment at having outsmarted Ye Feng. Indeed, he had arranged for Chun Haoran to release the task. On one hand, it was to keep an eye on Lan Ling and Ye Feng's movements. On the other, he knew clearly that to kidnap Lan Ling, he had to get past Ye Feng first. After parting ways with Ye Feng last time, he had specifically looked into Ye Feng and learned of his prowess. So he had Chun Haoran send people to tail them, knowing that with Ye Feng's abilities, he would inevitably notice. But the bald man's task was only to watch Lan Ling, not to harm her. This way, even if Ye Feng discovered them, he wouldn't act rashly. As for the lingerie store, the bald man had already informed him of Lan Ling's whereabouts. Getting people into a lingerie store was simple for Lan Ling. Though the Lan family wasn't a native force in the capital, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. With enough money, they could even buy the lingerie store, let alone bribe a few salesgirls. This was why Lan Ling had vanished from the lingerie store, without Ye Feng finding any clues. Lan Ling was also clever. After kidnapping Lan Ling, he didn't take her elsewhere, but kept her in the lingerie store. Having found no clues in the lingerie store, Ye Feng naturally suspected the bald man. After interrogating him, he found Chun Haoran, and his attention shifted from the lingerie store to other places. Lan Ling chuckled triumphantly for a while, then placed a folder in front of Lan Ling. "My dear sister, just sign this contract. Once you do, we'll release you immediately." Lan Ling glanced at the contract's contents. Her emotions, which had slightly calmed, instantly flared up again. "Lan Ling, you are utterly despicable." The contract was essentially a share transfer agreement stipulating that after Lan Ling took over the Lan family, she would transfer her shares to Lan Ling without compensation. Lan Ling had long dreamed of controlling the Lan family. Originally, Lan Fenghua had promised to let him take over in a few years and had allocated many resources to him. But ever since the incident in the United States and the Lan family's relocation to the capital after Ye Feng rejected Lan Fenghua gradually redirected some resources toward Lan Ling. Without needing to guess, Lan Ling knew Lan Fenghua's intentions. Since Lan Fenghua was unwilling to give him control, he would take it for himself. Thus, he had planned everything long ago, waiting for the right opportunity to kidnap Lan Ling with the goal of forcing her to sign the contract. Once Lan Ling signed, the contract would be legally binding. Even if she later took over the Lan family, she would only be the nominal head, while all the assets would belong to Lan Ling, reducing her to a mere puppet. Admittedly, Lan Ling had calculated brilliantly. Although Lan Ling was naive and had little interest in the Lan family, her anger stemmed from her regard for family bonds. Previously, Lan Ling had been favored by Lan Fenghua, and Lan Ling had treated her well. After all, she and Lan Ling were sisters, sharing the same Lan family bloodline. Yet for the sake of so-called interests and power, Lan Ling would stoop to such actions. She found it utterly unbearable. "Impossible. I will never sign." Though Lan Ling had no interest in the Lan family, and even felt that aside from Ye Feng, Lan Ling was the best candidate to take over. Her mind had now changed. Someone like Lan Ling, who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, would eventually ruin the entire Lan family if he gained control. She was determined not to let his scheme succeed. As if anticipating her refusal, Lan Ling remained unruffled and calmly retied the ropes he had loosened around Lan Ling. "You? What are you doing? Let me go." Lan Ling struggled desperately. Ignoring her completely, perhaps annoyed by her noise, Lan Ling gagged her mouth. "Don't worry, your brother Ye Feng won't find this place anytime soon. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time to think it over. He'll be back tomorrow. My dear sister." With that, Lan Ling stood up and left the room. Outside the door, the beautiful woman from earlier was already waiting. Seeing him exit, she promptly hooked her arm through his. At that moment, a salesgirl approached and asked respectfully, "Should we use some methods?" "Go ahead, but don't overdo it. Just get her to sign." With that, he left. Meanwhile, on Ye Feng's side, Chun Haoran had exhausted all his connections, dispatching hundreds of his men to find the person who had posted the task in the group. After a whole night, they finally located the man. Chun Haoran personally led the team to capture him and then notified Ye Feng. Ye Feng had never left the club, waiting for Chun Haoran's news. They were in the same private room as before. Chun Haoran dragged a bound man inside, kicked him to the ground, and then put on a fawning expression as he said to Ye Feng, "Mr. Ye, I found the person you asked for. He's the one who posted the task in the group." Ye Feng remained expressionless, merely nodding. He glanced at the middle-aged man lying on the floor, still in his pajamas. Clearly, he had been snatched from his bed by Chun Haoran. Ye Feng merely cast a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze, for the fact that this middle-aged man could be found in such a short time was telling. Clearly, he was also an inconsequential figure. What is this person's background? Chun Haoran, since he was working for Ye Feng, dared not be careless. He did not want to be pressed down by Ye Feng. This middle-aged man did not possess any remarkable status, making it quite simple for Chun Haoran to ascertain his background. Mr. Ye, this man has no identity, he is just an unemployed drifter. Ye Feng furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Noticing this, Chun Haoran cautiously asked, Mr. Ye, is there a problem? Originally, Ye Feng had little hope for the person brought by Chun Haoran, but coincidentally, this man turned out to be an unemployed drifter. Even if he were an ordinary worker or farmer, it would have been better. This made Ye Feng realize the issue. Why would someone seek out an unemployed drifter to issue this task? Was this intentional or an oversight? If it was intentional, why not find someone with a legitimate identity? Even if Ye Feng investigated to this extent, he would not harbor any suspicion. If it was an oversight, then the identity of this middle-aged man warranted further scrutiny. At this moment, the middle-aged man was trembling on the ground, clearly terrified. Ye Feng approached him and helped him up, asking, "Why did you post that task in the VX group?" The man wore a face of nervous fear. He knew the reputation of Chun Haoran the Scarred Blade. Although he was unclear how he had offended this formidable individual, he had heard that those who fell under Chun Haoran's gaze rarely met a good fate. Thinking of this, with a thud, the middle-aged man knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Ye Feng, and Chun Haoran trembling as he pleaded, "Esteemed sirs, I truly do not know how I have offended you. I am just a useless drifter, I beg you to spare me." Chun Haoran kicked him back to the ground, cursing, "What are you pretending for? If you hadn't posted the task in my group, how could I have offended Mr. Ye? Now you claim ignorance. Do you believe I won't ruin you?" After being kicked by Chun Haoran, the middle-aged man fell back, but disregarding his pain, he hurriedly scrambled to his knees and crawled towards Chun Haoran. Chun Ye, I truly do not know." "Don't know? You don't know your own VX." As Chun Haoran spoke, he moved to strike again, but was stopped by Ye Feng. Enough, he really doesn't know. Only then did Chun Haoran cease his actions. "Does anyone know your password for your VX?" Ye Feng asked again, as he could tell that the middle-aged man was not pretending. With his mechanical eyes, Ye Feng could observe more subtle changes in facial expressions than an ordinary person. Since the middle-aged man entered apart from fear and panic, his expression had shown no sign of change. He remained utterly bewildered, as an unemployed drifter with no skills and no wife who would care to know his VX. However, he did not dare to speak up, fearing that if he did not provide the answer, Ye Feng sought Chun Haoran would take action again, leaving him stammering for a long while. "Don't worry, take your time to think. Has anyone used your phone recently?" Seeing the middle-aged man's demeanor, Ye Feng attempted to inquire further. Since he had not shared his password, it was likely that someone else had used his VX to post the task in the group without his knowledge. Sure enough, with Ye Feng's reminder, the man instantly looked as if he had come to a realization, excitedly replying, "I remember now. My neighbor borrowed my phone the other day, as she said she needed to make a call because her phone was broken." "Neighbor?" Ye Feng asked again. The middle-aged man hesitated once more. Chun Haoran was a local in Nanxing, so he was well aware of the situation. Observing the respectful demeanor Chun Haoran displayed towards Ye Feng, he was no fool and could tell that Ye Feng was certainly someone of importance. He was perplexed. His neighbor was merely a recent graduate, a child from a poor family. How could she possibly be connected to these prominent figures? He then said, "But she is just a struggling child. She shouldn't be the person you are looking for." "What kind of person is that, neighbor?" "She is just a recent college graduate working at a lingerie store on Tianfu, Commercial Street." Wang Fujing. A lingerie store. Ye Feng immediately grasped the situation. That lingerie store must have issues, and the neighbor the middle-aged man spoke of must also have problems. Lan Ling could not have vanished from the lingerie store without a trace. He realized he had been led into a trap. Once he understood this, Ye Feng wasted no time and hurriedly exited the private room, heading straight for that lingerie store. "Mr. Ye, wait for me." Yang Qing immediately followed him out. After Ye Feng left, Chun Haoran let out a sigh of relief. He truly feared that if Ye Feng failed to extract any useful information tonight, he would take out his frustrations on him, and that would be unfortunate. That guy finally left. Chun Haoran collapsed onto the sofa. The middle-aged man cautiously asked, Chun Ye, can I leave now?" "Get lost." Chun Haoran impatiently replied, and the middle-aged man immediately jumped to his feet, heading for the exit, when Chun Haoran suddenly called out to him. "If you dare to say a word about today, do you know what the consequences will be, eh?" The man quickly nodded and swore he would not reveal a single word. Although Chun Haoran was a big shot in his own right, he was nothing compared to Ye Feng. However, if news of today's events got out, he could not afford to lose face. At that moment, a little brother suddenly spoke up. "Boss, although you made a fool of yourself today, I think you should let this matter be known." Upon hearing this, Chun Haoran immediately grew displeased. Before he could even get angry, the little brother continued, Boss, let me finish." Chun Haoran suppressed his anger, signaling for the little brother to continue speaking. If he could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would not leave today without suffering. "Boss, did you not find that person just now familiar?" "Familiar?" Chun Haoran was puzzled. With Ye Feng's skills, if he had seen him once, he would surely remember. Seeing Chun Haoran's expression, the little brother handed his phone to him. As Chun Haoran took a look, he instantly sprang up from the sofa. Why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? Clearly this younger brother already knew Ye Feng's identity. Chun Haoran specially warned him for the sake of his own reputation, either because he was unaware of Ye Feng's identity or thought that even if Ye Feng were a person of status, he wouldn't be so terrifying. A genius scientist from Huahua, the spokesperson for the Tianji research group, it would be an extreme honor for anyone to serve Ye Feng in any capacity. This is why Chun Haoran reacted this way. After Lan Ling left, she still wasn't consumed by rage, even though she was bound and had her mouth sealed. Yet she still desperately tried to break free from her restraints. Because she understood Lan Ling's intent, if she didn't escape soon, Lan Ling would use any means necessary to force her to sign, which would lead to the Lan family becoming Lan Ling's private property before long. With Lan Ling's selfish style of doing things, the efforts of 2 generations of the Lan family could be destroyed at his hands. More importantly, Lan Ling sensed Lan Ling's hatred for Ye Feng. If he truly gained control of the Lan family, given Lan Ling's vindictive nature, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Ye Feng, which Lan Ling did not want to see. Lan Ling was merely a fragile woman, and no matter how hard she tried, it would ultimately be futile. Soon after, the very thing Lan Ling feared came to pass. Miss Lan, there's no need to struggle. If you truly wish to leave, all you need to do is sign your name, and I will release you immediately. A mocking female voice tinged with a hint of coldness reached Lan Ling's ears. Lan Ling looked up and realized it was the sales assistant from the lingerie store. How could she be here? After a moment of confusion, Lan Ling quickly understood. It seemed she had long been targeted by Lan Ling, and clearly the people from the lingerie store were all Lan Ling's associates. MHM. Lan Ling could only make muffled sounds since her mouth was sealed. The woman was Wang Xini, the neighbor mentioned by the middle-aged man, who was indeed just an ordinary recent graduate. However, by coincidence, Wang Xini accidentally got to know Lan Ling and learned that Lan Ling was a wealthy heir, so she tried every means to get closer to Lan Ling. The goal was quite simple. Who wouldn't want to soar to great heights? Lan Ling certainly knew that Wang Xini had ulterior motives for approaching her, but it was harmless. Not only did Lan Ling not refuse, but she also gladly agreed. In Lan Ling's eyes, anyone useful to her could be a good friend or even a romantic partner. Wang Xini was an ambitious woman. Her ability to get things done was also remarkable. Such a person was exactly the talent Lan Ling needed, so she utilized this point to keep Wang Xini by her side. The success of this kidnapping of Lan Ling was largely due to Wang Xini's contributions. The task posted on WeChat was also sent from Wang Xini's neighbor's phone. Seeing Lan Ling making muffled sounds as if trying to say something, she removed the seal from Lan Ling's mouth. Aren't you the sales assistant from the store? Lan Ling asked, pretending to be puzzled. In reality, the moment she looked up, she had already guessed Wang Xini's purpose for being here, to force her to sign. As for the methods, although Lan Ling was kind and innocent, that didn't mean she was just a naive sweetheart. On the contrary, Lan Ling was very clever. After realizing she had been kidnapped by Lan Ling, she had already deduced many things. If she continued to refuse, given Lan Ling's character, he would certainly use some special means against her, and Lan Ling had no confidence in enduring that. Thus, if Lan Ling wanted to thwart Lan Ling's conspiracy, the only way was to buy time, while hoping Ye Feng would arrive soon. Wang Xini, seeing Lan Ling's question, didn't rush to pressure her into signing, as Lan Ling had instructed her to avoid using special methods if possible. After all, Lan Ling was his half-sister, and Lan Ling was well aware that nothing could truly happen to her. Otherwise, even if he got what he wanted, it wouldn't last long. He had investigated Ye Feng's influence in Huahua thoroughly. If Ye Feng found out that something had happened to Lan Ling, he would undoubtedly go to any lengths to take revenge, and even if Lan Ling gained control of the Lan family. In a short time, he could not match Ye Feng, and if Ye Feng mobilized all his power for revenge, he wouldn't be able to withstand it, and he might even risk his own safety. Thus, Lan Ling didn't dare to use any special methods against Lan Ling, otherwise he would have come out with the contract in hand as soon as he emerged. He still held a deep-seated fear of Ye Feng. However, if Lan Ling continued to refuse, Lan Ling also advised against using special methods, primarily because he did not want anything serious to happen to Lan Ling. Even if Ye Feng was furious, at most he would only teach Lan Ling a lesson which wouldn't be fundamentally harmful to him. After all, Huahua is a society governed by the rule of law. No matter how extraordinary Ye Feng's status is, he cannot operate above the law. Lan Ling was very aware of this, which is why she instructed Wang Xini to only use special methods as a last resort, emphasizing that it should not be excessive. Miss Lan, there's no need to be surprised. Oh, anything is possible, Wang Xini replied with a smile. Whatever benefits Lan Ling gave you, I can offer you double, as long as you release me. Lan Ling looked at Wang Xini with anticipation. She knew that their Lan family had only recently moved to the capital, and even if the other party was a person of Lan Ling, it was certainly just a matter of interest. So she attempted to use the same method to extricate herself. However, to Lan Ling's disappointment, Wang Xini shook her head. Miss Lan, I know your Lan family is a very large and wealthy family, and generally such families are taken over by the legitimate male heirs. Do you think I would let go of the opportunity to become the matriarch of your Lan family? No, Lan Ling cannot take over the Lan family. If that were the case, why would he go to such lengths to make me sign? Didn't he tell you that abducting me is because our father plans to give this position to me? Lan Ling quickly explained. After hearing her words, Wang Xini looked visibly stunned. Lan Ling indeed hadn't told her much, only promising that if this matter succeeded, she would be given a chance to soar to great heights. Wang Xini picked up the contract and examined it closely. Although it was all in English, her English was decent enough that she could at least grasp the general idea. After reading the contract, Wang Xini fell silent as the content was indeed as Lan Ling had said, which made her hesitate. However, at that moment, Wang Xini's phone suddenly rang, interrupting her thoughts. Looking at the caller ID, it was none other than Lan Ling's call. Taking a glance at Lan Ling, Wang Xini hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to answer the call. Wang Xini did not avoid Lan Ling. Instead, she answered the call right in front of her. Hello. Wang Xini spoke. Has my sister signed? Not yet. If I am not mistaken, you have already seen that contract, Lan Ling suddenly stated. This left Wang Xini unsure of how to respond. After a moment of silence, seeing that there was no reply from the other end, Lan Ling continued. That's right, my father indeed plans to pass our Lan family to my sister. Hearing Lan Ling say this, Wang Xini felt a mix of discomfort, sensing that she was being bullied. Just as she was about to hang up, since it was true what Lan Ling said, and now Lan Ling was in her hands, it wouldn't hurt to try and negotiate some benefits from her. However, the next remark made Wang Xini abandon that thought. If I am not mistaken, you want to directly ask Lan Ling for some benefits, right? That's right. Haha, then you are mistaken. Even if Lan Ling promises you more benefits, you won't get a single cent in the end. To be honest, my Lan family was originally the top consortium in Washington, and my father, Lan Fenghua, is the president of the Washington Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this news, even though Wang Xini had prepared herself, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Do you know why we came to the capital, eh? Because our Lan family produced an extraordinary figure. I believe you must have heard of Ye Feng in Huagua. This was yet another bombshell of information. It made Wang Xini tremble all over with excitement. The genius scientist chairman of the Tianji Research Group, hailed as the future of Huagua technology. As someone with higher education, she understood the significance of such a figure. Ye Feng is from my Lan family. Originally, my father intended to hand over the family to me, but because Ye Feng appeared, Wang Xini could hear the undisguised resentment in Lan Ling's tone. However, my father did not expect that Ye Feng would be even less interested in the Lan family. To elevate the family, he could only indirectly pass it to Lan Ling. Lan Ling explained everything in detail. After listening, Wang Xini's emotions were tumultuous. Now do you still think Lan Ling can give you anything? What can I give you? You are a smart person and an ambitious one. As for how to choose, you know better than I do. After saying this, Lan Ling hung up the phone. Wang Xini put down her phone, and her gaze towards Lan Ling had changed. TSK. I didn't expect you to be Ye Feng's most beloved sister. How wonderful it would be if I had such a good brother. Then I wouldn't have to work so hard just to get something. This sentiment made Lan Ling's heart sink. All right, Miss Lan, let's cut to the chase. You should sign the papers, otherwise I might have to resort to some special measures. This made Lan Ling panic. Just moments ago, she had clearly seen Wang Xini's hesitation, but after one phone call, it was as if she had become a different person. You know that Lan Ling is deceiving you? He can't even take over the Lan family. How could he possibly let you become the mistress of the Lan family? Wang Xini had made up her mind by this point, and naturally would not answer Lan Ling's questions. She knew very well that even if Lan Ling offered sky-high conditions now, in the end, she would gain nothing. Lan Ling was merely an heir, and the Lan family was still under the control of Lan Fenghua. Moreover, with Ye Feng's affection for Lan Ling and his strength, knowing that Lan Ling had promised benefits under such circumstances, how could Wang Xini possibly obtain anything? Besides, even though she was not the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Lan Ling, she had already enraged Lan Fenghua and Ye Feng. At that point, let alone benefits, she would be grateful if she didn't face retaliation from Lan Fenghua and Ye Feng. After Wang Xini decided to kidnap Lan Ling with Lan Ling, she had already acknowledged that she and Lan Ling were in the same boat. For once the truth came to light, if Ye Feng and Lan Fenghua found out, she would certainly pay dearly for it, as she was just an ordinary person without power or influence. Yet by sticking with Lan Ling, even if the truth came out, she still had Lan Ling as a backing. Given Lan Ling's status and power within the Lan family, it was still possible for her to protect herself. Even though Wang Xini was regretting her decision deeply, there was no turning back. If she wanted to gain something, it was impossible without taking risks and paying a price. Thus Wang Xini's attitude was as it was. It wasn't that she didn't want to choose a path of survival, but from the start she had already been led by Lan Ling onto a path of no return, leaving her with no choice. It must be said that although Lan Ling was selfish and vengeful in terms of strategy, he was indeed a formidable character, laying everything out with no flaws. Hey, say something. What do you want? Just speak up and I will definitely satisfy you, Lan Ling persisted. Yet Wang Xini remained unmoved, bending down to take off Lan Ling's shoes. Ye Feng, Dad. Where are you? Hurry. Lan Ling initially wanted to cry for help, hoping to create a commotion to be rescued, but Wang Xini gave her no opportunity, directly sealing her mouth again. Her legs were also bound, leaving her to watch helplessly as Wang Xini took off her shoes, then pulled out a bottle of essential oil and a feather. This was preparation for using special methods on Lan Ling. As Wang Xini evenly applied the essential oil to the soles of Lan Ling's feet, the moment her hand touched Lan Ling, shivered all over. A slight itch surged through her feet, and even with her mouth sealed, Lan Ling couldn't help but want to burst into laughter. After applying the oil, Wang Xini took out the feather, waving it in front of Lan Ling. Miss Lan, if you nod your head and agree to sign now, I will let you go at once. You have a brother like Ye Feng, a mere Lan family is nothing to you. Yet although Lan Ling was fearful inside, she still shook her head without hesitation. Knowing she couldn't escape this calamity, she despondently closed her eyes, silently warning herself to endure, as she could not allow that detestable Lan Ling to succeed with his scheme. Seeing Lan Ling shake her head, Wang Xini did not start immediately. Instead, she gently slid her free hand over Lan Ling's soles again, causing Lan Ling to tremble once more. That ticklish feeling was unbearable, but she couldn't laugh, which was a torment in itself. Miss Lan, you may not know what my method is called, right? Since there's still time, let me give you a detailed introduction. Wang Xini looked at Lan Ling and smiled. She intended to break through Lan Ling's psychological defenses step by step in this manner. One must admit Wang Xini was quite cunning, no wonder she caught Lan Ling's eye. Seeing that Lan Ling still had her eyes closed, Wang Xini continued, Before we begin, let me tell you a story. Would you like to hear it? Naturally, Lan Ling did not want to listen. At this moment, whatever Wang Xini said was with ill intentions, and Lan Ling was well aware of this, hence, she instinctively shook her head. I see. But if Miss Lan does not listen to the story, she won't understand how I acquired this special method. I think it's necessary for me to explain it. You must listen closely. Wang Xini maintained her smile throughout, treating Lan Ling as if she were a friend. In fact, this smiling demeanor concealed a deadly threat, which only made Lan Ling more apprehensive. The more Wang Xini behaved this way, the less confident Lan Ling felt. Wang Xini stood up, blowing a breath into Lan Ling's ear, and continued, I can't recall the exact time, but it was invented during the 30 Years' War in the 17th century, a form of torture that could rival the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. As she spoke, Wang Xini observed Lan Ling's reactions. Noticing that Lan Ling remained unresponsive, she continued, The hands and feet of the condemned or prisoners of war are tightly bound, and honey and sugar syrup are smeared on the soles of their feet. Then a goat is brought in to enjoy licking the delicious coating off their feet. Once it starts licking, more honey or salt water is applied to the soles, causing the goat to continue licking until the victim ultimately laughs to death due to unbearable itching, suffocating from laughter. Wang Xini narrated the tale as if she were recounting a story. After finishing her words, Lan Ling finally reacted, her previously closed eyes snapping open, staring intently at Wang Xini. Lan Ling was no fool. She understood that this story was meant to be used against her. No wonder Wang Xini had just smeared something on her feet. Seeing Lan Ling finally react, Wang Xini smiled knowingly. Don't worry, Miss Lan. What I just described was indeed a bit cruel and could lead to loss of life. Neither I nor Lan Ling are that foolish. If you truly died, not only would Ye Feng and your father be concerned, but even the laws of the country would not allow it. So I've made some slight changes. I replaced the goat with feathers and the honey with essential oils, and I will control the intensity. This way I can ensure your safety, while still allowing you to enjoy the sensations without causing any fatalities. So what do you think? Am I clever? Such a cruel method was described so casually by Wang Xini, as if she expected Lan Ling to thank her for sparing her life. Lan Ling was now thoroughly panicked, her eyes showing hints of pleading. What's wrong? Is Miss Lan scared? If you are scared, just nod, and I will let you go. You just need to sign your name here, and I'll let you leave immediately. This way it will be a favorable conclusion for both of us, and the key is that you won't have to suffer. This time Lan Ling was genuinely swayed. Just moments ago, when Wang Xini had merely slid her hand across her feet, Lan Ling had already struggled to endure. If Wang Xini truly used feathers, Lan Ling was not confident she could hold on. After thinking it over, if she couldn't endure, she would have to sign anyway. Rather than waiting to be tormented to the point of wishing for death, it was better to agree now and avoid suffering. Having come to this conclusion, Lan Ling nodded, though she felt utterly helpless inside. Seeing Lan Ling's action, Wang Xini immediately cast her an approving glance. Miss Lan is a smart person. As she spoke, she untied the ropes binding Lan Ling's hands and removed the tape from her mouth. Now you can sign, right? As she spoke, she handed a pen to Lan Ling. Looking at the contract before her, Lan Ling felt an overwhelming mix of emotions, but still wrote her name. There was no other choice. Even some trained special forces soldiers might not withstand such coercive methods. How could she, a delicate young woman, not be afraid? Wang Xini kept her promise, glanced at the contract, and upon finding no issues, her lips curled into a victorious smile. She then untied Lan Ling. Once Lan Ling regained her freedom, she did not want to stay here any longer, standing up and heading straight for the door. Behind her, Wang Xini's voice echoed, "Miss Lan, take care." Furious, Lan Ling slammed the door as she exited. At that moment, Wang Xini's phone rang again. Upon checking, it was a message from Lan Ling containing just a few simple words: "Regardless of success or failure, retreat quickly. Ye Feng is coming." Wang Xini immediately packed up her belongings and hurriedly left. When Lan Ling came out, it was already midnight. She stood by the roadside for a long time without hailing a single cab, her mind still occupied with the recent events. The breakdown of an adult can occur in an instant. Lan Ling squatted by the roadside and began to cry. Ye Feng was indeed on his way driving by when he spotted a familiar figure squatting by the roadside, and he immediately headed towards Lan Ling. Lan Ling, with her head buried deep, did not notice that a car was approaching her. Ye Feng got out of the car and, seeing Lan Ling crying sadly, felt puzzled yet relieved. Since Lan Ling could still cry and appeared here, it meant that nothing major had happened to her. At least she was completely unharmed. Whose girl is this? Not returning home at such a late hour, squatting here. Doesn't she know her family would be worried? Lan Ling was already upset, feeling wronged, and realizing that Lan Ling's scheme had succeeded. Her tears were primarily fueled by feelings of inadequacy. How easily Lan Ling had fallen into their trap. Hearing someone make a sarcastic comment only made her more displeased. Who are you? What does it have to do with you? Perhaps not wanting anyone to see her crying, Lan Ling still did not look up. You girl, I'm rushing around looking for you, and you say it has nothing to do with me. If it really has nothing to do with me, then I'll just leave. Ye Feng feigned anger. Lan Ling suddenly jolted awake. She had been so absorbed in her sorrow that she hadn't noticed, but now hearing someone call her girl in such a familiar tone. Lan Ling raised her tear-streaked eyes and saw Ye Feng leaning against the car, looking quite angry. Ye Feng giggled. Only then did she realize that the person was her longed-for Ye Feng giggle. She called out and suddenly lunged towards Ye Feng, bursting into tears in his embrace. Ye Feng gently patted Lan Ling's shoulder, comforting her. There, don't cry. Brother Ye Feng is here. Lan Ling, like a wounded kitten that had finally found its owner's embrace after being bullied, wept even more sorrowfully than before. Not knowing what else to say, Ye Feng assumed Lan Ling had merely been frightened. At this thought, a surge of anger welled within him. How dare anyone lay a hand on his sister? Little girl, stop crying. What exactly happened? Where on earth did you go? Did someone bully you? Tell your brother, and he'll definitely. Before Ye Feng could finish, Lan Ling cried even harder. Ye Feng would have been better off saying nothing. That's just how women are. When they're heartbroken, you must never try to soothe them. The more you do, the harder it becomes. At a loss, Ye Feng was utterly bewildered. If it came to scientific research, he was second to none, but comforting others, that was a challenge he couldn't surmount. Fortunately, at that moment, a taxi pulled up behind Ye Feng's car, and Yang Qing hurriedly alighted, running toward Lan Ling. With concern and tenderness on her face, she asked, "Linger, are you all right?" Lan Ling lifted her head from Ye Feng's embrace, and upon seeing Yang Qing, she grew emotional and rushed into her arms. There, Linger. Whatever happened, it's over now. Seeing you safe puts my mind at ease," Yang Qing said softly, gently wiping Lan Ling's tears with a tissue. Indeed, under Yang Qing's soothing words, Lan Ling's emotions gradually calmed. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been alone, who knew how long Lan Ling would have kept crying? Truly, women understand women's hearts best, Ye Feng mused inwardly. Once Lan Ling had fully composed herself, Yang Qing led her into the car and sat in the back seat. Ye Feng said nothing. At this moment, Yang Qing's role was indeed more crucial than his own. Back home, Lan Ling's emotions had completely stabilized, and she was already chatting and laughing with Yang Qing. Only then did Ye Feng dare to ask, "Linger, who kidnapped you?" Lan Ling froze at his question. She almost blurted out Lan Ling, but swallowed the words at the last moment. She knew that given Ye Feng's temperament, once he learned she had been kidnapped by Lan Ling, he would surely seek him out and might even kill him. She had heard of Ye Feng's deeds in the United States and knew that if Lan Ling failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, Ye Feng was indeed capable of taking his life. It wasn't that Lan Ling wanted to spare Lan Ling, as she harbored resentment toward him, but she didn't wish for his death. After all, they were siblings. What troubled Lan Ling most was her father, Lan Fenghua. She knew his character well. He would never allow Ye Feng to harm Lan Ling and would surely intervene. The relationship between Ye Feng and Lan Fenghua was already delicate. If this incident came to light, it would only worsen their bond, something Lan Ling did not want to see. Moreover, despite Lan Ling's questionable character, he was capable and managed the Lan family business well. He was important to the family. Considering all this, Lan Ling hesitated and did not answer Ye Feng. Instead, she said, "Oh, brother Ye Feng, none of that matters. What's important is that I'm fine now." Yang Qing, observing from the side, sensed that Lan Ling was unwilling to speak and added, "Mr. Yilinger is right. As long as she's safe, everything is fine." Ye Feng hesitated for a moment. "All right, get some rest. He'll come by tomorrow morning." Seeing that Ye Feng wasn't pressing further, Lan Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. "Okay, but you can't be late tomorrow, or I won't let you off. Good night, brother Ye Feng." "All right, I promise I won't be late." Ye Feng agreed readily, then turned to Yang Qing. For the first time, he initiated a conversation with her. "Miss Yang, please take care of Linger. If anything comes up, feel free to call me anytime." Ye Feng even voluntarily left his phone number. This caught Yang Qing off guard. By the time she regained her composure, Ye Feng had already left. "Oh my, this is my brother's private number. Very few people have it. Sister Qing, shouldn't you thank me properly?" Lan Ling suddenly teased. Yes. Thank you, my dear Miss Linger." Ye Feng had previously been suspicious of Yang Qing, so he rarely spoke to her. He even suspected her involvement in Lan Ling's kidnapping. But later it turned out Yang Qing had nothing to do with it. Moreover, Ye Feng could see that her worry for Lan Ling was genuine. Of this Ye Feng was certain. With his mechanical eyes, he possessed an observational ability several times stronger than an ordinary person's. If Yang Qing had been faking it, even the slightest change in her expression would not have escaped his notice. Yet according to his observations, Yang Qing showed no such signs. Not only had she accompanied Ye Feng throughout, but she had also helped calm Lan Ling's emotions in the end. This diminished some of Ye Feng's prejudice against Yang Qing. Though he still felt she had ulterior motives for approaching Lan Ling, he could now be a bit more at ease. Whatever Yang Qing's intentions, as long as she didn't harm Lan Ling, it was fine. Her concern for Lan Ling and her subsequent actions convinced Ye Feng that her friendship with Lan Ling was genuine. Thus, Ye Feng took the initiative to leave his number and asked Yang Qing to stay and look after Lan Ling. After leaving the house, Ye Feng didn't go home, but headed straight for the lingerie store. Since Lan Ling was unwilling to speak, Ye Feng would investigate on his own. He had zero tolerance for anyone who tried to harm his family. A dragon has its scales that touch them, and death follows. Ye Feng was determined to find out who had targeted Lan Ling. He would not allow such a person another chance to harm his loved ones. Fortunately, he had previously found a clue linking Lan Ling's disappearance to the lingerie store. Knowing this, he guessed that Lan Ling might be there. So he rushed over in a panic and found Lan Ling inside. By now it was late at night. The bustling Wangfujing commercial street was gradually quieting down, but it was still a lively area. A few young people still liked to seek thrills late at night, but near the clothing stores it was indeed deserted. The shop doors were tightly shut. Ye Feng plunged into the darkness, turning into a nocturnal specter, and quietly slipped into the lingerie store, where Lan Ling had gone missing. Ye Feng did not intentionally avoid the camera. He had already explained the situation to Zhang Jun while acting. Thus, even now with the lingerie store closed, Ye Feng showed no hesitation and forcefully broke in. Bang! With a loud crash, Ye Feng's iron-like fist shattered the glass door of the lingerie store. For an ordinary person, even after breaking the glass door, they might still be cut by the shards. However, Ye Feng was unscathed. Although the defense of his prosthetic limbs could not withstand bullets, a few shards of glass posed no harm to him at all. Upon entering the lingerie store, Ye Feng carefully examined everything akin to a police officer solving a case, leaving no detail overlooked. He had to find clues to understand who was planning to harm his sister. Finally, Ye Feng discovered a corridor next to the changing room, leading further inside. During the day, he had focused solely on the changing room and had not noticed it. Moreover, upon reflection, it seemed that the sales assistants had deliberately drawn his attention here. Ye Feng walked down the corridor. After just a few steps, he encountered a door at the corner which was ajar, and the light inside was still on. He pushed the door open and entered. What met his eyes was a chair and a desk with a sofa beside them, an office that appeared utterly ordinary. However, the rope on the chair and the feathers on the table caught Ye Feng's attention. He approached and suddenly caught a faint, lingering fragrance. Since Ye Feng had modified most of his organs, including his nose, his sense of smell was several times more acute than that of an ordinary person. The office's ventilation window was closed, and the person had only just left, leaving the scent behind. Within this fragrance were two distinctly different scents, one of which Ye Feng recognized. It belonged to his sister Lan Ling. All these signs led Ye Feng to conclude that his sister Lan Ling had been kidnapped to this place. Furthermore, he also deduced that the person who had kidnapped Lan Ling likely did not harm her, and ultimately released her voluntarily. This was evident from the rope on the chair. It had been untied by someone else, and the rope was intact. It was impossible for Lan Ling to have freed herself. This left Ye Feng somewhat perplexed. The kidnappers did not demand any ransom from Lan Fenghua, nor did they ask Ye Feng for anything. So what could their purpose be? Did Lan Ling possess something that attracted their greed? Ye Feng sat down in the chair, appearing deep in thought. Accidentally glancing up, he noticed a surveillance camera in the corner, prompting him to rise and head to the front desk to turn on the computer. When he had just checked the surveillance, Ye Feng had memorized the password the staff had entered. Wang Xinyi had indeed been in a hurry when she left, not having time to clean up the scene because she was afraid. Knowing Ye Feng's reputation and his past deeds, she understood that if he discovered her, then she would definitely be in trouble. So she only deleted the surveillance footage of her entering the office and neglected everything else as long as Ye Feng did not find out who she was. As for other clues, their cleanliness was unimportant, because if Lan Ling truly wanted to eliminate him, no matter what she did, she could not escape. She just hoped that Lan Ling's speculation was correct, and that Lan Ling would not tell Ye Feng the truth. Ye Feng searched for a long time, but could not find the surveillance footage of Lan Ling after entering the office. He knew that the perpetrators would not leave such obvious evidence. He could only look through other places to see if there were any other clues. Sure enough, Ye Feng found a familiar figure. It was Lan Ling. Although he only saw her back, Ye Feng could determine with the keen insight of his mechanical eyes that this person was undoubtedly Lan Ling. Lan Ling. How could he coincidentally appear here? Ye Feng muttered to himself while staring at the computer screen. Suddenly, Ye Feng recalled what Yang Qing had said before, that Lan Ling was recently managing a company, Lan's Cosmetics. Ye Feng was well aware of Lan Fenghua's intentions in having Lan Ling run the company. If he did not accept the inheritance of the Lan family, someone had to take over. To ensure the future development of the Lan family, without worries, one must hold on to their thigh tightly. Given his relationship with Lan Ling, if Lan's Cosmetics were to be run by Lan Ling in the future, he would indeed help the company grow. Ye Feng felt there was nothing wrong with Lan Fenghua's choice. However, there was another person in the Lan family who had long coveted the identity of the future heir, and that was Lan Ling. From the start of the surveillance, Ye Feng had realized their target was Lan Ling. At that time, Ye Feng did not understand, but now everything was clear to him. The person who kidnapped Lan Ling must be Lan Ling, which also explained why Lan Ling had been reluctant to answer Ye Feng's questions. Because Lan Ling was afraid of causing trouble for herself and worsening her relationship with Lan Fenghua. This was very much in line with Lan Ling's character. After understanding all this, Ye Feng shook his head helplessly and sighed. Girl, why must you do this? Since you know that brother Ye Feng will definitely look for Lan Ling, you should also understand that even if you don't tell me, I will find out the truth personally. Lan Ling. I never intended to have too much interaction with you. I have no interest in becoming the successor of the Lan family, but you should not have plotted against Lan Ling. Bang! With another loud crash, the entire front desk collapsed due to Ye Feng's casual strike. After clarifying the truth, Ye Feng drove back to the Tangpin Yichen Villa district where the Lan family lived. It was already late at night. In the villa district, aside from the streetlights outside, all other lights were turned off except for one villa that remained lit. That was Lan Fenghua's villa. In Lan Fenghua's study, he said, "It's so late. Why are you still awake? What is it you want to discuss with me?" Lan Fenghua was always serious and meticulous with his children. The one speaking was Lan Ling, sitting across from Lan Fenghua at the desk. Father, I feel like we have not communicated much since arriving in Huagua. Upon hearing Lan Ling's somewhat complaining tone, Lan Fenghua furrowed his brow. How could he not understand the meaning behind Lan Ling's words? When they were in the United States, before Ye Feng had shown his strength, Lan Ling was indeed the most capable among the new generation of the Lan family. Lan Fenghua had intended for Lan Ling to take over the Lan family, so among his children, Lan Ling had spent the most time with him. However, now that Ye Feng had appeared, Lan Fenghua had changed his mind. Although Lan Ling was capable, he was still not enough in comparison to Ye Feng. Ye Feng can make a country rise as a backing, but can Lan Ling do the same? Ye Feng can stand against the United States alone and miraculously escape their pursuit. Can Lan Ling achieve that? The answer is evident, and due to the upheaval in the United States, the Lan family had no choice but to relocate to China. In China, to establish a foothold and develop, just the name, Ye Feng can greatly benefit the Lan family. Therefore, Lan Fenghua can only choose to tightly cling to Ye Feng's support for the greater good of the Lan family. Even if Ye Feng has no such intent, Lan Fenghua must settle for letting Lan Ling take charge. As for Lan Ling, he could only be wronged. Personal interests must take a back seat to family interests. Even if he took over the Lan family, his ability to develop it would be limited. Lan Ling, I know you feel unwilling, but for the sake of the entire Lan family, I must do this. You are a member of the Lan family, so you should not harbor such emotions. Lan Ling seemed to have already anticipated Lan Fenghua's response, merely smiling faintly. Then he said, but Ye Feng is not willing at all. Even if you let Lan Ling take over the Lan family, Ye Feng can only provide limited support. You must understand that support is merely support while I, Lan Ling, am wholeheartedly wanting to develop and strengthen the Lan family. Even if I fall short in some areas compared to Ye Feng, when it comes to business, 10 Ye Fengs are no match for me. As Lan Ling spoke, he displayed a certain imposing aura. Alas! Hearing Lan Ling's response, Lan Fenghua first sighed, then said, Lan Ling, do you think I haven't considered what you said? Then why do you still insist on letting Lan Ling take charge of the Lan family? After staring at Lan Ling for a long time, Lan Fenghua replied, You have no idea how terrifying this boy Ye Feng truly is. There are some things I cannot say directly for fear that if the news leaks, it would bring disaster to our Lan family. However, I can clearly tell you that as long as Lan Ling takes over the Lan family, even without his support, just our relationship alone is enough to keep the Lan family standing strong in China. Therefore, for the sake of the family, you should give up. Hearing Lan Fenghua's firm and unquestionable tone, a surge of unwillingness filled Lan Ling's heart. If it weren't for the fact that the person in front of him was his father, he might have already told Lan Fenghua to shut up. Due to his overwhelming emotions, Lan Ling sat in the chair, gripping the armrests so tightly that they made a faint creaking sound. Lan Fenghua observed all of this. If it were normally, he would have reprimanded Lan Ling for such an attitude. But now Lan Fenghua did not do so. Lan Ling had indeed put in a lot of effort to gain his approval and smoothly inherit the Lan family. In the end, however, it was all in vain, and Lan Fenghua could understand Lan Ling's feelings at that moment. It's getting late, you'd better go back and rest. Just do your own things well. Although you cannot inherit the Lan family, I will make you the second largest shareholder of the Lan family, which should be a form of compensation for you. As Lan Fenghua spoke, he stood up preparing to leave the study. However, Lan Ling, who had been controlling his emotions, suddenly laughed hysterically. Ha ha, but father, the word compromise does not exist in my dictionary. You often taught me that one should not give up halfway. Whatever one does once determined, one must put in 100% effort. Lan Fenghua halted his steps, wanting to turn around and say something, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and continued towards the door. Father, the Lan family will surely flourish under my leadership. Just wait and see. Suddenly Lan Fenghua, who had reached the door, stopped in his tracks, turned around to look at Lan Ling, and his expression darkened because he sensed an unusual tone in those words. Lan Ling, what do you mean by that? Lan Ling was also stunned, seeing Lan Fenghua behave in such a manner for the first time. Lan Fenghua, being a veteran of the business world, suddenly exuded an imposing aura of authority. Even just a glance made Lan Ling feel a chill run down his spine. Seeing Lan Ling in a daze, Lan Fenghua walked closer, his gaze fixed on Lan Ling, and spoke each word deliberately. What do you mean? Under the pressure of this imposing aura, Lan Ling immediately revealed everything about the kidnapping of Lan Ling and the signing of the transfer contract. In fact, Lan Ling did not want to disclose this. His purpose was merely to use Lan Fenghua to shield him from Ye Feng, knowing that Ye Feng had already traced the clues to the lingerie store. Originally thinking his plan had fallen through, he unexpectedly found that Wang Xini had actually made Lan Ling sign the contract, making him feel as though heaven was helping him. He understood that Lan Ling would take into account the relationship between Lan Fenghua and Ye Feng and would not directly say that he had kidnapped him. However, with Ye Feng's capabilities, even if Lan Ling did not speak, he would still trace it back to him. When Wang Xini came earlier, Lan Ling already knew he was exposed, but he was not worried as long as he could hide behind Lan Fenghua. Even if Ye Feng came looking for him, Lan Fenghua would certainly block him. He still played a role in the Lan family, and Lan Fenghua could not just watch his biological son get into trouble right in front of him. Lan Ling just wanted to buy some time through conversation, but seeing Lan Fenghua's resolute stance, his unwilling emotions surged, and he couldn't help but blurt out what he just said. Unexpectedly, his father was so perceptive that he immediately caught on to the problem in his words. Unable to withstand his father's overwhelming demeanor, Lan Ling could only reveal the truth. After hearing Lan Ling's words, Lan Fenghua was instantly infuriated. Without hesitation, he slapped Lan Ling hard, showing no mercy. The sound of the crisp slap echoed in the empty room, and 5 finger marks immediately appeared on Lan Ling's face, showing how furious Lan Fenghua was. Lan Ling covered his aching face, looking at his father in disbelief. Throughout his life, despite Lan Fenghua's harshness, he had never raised a hand against him. Today, he actually received a slap. This deepened Lan Ling's hatred for Ye Feng. After hitting him, Lan Fenghua began to scold him fiercely. You bastard! Do you even know what you are doing? That is your sister. You. Lan Fenghua pointed at Lan Ling so enraged he could hardly articulate, and it was indeed a remarkable feat for someone usually so composed to lose control like this. Father, I know I was wrong, but now it's too late to say anything. The deed has been done. Lan Ling is not a fool who, despite believing he is in the right, he must relent at this moment, for he is still counting on Lan Fenghua to protect him from Ye Feng. Lan Fenghua realizes that any further accusations are futile. Lan Ling is correct, what has happened, and what he must do now is to resolve the situation. Suppressing his anger, he inquires, what about Linger? Lan Ling knows what Lan Fenghua wishes to ask, and responds directly. I kidnapped Linger merely to have her sign the contract. I did not harm her in the slightest. After she signed, I let her go, and she is likely resting at home now. What about Ye Feng? Does he know? Hearing that Linger is unharmed, Lan Fenghua breathes a sigh of relief. If Lan Ling harmed Lan Ling for the contract, he would have dealt with him severely, without Ye Feng's intervention. But if Lan Ling is unharmed, then things are not so dire. However, Lan Ling's next response puts Lan Fenghua in a difficult position. Linger will not actively inform Ye Feng considering your relationship with him, but what? But I have received news that Ye Feng already knows and is likely on his way here. Lan Ling speaks cautiously. What? Lan Fenghua feels a sense of foreboding and hurriedly moves to the window, pulling back the curtain to look outside the villa. Sure enough, he sees a car slowly approaching. Lan Ling follows suit, realizing that at this late hour the visitor must be Ye Feng, and immediately displays a panicked expression. It must be Ye Feng. Father, what should I do? You must save me. Saying this, Lan Ling suddenly kneels before Lan Fenghua. One cannot deny that Lan Ling's acting skills are such a waste if he does not pursue a career in film. Seeing Lan Ling in this state, Lan Fenghua feels a pang of compassion. After all, he is his own flesh and blood, and Lan Ling still holds some significance for the Lan family. Alas, had I known today would come, I would have acted differently. Your ambition is too great. Sometimes too much ambition can lead to your downfall. Get up. Get out of here. Thankfully, Linger is unharmed. I only hope he can spare you for the sake of brotherhood. Lan Fenghua's expression is complex as he steps out of the study and heads towards the first floor of the villa. Ye Feng parks his car and walks in, noticing the lights on the first floor suddenly turn on, and realizes he has not come to the wrong place. If Ye Feng were Lan Ling, he would have stayed close to Lan Fenghua these past few days, as it is only with Lan Fenghua that he has a glimmer of hope. Looking at the villa's entrance, Ye Feng sneers. Do you think hiding here makes you safe? Sure enough, Lan Fenghua opens the door and looks at Ye Feng with a complex expression, saying, You're here, come in. Ye Feng merely nods, not responding directly. Upon entering the villa, he immediately spots Lan Ling kneeling on the floor facing him. Lan Fenghua, fearing that Ye Feng might take immediate action, quickly interjects, I already know what happened. Let's sit down and discuss it properly. Discuss it properly. If I remember correctly, Lan Ling is also your daughter, right? So what? Are you truly planning to protect him? Ye Feng furrows his brow as he speaks, though his gaze remains fixed on Lan Ling, causing Lan Ling to not dare look him in the eyes. This is not merely Lan Ling acting to save his life. He genuinely cannot bear to meet Ye Feng's gaze. Today he understands how terrifying it is to anger Ye Feng. Just a single glance fills Lan Ling with dread. I know Linger is my daughter while Lan Ling is my son, and you are also. If you are willing to take over the Lan family, I won't require you to take any action. This statement terrifies Lan Ling. Father, shut up. Before Lan Ling can finish his sentence, he is sharply interrupted by Lan Fenghua. Lan Ling can only silently pray that Ye Feng will not agree. After scolding him, Lan Fenghua continues, if you are unwilling to take over the Lan family, then it must be Linger who takes over. But with Linger alone, it is likely impossible. Thus Lan Ling cannot die. Lan Fenghua's stance is clear. If Ye Feng agrees to take over the Lan family, then Lan Ling will be left to Ye Feng's discretion. If Ye Feng refuses, he begs Ye Feng to spare Lan Ling for the sake of Lan Ling and the future of the Lan family. However, Ye Feng simply smiles, faintly glancing at Lan Fenghua, and then at Lan Ling, seeing through the entire scheme. This is a trap aimed at Ye Feng. Ye Feng even suspects that Lan Fenghua knew everything all along, otherwise how could he not have noticed Lan Ling's underhanded actions? The reason Lan Fenghua did not stop Lan Ling was actually for Ye Feng, or rather to force Ye Feng to take over the Lan family. Lan Fenghua has not given up on the idea of Ye Feng managing the Lan family. One must admit Lan Fenghua plays his cards well. So what you mean is if I want to harm Lan Ling, I must inherit the Lan family. If I do not, then I cannot touch Lan Ling. Ye Feng looks at Lan Fenghua, his tone somewhat stiff. Lan Fenghua knows that after this incident the relationship between himself and Ye Feng has reached an irreparable point. He can only shake his head and sigh. I truly do not know what confidence you and he have to set this trap. Ye Feng points at the two, then continues. I, Ye Feng, am Lan Fenghua's son, and this I cannot deny. However, you have not fulfilled a father's duty to me, nor do you Lan Ling possess any brotherly bond with me. Therefore, the intricate trap you have designed has no effect on me, for from today onward, aside from Lan Ling, I recognize no one. Ye Feng's tone is quite calm, yet to Lan Fenghua and the others it sounds so harsh. Ye Feng's attitude is clear: I am not a member of the Lan family. Whatever future the Lan family may have is of no concern to me. I only have a sister, Lan Ling. Seeing Ye Feng's attitude, Lan Ling realizes that he is doomed today. Forgetting his fear, he directly yells at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, you have a heart of stone. Lan Fenghua in an instant appears to have aged several years. He had originally thought that since Ye Feng saved the entire Lan family from the United States, he must care for the Lan family to some extent. That is why Lan Fenghua dared to ask him to overlook Lan Ling's kidnapping and even sought to pressure Ye Feng into taking over the Lan family. But now all of that is in vain. Ye Feng saved the Lan family partly out of gratitude for Lan Fenghua's parenting and partly just as a matter of convenience. Yet Lan Fenghua and Lan Ling are foolishly convinced that Ye Feng cares for the Lan family, unaware that after Ye Feng repaid this debt of gratitude, he can be completely guilt-free. Therefore this time Ye Feng must make a choice that he can be proud of, one that weighs on his conscience. Lan Ling, you shouldn't have focused your attention on Lan Ling. Perhaps you had a better chance of taking over the Lan family, but now with your regrets go to hell. Ye Feng was never one to be lenient. For those who treated him well, he would repay their kindness with a flood, just like Lan Ling. Ye Feng could tolerate actions against him, but pointing a gun at Lan Ling was his bottom line. Whoever crossed it would die. Even if that person were Lan Fenghua, Ye Feng would eliminate him without hesitation. Because at this moment there were few who could influence Ye Feng, and Lan Ling was one of them. Ye Feng absolutely could not allow any harm to come to Lan Ling. Just as Ye Feng was about to take action against Lan Ling, a sudden voice interrupted him. Brother, Ye Feng, don't. Lan Ling had come to the first-floor villa without him realizing it. Seeing that Ye Feng was really about to make a move, she hurriedly ran to stand in front of Lan Ling. Lan Fenghua, upon seeing Lan Ling's arrival, felt his anxious heart finally settle. If anyone could persuade Ye Feng, it would definitely be Lan Ling. Ye Feng looked seriously at Lan Ling. Linger, are you sure you want to save him? Lan Ling gazed at her father Lan Fenghua's pleading eyes, and at the trembling Lan Ling kneeling on the ground, ultimately feeling unable to bear it. Brother Ye Feng, all right, Linger brother, Ye Feng once promised you that today is your birthday, and I will listen to whatever you say. In that case, let's spare Lan Ling's life for now. Ye Feng knew that after Lan Ling appeared, he could not take action against Lan Ling. Lan Ling, this life is given to you by Lan Ling. I hope you learn to cherish it. From now on, Ye Feng will have nothing to do with the Lan family. After coldly stating this, Ye Feng left the villa, leaving the three with varied expressions. Lan Fenghua watched Ye Feng leave, wanting to say something, but the words reached his lips and turned into a sigh. Lan Ling looked at Ye Feng's departing figure, her face filled with a blissful smile, whispering a thank you that only she could hear. Brother Ye Feng, thank you. Linger, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Lan Fenghua gently patted Lan Ling's shoulder. Only then did Lan Ling turn to look at her father, who wore a face of utter disappointment. In the end, not only did they fail to win Ye Feng, but they also deepened the conflict between them. Seeing Lan Fenghua like this, Lan Ling felt a pang of heartache. He had truly exerted a lot of effort for this family and the Lan clan. Father. Lan Ling wanted to say some comforting words, but didn't know what to say. All right, Linger, enough of this. I'm tired. I'm going back to my room to rest. Lan Fenghua, dragging his weary body, staggered upstairs. Finally, Lan Ling also sighed deeply and left the villa, not even glancing at Lan Ling, and headed straight out the door. Ye Feng usually didn't smoke. He would only occasionally have a cigarette to perk himself up during experiments. But now he leaned against the car window and lit a cigarette. Regarding today's events, Ye Feng's feelings were quite complex. After Lan Ling left, she saw Ye Feng leaning against the car window smoking and walked up to him, snatching the cigarette from his mouth. Why learn to smoke at such a young age? Brother Ye Feng, you must not learn bad habits. Lan Ling scolded, acting like a little adult. Hey, you little girl, you dare to lecture your brother now. Give it to me, be careful not to burn yourself. Ye Feng pretended to reach for the still-burning cigarette in Lan Ling's hand. Lan Ling grinned mischievously and then threw the cigarette on the ground, extinguishing it, looking proudly at Ye Feng. Fine, if you want smoke, then you won't. After all, today you are the birthday star. Brother, Ye Feng's words count. I will listen to you. Lan Ling then smiled happily. I knew brother Ye Feng was the best. Ye Feng glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the morning, indeed, quite late. All right, it's time to go back and rest. It's already past 2. This is terrible. I've said not to stay up late. Staying up late will cause acne. Lan Ling also checked the time and showed a panicked expression. Seeing her like this, Ye Feng smiled reassuringly and said, It's late. Take your time running. I know. Brother Ye Feng, remember to come pick me up later tomorrow. I want to sleep in. Without looking back, Lan Ling headed straight toward her villa. Ye Feng also drove away. However, after Ye Feng left, a familiar figure appeared in the place where Ye Feng had just departed. This person watched Ye Feng's car disappear into the night before turning to look at the villa. After watching for a while, it seemed as if she was pondering something, and then she entered. If Ye Feng were present, he would definitely be puzzled as to why Yang Qing would appear here. The lights in the first-floor villa were still on. Lan Ling sat on the ground, dazed and devoid of hope, for after today, he would be a complete failure. Before kidnapping Lan Ling, he was still somewhat of the third person in the Lan family, holding a portion of real power and resources. But after today, he had lost all of this. Even if he could continue to stay in the Lan family, he would only be a mere laborer. Before doing this, Lan Ling had already anticipated this result after failure, but he was still willing to take the risk. After all, he could not betray his own ambition. What's wrong? Are you going to give up just because of one failure? Suddenly a voice sounded in Lan Ling's ear, since he was so focused on his own issues. The sudden voice startled Lan Ling. Seeing Lan Ling's state, Yang Qing couldn't help but show a hint of disdain on her face, which she quickly concealed. Who are you? Lan Ling looked at the person in front of him with some fear, unsure whether he was afraid of Yang Qing or still terrified from his encounter with Ye Feng. Who I am is not important, what matters is you. Are you really going to give up just because of one failure? Yang Qing looked at Lan Ling. Upon hearing this, Lan Ling's expression became complex again. Indeed, even after failing, he still felt unwilling. Now I have nothing left aside from keeping my life. I will only be a laborer for the Lan family in the future, without any real power or resources. Despite feeling unwilling, he had to accept this reality. You're right, you really have nothing left now. But perhaps this is a blessing in disguise for you. Yang Qing remarked, gazing at the dejected Lan Ling with profound meaning. A blessing? Indeed it is a blessing. At least I no longer have to dream every day. Lan Ling sneered self-deprecatingly. What if I told you that you now have a chance to turn things around? Would you seize it? What chance? No, who exactly are you? Lan Ling finally snapped back to reality, realizing that this woman's appearance seemed too coincidental and her every word was laced with manipulation. I've said it before, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is you. Do you still intend to chase this dream of taking over the Lan family? A sudden gleam lit up Lan Ling's eyes as he looked at Yang Qing. Is there really still a chance? Deep down, Lan Ling was still unwilling to give up, for this was a dream he had harbored for decades. Were it not for Ye Feng, Lan Ling would have long been the primary heir of the Lan family. Seeing Lan Ling in such a state, Yang Qing finally smiled faintly. You should trust me. I won't let you regret this. Then let's toast to a pleasant cooperation in advance. Yang Qing extended her hand with a smile and shook the stunned Lan Ling's hand. What do I need to do? Lan Ling naturally knew that nothing in life came free. Since Yang Qing had chosen to cooperate with him, she must have some ulterior motive. Yang Qing withdrew her hand and said, My request is simple. From now on, everything will be arranged by me. Her meaning was clear. He was to become her unpaid laborer from then on. On the surface, Lan Ling was still nothing more than a hapless worker, but unlike working for the Lan family, at least Yang Qing could give him what he desired. To further convince Lan Ling, Yang Qing handed him a substantial sum of money before leaving. With this capital, even if Lan Ling had lost all say within the Lan family, money could still make the world go round. As for Yang Qing's true intentions, Lan Ling no longer bothered to dwell on them. As long as he followed her instructions, he would get what he wanted. Why not go along with it? After Yang Qing left, Lan Ling regained his vigor. With this funding, he could secretly maneuver and bribe certain members of the Lan family. In that case, even if Lan Ling eventually took over the family, it would all ultimately serve as a dowry for him. Time flew by. The next morning, Lan Ling could hardly wait to contact some of the Lan family shareholders. But just as he took out his phone, a call came in. Seeing the number, Lan Ling answered without a moment's hesitation. This was the number Yang Qing had given him before leaving, with strict instructions to answer anytime, anywhere, or the cooperation would be terminated. And if that happened, Lan Ling would be reduced to a failure once more. So he dared not show the slightest negligence. Please go ahead. Lan Ling's tone was exceedingly respectful. After hearing the instructions over the phone, Lan Ling's face immediately turned grim, clearly hesitant. You must do this. Don't be afraid. I've already arranged the manpower for you. Just follow my orders. Lan Ling remained deeply conflicted, clearly resistant to what was being asked of him. Seeing his silence, the voice continued. You can also choose not to do it, but he'll immediately reclaim the funds I promised you. Hearing this, Lan Ling replied, Fine. He'll do it. Lan Ling had no way back. Having finally secured a chance to turn his fortunes around, he couldn't afford to let it slip away. Otherwise, he would remain a failure for the rest of his life. At the Tangpin Chin Villa, Lan Ling's residence, after parting ways with Ye Feng the previous night, Lan Ling had gone home and fallen straight asleep. She had planned to sleep in, but lying in bed she tossed and turned, unable to rest. After all, she had just been kidnapped, by her own brother no less. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. Once a carefree heiress, ever since Lan Fenghua decided to make her the family's successor, she had gradually witnessed the ugliness of human nature. These experiences would take time to digest, and she hadn't slept a wink all night. Today was her birthday, and Ye Feng had promised to spend the entire day with her, a rare opportunity. After today, Ye Feng would be busy again, and Lan Ling herself needed to grow up quickly, no longer content to be a sheltered flower. So she rose early to wash up, and then called Ye Feng to pick her up. When Lan Ling entered the bathroom, Yang Qing was already up and busy in the kitchen. Since it had been late the night before, Yang Qing had stayed over at the villa. Moreover, having just been through a kidnapping, Lan Ling needed comfort. As her closest friend, Yang Qing naturally took on that role. They chatted until Lan Ling received a message from Lan Fenghua, prompting her to rush out. Seeing Lan Ling up so early, Yang Qing couldn't resist teasing. Did the sun rise from the west today? Our Linger is actually up this early. Lan Ling replied cheerfully, today is my birthday, and I'm the guest of honor. How could I still sleep in? Besides, brother Ye Feng's time is precious, and he won't be able to spend much time with me from now on. A note of resignation crept into Lan Ling's voice. By the way, Sister Qing, don't bother. Let me freshen up, and we'll call brother Ye Feng to eat out. Yang Qing paused. Now, yes. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Qing agreed. All right, today you're the guest of honor. He'll follow your lead. Yang Qing smiled, untied her apron, and headed to her room, clearly intending to dress up as well. Once inside, however, she composed a text message and sent it. After confirming the message was delivered, she deleted the chat log before changing clothes and applying makeup. Women generally take a long time to get ready, choosing outfits and applying makeup. After roughly 40 minutes or so, the two finally finished preparing and walked out of the villa arm in arm. Lan Ling was on the phone saying, brother Ye Feng, I'm on my way now. You'd better hurry up. When Ye Feng received Lan Ling's call, his reaction was similar to Yang Qing's. He was stunned for a few seconds before replying, didn't you say not to disturb you because you wanted to sleep in? It's still so early and you're already out. Don't try to figure out a girl's mind. Just get here quickly. He'll give you 10 minutes. If you're late, you'll be in trouble. Lan Ling pouted, threatening him. 10 minutes. Do you think I'm driving a plane? Ye Feng replied helplessly. Don't think I don't know. Brother Zhang Ming told me you're faster on foot than a car. Ye Feng found no grounds to argue. After all, when he sprinted at full speed, unless it was on a highway, he really was faster than driving. Moreover, Ye Feng's resting place is not far from the Tangpinicheng Villa area, just a few kilometers away. Therefore, upon receiving the call from Lan Ling, Ye Feng did not take much time to arrive at the entrance of Lan Ling's villa. Of course, he drove there. After Lan Ling and Yang Qing got into the car, Ye Feng first smiled and nodded at Yang Qing as a greeting. Ye Feng took the initiative to greet Yang Qing because after the incident with Lan Ling, Yang Qing did not choose to stand by idly. Instead, she followed Ye Feng the whole time. Although she did not help much, her thoughtfulness was already commendable. At first, Ye Feng was somewhat wary of Yang Qing, but after this incident, he felt he couldn't fully trust her. However, he had a slightly changed perspective. Yang Qing also smiled and nodded in response to Ye Feng, but her gaze still revealed an unabashed affection for him. Ye Feng felt the need to avoid Yang Qing's gaze and turned to Lan Ling. Girl, tell me, have you thought about how to celebrate your birthday? Any requests, I will do my best to fulfill them. Ye Feng was always straightforward and got straight to the point. Oh, it's still early, no need to rush, let's have some breakfast first. Ye Feng felt a bit embarrassed. This girl Lan Ling can't stop thinking about food. It seems she has been completely captivated by the delicacies of Longhua. All right, go ahead. What do you want to eat? Without a second thought, Lan Ling replied, I know a place, just follow the navigation on my phone. I know a breakfast shop where their youtiao and soy milk are super delicious. Lan Ling had a look of longing on her face. This left Ye Feng momentarily stunned. After all, Lan Ling was a wealthy young lady, and he thought her taste would lean towards the famous dishes of Huaghua. At the very least, she shouldn't be interested in street-side youtiao and soy milk. It seems this girl has tasted almost all of Huaghua's delicacies during her time here. Ye Feng sighed. Of course. The navigation pointed to an old district not far from the Tangpinicheng Villa area. The buildings here still retain the architectural style of the 70s and 80s, featuring the renowned courtyard houses of the capital. Even though it was morning, there happened to be a school here, so a large group of students in uniforms were smiling brightly, radiating youthful energy. Some were accompanied by parents, while others were in groups, playfully teasing each other, filling the nostalgic streets with laughter and cheer. On one side of the street, a breakfast shop called Zhangjia was packed with students sitting at tables holding youtiao and taking bites while sipping soy milk. Their faces showed expressions of great satisfaction. After the three parked the car, they walked towards the shop with Ye Feng saying, This is the place, the soy milk and youtiao here are incredibly delicious. Lan Ling excitedly said this, unconsciously quickening her pace. Upon entering the shop, Ye Feng casually found a seat and warmly greeted the owner. Zhang, Jia, we would like 3 servings of soy milk and youtiao. Please remember to add more sugar to the soy milk. Oh, it's Lan Ling. Sure, it will be ready soon. Lan Ling then returned to her seat. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but ask, How do you seem so familiar with this place? It's nothing. That day I passed by here on my way home and noticed how crowded it was, so I got curious and came to take a look. Seeing the students enjoying their meals so much, I decided to try it out. I didn't expect it to be really delicious. Better than pizza. While Ye Feng and Lan Ling were chatting, Yang Qing suddenly looked awkward and quietly said to Lan Ling, Linger, where is the restroom? I need to go. Lan Ling smiled and pointed in a direction. Not far from the street was a public restroom. Yang Qing hurriedly took out a sanitary napkin from her bag and rushed towards the direction Lan Ling indicated. Ye Feng asked in confusion, what's wrong with her? You know women have those days. What days, eh? Seeing Ye Feng still looking puzzled, Lan Ling couldn't help but laugh. Brother Ye Feng, you don't know this. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. This only deepened Ye Feng's confusion. Is there a connection between the two? Lan Ling then whispered a few words in Ye Feng's ear, causing him to blush in embarrassment. As someone who spent all his time in the lab doing research, Ye Feng had little interest in such matters, so he had to change the subject. Yang Qing hurriedly arrived at the public restroom, and upon entering, she immediately halted her hurried steps, as the restroom's environment made her reluctant to move. After all, being in an old district, the sanitary conditions were indeed poor, and the air carried an urge to vomit. After a moment's daze, Yang Qing still forced herself to endure the urge to vomit and walked in. After entering, she didn't go deeper, looking back to find a position. Just enough so that Ye Feng wouldn't discover her. She stopped. Then she took out her phone and edited a text message. Target at the old district Zhang Jie breakfast shop. After seeing the message successfully sent, she deleted the chat record. Then she turned off her phone and leaned against the wall to vomit, wanting to leave this troublesome place immediately, but she had to wait a few more minutes to avoid suspicion. A few minutes later, Yang Qing rushed out of the restroom, not wanting to linger for a moment, heading towards Ye Feng and Lan Ling, her face looking somewhat unnatural. While Lan Ling was enjoying her delicious meal, she noticed Yang Qing approaching with an abnormal expression and asked Sister Qing, what's wrong? You look unwell. Do you want me to get you some painkillers? Seeing Yang Qing's expression, Lan Ling thought it was just menstrual cramps making her uncomfortable. Yang Qing hurriedly waved her hand. I'm fine, Linger, you don't need to worry. It's probably just that I've been feeling a bit unwell after eating cold drinks these days. Then drink a cup of hot soy milk. Let me check if it's warm enough. The temperature is just right. Drink this cup of soy milk. It might make you feel a bit better. Lan Ling enthusiastically brought Yang Qing a bowl of hot soy milk, checking the temperature to ensure it was just right before handing it to Yang Qing. However, at that moment, Ye Feng, who had been focused on his youtiao and soy milk, suddenly looked up and gazed into the distance, sensing a hint of danger. Ye Feng had just noticed a fleeting glimmer of light, which was the reflection emitted when observing a target through a high-powered telescope. Of course, ordinary people would not detect anything, as the brightness of this reflection was very low. Only specialized equipment would allow an ordinary person to see it. However, Ye Feng did not need such equipment. He had some knowledge of the military industry, and basic tactical telescopes could be easily crafted by him, even without a system. Therefore, he was well acquainted with the details of tactical telescopes, and with the insight provided by his mechanical eyes, Ye Feng could ascertain the situation. In the courtyard ahead, someone must be using a tactical telescope to observe them, although it was just a fleeting glimpse. Ye Feng had captured it. Indeed, in a courtyard about 1,000 meters from Zhang Jie's breakfast shop in the northern main room, a man was retracting his telescope and crouching beneath the window, looking somewhat tense. He muttered to himself, could I have been discovered? That's impossible. Oh, at this distance, could it be that I am overthinking things? Ye Feng merely glanced up for a moment before quickly averting his gaze, pretending as if nothing had happened, and continued eating his soy milk and fried dough sticks. The man hesitated for a while, but still felt it was impossible. After all, at such a distance, unless Ye Feng's eyes were tactical telescopes themselves. Thinking of this, the man cautiously stood up again and picked up the tactical telescope to take another look at Ye Feng's side. While eating his soy milk and fried dough sticks, Ye Feng immediately sensed another flash of light. However, this time, he did not look up. Since he had already confirmed that he was being watched, there was no need for unnecessary movements. He just wondered what the other party's intentions were. Seeing Ye Feng seriously enjoying his breakfast without any other actions, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then took out his phone and typed a message. Our people need 10 more minutes. You must stall for a bit. Yang Qing initially rejected such street food. She had always looked down upon it and usually wouldn't even glance at it. However, seeing Lan Ling so enthusiastic, she had no choice but to accept the soy milk handed to her and took a symbolic sip. Just then, her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Yang Qing glanced at Ye Feng out of the corner of her eye and found him seriously eating, not paying attention to them. She then took out her phone to take a look, and after a moment casually put it back in her pocket. She smiled at Lan Ling and said, Thank you, Linger. This hot soy milk is delicious. No wonder you like it so much. Hearing her favorite food being praised, Lan Ling beamed with joy. Hee hee, if it's delicious, drink more, just don't overdo it. Zhang Jie, please give me another bowl of hot soy milk. Lan Ling had finished one bowl and ordered another. Linger, although the soy milk is tasty, don't overindulge. Be careful not to gain weight. Yang Qing took another sip of soy milk, suppressing her urge to tease. The two chatted and laughed while Ye Feng remained quietly by the side. A few minutes later, after Lan Ling was full, Ye Feng voluntarily went to settle the bill, planning to leave. At that moment, Yang Qing stood up, immediately clutching her abdomen, her expression pained. Lan Ling quickly stepped forward to support her, concerned, and asking, Sister Qing, are you all right? Yang Qing shook her head, indicating that she was fine. As a girl, Lan Ling could easily tell that this was likely a case of menstrual cramps. Just then, Ye Feng had also settled the bill and walked over, looking at Yang Qing's appearance, puzzled, and asked, what's wrong? Lan Ling shot Ye Feng a glance, her eyes clearly conveying the message, no wonder you are single. Ye Feng still did not grasp the situation, and seeing Yang Qing clutching her stomach, remarked, what's going on? Could it be that you want to go to the bathroom again? Upon saying this, Ye Feng was met with two incredulous looks, both women staring at him. Lan Ling was too lazy to explain to Ye Feng. She helped Yang Qing back to her seat and asked with concern, do you need painkillers? I can go to the pharmacy and get some for you right away. Yang Qing grimaced in pain. No, it's fine. Let's go, I should be able to manage. Yang Qing tried to stand up, but Lan Ling gently pressed her back into the chair. How about we sit and rest for a while? But didn't you say you wanted to? Yang Qing's sentence was interrupted by Lan Ling. After finishing breakfast, Lan Ling had planned to visit the world-famous Forbidden City. When in the United States, Lan Ling had been interested in the Forbidden City in Waguo's capital, but had never had the time or opportunity. This birthday, she finally found the time to visit. However, seeing Yang Qing's pained expression, Lan Ling certainly wouldn't let her good sister suffer for her own selfish desires. You're in so much pain, you should rest a bit. It's not far from the Forbidden City, so going later wouldn't be an issue. Yang Qing internally agreed, but pretended to be sick to buy time. However, since it was an act, she had to play her part well. She looked apologetically at Lan Ling. Linger, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Oh, it's fine. Sister Qing, just wait here. I'll go get you some painkillers. Yang Qing nodded this time, not declining. You keep her company, tell me what medicine you need, I'll go buy it. Ye Feng suddenly spoke up. Mainly because when Lan Ling goes to buy medicine, he would be left here not knowing what to do, feeling quite awkward, so Ye Feng took the initiative to volunteer. That works too, Lan Ling nodded. By the way, brother Ye Feng, do you know what medicine to buy? You underestimate your brother, isn't it just painkillers? Wait for me, I'll be right back. Ye Feng turned and walked toward the street across, where a pharmacy was located right behind which was the courtyard. Ye Feng's volunteering to buy medicine was actually to check the situation. The man from earlier continued observing Ye Feng's movements. Seeing Ye Feng suddenly walking this way, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately crouched down, feeling anxious for a long while, but nothing happened. Driven by curiosity, he peeked out again. At this time, Ye Feng had already disappeared from sight, and the man sighed in relief, shifting his attention back to Lan Ling. Now in the breakfast shop, only Lan Ling and Yang Qing remained, as some students who had finished breakfast had already gone to school. The man then took out his phone again and typed a message, speed up. Ye Feng has left, it's a good opportunity to act. Lan Ling put down his phone, his eyes dark yet tinged with anticipation. It was Lan Ling who had been lurking in the courtyard, secretly observing Ye Feng and the others. Though he did not understand why a woman named Yang Qing would order him to assassinate Lan Ling, the terms she offered were too tempting to refuse. Moreover, if Lan Ling truly died, it would bring him numerous benefits, for her death would shatter Lan Fenghua's cherished hope of clinging tightly to Ye Feng's leg. And within the Lan family, he alone possessed the capability to take over its reins, thus obtaining what he desired without the slightest effort. Lan Ling had previously contemplated striking at Lan Ling, but she was under the protection of both the Lan family and Ye Feng. Crucially, if he had acted then, he would have had no retreat. Success or failure meant death. So he settled for the lesser evil, merely kidnapping her to force the signing of a contract. Yet he never expected Ye Feng to show no regard for past bonds, not even sparing his own father's face. If not for Lan Ling's intervention, he might have truly fallen into Ye Feng's hands. Thus, when Yang Qing proposed targeting Lan Ling hesitated. After all, Lan Ling was his own sister and his savior. But lured by profit, Lan Ling ultimately chose the latter path. Such is human society. If one does not look out for oneself, heaven and earth will condemn them. Lan Ling picked up the binoculars again to check on Lan Ling's side, confirming Ye Feng had not yet returned. He donned a baseball cap and covered his face tightly with a mask, clearly intending to leave. After buying painkillers, Ye Feng did not head back immediately. Instead, he left the pharmacy and walked toward the courtyard. Turning right from the pharmacy led into a narrow alley over 10 meters deep, where the courtyard lay. As Ye Feng entered the alley, he saw Lan Ling fully concealed in a black trench coat, stepping out of the gate. Seeing Lan Ling's disguise, Ye Feng immediately sensed something was amiss. Who else would dress like him in broad daylight? Such attire was merely to avoid recognition. Ye Feng was determined to uncover who was scheming against him. As Lan Ling turned to lock the door after leaving a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. A sense of dread surged through him, and his instinct was to flee. But how could Lan Ling escape from Ye Feng? Ye Feng yanked him around, then pulled off his mask and hat. Ye Feng froze. You... Lan Ling instinctively cowered at the sight of him. I was just passing by, Lan Ling forced out. Ye Feng did not reply. Instead, he retrieved the binoculars from under Lan Ling's coat. Passing by with this. Your excuse is far too flimsy. My patience is limited. I only ask once. Speak. Why were you hiding here spying on me? Ye Feng's gaze pierced like a sword fixed on Lan Ling. Instantly, the terror from last night that felt like plummeting into hell flooded Lan Ling's heart. He could not fathom how, despite hiding far away and using binoculars to track Ye Feng's movements, he had still been discovered. Even with such caution, Ye Feng had found him. Lan Ling knew that if he did not confess, Ye Feng would not hesitate to act. Yet if he revealed the purpose of his mission, he would have no retreat left. He would not even qualify to be a laborer in the Lan family. It's Yang. At that moment, Ye Feng's phone rang. Seeing it was Lan Ling calling, he answered without a second thought. Before he could speak, Lan Ling's urgent voice came through. Brother, Ye Feng, hurry. Someone. Panic seized Ye Feng as he turned to look toward Lan Ling's location, seeing her and Yang Qing surrounded by a group. One of them thrust a dagger at Lan Ling. In the critical moment, Yang Qing stepped forward, saving Lan Ling by taking the blade herself. With his mechanical eyes, Ye Feng saw everything clearly. Without hesitation, he tossed Lan Ling aside and rushed toward Lan Ling. Nearby, the breakfast shop crowd was startled and scattered. Faced with such peril, anyone would fear being caught in the crossfire. Lan Ling was stunned, her phone dropping to the ground. Her mind blank, she stared dumbly at Yang Qing collapsing in her arms. A dagger was embedded in Yang Qing's back, blood gushing out. Such scenes usually only appeared in movies, and Lan Ling never imagined it would happen beside her. She did not know how to react, ignoring even the gang of killers still eyeing her menacingly. Seeing her dazed, the assassins saw their best chance. Yet one of them immediately ordered retreat. The group quickly boarded a car and sped away. By the time Ye Feng arrived, the vehicle was already moving. If he chose to pursue, they would not escape. But his priority was to check Yang Qing's condition. Lan Ling, a fragile woman, could not support someone of equal weight collapsing limply in her arms. Thus, she only held Yang Qing's upper body gravity, forcing her to sit on the ground as well. Ye Feng approached, intending to take Yang Qing from her and examine the wound, but Lan Ling clutched her tightly, crying, "Stay away. Stay away." Clearly the scene had terrified her. Still in shock, she mistook Ye Feng for one of the attackers. "Linger, it's me, brother Ye Feng. Don't be afraid. She'll be fine. Let her go, and we'll rush her to the hospital." Ye Feng gently patted her back, soothing her. "Brother Ye Feng, you're finally here. Save Sister Qing." Ye Feng quickly took Yang Qing from her arms and found the dagger had not struck a vital spot. Relieved, he knew that with prompt medical attention, she would likely survive. "Linger, don't worry. It didn't hit anything critical. She should be okay," Ye Feng said, lifting Yang Qing with one arm, while helping Lan Ling up with the other, then heading to the car. He started the engine and drove to the hospital. Ye Feng drove directly to the People's Hospital in the capital city, and during the journey, he had already called Director Su. Therefore, as soon as Ye Feng arrived at the hospital, Director Su was already waiting there with a group of medical staff and had prepared the operating room for Yang Qing in advance. Moreover, it was Director Su himself who performed the surgery on Yang Qing, and the operation proceeded smoothly, without any hindrance. It was unclear whether the assassin had deliberately aimed for this, or if Yang Qing was just lucky. The stab had precisely hit the scapula on Yang Qing's back, resulting in merely a superficial wound. Such an injury could easily be handled by some private clinics, yet they had made a grand entrance to the People's Hospital in the capital. When Director Su received Ye Feng's call, he assumed the victim's condition was severe. Since it was a direct instruction from Ye Feng, he did not dare to slack off, fearing that the victim's situation might be too critical for him to handle. He specifically summoned the hospital's renowned experts in case of emergency. As a result, when Director Su examined the situation, he felt a mix of emotions in his heart and simply treated Yang Qing's wound. The process originally required only a few minutes to resolve. However, in order to show their concern for Ye Feng and to consider his reputation, they had to endure in the operating room for half an hour. Outside, Lan Ling was anxious, sitting on a rest chair in the corridor, seemingly having shed all her tears. At this moment, there were no tears left to shed. Ye Feng stood quietly to the side. He was not particularly worried about Yang Qing's injury. Although he was not a doctor, he was at least a top-tier research talent. He glanced at Yang Qing's wound. Although it appeared deep, it was not in a vital area, and with Director Su and the others personally attending to it, there should be no unexpected issues. Ye Feng's mind began to wander to other matters. That was Lan Ling. Just earlier in the old city, Ye Feng had noticed someone secretly watching him and had thought it was related to certain technologies at Tianji Research. To his surprise, that person turned out to be Lan Ling, which puzzled Ye Feng significantly. Although Ye Feng was not familiar with Lan Ling, he still had some understanding of her. She was not the type of person who acted thoughtlessly. Given Lan Ling's current situation, how could she be foolish enough to commit such an act? To assassinate Lan Ling would mean cutting off her only path. If Lan Ling was not with that group of people, why would she be in the old city and coincidentally, secretly watching him? What could her purpose be? Ye Feng found it hard to grasp. Lan Ling was just an ordinary girl, and aside from being the daughter of the Lan family, she had no other identity that would draw people's attention. Could it be that the relationship between Lan Ling and me has been exposed? This thought crossed Ye Feng's mind fleetingly, but he quickly dismissed it. The relationship between Lan Ling and Ye Feng, as well as the connection between the Lan family and Ye Feng, was known only to the members of the Lan family and some high-ranking officials of Huagua. The confidentiality work of the Huagua government made it almost impossible for any leaks to occur, and the Lan family was well aware that if others found out about their relationship with Ye Feng, they would surely take action against them in order to threaten Ye Feng. However, outsiders did not know how their real relationship was. Even if they were indeed used by some ill-intentioned people to deal with Ye Feng, he would certainly not come to their rescue. Because apart from Lan Ling, everyone else was nearly dispensable, and for their own safety, they would not voluntarily disclose any information. That left only the United States. If they wanted to deal with him, that was normal. After all, he had caused a ruckus in the United States, making that superpower lose face on the world stage. This was the best possibility that Ye Feng could consider at the moment. However, he did not believe that the group of people was from the United States, since if the United States wanted to deal with him, they would not simply strike at Lan Ling. Because if they lost their leverage, how would they deal with Ye Feng then? Ye Feng was perplexed, feeling that a huge conspiracy was looming over him, but he had no idea who it was that wanted to target him. Ye Feng excused himself to go to the restroom and made a call from there. "Hello, it's me. Please check on Lan Ling's whereabouts and see if he has had any recent contacts with anyone. Thank you." "No problem, Professor Yi, please don't mention it. Just wait a few minutes." The intelligence capabilities of the National Security Bureau were indeed not just for show. Within Huagua, investigating a person was a matter of minutes. As soon as Ye Feng returned to the door of the operating room, his phone received a message. However, before he could check it, the lights in the operating room went out, indicating that the surgery was over, and Director Su and the others pushed the door open and came out. Seeing this, Lan Ling immediately rushed over and urgently asked Director Su, "Doctor, how is Sister Qing?" "It's all right, Miss Lan, don't worry. After a period of rest, she will recover fully." Hearing this, the stone that had been hanging in Lan Ling's heart finally fell. Thank you, Grandpa Doctor." Lan Ling suddenly beamed with joy, and after expressing her gratitude, rushed into the ward. Originally, Director Su intended to reply that there was no need for thanks. "Director Su, my little sister has this kind of personality. Oh, please don't mind." Ye Feng saw this and apologized to Director Su for his sister's rudeness. Director Su waved his hand. "Haha, Professor Yi, you're too polite. Your sister's lively and cheerful personality is quite similar to my granddaughter's. How could I possibly blame her? It's a pleasure. No need to be polite. It's my honor to do something small for you." At this point, Director Su even started cracking jokes. "If you need anything, just call on me anytime. I will definitely not refuse." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Director Su left with his team, and only then did Ye Feng enter the ward. Yang Qing had not yet woken up due to excessive blood loss and the recent surgery. Lan Ling sat beside her, holding Yang Qing's hand. "Sister Qing, please wake up soon. Today is my birthday. I wish for you to wake up quickly." Seeing this, Ye Feng did not disturb Lan Ling, but called the National Security Bureau to have someone come to protect her before leaving the hospital. The current situation was murky, and Ye Feng needed to clarify things, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage. Ye Feng had always preferred to take the initiative. After leaving the courtyard in Lanling, he went to the outskirts of the capital. He no longer dared to return home, fearing that Ye Feng would come looking for him. In the outskirts of the capital, an abandoned, unfinished building, a licenseless van slowly drove in, and a group of people descended from it. If Ye Feng were here, he would definitely recognize that these were the very people who had just attempted to assassinate Lan Ling. Has the police dealt with it? The man at the front, whose appearance was a bit effeminate, asked in a low voice. "Rest assured, the employer has already taken care of it," replied a young man behind him. "Oh." The effeminate man seemed somewhat surprised. "It seems that people always say that China is a forbidden land for mercenaries, but it's not so simple." The young man laughed again. "Scorpion, you really need to change your habit of underestimating others, otherwise you will definitely suffer big losses in the future." The young man, nicknamed Scorpion, merely shrugged it off, saying, Got it. He then continued to himself, I thought this trip to China would be interesting, but I didn't expect the task to be this simple. Hey, big brother, do you think that woman has a screw loose? She actually paid to have us assassinate her. At this point, Scorpion couldn't help but laugh. These people were a well-known mercenary team active in Southeast Asia akin to assassins. As long as the payment was right, they would commit all kinds of atrocities. The one referred to as Big Brother was naturally the effeminate man, the leader of this mercenary team, nicknamed the Demoness. Seeing Scorpion's demeanor, the Demoness shook his head. Don't think too simply about this. Since the other party has offered such a high price, it won't be that easy. Moreover, don't forget the woman's identity. Someone of her stature wouldn't be foolish enough to pay for her own assassination, would she? I said it wouldn't be that simple. This is better. If the task were this easy, it would truly be too dull. Scorpion laughed again, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Big brother, does that mean the woman must have some other purpose? At this moment, another person asked. That's for sure. From what I understand, that woman is profit-driven. If there weren't any benefits, she wouldn't take such risks. The Demoness replied. What could that purpose be? Everyone turned to look at the Demoness. After all, he was the center of their team. What does it matter what her purpose is? We do our job for the money, and we'll see how it goes. If there are indeed benefits to gain, we'll take advantage of it. If not, so be it. The commission for this job is still quite substantial. The boss is wise. The captain is brilliant. Everyone echoed in unison. All right, everyone go rest for now. Await further instructions from the employer. Scorpion, stay behind. Ooh, I have more tasks for you later. The others found a random place in the unfinished building to rest, leaving one person on guard against any unexpected situations. Boss, is there something else? Is there a new task? Scorpion licked his lips, looking at the Demoness with excitement. The Demoness nodded. Yes, the employer wants us to help kill someone. Oh, really? No wonder you want me to do it. Scorpion's face lit up with a smile upon hearing about killing, as if he had seen a beautiful woman. He was truly a killer, treating killing as an enjoyable activity. Here is the information on this person. Scorpion took the photo handed over by the Demoness, glanced at it, and was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this the employer's own person? Indeed, this person was Lan Ling, and the employer who hired this mercenary group was Yang Qing. Yang Qing meticulously planned all this to get closer to Ye Feng. During her interactions with Ye Feng, Yang Qing keenly sensed his suspicions toward her. To make Ye Feng trust her more, she orchestrated everything. Not knowing how to dispel Ye Feng's doubts, Lan Ling provided her with a ready-made opportunity. Lan Ling kidnapped Lan Ling to force her to sign a contract regarding the family heir, which enraged Ye Feng, leaving Lan Ling with no way out. Yang Qing seized the opportunity, promising Lan Ling to help him take control of the Lan family. Lan Ling naturally fell for it. However, Yang Qing was not genuinely helping Lan Ling rise. She was merely exploiting his ambition. She first promised Lan Ling to help him gain control of the Lan family, and immediately provided him with a sum of money to stabilize his heart. Lan Ling, eager to control the Lan family, was thus firmly in her grasp. Then she hired assassins to have Lan Ling lead the assassination of Lan Ling, but this was merely a false assassination. Yang Qing had already made arrangements with the mercenaries. At a critical moment, Yang Qing would take the knife for Lan Ling, thus earning Lan Ling's complete trust and dispelling Ye Feng's suspicions. Otherwise, for a group of mercenaries specializing in killings, how could they possibly miss that knife? And Lan Ling was just a pitiful pawn being used. The biggest obstacle in inheriting the Lan family was Lan Ling, and having Lan Ling take the lead made everything seem logical. Now that the goal had been achieved to prevent Lan Ling from turning against them later or from yielding under Ye Feng's severe interrogation and exposing Yang Qing as the mastermind, it was necessary to eliminate Lan Ling, who had lost his value. Poor Lan Ling was still unaware that he was about to become a corpse. Yang Qing promised Lan Ling that regardless of whether this matter succeeded or failed, he would immediately receive the first sum of money. So at this moment, Lan Ling hurried to the unfinished building after leaving the courtyard. Yang Qing had already agreed that after the assassination, Lan Ling would go to the unfinished building to immediately receive this sum of money. Lan Ling had already discussed with some shareholders of the Lan Group to purchase shares at a high price to enable him to take control of the Lan family afterward. Thus, after leaving the courtyard, he rushed over without stopping. Since the employer has already given the word, let's resolve this. As for why the employer wants to do this, that's not something we should consider. The Demoness said to the dazed Scorpion. True, but killing such an ordinary person is really too lacking in challenge. Scorpion couldn't help but complain. Just as the two were conversing, Lan Ling had already arrived in an Audi at the foot of the unfinished building. The Demoness spotted Lan Ling at once. Go, hurry, and complete the task. Don't get distracted. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. With China's reputation as a forbidden land for mercenaries, it seems to be well earned. Ever since arriving in China, I've felt a bit uneasy, so we must conserve our strength and not waste time on these unimportant people. The Enchantress warned sternly. Scorpion, however, wore a look of regret. As a cold-blooded killer, his greatest pleasure in life was watching life slowly wither away in his hands. The fear people displayed before death excited him. But he couldn't defy the enchantress' words. After all, she was his boss. Got it, boss. Since choosing to align herself with Lan Ling's grand vessel, Wang Xini had become his personal assistant. Lan Ling was eager to get the money and proceed with his plan, so he brought Wang Xini along this time. After getting out of the car, Lan Ling couldn't hide his excitement. In contrast, Wang Xini surveyed the surroundings and frowned, asking, "Why are we in a place like this?" Lan Ling, preoccupied with his own thoughts, casually replied, "Who cares where it is? Grab the money and leave." As they spoke, Scorpion appeared silently before them. "You're Lan Ling," Scorpion said. Startled by Scorpion's sudden appearance, they wondered how he could move without a sound. Still, Lan Ling politely asked, "Yes, I am. Are you sent by Miss Yang?" Miss Yang naturally referred to Yang Qing, but Scorpion didn't answer. Instead, he turned and called into the abandoned building, "Boss. Besides the target, what about the woman?" Hearing this, Wang Xini's face paled. She had felt something strange about this place from the start. If it was just a transfer, why did Lan Ling have to come in person? Lan Ling was equally puzzled. "Sir, aren't you one of Miss Yang's people, eh?" From inside the abandoned building, the enchantress' voice rang out, "Take care of both." At these words, both Lan Ling and Wang Xini froze. Before they could react, Scorpion moved. A sharp dagger appeared in Scorpion's hand, and he lunged at Lan Ling. Seeing the blade mere inches away, Lan Ling's mind went blank. In the nick of time, Lan Ling grabbed the equally stunned Wang Xini and pulled her in front of him as a shield. The dagger struck true, piercing Wang Xini's chest. She died before she could even scream, collapsing to the ground. Her eyes were wide open, a clear sign of a death unwilling to accept fate. She had believed that hitching her wagon to Lan Ling would lead to a life of luxury, only to meet such an end. The moment Lan Ling pulled her forward, Wang Xini regretted ever choosing him for the sake of gain. Even falling into Ye Feng's hands would have been better than this unjust death. Seizing the chance, Lan Ling turned to get into the car. But Scorpion was a professional killer. Seeing his strike blocked by a human shield, the dagger lodged deep in her chest, he tried to pull it out. Spotting Lan Ling opening the car door, Scorpion abandoned the dagger and delivered a flying kick, sending Lan Ling crashing heavily to the ground. Only then did he calmly retrieve the dagger. Lan Ling groaned, stumbling back several steps before landing on the ground. The pain on his face testified to the force of Scorpion's kick. Without a second thought, Lan Ling's only instinct was to flee. Ignoring the agony, he scrambled to his feet and bolted backward. Scorpion smirked contemptuously. "I wanted to have some fun, but my boss won't allow it. Killing these two ordinary people is just dull." Scorpion muttered to himself, then casually tossed the dagger. It struck Lan Ling with unerring accuracy. Lan Ling, who had only run a few steps, felt a chill in his back, and then collapsed with a thud. Ye Feng, having learned of Lan Ling's whereabouts through intelligence from the National Security Bureau, rushed over without pause, arriving just at the abandoned building. He saw Lan Ling running for his life, a woman lying on the ground behind him, the area around her stained with blood, clearly dead. Beside her stood Scorpion, his face cold, but his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ye Feng recognized him at once. He was the one who had attempted to assassinate Yang Qing on the street earlier. Though his face was masked, his build and clothing were unmistakable to Ye Feng. Knowing Lan Ling was being hunted, Ye Feng wanted to save him. He smashed through the car's windshield, leaped forward with explosive speed, and rushed toward Lan Ling. But he was too late. By the time Ye Feng reached Lan Ling, the dagger had already sunk deep into his back. As a professional killer, Scorpion struck with precision. The dagger pierced Lan Ling's heart from behind. He died instantly without feeling a trace of pain. For Lan Ling, this was a merciful end, no longer haunted by an unattainable dream. Ye Feng turned his gaze to Scorpion. Throwing a dagger from several meters away and hitting the heart with such accuracy required professional training. In Hua Kingdom, aside from the military, such killing machines wouldn't appear in society. These people must be from outside the country. Scorpion stared back at Ye Feng, but his reaction betrayed caution, even a sense of impending danger. When their eyes met, Scorpion, as a killer, saw a murderous intent in Ye Feng's gaze, even sharper than his own. Only someone who had truly spilled blood could possess such a look. From this, Scorpion judged that Ye Feng might be a killer of equal or greater skill. "Are you the assassin from the street? Why did you kill him?" Ye Feng had many questions to confirm with Lan Ling, but now that was impossible. He could only hope to glean something useful from this man. "I'm a killer, of course I did it for money." Though Scorpion felt threatened by Ye Feng, he showed no fear, only excitement. He licked his lips and replied, "A killer? Who hired you?" Ye Feng, never one for idle chatter, cut straight to the point. "I told you I'm a killer. Killers don't reveal their clients' information. It's our rule." "Rule A? I don't know about any rules. I only know that if you choose not to answer my question, then today, I'll become a killer myself." Ye Feng cared little for what kind of killer he was or what rules he followed. So it seems you have no intention of speaking. Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically as a terrifying aura erupted from him. Seeing Ye Feng lose his temper, Scorpion tightened his grip on the dagger and assumed an attacking posture. However, the next second the battle-ready Scorpion displayed an expression of disbelief. He saw Ye Feng rushing towards him like a remnant shadow, moving with a speed that was simply beyond human capability. Instinctively, Scorpion wanted to dodge. But as this thought barely formed in his mind, and before he could give his body the command, Ye Feng's fist had already struck towards him. With no escape, Scorpion could only take the hit. The sound of impact echoed as his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing into the abandoned building. The people inside heard the commotion and rushed downstairs, only to see Scorpion spitting blood on the verge of death. Clearly, Ye Feng had held back, otherwise Scorpion would have been dead. Seeing the crowd coming down from the abandoned building, Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. "So you all are here. This saves me quite a bit of trouble," Ye Feng said as he walked step by step towards the crowd. The demoness first helped Scorpion up. "Scorpion, are you okay?" Although Ye Feng had held back, Scorpion was left with only a breath of life, unable to muster the strength to speak. "You should be more concerned about yourself." Ye Feng moved again, pushing off the ground with force, charging towards the demoness like a sword. "Watch out, boss." The others wanted to intervene, but Ye Feng's speed was simply too fast, leaving them only able to shout a warning. As the leader of this team, the demoness had some skills. Seeing Ye Feng approach, she immediately rolled to the side to avoid him. Her movements were equally swift. It could be said that only 0.01 milliseconds separated Ye Feng's fist from striking her. The missed blow surprised him. Although Ye Feng had not used his full strength, intending to leave a living witness to extract useful information, even so, that punch was not something an ordinary person could dodge. Ye Feng's first reaction was that she was a modified human, but upon careful observation, he found no signs of modification on the demoness. "You're quite impressive," Ye Feng sincerely praised. This was not sarcasm, it was the first time he had encountered someone who could evade his attack purely with their own strength. What kind of rigorous training must one undergo to achieve such speed and reflexes? This made Ye Feng feel a sense of regret for talent. Looking at the demoness, he said, "As long as you answer a few questions honestly, both you and your friends can live, and I can even provide you with a way out. So what do you say?" Interested. After dodging Ye Feng's attack, the demoness felt a wave of fear. Looking at the spot where she had just been, the ground was now cratered from Ye Feng's punch. What kind of power is this? The demoness had been trained like an assassin since she was 7, enduring grueling training every day to achieve her current skills. Just now, nearly losing to Ye Feng with her hard-earned abilities, which had been honed through years of professional training and countless life-and-death trials, made her feel a twinge of regret in taking this mission. No wonder the employer offered such a high price. He clearly knew the situation was not simple, but she never expected it to be this complicated. From Ye Feng's punch, the demoness could ascertain that she was no match for him. "I am not your opponent," she said. "You can ask whatever questions you have." The demoness was not one to fear for her life. As an assassin, she was accustomed to risking her life for money. However, Ye Feng had completely surpassed the realm of ordinary people. If she were facing an opponent of equal strength, even if she ended up dying in battle, she would not have flinched. But in the face of Ye Feng, she didn't even have the courage to fight. At that moment, a sudden gunshot rang out. It was the sniper in the team, seizing the opportunity to shoot at Ye Feng without hesitation. Although Ye Feng appeared to be focused on the demoness, in reality, he kept a keen eye on the others the moment he approached. This is the meticulous attitude of someone involved in research. Ye Feng had become accustomed to ensuring that everything was well-rounded to guarantee a higher success rate. So at the moment someone fired, Ye Feng quickly sensed it and was already prepared. By a mere 0.01 milliseconds, he narrowly dodged the bullet. The bullet grazed past Ye Feng, striking the wall behind him. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Those who had dealt with bullets for years had never heard of anyone dodging a bullet. It was precisely because they frequently dealt with bullets that they understood their power better than ordinary people. They would never believe that anyone could dodge a bullet. But now the reality was laid bare before them. Ye Feng was unscathed, while the bullet was deeply embedded in the wall behind. In an instant, these killers lost all courage to confront Ye Feng. For those who had attacked him, Ye Feng was always unforgiving. After narrowly dodging, he immediately charged at the shooter. He struck with a fist, sending the shooter flying, embedding him into the wall like the bullet. The air suddenly became quiet. Ye Feng could even hear their rapid heartbeats. "Who are you? Why did you attempt to assassinate? And why did you want to kill Lan Ling?" Ye Feng calmly scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. At this moment, although Ye Feng's voice was quite flat, it carried an irresistible power that seemed to add weight to his words. The demoness swallowed hard, trying to regain her composure, but her voice still trembled as she replied, "The Southeast Asia Viper mercenary team." Someone contacted us and asked us to infiltrate Huagua to do his bidding. Hearing the demoness answer, Ye Feng hesitated for a moment. Southeast Asia. Ye Feng recalled that he had never had any dealings with Southeast Asia. Then he asked, who hired you? In the world of assassins, there is a rule that one must never reveal the identity of their employer, a principle every mercenary and assassin must adhere to. Once exposed, no one would hire them again, and they would face pursuit from their peers. Therefore, many assassins rarely disclose their employer's identity, even in the event of mission failure. The Viper mercenary team was well known in Southeast Asia, strong and with a solid reputation. They had always upheld a high level of trust. Initially, they had adhered to the principle of never revealing their employer's information, but now facing Ye Feng, they began to hesitate.